Good morning, Rob Trujillo filling in for Kaner. Oh man, I guess I'm honored to be the one to come in here that has to talk about this at 6 a.m. It is a genuine pleasure to be in here every time I get to fill in, no doubt about that. With the elusive but great Marty O behind the glass.
Good luck today. I'm out of here. Enjoy.
Man, talking about the Rockies winning 5 in a row, I feel like it's just, going to be important today. I feel like that's where we should open because nothing else happened last night. I feel like last night was like a night that you're going to remember in infamy and as history. For the second year in a row, in a window where you have 2 of the 5 best players on the planet, the Colorado Avalanche season was at least derailed, if not ended, by poor decisions, what sounds like poor decisions, from a member of the Colorado Avalanche, Valeri Nichushkin. And I don't know how much longer that's going to be how we talk about that. You want to start with empathy. I want to start with empathy. It's a situation where everybody has had somebody in their life affected by addiction, and it's ugly. It's a lifelong recovery process. It's really tough. It's tough from the human side of it. And Bednar even said last night in his post-game press conference, I have 2 thoughts about it. One is you think about the guy, and 2 is you think about the team and what you're trying to accomplish. And that's me paraphrasing. He was much more eloquent. I thought Bedsy was excellent in his press conference last night. Why don't we play it? Bedsy talking, and he was, I just want to say he was excellent doing the press conference yesterday. Lots of times you'll hear coaches try to dance around and not give straight answers and that kind of thing. And I felt like he was very honest, very philosophical, very reflective, and very matter of fact about what happened. Let's hear what he had to say, Marty.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to go there. I think, listen, Val obviously is struggling with something, right? I have 2 thoughts. Yeah, it sucks for our team. We got to turn the page. We got to go play way better than we did today. There's still 20-plus guys in that room that care and that want to win and that are here, and that's what we have to focus on. It hurts our team. There's no question. He's a great player. And the second one is, I've gotten to know Val as a person, and I've gotten to know him as one of our teammates and a player, and I want what's best for him. And I want him to be happy, and I want him to be content in his life, whether that's with our team or not with our team. I want the best for him and his family. I think all of our guys are the same, and we hope that he can find some peace and get help. And so that's the other side of it. It's not... Hockey's not life and death, although we treat it like it is. And so Val's a big priority, and our team's another one. Now it's separated. They're not together. He's done for 6 months plus, whatever that looks like. And so, again, we treat it like an injured player that's not able to play for us, like OC or Landy. I mean, we got to worry about the guys that are on the ice and are able to play for us.
I thought great from Coach. I really did. And, I see a couple texts coming in. 0311, I see you. Addiction is a serious thing. I 100% agree. The person, Val, you really hope he gets help, because I'm pretty sure he's got a kid, a recently born kid. Pretty sure he still has a wife. And as a person, you absolutely feel for him. But as an organization, if you're looking at it as the Colorado Avalanche, you also have to make business decisions. And 2 years in a row now, and, the players who also love him and support him were a little peeved about it. Because 2 years in a row now, poor decisions on his part have derailed playoff runs that were supposed to be pretty promising. And I believe it was Jack Johnson last night who said, he made his decisions. And that's all I'll say about it. And part of helping somebody through addiction is holding them accountable for their decisions. Again, everybody has had somebody. Mine was a best friend. For him, it was opioids. But there came a time when I had to hold him accountable for the things that he was doing to me and other people. And that he doesn't go unabsolved for things that he has chosen to do, especially, as it relates to his family, his job, so on and so forth. Now, just from an X's and O's standpoint, that's the human side of it. Just from an X's and O's standpoint, your other guy that's a power forward and sits in front of the net was sitting up in the owner's box last night.
Same as last year, right?
Your two top six forwards who are, I'm going to get in front of the net, I'm going to get some ugly playoff goals, are out. And the team Coach said looked like they were frozen in the first period. I said stuck in the mud. Andy said molasses. They just looked like they had no jump. There was nothing. It was a no-show.
Because the news came down, like, was he at morning skate? Like, was he gonna play? And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, by the way, he's gone for 6 months?
That is the remarkable part about it. And Bedsy addressed it last night in his presser. They left morning skate thinking he was going to play. It wasn't until they came back to get ready for game time that they found out that he wasn't going to play.
And Devon Taves also not playing was kind of that's going to be a much shorter term thing, but still, like, I think both those guys were at morning skate and then they didn't show up for the game.
Yeah. And two of your most important pieces. Val's been playing on the top line. He had, I think it was 9 goals in 8 games was the number. He'd been incredible. And I know a lot of people sent me texts last night like, well, he's just tipping pucks and, shooting at open nets. Yeah, you need somebody to do that in the playoffs. It's super important.
If you notice, all the good teams have one of those guys.
Yeah,
so
right.
yeah,
that is one of the, especially in the playoffs where goals are ugly. That is how goals come in the playoffs, and he was a huge part of that for the Avs. And they looked like they did not have it last night. And it's funny because, I'm just looking at the text line right now, and it's 50-50. People saying, oh, don't talk bad about Val. I'm not talking bad about him. He does need to be held accountable for his decisions. And if you've ever dealt with somebody with addiction, they need to be held accountable for their decisions. He made some poor decisions. And hockey isn't life or death. And guess what? This part wasn't life or death. He's not as far as I know, he's not in a hospital somewhere because of these poor decisions that he made. He just can't play anymore because he failed a drug test. And so when we handle the human side of it and say, I absolutely am on his team, I hope he gets well. Because when you drive yourself to make decisions that lead you to give up your career, to put your family's well-being in jeopardy, he's obviously got a problem. It's obviously an addiction problem, one that he's been in counseling for. But from an X's and O's standpoint, the Avs absolutely have squandered now 2 years of a likely Hart Trophy winning forward, a Norris Conn Smythe winning defenseman, and paying him $6 million a year. His contract runs through, I believe it was 2030. There's 6 more years of his deal left, which means to buy him out, it's a 12-year buyout. It puts the Avs as a franchise in an incredibly tough place. Because your options are to give him a third chance, try to talk somebody into trading for him, or buy him out. Now, there's a ton of contract stuff. There's possibilities that the league might void some of it if the Avs lobby for that hard enough. There's a couple different ways that this resolves itself. I don't know if the Avs want him back on the team. Again, on the human side, I'm sure they love him. I support him. Addiction is serious. But paying $6 million a year to a guy who the past 2 seasons hasn't been there for playoff games because his addiction is so serious that he has made decisions leading him to not be on the ice for you. That's a tough call, because that's an amount of money that you're paying somebody where you need production for $6 million.
And
Yes.
his play is like, it's a bargain for him.
Yeah,
He could be getting 10
Yeah.
easily.
absolutely.
He's a phenomenal player.
Absolutely. People saying he's suspended without pay. I do understand. So let me address that really quick, because I did send out a tweet last night regarding this. He's suspended without pay, but he can apply for reinstatement beginning in November, which means the team would have to carry enough to pay his prorated contract from at least November. Now, that doesn't mean that the league is going to reinstate him in November. But what it does mean is you still got to carry something like $5 million for if he does get reinstated for basically a month into the season. And if you have to carry that $5 million on your cap, you really can't use it in the offseason in a meaningful way, even though he's suspended without pay right now. And so there was a lot of discussion last night about if there's any way to get long-term cap relief from his contract. Again, 6 more years, $6 million a year. And that's where the conversation comes from of your options really are to talk somebody into trading for him. Can you get a bottom dweller who needs to hit the cap floor, who maybe is okay taking a chance on a guy who isn't going to play the first half of next year, but is, Marty, like you said, a guy who's worth $10 million a year, and you only have to pay him $6 million. So in that essence, he's maybe a little bit of a steal.
And also, he's on stage 3 of this program, and I think stage 4 carries a 1 year?
Automatic 1 year.
And you don't even, reinstatement's not assured. So, it's 4 strikes and you could potentially be out, basically?
But it's not even out. It's 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
And so if that 1 year happens say he fails a drug test in December of next year or January of next year, a year from now, that he puts you in the same exact cap situation that you're in now, where that money, yes, comes off your books while he's suspended. But if he comes back midway through the season, you can't use it in any meaningful way. And all of that is not to say what that did to the team last night. Now, listen, if Val was on the ice last night and they put out that performance, I'd be in here spitting fire about a poor performance from the Colorado Avalanche, because it felt like a no-show. That was maybe their worst playoff game of the year.
You could just tell the feel of the game was just, there's nothing there.
And you can't blame them for it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not here to tell you that I want to send fire and brimstone the Avs way, but, where was 29 last night? Where has 96 been? I know he has a ton of assists, but where has 96 been all playoffs? And Makar, he's played well, but you needed one of your big guns to be a star last night.
He didn't look right last night. That turnover on the shorthanded goal, I mean, what was that?
McKinnon, even in his own end, McKinnon is kicking pucks. No tape to tape. I mean, even Steve Levy said it on the broadcast. There has not been a single tape to tape pass. And of course, that's hyperbolic. It's exaggerating. But it just felt like there wasn't a single tape to tape pass all night. It was tough to watch a team that you know is as good as the Colorado Avalanche and watch them play like that last night. And I do think they have an excuse. I mean, the Val thing I do think is an excuse. They won't use it, but I do think the Val thing is an excuse.
That's all they talked about on the broadcast.
I
Pretty
mean,
much.
but I mean, it's such a bombshell. And that's what I mean when I say, like, I feel like this is a night you're going to remember as an Avs fan forever. Forever. Oh, I mean, listen, we'll get more into it. We'll talk. Obviously, Mo's going to join us at 7:00, along with Vic, and we'll talk more about it, no doubt. But it was just such a disappointing night last night on so many levels, from a human aspect, from a hockey aspect, from a Denver aspect. I mean, it was just a tough night for Denver sports fans. Hopefully tonight will be better. The MVP is going to get crowned tonight at Ball Arena. We'll talk about that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Caner off today. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in. On a day that we should be excited and celebrating. Had a tough night last night with the Avs, no doubt. But tonight at Ball Arena, we get a team that comes back to us with a 2-2 tie, which is incredible. The last two games, I think, felt like the Nuggets again. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. And I'm sure I could break down the X's and O's and get Dempsey on or get Scott on and talk about things that they did. Aaron Gordon bringing up the ball, Jamal Murray working off ball, all that kind of stuff. But how about just how much fun those two games were? I mean, it was on air this morning. But I tweeted out yesterday an open love letter to Nikola Jokic.
Well, what makes it open? Like what is an open letter? What's the difference between an open letter and just a letter? I never got that.
Like a closed letter is something that you only give to the person.
Oh, so an open letter is just for everyone
to read.
Okay.
Did you really not know that?
I didn't know that.
I feel like that's kind of common sense. A closed letter, you'd put it in an envelope. It would be
Closed. Intended for one person.
Right.
Okay.
Only they read it. And
I hope I'm not the only one that didn't know that.
I could have sent a closed letter to Nikola Jokic, but chances are he's not going to read it. And then so nobody would have seen it. So I figured the guy is incredible for a bunch of reasons. One of the reasons that he's incredible is how humble he is. He can't even stand to be announced with the team. And what do you do normally? You take your best player, you announce him last so the crowd goes crazy. Is that what the Nuggets do for Jokic? No. They announce him first while he's hiding under the basket, trying not to get seen, because he's just that kind of guy. It makes him uncomfortable. That's not true. It's not true. And in the open love letter, which means everybody can read it, Marty.
Let's move past that, please. Thank you.
In the open love letter, I said, he thinks probably that this MVP award is just about him. And that's why he doesn't like it. That it's just about his stats and things that he's done on the basketball court. And that is somewhat true, but it's not entirely true. What it also means is most valuable player, who has meant the most to their franchise. And I want to take a second to talk about what he's meant to this franchise. I got on this show with Vic, the first couple times I did this show with Vic, when the Nuggets hadn't won a title yet. I'm a guy who, I've lived here since I was 4. I'm a lifelong Nuggets fan. He has obviously lived here his entire life. And I would start saying things like, you got to be thinking championship or bust, because that's how the team was talking. And Vic couldn't even fathom it. I mean, he couldn't even think, he couldn't say the words that this team should win a championship, needs to win a championship to meet expectations, because that's where we were as Nuggets fans. Think about that and what he's changed. And that is just the basketball side of things. And I kind of wrote this in the tweet. I have friends that are bartenders that work. I've got 2 of them. One works in Ball Arena and one works at a bar by Ball Arena. And they both bought houses in recent years. And when I asked them about it, they're like, honestly, the 2 teams doing so well, I've made a ton more money than I was in years before.
Yeah, the random Tuesdays and Thursdays that are packed now. Yeah.
Totally packed. And that's not nothing. These people got to buy houses because Nikola Jokic is good at basketball. I just think about that. And that doesn't include the salespeople or the media members. How many media members do we know, Marty, who are local guys who got asked to be on national shows or got national exposure because they cover Jokic every day. And so somebody wanted them on their show to talk about it. And that kind of stuff matters in our business. The guy has literally changed lives in Denver. And he wants no credit for it whatsoever, which is incredible. But also makes me want to just go up to him and say, dude, everything you've done for us, right? I'm not trying to be hyperbolic when I say that. Like, I'm not trying to be over the top, but like, it's not just about what he's done for his teammates, which is a lot, by the way. Right? Like, of course, he's done wonders, and they've done stuff for him too, but he's done stuff for Jamal's legacy, for MPJ's legacy, for Aaron Gordon's legacy, for Coach Malone's legacy. All these guys, he has had an incredible effect on their careers. He is the star at the center of the universe. But he also had that effect like on our city, and not just for our sports team, which we think about, but like for the economics of the area. And so, I don't know, it just, when I go there tonight, I feel like I'm going to want to cheer extra loud just to like get him to realize, but he won't. I know he won't. And he probably doesn't care. He just wants to go
to start the game.
He wants to go to the pool with his daughter and live in Serbia and ride horses and start the basketball game. You're right. You know what I mean?
I feel like you're going to get a little emotional tonight, Rob.
I think I might. I really do. I really do. It's incredible what he's done for this franchise and this city. It really is. And so it's interesting. A lot of different times, Marty, on here, we've talked about legacy, and I've asked you questions about like what his legacy is. I think even if he earns another one, he never wins another MVP.
We said that after 1 and after 2. We're saying it after number 3.
No, okay. At least I didn't say it after 1 and 2, but after 3, he's got as many as some of the greats, more than a lot of the greats. And I just don't think they'll give him a 4 and a 5. And I think there's enough young talent coming up in Doncic and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Anthony Edwards and, you know, Jason Tatum. There's enough of these guys that somebody else will take them away from him, because voters are going to do what they did last year. I don't want to vote for Jokic again. And so I don't think he wins another one. But I say that to say, but his legacy is secure. Like, that's it. When you talk about him 15 years from now and you say 3 MVPs, it's impressive no matter who it is. And so I feel like I'm going to go there tonight, and this is going to be the last chance I have to give him that ovation as our MVP. And even though he might earn it in the future, we're going to have years like we had last year, where we're sitting there and I'm stumping for him because I believe that he's the MVP of the league, and he's not going to get it. So I mean, do you think I'm wrong there, Marty? Like, I feel like this is the last chance we're going to have to give him the ovation that he deserves.
I don't see them giving him a 4th. So yeah, I think you are right.
Because like, if you give him a 4th, you're in whose territory are you in?
It's Wilt, LeBron, MJ, Bill Russell, and Kareem. I'll have 4 or more.
I mean, that's crazy, right? Like, that's a crazy level. And not to say he doesn't deserve it. He should have 4 right now, in my opinion. Right? He absolutely deserves it. But with what happened last year, I just don't think modern day voters, and with the 24-hour news cycle and the fact that these guys are going to be talking about it all season long, and you heard Shaq, which, by the way, I didn't have as big of a problem with it as everybody else did. Yes, I agree, time and a place, but I also appreciate him not saying something behind Joker's back that he wouldn't say to his face. I wouldn't have done it right then.
Maybe start with congrats and not,
maybe start with
why are you guys
congratulations.
sucking against the T-Wolves? Go ahead.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you there. But all that being said, I think a lot of people are going to feel that like bitterness that I felt like Shaq felt in that moment. And they're not going to give him a 4th one. So
I don't know, with all this criteria of 65 games, like the guys you just mentioned, his contenders, some of them might not get there, so they'll fall off. Like, he really just has to beat 1 or 2 of them to get the MVP, because you know he's going to play 65 games.
Yeah, but Anthony Edwards is 22. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, I think, is 23. Doncic also maybe 22. And so, like, I understand what you're saying, but they're also like pretty young guys. You know what I mean? It's not like we're talking about Kawhi Leonard here, you know? So I feel like they'll be able to get to that 65 game number.
Luka and Shai are 25, so they're almost,
okay,
retired.
Okay, that's older than I thought. Yeah, they're basically retired. You're right. Ant's 22. I do know that. So I don't know. I have this urge inside of me to try to thank him in his prime. It's that like understanding what's happening in Denver sports right now. And we bring it up every once in a while, like how good are these two teams? There's different things that make us realize it at different times. Both Nate and Joker winning MVPs would definitely be one of those things if it comes to fruition. But, you know, there's been times that both these teams have been number one in the West or something like that. And we've been like, man, we are lucky. And I feel like tonight is one of those nights. And then after I cry in the 100s of Ball Arena tonight.
In the 100s?
Yeah.
Wow.
Like I bought tickets.
You sure did.
I really did. Yeah. That's why I was thinking about selling them. Because I don't got money to buy tickets in the 100s, but we did for tonight. Then I want you to grab the Minnesota Timberwolves by the throat, and I want you to put an end to this series before they can get back up. You have this team in a place that I don't think non-championship team, like we talked a lot about when I say we, I mean the station, talked a lot about championship medal. Don't underestimate the heart of a champion, that kind of thing when we're talking about the Nuggets. Due respect to the Wolves, they are a very good team, which is why I'm saying I want the Nuggets to do this. But, like, they don't have that championship medal, right? Like, they don't have that championship experience. And so you took their best punch and you swung back because you are the reigning champs. They took your best punch, and now I want you to finish them. Like, I want you to grab them by the throat, take a 3-2 lead, and then I want you to finish it in Minnesota in Game 6. Like, I so desperately want you to show the league that you are the NBA champs. Enough with the Mickey Mouse ring BS, that this team is every bit as good as we thought it was, and just take Minnesota's face and shove it in it. You know what I mean? And Anthony Edwards has been incredible. He really has. I think you have to say that when you talk about this series. He is not the one that has let them down. 44 points last game, I think it was.
Maybe they should sit Gobert because that was the game they really dominated, right?
It's such a funny, because they gave up, like 5 years of first round draft picks for him to stop Jokic. Like that was the purpose of that trade, was we are going to give all this up because we want 2 7-footers because we think that's how we can stop Jokic. The team is built to stop Jokic. You just ended up with Naz Reid, who like is probably a better player.
Who's like the greatest 3-point shooter of all time?
But I mean, he is though a better player than Rudy Gobert.
He can dribble a basketball, so yeah,
right,
he
exactly.
Automatically is better.
It's 100% right. And like, I really feel like if we weren't dealing with egos or like if it's just a video game we're playing, you switch Naz Reid and Rudy Gobert, right?
I would trade Rudy for. I would trade him for nothing if I was the GM of that team.
Not even trade him. But
by the way, it was only 4 first rounders. By the way.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Was there a second rounder in there? Was that what I was thinking of? If it's a video game, you swap Naz Reid and Rudy Gobert, right? Like you put Naz in the starting lineup, and I don't think there's any question about it. You can't do that without causing huge ripple effects if you're Chris Finch or Mike Nori. And so obviously it's not really probably something that they'd consider, but I think he's so much better than Gobert.
You seem supremely confident in this game tonight.
I was supremely confident when they were down 0-2. And I took a lot of heat for it in this office.
You must have been the only one.
I really was. Like, we sat in a couple meetings, and I'm sure you talked with our PD, Kevin, who I don't know if is awake and listening right now, but I'll take shots at him, who apologized on Twitter the other night because he was saying, I think they're going to get swept. And it was a commonly held theme. And I said to a bunch of people, do you know how many times they won 4 of 5 games this year? They absolutely can go handle this. And they have so far, but they got a long way to go. They've got a lot of work to do to dig themselves completely out of the hole that they put themselves in. All right. Obviously, we're going to spend a large portion of the day talking about the Colorado Avalanche. We talked a lot about Val in the beginning of the hour. Again, as a person, our hearts are with him. But I want to talk about the hockey side of it coming up next. We have to talk about what that team looked like last night and if there's any possibility that they can get off the mat and dust themselves off here with a 3-1 deficit down in Dallas. We'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I have no idea what this is, but it's very 80s-tastic. 6 in the morning with Brett Kane. Kane are off for today. I'm Rob Trujillo. Of course, today is the day I get to fill in after what happened to the Colorado Avalanche last night.
Whenever Brett is off, something bad happens.
And I'm the one who gets to be here for
Yeah.
it. Remarkable.
Did you fill in the next day when Jamal tore his ACL? Because Brett was
No.
out that day.
No, that wasn't me.
Yeah,
Thank
that was
goodness.
bad.
I almost, in my car that night, I was so depressed because I really thought they could win a title. Like, with the addition of AG.
They were looking so good.
I really thought they could win a title. Ugh.
Sorry.
Right.
Sorry to bring that.
Right.
So comparatively, I mean, this is bad as well, but
Another night in Denver sports that we'll never forget. I know exactly where I was driving DoorDash at the time. And I was in my car in a drive-thru waiting for food, listening to the basketball game, and then the reports started coming out that they think it's a torn ACL, blah, blah, blah. I think last night's going to be one of those nights where you remember where you were when you got the text from your buddy or you saw the tweet or whatever that Val had been popped for another suspension. And I want to say two things as a preface before I get into this. First of all, addiction is a lifelong illness. You are never cured from it. So I understand that he was just in the program, that he just came out, and that's frustrating to some people. I absolutely support him as a person. And we want nothing from but the best for him. I understand and have empathy for what he's going through in his life because it must be bad if he's making decisions that put his career and his family in jeopardy the way that he has over the past couple seasons. So I don't want to make it sound like, oh, he's just talking about hockey. We talked a lot about Val at the beginning of the show and the human side of it. I do want to just talk about hockey now. And when we talk about hockey, the second thing I want to say is, before Hockey Guy comes after me, Bednar himself said, it's not an excuse. We cannot use it as an excuse. It's just like any other player being out of the lineup. You cannot lean on that and make excuses about how we played tonight. He said that several times in several different ways. We will play some Bedsy cuts because I thought he was fantastic last night. And I know you're all waiting for Moj to get on here so you can hear his thoughts on it. I will get out of the way once he gets here at 7 o'clock. I do just want to say my 2 cents on it. And I tweeted it out a bunch of times, and I was trying to be positive about it because I did feel this way. You should never be out of a game with 2 of the best 5 players on the planet playing for your hockey team. I understand how big rosters are in the NHL, how many players actually get ice time, and so on and so forth. But you needed your stars to show up last night. And granted, there was a lot going on. It was not just Val that you found out hours before game time wasn't going to be in the lineup. It was Devon Toews too. And it just felt like this team, since game 1, has played worse and worse every night.
I will say Georgie was fantastic.
Georgie was great.
Georgie
gave you
one bright spot.
He gave you exactly what you asked for, which is, I need you to make all the saves that you should make and then make a couple, breakaway, whatever, like just stops that you need for a little bit of momentum. He held them in that game in the first period. He let in some goals in the second, but I felt like that was more on the team. Georgie was great. You're absolutely right, Marty. You're absolutely right.
To think that we were like 2 weeks ago saying he should never play again, and now we like just set it and forget it with him. It's crazy the turnaround he had.
I want you to think about where we were a week ago. Avs had won game 1 of the series literally on when we came in Tuesday last week. No, that would have been Wednesday we came in because the game was on Tuesday last week. Avs won game 1 of the series, Nuggets down 0-2, and how vastly different do you feel about those 2 series now? I mean, it is a complete 180 for each of them. But from an X's and O's standpoint, Val kind of became the power forward that you lost in Landy. And reason that they were so great when you had both of them is because you had both of them. But on that top line, he was your guy who sits in front of the net and screens Ottinger and gets the ugly goals and shoots the puck into a yawning, wide open mouth net. Net mouth. Marty looked at me like, I'm not sure. Net mouth.
A net.
He was the guy who does that. And without him and without Gabe, you've got Trenin, you've got Duhaime. Those aren't top line guys. You don't have that guy in your top six anymore. Middlestat is small. I like him when he goes out in front of the net. I do. Lehkonen, he gets around the net a little bit. McKinnon can play anywhere on the ice, but you don't want him down there. You want his speed, and his shot further out from the net. And Moose, I don't know. They call him Moose for a reason. He's huge, but he just doesn't play that game. And it just felt like that team had no grit last night. No oomph, no passion, no care. And does that have to do a little bit with the news that they got before the game? Maybe, but you can't come out flat like that. And I was listening to the boys on Between the Pipes last night afterwards, and Raj said, I wanted them to get out of the first period tied. Like before the first period even started, I just said to myself, they have to get out of the first period tied. And they almost did because of Alexander Georgiev. But they came out so flat last night. That was not the Colorado Avalanche.
I think they got outshot on their first power play.
They did. They got outshot on all their power plays, I think. They put up a stat at one point, I think it was after the second power play, shots on goal during the Avalanche power plays. The Dallas Stars had 4 and the Avs had 1. In the first period, shots were like 15-4. It's ridiculous. The team came out flat and laid an egg. Absolutely laid an egg. And like I said, before Hockey Guy comes after me, Bednar himself said in the press conferences, it's not an excuse. We have to go out and play regardless of who's on the ice. Whoever we're missing them. Whether it's Logan O'Connor, it's Gabe, it's Val, it doesn't matter. And they didn't show up last night. And listen, I do think this team still has a chance, but not if you played like you played last night. Not if you played like you played pretty much this whole series. Game 1 was okay, and I feel like you've gotten worse since then. You haven't led for a second in the entire series. If you want to try to win this thing, you have to go to Dallas and win a game and get it back to your home ice for Game 6. And I think what the Carolina Hurricanes did last night is, you can emotionally see how that tracks, because what what the Hurricanes did last night was they went into Madison Square Garden and they won Game 5. Now they're going back to Raleigh for Game 6. And from a series that was 3-0 and you felt like was over, now all of a sudden it feels like the Rangers better be careful here, or else you're going to end up in Game 7 at Madison Square Garden. And that's how you can emotionally track to see if you can get yourself back into this series. But if you're going to get yourself back into this series, where was 29 last night? Where was 96 last night? And to a lesser extent, where was 8 last night? McKinnon's booting pucks in his own zone. Makar feels like he just can't get one through. Rantanen has, I don't know, for lack of a better term, just kind of felt invisible. And so when you're talking about the hockey side of it, those Stars, when you're without a guy like Val, those Stars, they have to shoulder more of the burden. And I don't think they did last night. So they better figure it out, because now you got to win 3 games in a row. All right, the fellas just got in. Vic, Moj. Of course, we will unleash them on this, the MV3 and all things Denver sports, next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Sit at his own goal line with the puck. As game 4 goes the way of the Dallas Stars by a final score of 5-1, they will have a chance to close out the series Wednesday night, deep in the heart of Texas.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Mojo Lombardi and Kane. Kaner has the day off, so I'm Rob Trujillo filling in. And I always get days like this. The Avs fall to the Dallas Stars, fall to a 3-1 deficit in the series, and it wasn't even close to the story last night. The story last night was very different. Now, listen, before we dive right into it, I do want to say I understand that there's a human aspect to this. I think everybody would tell you that they're pulling for Val as a human. We want him to be healthy because he's made some decisions that have affected his career and maybe his family too. But he got popped for another suspension. He's in the third stage of the NHLPA's assistance program, and that means he's suspended for 6 months. The Avs found out just hours before the game last night, and then came out flat and laid an egg. And I know you're not here to listen to me talk about it, so Moshe, I'll give you the floor.
Well, we're going to get into this big time today. Excuse me. I thought Jared Bednar's comments last night after the game were exemplary.
He was great
about the situation. Because there are last night I wrestled boys with this. I wrestled with it in so many different ways.
Were you in the arena?
Yeah. And
sounded like a morgue for most of the game.
There's no doubt about it. And here's the thing. I wrestled with it in a number of different ways because the human element has to be a factor. Everybody listening to me this morning, whether it's you, whether it's a family member, whether it's a friend, colleague, whatever, there's not one person listening that has not in some way been touched or been affected by some sort of addiction of something, whatever it is. Or maybe you've been fortunate enough to not be touched by it, but you know somebody who is, somebody's uncle, whatever.
Everybody has been.
And I'm not even talking about drugs, alcohol. I'm just talking about period to something. And so the compassion that you try to show in that regard is significant. But if you're talking about regular life, you can hurt family members, hurt friends, hurt relationships. But that's more self-destructive just to yourself and your family. When you are a professional athlete who's relied upon not only by teammates and by fan base, and even more than that, it's compounded. And a lot of different things come into play because if you're talking about private life and you're hurting yourself, you're hurting your family, you're hurting your relationships, it's sort of a microcosm to right here. With a professional athlete, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and there has to be a business side of things that does take over at some point. When that is, I don't know. I think everybody has their own line of demarcation. So when you have a situation like this, it's beyond just the human. It's both. You have to worry about the human being and the issues and the problems and have compassion and understanding and do the best you can. On the other side, the irresponsibility. Where does the responsibility to your teammates, your other family come into play?
Sure.
And in a situation like this, where you're paid to be a part of this team and you have let them down again, boy, that's a hard place to go.
Real quickly, for those that don't know, the financial commitment to him, which, we'll talk about how that affects the Avalanche, but it's 6 more years. That's $6.125 million. That would mean, because he's under 30, that the buyout would be twice as long. It would be a 12-year buyout, and would save you $6 million the first year, $5 million the second year. $3 million for 2 years and $1 million for 2 years.
Yeah, and we'll get to that down the road for sure, Vic. So listen, I've been on the record many, many times in this program as saying I really like him as a person because I do. He's a very interesting guy, but Vic, I'm going to struggle with this back and forth today because the amount of letdown to his teammates specifically and to himself, man, it's hard to calculate where this goes. It really is.
I came in fearful of what I was going to say on the air this morning because I didn't want to come across too hard, too harsh. I've met the gentleman. I've played golf with Val last year in the charity tournament. Great guy. Great guy. All of us are going to say the same thing. Great guy. His teammates are going to say the same thing. Great guy. Great guy. This is a business. For the second consecutive year, he sabotaged his team and ruined the business. He cannot play for the Avalanche anymore. That's it. Cannot play for the Avalanche anymore. And I don't know how you get out of the contract. I don't know how you carry that because his contract runs through, 2030?
Yes.
I'm not sure what you do. I wish nothing but the best for him. I hope nothing but the best for him. He cannot play for this team anymore.
I think
for the second straight year, in the window of opportunity, in the prime of some of these guys' careers.
That's it.
In the prime of their careers, in a Stanley Cup chase 2 years running, he ended the season for them. I do have sympathy. I do. He cannot play hockey for this team anymore.
Okay, that being said, Vic, if let's say you're correct about that, I don't know what route you can go. I have to dig inside the CBA, I suppose. If you talk to a psychologist, if you talk to somebody who gets paid to dissect people's brains, they would tell you eventually, whether it's your child, your parent, a sibling, a friend, whatever, eventually, if they're not going to help themselves, you must cut the cord, correct?
Yep.
Is that not correct?
Yeah, well, you have to speak honestly about what's happening. And
correct.
Then
but
cut the cord.
I will tell you right now.
Which is for obviously for family-wise and that sort of thing, it's a very difficult thing to do.
I will tell you right now, and you could tell by the way the players reacted last night, they're trying to be there for a friend and a teammate. I get it. They're trying to be sympathetic to the cause. I get it. But if you ask them privately, every single one of them would want to make out and just say, let's cut the tie. Let's cut it right now.
I'm sure they would.
Every single one of them.
A couple of them in the room last night
Yeah.
weren't pulling punches, Vic.
If you're wondering, and listen, this is about mental strength that Coach Bednar brought up after the game. He said he's not going to use the Val news as an excuse. But I want you to imagine, guys, you're on your way to the rink to play the fourth game of a series, a game that felt like a must-win, right? A game that was very vital to your success in this playoff run. And you find out when you arrive at the rink that your leading scorer in the playoffs cannot play and will not play for the next 6 months for something he did again. And you're trying to get up for this game, let alone the rest of the playoffs. I think human nature set in last night where even the stars said to themselves, well, we can't win the cup now.
I think Vic, there's an element to that.
Well, we can't win the cup now.
And I know what Jared Bednar had to say last night after the game, and I know that he said we're not going to use it as an excuse. We can't. That's what a coach has to say. But he also said this. He said we were frozen in that first period. Yeah. You know what it looked like to me? It looked like they were in a collective shock.
Yes. That was 100%.
There was a collective shock.
Their legs were frozen.
That is correct. Legs and brains were frozen. And how do you unfreeze? Well, eventually they did somewhat, but it's not nearly enough against a very, very good team that is steamrolling you.
I want Val to continue to be able to make a living if he can shake this thing, okay? He's got 6 months he cannot play. But afterwards, if he can make a living elsewhere, wherever that may be, wherever he has the strongest support group, go make a living. You just can't do it on this team anymore. The window's too short. They can't do this anymore. They can't do this again. You can't roll those dice again. I mean, could you imagine a year from now? Let's say he did return next year, 6 months, and you're making a playoff push. You're waiting with bated breath on what's going to happen.
Yeah. Exactly.
You can't do it.
Yeah.
If the person shows you time and time again that they're unreliable, then you have to make the difficult decision.
When the person shows you who they are, believe them. And to Vic's point, the timing of that news absolutely, I think, played into how they played last night.
We have become a society of second, third, fourth, fifth chances. I get it. And I have no problem with that.
But Vic,
You can have your second, third, or fourth chance. You just can't have it here.
I don't disagree with you, but contractually, it's going to be really tough.
Understand. I mean, I'm not talking contract. I don't know how they're getting out of this contract. That's not my job. That's going to be up to McFarland, Sakic, and company. I don't know how you get out of something like this that they're tied to for the next, 5 years?
Yeah. And this tweet from Jesse Montano of Guerrilla Sports, he said last night, I've been told that this likely wouldn't qualify as grounds for contract termination. So people who are citing the morality clauses and so on inside NHL contracts, I don't think that has anything to do with it. Yes, he does not get paid while he's suspended, but if he's eligible to come back in November of next year, you have to keep all that money on your cap for a prorated number. So you can't use that $6 million in cap space somewhere else.
And we're going to cross that. Yeah, we're going to cross that bridge when we get to it.
I feel for the man.
The immediate bridge right now is, man, what a friggin' mess.
And let me finish this off by saying this, because I don't want to come off as some unsympathetic character here, because I know people that are facing this addiction. I know people, and I know how hard it is. I do. But they also don't play for championship hockey teams. Okay? I sympathize for Val. He's going through a lot. He has to fight a lot. But I also sympathize for Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar and those guys who've been busting their asses for 2 years trying to get back to the mountaintop. I feel for them. I feel for Jared Bednar, who has to sit there every day and fashion a squad. I feel for the rest of the organization, who also has something to play for and live for and work for. What about them? I feel for them too. You can have feelings for multiple people.
Yeah, I mean, that's
I
true.
suppose that's true.
Yeah,
I think that's probably.
But I'm just
Don't
saying.
tell your wife that,
for those who say, "Well, you just don't have a heart." Yeah, I do. I have a heart. I also have a heart for the guys that are busting their ass.
Yeah,
Okay.
Vic, you're 100% correct.
But something we'll talk about, and maybe we'll get to it later this morning, but those guys who you mentioned, Vic, I understand that it was tough for them yesterday. They also didn't show up yesterday.
Well, again, Rob, the human nature, when one of your best players, if not in the playoffs, your top 2 player, the way he's playing in these playoffs, is suddenly gone, and you have to have everything aligned perfectly to win a Stanley Cup, and you know that piece is gone, part of you's done. Part of you in your mind. And I know, you got to be mentally stronger. Easier said than done.
Yeah, but even Bednar said you can't use that as an excuse.
Rob.
You can't.
Rob. If the Denver Nuggets lost Aaron Gordon for the rest of the playoff run, you think they're going to win an NBA title?
Don't you talk like that.
All right,
Jesus, I'm knocking on my wood a lot today. There's no doubt.
If the Denver Nuggets lost, I mean, come on, man.
I get what you're saying.
I mean,
what you're
stop
saying.
with this fantasy land that
you can't use it as an excuse. Bednar
the
said
Knicks
it.
keep losing players, and it finally caught up to them. You cannot overcome the loss of talent.
Yeah, but you still need your stars to be stars, because at the end of the day, he is a very good player on that team. Maybe has been their best player in the playoffs. I thought about betting a Conn Smythe bet on him. I couldn't find it, but I thought about doing it.
All right, listen.
So
you want to blame the Avalanche Stars for quitting last night? Blame them.
You have
but their teammate is to blame first.
You have 2 of the top 5 players in the world.
Great. Blame them.
And you come out and you give that performance, you lose 2 games in a row on home ice. I mean, that is a tough spot to be in and not have any blame given to those big guns who as soon as they hear that news,
Let me read this.
know that they have to shoulder more of the load.
Let me read this. With all due respect, Vic, I think you're wrong on this one. He didn't ruin the team. I think the NHL did this to him and the Avs on purpose with the timing. Don't be stupid. And if this was your family member, would you tell them you're not allowed back in the family? I don't think you truly understand what addiction is about. I've told you already I do understand what addiction is about. I have someone close to my family that is struggling with addiction. And it's one thing to return to the family. Sure, you return to the family. But I tell you what, you're not running my family business. Not when the entire family depends on it. You're not going to be in charge of my family business anymore. That business is going to have to go elsewhere. That's just this is a business. You are a freaking hockey team. And for the second straight year, the business has been ruined.
2 years of your prime with a Hart Trophy winner.
I mean, listen, man,
Nathan
at some
McKinnon.
point, some adult in the room has to say this is a business.
Yeah.
Well, it is, and that's the reality of it. Listen, the emotions that come into play with a family member, a friend, a spouse, whatever, right? That's one thing. But this, as Vic just intimated, this is also a multi-million-dollar business. Billion-dollar business, so to speak. The Colorado Avalanche in the National Hockey League. And the business is going to keep on rolling. Without me, without him, without anybody, that business is going to keep on rolling because that's what it has to do. It doesn't stop being a business anymore. It doesn't stop being a hockey club anymore because you've got an addiction problem. Period. End of story. And that's the reality of the situation. And that's why when you're talking about somebody in Val's position, you try to juxtapose the human with the obligation to every other guy in that room and an entire fan base that wants to understand and wants to be compassionate, but it's a business, and that business is going to keep on rolling whether we exist or not.
So, yes, can you welcome him back to the family if you had a family member? Of course you would. If this was my child, of course I would. Would I give my child my checking account and say you're in charge? Of course not. You have to make tough decisions, man. And this is one of them. Gotta go. Gotta go.
Well, and Bednar talked about it last night in his press conference. We all have mentioned, I thought he was fantastic. He was honest. He was truthful. He was caring. And he didn't make any excuses. I thought Bednar was great in the press conference last night. He mentioned, like you said, Moj, that you have to balance the human side with how it affects the hockey club, and he asked if it affected the hockey club.
I'm not going to go there. I think, listen, Val obviously is struggling with something, right? I have two thoughts. Yeah, it sucks for our team. We got to turn the page. We got to go play way better than we did today. There's still 20 plus guys in that room that care and that want to win and that are here, and that's what we have to focus on. It hurts our team. There's no question. He's a great player. And the second one is, I've gotten to know Val as a person, and I've gotten to know him as one of our teammates and a player, and I want what's best for him. And I want him to be happy, and I want him to be content in his life, whether that's with our team or not with our team. I want the best for him and his family. I think all of our guys are the same, and we hope that he can find some peace and get help. And so that's the other side of it. It's not... Hockey's not life and death, although we treat it like it is. And so Val's a big priority, and our team's another one. Now it's separated. They're not together. He's done for 6 months plus, whatever that looks like. And so, again, we treat it like an injured player that's not able to play for us, like OC or Landy. Yeah. I mean, we got to worry about the guys that are on the ice and are able to play for us.
Here's the problem with that. When you have an injured player and they recover from that injury, you assume they're recovered from that injury.
Yeah.
You don't know if this man will be recovered. You just don't know.
It's a lifelong process.
Of course. And for the second straight year, I'm reading on the text line, hey, when Forsberg went out, the Avs still won a cup. You're exactly right. They had the mental fortitude without Peter Forsberg to win 2 more series and win a cup that year. I'll never forget it. One of the greatest rides ever. You were there, Mark. This team, for the second straight year, lost one of its best players in the middle of a playoff run. In the middle of a playoff run. And folded thereafter. You can blame the teammates for that. You can blame them. I choose to blame the player.
I think both of them deserve blame.
I don't.
I think Val deserves blame for his decisions.
That's
and
fine.
like Moj said, when you talk,
they have one thing in common. He did it first.
He did it too. He made his decision.
He did it, and then the team folded.
But I do think those guys have to shoulder some of the blame for not showing up last night. Even in a tough situation.
Yes, but and I know we got a boogie here, Rob. But then we start to get into the human element, right? Then you start to get into what makes up a human being's drive, compassion, and Mental fortitude.
I mean, this is-
that's difficult to dissect as well.
Moments before the game.
And then a team is a collective group of individuals. It's incredibly complicated.
You're on the way to the freaking rink and you hear this?
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll talk more about it. There's obviously going to be a lot of discussion about the Avs today, but I do want to flip it to the MV3 and a celebration tonight at Ball Arena. We'll talk about that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane.
Robbie, we're going to be talking about this all day long. What a complicated thing. I'm going to read something here from Matty B. I know we're going to talk the Nuggets, okay? But, Vic, again, this is where the human element comes into it, all right? And this is where you separate, and Matty B, who I've known for a long time, is not incorrect in this regard. But this is where you have to separate the human aspect of things from the business aspect of things. You must. Says Val, and Matty B's right. Listen, is somebody who knows well about this. Matt
he had a
knows.
great call on between the
Val
parts
did
last
not
night.
make this decision. His addiction makes the decisions now. He's no longer steering the ship. And there's a very, very strong element of truth to that for the human, okay? Which is why on the business side, you have to do what's best for the business. Now, whatever that may be, whether that is you welcome him back with open arms in 6+ months, whether it's, hey, we got to figure out a way to get out of this contract, whatever the case may be, you must make the right decision for the business. That's the number one thing.
Well, because you got to worry about 30 other guys.
That is correct. You have to worry about the entire organization. And so that's the line you have to walk. And that's the line I'm confident the Colorado Avalanche will walk.
And then on top of that, Devon Taves not being able to play last night.
That's another kick right in the gut, too. Yeah.
That's sort of lost in all this, right?
And he was also at morning skate, I believe, right, Moj? I mean, they thought both of them were going to play,
I
and
don't know.
both of them within hours of puck drop get removed from the lineup.
It's again, Coach Bednar said they looked frozen in the first period. To me, it looked like collective shock.
Moj,
That's what it was.
Can I ask you a question?
Outside of Georgie, who played his ass off. Yes.
I want to get into the Nuggets because I get some things to say for tonight.
I want to get into them, too, because
but
that's
I need to ask
happy
you
story.
One other question about Val. And I'm sure that you probably don't have the answer to this, but I wonder if the Avs know. Is this something did they have signs? Were there signs coming on, and is there anything they could do, or is it out of their hands and all in the player assistant program's hands?
Well, once that decision is made, first of all, Vic, I have no idea whether they knew anything was coming or not.
Mm-hmm.
I certainly did not, obviously. And I don't know that they did either. Who knows? I mean, his closest friends on the team, I truly don't know. But here's what I do know. Is once this decision by the league is made, it is completely not only out of the Avs' hands, it's out of the league's hands. Like this, what they've done is they've divested this responsibility to the player assistance program.
Yeah.
And that's all encompassing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And now that you treat that person like that, you have to treat it like that doesn't exist because you have no control over it whatsoever.
Well, I thought
None.
the most blunt reaction to all of this, because we heard from Coach Bednar last night, we heard from a lot of people, but Jack Johnson, who told Corey at the Denver Post, quote, he made his decisions. That's all I'm going to say on that. He made his decisions.
That's it.
That's it.
Or or if Matty B is correct and he didn't make his decisions, the
addiction did.
made the decision. Okay, I understand that, but the fact of the matter is, you have a team that needs to try to win,
but
and that's it's. Golly, what a complicated thing, man.
Vic and I were talking in the break. Everybody's got a personal connection to something like this, kind of story.
Everyone's got a friend or family member.
Everyone.
I mean, it's like cancer, right? Everyone's got a friend or family member that has cancer issues. Everyone has addiction issues. So the holier than thou response from some people about, well, you don't know. We all know.
Yeah.
We all know.
And to that point, if you've been through it before, you know that you have to, even if it's the addiction making the decision, not Val, right? Like you were saying, Moj. You still, if you've dealt with it before, you have to speak truth about what's happening to that person. And you have to hold them accountable for their decisions, even if it's the addiction making the decisions, not them.
Correct.
And so I felt like that's what Jack Johnson was saying last night. Is he was saying, hey man, he made his decisions, and when you say something like that, it doesn't mean you don't love him. It doesn't mean you don't support him. It just means I'm going to hold you accountable for your actions. And, from a hockey standpoint, they're a different team without him. But in the room, when you're talking about feelings for the guy, they're all going to have different feelings towards what happened and how it happened to that team.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure there'll be some with far more compassion than others, but there's still a job at hand. You still have to go play the game of hockey, and you have to try to win. Now, can they shake all of this off? Even though it's not an excuse, I think it was evident last night. The shock of all of this was it seemed to permeate through the skaters themselves. Can they shake it off and continue the series on Wednesday night? We'll find out. We'll talk, I'm sure, more about that coming up tomorrow.
Well, I mean,
but as of right now, this is and this is it. I mean, the story is the loss of this player.
Let's dip our toe into it right now, real quick, because Andy talked about this last night when he was tweeting. He did a little Twitter live thing. They don't have a guy for that position. They don't have another power forward. Gabe is their first one. Val is their second one, and they're missing both of them.
I would argue to you a lot of with what he does, with the way he plays the game, Vittorio. Not a lot of teams in the league have a guy like that. He's a unique specimen in that he's a 200-foot guy. He's got scoring touch, obviously. He's hard to move in front of the net. He's got speed. He plays defense. He does a lot of things well.
But that hard to move in front of the net, that net front presence.
Not a lot of teams. I mean,
that's where goals happen in the playoffs.
They can have big guys. They can have skaters. But that's why Val honestly is getting paid over $6 million per year, is because he is a package kind of. Now, he's not a great player. He's not a Hall of Fame player or anything like that. But what he brings as a package is incredibly valuable. And not a lot of teams have a package like that on their roster in that capacity. So, yeah, he's absolutely going to be missed as a hockey player, but you have to try to go find a way to win. You have to. Try to shake it off and dig as far down as you need to dig. Here's what I do know. They haven't, through 4 games, they're trailing 3-1, and they haven't led in this series.
That's crazy.
They haven't led in this series
crazy to
at
me.
all.
That's remarkable.
Yeah,
not once.
They haven't, not for a second. Now,
Not
they won in
second.
overtime, but they haven't led for a second in this series. And not only that, they're not scoring goals now the last 2 games, and they're getting boat raced the other way. So it's very
Well, last night's game ended as soon as you go on the power play and give up the shorty, in my opinion. And everybody said, oh, it's not over. I felt it. It felt over.
Well, the best defenseman in the world has his pocket picked by this kid. And by the way, Wyatt Johnston is, I think we can all see, is going to be a star. He's not already. But how often does Cale Makar get his pocket picked, 15 feet from his own end boards?
Yeah.
Not very often, bro.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, boy. If that's the way it's going to go, that's the way it's going to go.
That was just kind of the night for the Avs. I mean, Nathan McKinnon's kicking pucks. You know what I mean? I remember 2 times where he's skating back into his zone to pick up a puck, fumbles it, and has to kind of
I'm telling you right now,
change the way he's
human
skating.
nature took over. Human nature, deep in the recesses of their brains, they knew with Val being out for the rest of this playoff run, they knew they didn't have enough to win a cup. They knew it.
Outshot in the first period,
I'm
15 to 4, I think it was.
I know human reaction, and that's what the humans did. The human in them said, well, we're screwed. Now, people are going to say, even the coach said it, you have to be mentally strong. You have to be mentally strong. You have to be mentally strong. I could say the same thing about Val. You have to be mentally strong.
It's got to be the refrain going into Wednesday night if you have any. Now, listen, the Hurricanes are down 3-0 and have won 2 straight games and are taking it back to Raleigh for Game 6. There's no reason you can't win a game in Dallas and bring it back to Colorado for Game 6.
You're going to have to have a massive overhaul mentally.
Put a little pressure on the Dallas Stars because they're not going to want to go to Game 7. It's not impossible right now, but yeah, I agree with you, Vic. I mean, it's going to take some compartmentalization, no doubt.
Not only that, it's going to take Moshe, strategically, what can they do? Because whatever the Stars are doing to gum this up,
you got to get a lead.
Moshe, my brother went to the game last night. He got tickets. First time that he's been to a playoff hockey game. Brought his son. And I said, how is it? And he goes, it's quiet, obviously, because the crowd wasn't into it.
Yeah.
I've never said this about an Avalanche playoff game, but it's because of that game was boring.
Yeah. It was 100%.
Rob, that game was boring.
the game was depressing because you knew it was boring.
It was
For
boring.
what reason? You know what I mean?
But I mean, the way Dallas plays, boring.
Oh, it is.
Boring.
It is.
It's boring.
It is.
It
dude.
reminds me of New Jersey.
Well, it's again here. The element is that when they get the lead, it becomes even more effective.
Yeah.
Because they don't. People say, well, they can skate with the Avs. Well, in some instances, yeah, but for the most part, no, they don't want to. The Dallas Stars don't want to get in a skating game with the Avalanche because they won't win that. So they get a lead. A pocket is picked. They crash the net, and then they muck it up.
You got to get the first one.
They trap, they push, they take away the middle of the ice, and they do a superb job of that, taking away the middle of the ice. It's frustrating. It's annoying. It's whatever adjective you want to throw out with the style of play that they employ when they have a lead or even before that, go ahead.
And does DeBoer have something for McKinnon that other people don't?
Well,
Because it seems like every time he's in a playoff series against Peter DeBoer, he shuts him down.
well, if Peter DeBoer, let's put it this way. If Peter DeBoer's sole purpose in life was to shut down Nathan McKinnon, got to be a Hall of Fame coach. But it's not. He's got his ass fired everywhere he's been.
That's true. He's also a pretty successful coach. Let's not act like he's not.
Well,
but
he got. It's funny because he said, "Well, I've kind of coached against them in the playoffs every year." Yeah, San Jose in 2019,
Yep.
Vegas in 2021, this year with Dallas. I mean,
Okay. I got one thing to say going into tonight, and I know we'll get into it next segment. Can somebody win a damn home game here at Ball Arena?
I know. It's incredible. They had two of the best home teams in each of their respective sports, and I think it was 1-8 in their last.
Can somebody
however many
win a
games of ball.
home game at Ball Arena? Is that asking much?
I don't think so, because it has been desolate. But we will talk about the more hopeful series
tonight.
Tonight, the MV3 gets crowned. We promised we'd talk about it. We'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, Vic. Hey, Rob. I got a question for you guys. When the NBA says, "Hey, yeah, the game's going to start at 8:30,"
Yeah.
are they like the National Hockey League where 8:30 means 8:52?
Well,
Yes.
last night 7:30 started at 7:52. But what makes it worse last night?
What are we looking to tip off here? What are we looking at?
I bet you tip will happen around 8:50 tonight.
I feel like even that's optimistic, Vic.
Yeah, that is too
because you have the ceremony.
It all depends on the length of that Knicks-Pacers game. And for everybody wondering why you're going to have to bring a lot of caffeine to the Nuggets game tonight, and let me start here. If you live on the East Coast, hell, if you live in Minnesota, you're a Timberwolves fan. This is one of the biggest playoff games in your team's history. And you're watching a game at 10 o'clock at night? At 10 o'clock at night. You got kids watching a game at 10 o'clock at night.
Heartbreaking, and I can't even believe it.
My nephew's going to the game tonight. He's got school tomorrow. This game starts at 9 o'clock in Denver?
Mm-hmm.
What the hell are we doing?
I don't know.
I mean, your problem is that your Western Conference teams that are in it right now are all either in the Central or the Mountain time zone. And so you don't have any West Coast clocks to...
It didn't have to be this way.
It's the way it is.
Let me tell you
why is it this way, dude?
Let me tell you why the Denver Nuggets are playing a game in the middle of the morning tonight.
Okay, what is it?
Caitlin Clark.
Caitlin Clark makes her debut tonight. You think
Caitlin Clark.
that affects the times of the NBA playoff games?
And I don't need to defend what I've said about Caitlin Clark on this show. I've been her staunchest supporter.
Yeah.
What she did in the NCAA tournament, giving life to the women's game again. And
Yeah, you're
highest rated product. I'm a huge fan. So Caitlin Clark tonight, who plays for the Indiana Fever, got to have more fever. They play at the Connecticut Sun on ESPN2. By the way, tickets for that game, normally $16, going for $400. That game's at 5:30. WNBA game with Caitlin Clark's at 5:30. Well, the NBA decides, since the Indiana team of the WNBA is involved, we don't want to go head-to-head with Caitlin Clark against the Pacers, another Indiana team. So let's move the Indiana Pacers-Knicks game a little bit later to give people an opportunity to watch both.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
The NBA is moving playoff games?
Are you sure?
It's a 6 o'clock game. It's normally a 5 o'clock game. It's normally a 5 o'clock game.
You're right.
It's now a 6 o'clock game.
So
Pushing the Nuggets game
So you're telling
to
me
8:50.
You're telling me that the NBA does not want to go head to head with Caitlin Clark, with Indiana Fever and the Indiana Pacers, so they're staggering it.
They're staggering.
Okay.
Yes. And from a television schedule perspective, it makes perfect sense, especially if you're in Indiana. But guess what? I don't live in Indiana.
For us here in Denver,
I
Colorado,
don't live
the
in Indiana.
stinks.
I don't give a crap what you do in Indiana.
Agreed.
All right? I give a crap of what happens in Colorado and in Minnesota, given this case. And you are screwing us. Screwing us because you want people in Indiana to watch Caitlin Clark.
Well, that's fine. I mean, why can't we just start ours at a reasonable time and have both games going on? Because TNT's got both games. That's why.
I'm overplaying this. I'll be awake. I'll be drinking gobs of coffee, by the way. I'll be awake. I'm fine with it. It's just unnecessary.
Yeah, but you're going to be cranky tomorrow.
Yeah, it's unnecessary, Rob.
Tomorrow?
Just play
And
the
the next
game
day? And
at
the
a
next day?
normal-
And the
Come
next
on,
day?
man. Most play the game. You know what got me cranky last night? The TNT guys do this all the time with the Avs. The other game ends. They wait 20 minutes and do their little mid-game crap.
Well, this was ESPN last night, but
Or whatever it was.
They sit
ESPN.
around chewing the fat for a couple half hour.
What are they
and
doing?
then,
But you can't, if you tell the guys, hey, warm up for this time start, you can't then move it up on them.
Correct.
You can't, Vic. Why are you looking at
But
me
the
like
game
that?
was scheduled to play 7:30.
We all know it's not 7:30.
Wait.
We all know it's Connor tweeted out yesterday that it's going to be a 7:52 start or whatever it was. I mean, we all know. And so they're telling the players it doesn't start till 7:52. You can't force them to go through their warm up faster, right, Moj?
Right. No, you can't.
Why can't they start the Knicks-Pacers game at 5 o'clock Mountain, 7 o'clock Eastern, which makes sense, 7 o'clock Eastern, and then the Nuggets would play at their normal time around 8:15. Why is that hard to do? I gave you the why. Now, you could choose to believe it. Some of you don't, but I gave you the why. I gave you the why.
So if it's a 9 o'clock start, what time are you getting home, Vic?
Let's see, 9 o'clock start. I'll probably be home around 1:30.
Because I feel like this is more about you being angry about how you're going to get home.
No. This is not about me. Listen, Rob. It doesn't matter because I don't go to bed after the games anyway. Because as Moj knows, you're wired and it takes.
Yeah.
It's not about me. It's just it's. I can't fathom a Minnesota Timberwolves fan in the biggest game of the year watching a game that starts at 10. A Nuggets fan with their kids going to the game tonight that starts at 9. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. If you're in the East Coast and you're a big hoops person, right? I mean, that son of a gun is going to tip almost 11 o'clock at night.
That's ridiculous.
It's asinine.
Well, and this is part of the reason. We've talked about this a lot for a lot of different reasons, but this is part of the reason that Jokic had so much trouble getting any national attention. Why people like Lisa Salters openly admitted last year,
you want to know
I haven't watched him play.
This is a freaking NBA playoff game.
I know.
I respect Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever. That's a regular season game. What are we doing?
Vic, I don't know
what are we doing?
All I care about is what time our game starts.
These are the NBA
That's
playoffs.
all I care about. Yeah, it's all I care about. I have nothing against anybody, the Pacers and the Knicks and the Fever and the Aces or none of that. I care about when our damn game starts, and I don't like it so late. But in defense of people on the East Coast, let me tell you, there have been times when we're obviously out there traveling with the Avs and doing games on the East Coast, and I want to watch puck drop. Let's say I want to watch the Kings and the Ducks, whatever, right? And damn, man, that puck is dropping at 10 o'clock at night, 10:08 at night.
Yep.
And I'm like,
yeah.
I maybe have the first period in me, and that's it, bro. I don't blame those people because, dude, I'm not staying up till 2 a.m. to watch sports every day.
I want to apologize to all the Heisman voters who didn't vote for Christian McCaffrey the year he lost the Heisman. And I said, what are you guys watching? They weren't watching. You can't stay up and watch those games if you're on the East Coast. It's impossible.
Yeah, that's correct.
It's not humanly possible to stay up that late. I've learned now because when we go to the East Coast, you're right. It's just impossible. So it's just the way the schedules operate. And what the NBA is doing to an NBA playoff game where they're taking 3/4 of the country out of the equation and saying, screw you. It's ridiculous. So what? So they go opposite each other. Big deal.
I mean, the Caitlin Clark thing is kind of crazy. If that's the reason that they moved an NBA playoff game, that's kind of nuts.
Why wouldn't Indiana and New York start at 5 o'clock?
Yeah, I agree with you. And especially if Caitlin Clark's game doesn't start till 7:30.
Mosier, Marty, check what's on TNT at 5 p.m. tonight. Tell me what's so precious on TNT that they can't move.
It's got to be like
o'clock.
a Matlock
Lord
rerun or
Lord
something.
of the Rings.
Please check the schedule right now. I need to know what is TNT carrying at 5 p.m. Denver time tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern, that they cannot move the start of that Pacers game.
I will say, we live in an elite time zone for watching sports.
It's the best.
NFL starts at 11 o'clock on Sundays.
The best.
Your primetime games, Monday Night Football, 6:30 for a start. I mean, it's great.
Who are we to complain, Rob? Because 9 o'clock is hell. Minnesota would take 9 o'clock. It's going to be 10 there.
It's at 3 o'clock Eastern is Ace Ventura When Nature Calls.
Yes, and then what?
Followed by Paul Scheer, Impractical Jokers.
Okay, well, then obviously that's a
Unable
huge
to pull
deal.
off this week's pickleball and coffee shop challenges, the losing Jokers are forced to participate in an overseas game show hosted by special guest Paul Scheer.
Wait, it's pickleball?
Yeah.
They're pushing it for pickleball?
17-27. And so what the NBA does is they take the Pacers-Knicks game and say, okay, you guys get prime time. Nuggets, T-Wolves, you guys just screw off. Nobody cares.
Vic, with the crusade,
that's what they're saying.
With the crusade that you've been on the past couple weeks, you have nothing for pickleball replacing basketball.
I need to amend some of my comments regarding pickleball because I want to say it publicly, Rob. It's not a crusade against pickleball.
I mean, it feels like a crusade.
I know it may feel that way, but maybe I should do this publicly on Twitter. I don't dislike the game of pickleball. It's a game. It's an activity. It's a fun little family. Hey, let's socialize, have a beer. It's fun. I play it. It's enjoyable. But not at the expense of basketball courts. Not at the expense of the game I love. Not at the expense of the game that we own here. This is America's. It's American. And we're reconstructing gyms We're deconstructing basketball courts to make room for pickleball.
Well, and now
What the hell's going on?
Now we're moving NBA playoff games so we can have pickleball on impractical.
What's going? It's the end of the world's approaching.
You're gonna be all right, Vic. You're gonna be all right. All right, coming up next, we got to talk about the egg that got laid last night by the Colorado Avalanche and the various reasons as to why that was. We'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
No, I don't think we're not using that as an excuse. Like, we lose a good player in Val today, we add a good player in Drouin, so and he played well tonight, Drew. I thought, like, for the amount of time he had off, I thought that he had good legs and played hard and played well, I think like that's not an excuse for our team, for us.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Mojo Lombardi and Kane. Kaner has the day off. He'll be back tomorrow. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in, much to the chagrin of the text line. They just think I'm an arrogant son of a, you know what I mean?
Well, they're not wrong,
Yeah,
but it doesn't mean we don't like to have you here, Robbie. Listen, we broke it down pretty heavily in the first hour. What transpired yesterday, what the emotions do collectively to a team, thought processes, all this kind of thing. Coach Bednar is correct in the fact that, you still have to play the game. You still got to go play the game of hockey, and you flat out got smoked. I mean, the shots on goal at one point were 22-3.
Moj, was that the worst playoff game they've played this year?
Yeah.
I listen, man. You know how games come out.
It absolutely was.
You could tell. You could just
You could tell. You could feel it. Yeah.
You could tell the first few shifts. They were just slow. They looked like they were skating in syrup. And then they give up the power play opportunity. Just score first, and it gives you something to hope for. It opens things up for you. Not only do you not score first, you get scored on shorthanded opportunity for Dallas.
The best defenseman on the planet. I don't want to say he was lackadaisical, but Cale Makar, 999,000 times out of a million, right? He got his pocket picked. I mean, the kid forechecked hard. The kid guessed correctly as to where Cale was going, knocked it away. He had a teammate there to help crash in, ended up scoring the goal on a second rebound opportunity. I mean, you get 3 kicks at the can.
And let's give Georgie credit.
Yeah, he battled his butt off early. He certainly did.
Especially in that first period. He's the only reason they were in
I
that
thought
game.
Georgie was the best Avalanche player on the ice last night.
Yeah.
I think you could have made that case, yeah. But the kid's a special player. He's the only guy besides Wayne Gretzky.
You're talking about Wyatt Johnston?
Yeah. To score a shorthanded goal and a power play goal before the age of 21 in the same game.
Where's he from?
I don't know.
I know that he was the 21st overall pick because they didn't stop saying it.
Yeah, he's just a young Canadian kid, terrific player.
Finding talent like that late in the first round is rare too, by the way. But I mean, he was incredible. Listen, you got to give the Stars a little bit of credit for coming out and putting their foot down. But do you want to assign any blame to the Avs here?
With that, I have to ask this question, Rob. You asked me, Moj, when the Nuggets went down 0-2 and lost their first 2 at home, how could they possibly get back in this series? And the answer was they've got to match the physicality of the Minnesota Timberwolves, which they did. So I ask you, they're down 3-1. 2 of the next 3 are in Dallas. What could the Avs possibly do to get back in this series?
Vic, I guess unless you play with desperation, you're not going to win. It's as simple as that. You must play.
What does that mean? I mean, because now you're reducing hockey just to a want to.
That's correct. That's exactly what I'm doing. That's correct. You're talking about strategically, Vic. It's in this time of the year with what the Dallas Stars are employing against you. It is all a matter of want to. You've got talent. Mm-hmm. But if they're going to force you to dump and chase all night, then you're going to have to dump and chase and win those battles. That means you're going into the corner against one of their guys, right? Whoever it may be. You're dumping it in. You got to win that puck battle and come away with the puck and start a cycle in the offensive zone. And what they do is they take away the middle of the ice very, very well. So you're probably going to have to look side to side for some seam passes, try to get Ottinger out of position and bang one home. Throw it to the front of the net and then send 4 guys to the front of the net and get as ugly and awfully as you possibly can. No, they're not doing that.
How come they're not doing that?
I don't know, Vic.
And you're talking a lot about banging against the glass in front of the net. Who? Like, is this a Mikko thing? Do we need to get
everybody
Mikko on the phone?
How about this? Who? Everybody.
But
a lot of guys will do it. I mean, Colton Wood, Trennan, Duhaime, McKinnon, Mikko. I mean, they
those
will
are all
do
bottom
it.
six
Lecky,
guys.
they will all do. Lecky, they will all do it. Parisi, they will all do it.
I keep hearing all these things from the hockey folks about how you beat this trap and how you do it. Well, then do it.
Listen,
do it.
here, this seriously.
I'm not trying to be a jerk about it, but all right, dump it, go get it. Well, then do it.
But this is seriously a question that I have. Because, yes, Middlestat will go down and fight for a puck. Parisi will go down and fight for a puck. But losing Val and losing Gabe, I feel like those are your, for lack of a better term, power forwards.
Yeah.
Who go down there and get dirty. And you don't have that right now. And so the guys that you named, Trennan and Duhaime, and they're all bottom six forwards. So do you need to put one of them on the top line, Moj? And
No,
put one of them on there with Mikko and Nate
I don't
to go
think
get
so.
dirty
no,
for you?
I don't think so. And I thought Coach Bednar made a good point last night, too. You lost a good player in Val Nichushkin. I mean, think of the emotions swinging the way they are. You got a good one back. You got Jonathan Drouin back last night.
Yeah.
And you know what? I thought for the most part he looked pretty good for having been out so long. I thought he skated pretty well. But again, for the whole fan base, it's, oh, man, we're going to get Drouin added in, and we're going to be outside of LOC and the captain. We're going to have a fully healthy team. And then you get the news.
Yeah.
And then not only that, but Taves is out, right? One of the best defensemen in the league, too.
By the way,
he's out.
Any news how bad that might be? Will he be available in
Vic,
Dallas?
I have absolutely no idea.
Okay.
I mean, I couldn't tell you what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't tell you when. I have no clue. Literally no idea.
So let me ask you this, Moj. The physicality of the Dallas Stars has been noted a lot of different ways in this series.
Yeah, but you almost, I mean, you didn't double up them in hits last night, but you threw your body around. It's just not effective. You're just not doing it effectively.
But let's talk about like how dead they were in that third period when they're down 4-1. Like, I would have liked to see a little bit of fight.
Yeah, but Rob, here's Vic.
Not an actual fight, but like I would have liked to see them get a little chippy.
Here's the thing. You cannot manufacture emotion. I've said that a bazillion times. Vic, you of all people know exactly what I'm talking about. If you're down 4-1 in the third period,
Mm-hmm.
you can't manufacture. You see what I'm saying? It's
defeat is already in your face.
Yeah,
But it's game
it's-
4 of a playoff
it
series.
does-
Like, go make a statement.
These are human beings, Rob. I don't know what else to tell you, man. Listen, a psychologist out there would probably have a bet. Do we have any psychologists who listen to the program?
I am a doctor.
No, you're a doctor of dork. Or do psychologists not want to listen to the program because
Just
they
talk to
feel
me.
it makes
Talk
their
to me.
brains dumber?
Ask me. Ask Dr. Vic. I'll tell you exactly how the mind works. Go ahead.
All right, Dr. Vic, what
Ask me.
was in the minds of the Avs collectively last night?
They were shell-shocked by the news that transpired just hours earlier that one of their best players will not play for them for the rest of these playoff games. And they knew deep down that they did not have the collective to win a cup. And I think some of the bigger name players let go of the rope last night.
That's, I think, a fair assessment.
That's a doctor talking. That's not a fair assessment. That's my assessment.
But I do think it's a good point. Like, and it was just a tough night in a lot of ways. The passes weren't crisp. They're turning the puck over. You mentioned the McCarr turnover, Moj.
But see, I can't blame those players either, though. I'm sitting here saying I probably subconsciously human nature would do the same thing. Moj, if I know you're not here for a show, I'm a mess.
What? What are you talking about?
When you're not here with us, right?
Yeah.
Is that Marty?
Yeah, he's broken when
I can't even. I can't even pretend that's serious.
I don't even. Yeah, I was gonna say, what are you talking about, man?
he's just already defeated
No, but
before
Actually,
the
the
show
shows
starts.
he's not here. You kind of
Okay,
get up for.
So that's the story then. How do you find it,
All right,
Rob?
it's the other way around.
Let me tell you something.
Because you're a star, Vic. That's why.
Let me tell you something. When this is all said and done, there will be 31 coaches that will say, man, why couldn't I just get them to blank? Why couldn't I just get them motivated to blank?
Yeah.
Why couldn't they just blank? Hey, we laid out the game plan. This is how we're going to defeat this neutral zone crap. All right? Why I mean, why can't they do it?
Listen,
I get it.
I want to echo the same sentiments I made to start the show today. We all feel bad. We all feel bad for what Val is going through because we all have someone in our circles who has a similar situation. Addiction is very much like cancer. You know someone who knows someone. Okay, we all know this. Can't speak to personal feelings about it because I've never been personally affected by it. But we all feel for the man. I also feel for the other men who were affected by his decision, by the addiction's decision, by that choice. I feel for Bednar. I feel for Makar. I feel for the rest of the guys in that room who for the second straight year worked their asses off to get in this position, and now they're screwed.
Human beings are complicated entities. So what you have to do in this type of situation, and we've seen this in all sports, right? You probably see it in regular life as, in a law firm, whatever it may be. You can have compassion for the person and understand that this is it's just an absolute demon.
Well,
it's an absolute demon.
Whatever that was, just Rob, you mentioned it. The Avs' best players, the most skilled players we've seen all years, they couldn't make basic passes. They were fumbling the puck in key situations. Correct. And it's just so weird to see that. So
as human beings, you're as you would say, compartmentalize things. Okay, I'm mad at this guy. I feel bad for this guy because, he's a friend and I know what he's, I can imagine what he's going through. But by the way, he's also hurt us now for the second year in a row.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, I got to go on out. And what's my job again? Who that kind of, it's to try to separate things out in real time as you're just being affected by it is a complicated deal, man. I don't even know what to say. If it had occurred on a day off, it would be easier, I think, to get over it.
Yeah.
Talk about
the timing was just brutal.
Right. To understand.
Yeah, the timing was absolutely brutal.
Excuse me. That's correct. You're talking about right at game time or earlier, right?
Yeah. They were at morning skate. Like, you didn't even have a morning skate to deal with it.
So it was after that, correct. And so it's like, my goodness gracious, how do we put it all together? And I think in the circumstance, it's virtually impossible. Okay, now, Can you collect your thoughts today, go to Dallas, take a deep breath, and restart it all tomorrow? Yeah, you can. But, listen, you're also playing a very disciplined hockey club. The Dallas Stars are checking right now as well as I've seen a team check in a long time. They're really, really good. Watching their attention to detail in their checking game it's pretty impressive. And by the way, they're buoyed by a series lead. They're buoyed by not having trailed in any game for a second. They lost game 2 in overtime. So they're also buoyed by that what we're doing is working, and they just keep doing it.
I want to address a couple things on the text line real quick. And we've talked about some of it earlier today, but I know people join us all morning. Somebody says, stop making stuff up. We don't know it's substance abuse. We do know it's substance abuse. He's in the player assistance program. He's in the third stage of the players assistance program. That is because he violated the second stage of it, and that can only be because of substance abuse. We do know that that's what it is. We don't know the story behind it. We don't know what the reasoning was, but we do know that
let's put it this way. Do I know what it is? No. Do I know what the substance is? No.
Right.
Here's what I do know. Whether it's performance enhancing or it's a drug, I don't know. But what I will say is this. It's bad enough where the league is kicking him out for 6 months.
Yep.
And this is the third strike for him, okay? So whatever it is something the league does not want in the league, okay? And he's been repeatedly told, you can't do this or you can't have this, you can't ingest it, you can't do whatever. We're going to help you. Not once, not twice, but now a third time.
Right. It's a violation of the second time.
So whatever it is, it's something the league can't have, doesn't want to have, won't have. And HIPAA, I'm all for HIPAA. It's none of our, quote, business. But, Vic, this is where you separate out the human aspect of things from the business side. and the team side and what the obligations are, not only to all the other guys inside that room, but also a rather large fan base.
You know, there are a lot of you out there, to be honest with you. It's sort of weird because I get people, I don't know about you, Moj, people on Twitter saying, fine, I want to know what it is. Is it this? Is it that? I don't care what it is.
Yeah, I don't either.
It doesn't change the story. Whatever substance it is, doesn't change anything. What does that have to do with it?
I mean, for me personally, and everybody's going to have their own opinion, if it was a performance enhancer versus some sort of illicit drug, those are different things to me. It does change my opinion on it.
Addiction is addiction, man.
I get it.
I mean, addiction is it. What, do you look at them differently if it's the Bam Bam over meth? What's the difference?
I get you. I get what you're saying.
Listen.
So,
golly, I would much rather be talking about games, games, fun stuff. The game. I mean,
well, it wasn't fun last
but
night.
No. But it's listen.
I get you, Moj.
And I say listen a lot. Reality has a way of smacking you in the face, does it not? And this is an absolute human reality. And I wish the best for him as a human being because I really like the guy. Personally, I really like him. I've said it a million times on this story. His story to the National Hockey League, from where he was drafted 10th overall, but to where he was before this news came out yesterday, is a very, very fascinating story. I mean, it's a compelling story as far as I'm concerned, what he's been through as a human being in his professional life, personal life, and so on. I wish the best for him. For the hockey club, there's an obligation to go on. There's an obligation to continue to try to win.
Obligation. It has to happen.
Absolutely.
No, there's no. Listen, for those of you, and maybe I'm speaking out of turn here. I am not Joe Sakic, Chris McFarland, and Joe Sakic, and Jared Bednar. I said Sakic twice. I'm not those guys. But if there's any discussion about, all right, let's try this again. Could you imagine next April on the way to the playoff run? Could you imagine the feeling?
You're absolutely right, Vic, but contractually, they might have to give him a third chance because of the contract. And that was one of the other questions we got on the text line.
Trade the contract?
What's the financial commitment to him? He's signed through 2030, and it's $6.125 million a year.
Can't do it again. Can't do it again. Window's too small. You got guys that are.
He's killed
can't do it again.
2 prime years for 2 of your best
can't do
players.
it again.
Well, the lack of trust from teammates is going to be significant.
You'll ruin your team.
I agree with you, but contractually, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. You're going to have to trade away picks.
So what?
To get somebody to take
the Broncos got out of Russell Wilson's contract
and put the team in a hole for 2 years.
Got to do it. And this is a completely different matter.
We're going to cross that bridge down the line.
I don't think there's any crossing there. I mean, if for those of you listening, what is there to cross? Put yourself in the same situation next April. It's April 15th. The Avs are about to start a playoff run. Put yourself in the same situation. Come on, man.
Vic, I think from this point on, not only for the fan base, but for everybody inside the organization, there's probably always now going to be doubt, no matter what. And you know what? I think that's absolutely warranted. It may hurt. You may not want to have it, but it's warranted.
It sucks.
It does. It completely sucks. But there's an obligation for this coach and for this team to continue on.
Well, and I mean, to your point, Vic, Jack Johnson last night, he made his decisions. You know what I mean? Like, that room is, even when, Kale was talking about it, you could tell they were fed up. And to ask them to put trust in Val as a teammate again next season is going to be very difficult, if not impossible. But
tell they're fed up. We only know what they're saying publicly.
Yeah.
We only know half the story, what they feel privately. I mean, what those players said to themselves on their way home after that game last night. there's a certain degree of diplomacy you have to play publicly. Let's be honest here. What they say into an open mic and what they believe, two entirely different things.
Yeah.
And if you don't think that's true, you haven't been paying attention.
Yeah. You're 100% right. All right, coming up next, let's not get fat.
Hey
and
man,
happy
we got
with the Nuggets.
we got a chance here tonight on the home floor to take the lead, man. Let's get some goodness going.
And it's another big game because you don't want to go back to Minnesota down 3-2. We'll talk about that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. Rob Trujillo filling in for Kaner while he's got a day off. And it's a big night down at Ball Arena. For as bad as last night was for the Avs, tonight is going to be an absolute party. The fellas have come back from Minnesota with a 2-2 tie. Tonight, the MV3 gets his trophy. And you've got a chance to take a stranglehold on this series.
Well, I think you've already cast a lot of doubt. As high as the T-Pups were for the first couple of games, especially that blowout win in Game 2, they are probably now questioning everything that they do. So we'll see what Finch comes up with here tonight for game number 5. It's my impression, though, that they've already thrown an awful lot of the Denver Nuggets, and the Nuggets have figured some things out. Okay, now they know what to expect. They know what's coming. Now listen, maybe Minnesota can make a lot more shots. Maybe they can outscore the Nuggets. Whatever, maybe they can. But I'm right there with Tyler Columbus, and I said that yesterday morning, bright and early. I can't envision a scenario where the Nuggets lose 3 in a row on the home floor. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, but you have to get this one, Vic.
You have to win this game. Have to.
So I'm not playing fortune teller anymore. I'm not doing this. I can't envision. I can't do this. I'm not doing it because the Nuggets, they surprise me when I least expect them to win most, and then they surprise me when I think they're going to win easily. They surprise me. Okay, they surprise. That's what they do. Here's my question. Clearly, the team we saw in Minnesota had a reason to play, had a reason to win, had a reason to exude the energy they exude. They had that reason. They were down 0-2. Now they're back home tonight. Can they manufacture that reason now that they've wrestled back the home court?
But that's what I was going to say, Vic, is you need to take this series by the throat. Because if you lose this game, you're going back down to Minnesota down 3-2, you're going to give them a chance to close it on their home floor?
Well, of course you don't want that.
Well, but so what I'm saying is you don't have to manufacture it. That urgency should still be there.
They've also won 9 out of their last 10 road playoff games. So in the back of their minds, they're saying, okay, we'll go back there and win.
Oh, God, that would drive me
Yeah,
crazy.
I'm just telling you.
Yeah, I understand that, Vic, but
they've won. I'm going to say this again. 9 of their last 10 road playoff games.
That's
Who
a
else has done
championship
that?
team for you.
Who else has done that?
Martin, when was the last time? You're the smart one on this program. When was the last time the Nuggets lost 3 in a row on the home floor? How many years?
They lost 3 in a row before the All-Star break, but it wasn't all on the home floor.
Right. Talking about the home floor, Ball Arena, downtown Denver, Colorado.
Yeah. I can't remember
1,000 Chopper Circle.
Yeah, I cannot remember the last time. It hasn't been, cannot have been this season. Certainly wasn't last season, I don't think.
So if you're a law of averages person, it would tell you that it's not going to happen.
The averages don't matter anymore in the playoffs. So that thinking doesn't matter. What matters tonight is who executes. You know what matters tonight? Here's one thing we learned in Minnesota. The magnitude of the moment got to Minnesota a little bit.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
Yeah. Because that crowd,
you saw it, right?
That crowd was ready to lift that team up.
You saw it. Oh, trust me, I was there.
That crowd was ready.
But the magnitude got to those boys.
Yep.
They're like, oof. And perhaps Ant is the only player on that team who's above that, who's like, hey, man, let's just play through it. But I don't know if the rest of those guys are.
Let me ask you this, because I heard Scotty say this yesterday. He thinks the team was a little peeved about what happened to Jokic when they were giving him his MVP award.
Yeah.
The whole Shaq situation. Do you think that the team wanted to go out there and prove a point because of that? And if that's the case, when he actually gets the physical trophy tonight, are they going to want to make a statement to the nation?
In my humble opinion, that has nothing to do with anything.
Okay.
They were peeved because they were down 0-2 and they got manhandled
Hold on
in game
a
2.
second. What does that even mean in my humble opinion? You've never been humble.
Okay. In my not so humble opinion.
Right.
I don't know if that stuff matters. Once the ball goes up, you know what matters? You know what matters? This dude owned me in game 2. I'm going to own him right back. That's what matters.
I'll tell you what it feels like. I don't know what's going to happen, but he's going to get – it's like a little round sphere, right, Vic? It's a ball. What is it? What's the MVP trophy look like? It's a little ball, right?
No, it's Michael Jordan now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh, is it?
Because they like 2 years
Oh,
ago.
that's right. I'm sorry, they renamed it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they renamed it the Michael Jordan Trophy.
Okay. He's gonna take it. Is it like Jordan? Is it like a statue of Jordan?
I think so.
Okay. Let me look it up and see what it looks like, because I think he's gonna take it by one of the legs. He's gonna toss it to the bench. Somebody's gonna take it to the room or wherever it goes.
Yeah.
And then it's gonna be time to play some damn ball.
The officials tonight, Jib, thank you very much. John Goebel, Bill Kennedy, Ed Malloy.
They're okay.
I don't know what kind of game, what kind of whistle we will hear. I certainly think that the Nuggets will benefit for more. If it's a physical game, I think the advantage goes to Minnesota. If it's a game 2 type of whistle.
I mean, game 2 was you guys can play football out there. Yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous.
That was preposterous.
Because I think the Nuggets can handle a physical game.
Sure.
I think game 2 was over the top.
What
preposterous.
I'm looking at the trophy right now. It's pretty cool. It kind of looks like it's kind of like an Oscar. It looks.
Vic, are you presenting it to him?
Why would I present him?
I mean, you presented.
No, Adam Silver's going to be there tonight.
I know, but they normally have some sort of MC.
I'm not presenting. No.
Okay.
Adam Silver will handle that, and he will get to enjoy the late start here in Denver. 8:40, 8:50, who knows? Depends on what time the earlier game.
So listen, I talked a little bit about this during the appetizer hour. I think this might be like the last chance we get to celebrate him as an MVP. I don't know.
I think
you guys,
so.
We
yes.
said that after the first one?
I didn't
We
say that.
said that
That's
after
what
the
Marty
second
said.
one.
I didn't say that after the first one. I did not say that after the
we
second
did on the show. We said, well, they're not going to vote for him again. This is it. They're going to have fatigue. We said that twice.
And it did happen one year, Vic. He should have 4.
I said I don't even want him to win the dang thing anymore. There's the Michael Jordan.
That's
I'm
not
telling you.
even. Why don't they make it look like Michael Jordan and the Jumpman?
Well, I don't know.
That looks like an Oscar.
They probably can't use the Jumpman, Vic. It's probably Nike owned.
Well, I'm sure Nike would make.
Are you sure?
That looks like an Oscar.
Yeah, it looks. I mean,
It does look like
Whatever.
An Oscar.
Doesn't
Either
matter.
way.
All that stuff again. Once the ball goes up tonight, none of that matters. Doesn't matter.
But
Yeah, he's going to take it. He's going to take it by the leg. Rob,
I get
I'm
it.
telling
I get
you.
it.
Take it by the leg, throw it to the bench.
I get it.
And
I
let's
know.
go hoop.
I know. But I so on Twitter yesterday, I wrote an open letter, love letter to Nikola Jokic, and I did it because I didn't know I was going to be on air today. So now I get to say it on air, and that makes me happy. Okay. I don't think this guy thinks that the award is about him, and that's why he doesn't want to celebrate it. He's humble, and I appreciate that. He doesn't care, like you said. He's going to throw it to the bench and say, let's tip the ball up. But for us, he's done so much for this city in a lot of ways that I don't even know if he knows. And while he's receiving that award tonight, I want to make sure that he knows what he means to this city.
Oh, I think the fans are going to let him know, Robbie.
I bought tickets for tonight, Mo.
I know you did. Yeah. See, this is what I appreciate about the Robster over here, Vic. Robster goes into his own bank account. Okay. Now he could save it for chicken pot pies and weed or whatever it is you do in your off time, Rob. Concert tickets. I don't know.
Jesus.
He could save it for that, but he said, "You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take my own hard-earned bread and I'm going to buy tickets for tonight. And I'm going to go
bought tickets tonight.
Yeah, go be a fan, right? Well, you bought it for your family, not for you. You're going to be working, and you're going to go be a fan. You could honestly, you could walk in that building with your little pass. Well, you're going to be a fan. I love that. I think the fans will shower him with praise, and then it's time to get it on.
Because I want him to hear it. Because he's changed lives in this city.
Sure he has.
For bartenders around the area, for media members who get extra exposure because people want to talk to somebody who covers Jokic locally, for salespeople. I mean, he's changed lives here in the city. And like Vic, I mean, I don't know if you remember, but one of the first times I was on with we were talking about how the standard needs to be a championship standard, and that's what the Nuggets were saying. And it like made you nervous. Because you couldn't talk like that because these are the Denver Nuggets. Yeah. And your whole life they had betrayed you. And he changed that. And like, I don't know. Tonight, like, yeah, I want you to grab the Wolves by the throat and put this series down. But at the same time, it also, to me, like, I want to show Jokic what he means to this city. And I think there's a lot there that he might He might know, he might not. I don't know if he does.
You know, one thing I've learned in the Western Conference, home court doesn't mean jack.
Well, it doesn't right now.
Doesn't mean jack.
No.
No, I mean, and I mean that with all, it's not like the home fans don't want their teams to win. It has nothing to do with the fans. It has to do with the players. They don't care. It doesn't impact them.
It doesn't seem to.
In fact, it made the Nuggets better. The resilience of the Nuggets when they went to Minnesota and the crowd booed. Maybe they should boo Jamal Murray.
Should we boo Jamal?
I mean, maybe he needs it.
Sure, no problem. Rob, you have an assignment tonight, all right? You be that
I'm
guy.
telling you right now, the home court doesn't matter. I watched Dallas last night against OKC. OKC's a young team, youngest team in the league. Home court didn't matter one bit. They don't care. Doesn't matter, guys. So
I hate to say this.
Everybody who says, well, it's going back to Denver now, home court. For me, it's like, so what?
I'm starting to have a man crush, and this is why I don't think Joker's going to win it ever again. And I'm completely fine with that.
I'm fine with it too.
Even if he puts up flipping 35, 10, and 10 on every night.
He's got enough MVPs. He needs to win championships.
I'm starting to get a man crush on Shea. And I'm starting to get a man crush. Well, I already have one on Ant-Man.
By the way, Shea thoroughly outplayed Luka last night.
He certainly did.
Luka missed that free throw
Luka
late.
struggled last night.
Yes, he did. So did Kyrie. Both of them.
And listening to Shea talk, if guys like Anthony Edwards and Shea Gilgeous-Alexander are the future of this league, for the next decade, Joker's going to be in there, and Jamal is. I understand that. I think the league's going to be in very good hands because these guys are total studs, man, and they're mature beyond their years, certainly more than I was at their age. They're impressive guys. Now that being said, it stinks. They're right there with us. It stinks.
Well, going back to what Rob said about Joker, yes, Rob, and your love letter deserves to be out there because he did change lives, like a lot of great athletes have. John Elway changed a lot of lives in this town. Peyton Manning changed lives. Joe Sakic changed lives. When you carry yourself to that level, you raise all other boats, in the words of John Fox. That's what this man has done. Yeah. I mean, think about it. Think about what he's done for Aaron Gordon's career.
Yep.
Jamal Murray's career. Michael Malone's career.
Yeah.
Anybody else associated with the team, their careers. Now, it works both ways. He got some help, obviously, but he gave more than he got.
Yeah. Tim Connolly.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. And that's what he is. That's what he does.
Yeah.
At the same time, that's a lot of pressure on a young man. Holy crap.
But he's succeeded and carried himself with class and dignity through it all.
I want you to think about something. First two games, he struggles in this series. Yeah. Game 2, they all struggled, right? He wins the MVP. Shaq on air says he didn't deserve it. People ripped him left and right. What does he do? He goes to Minnesota. He wins 2 games. He takes over both games in the second half. You look at both games. Look who took over in the second half of those games. Look who took the ball and said, I got this, boys. He did. The MVP did. And tonight, if they want to win this game tonight, I know the home court is a big deal for most of us. These guys don't care. This is going to be dealt with inside the lines.
Vic, as hard as this may be to believe, I'm going to ask the question anyway. Do you think the Denver Nuggets figured something out about themselves in games 3 and 4 that perhaps they didn't even know before with this particular team?
I think that they figured out they can't wait around and play basketball in the second half anymore. They can't do what they did in the Lakers series. In the last 2 games that the Nuggets have won, what do those 2 games have in common, Moshe? Tell me what they have in common. They won both first quarters. They started off great. Albeit the early start was not good, but they won the quarter.
I was gonna answer. And
I know, but you looked at me with that blank stare.
I was just looking at you. I was going to answer.
But you got to start. You got to come out with a start. I mean, and that matters. Everybody who can't, they're a great finishing team, but you got to bring it early too, though. You got to show them this ain't gonna be easy tonight. And that's what they did in Minnesota.
What's your answer, Moshe?
Win the first 2 quarters. Win the first quarter in each game. That's what it was. But Bill, Vic, I'm talking about more than just on the floor and basketball wise. Rob, again, anytime a team goes on a run, a belief kicks in at some point. And maybe you still, as a defending champion, maybe that belief is still there. I don't know what degree it's there, but it's still there. You win in the first round. Okay, great, da-da-da. You get thumped twice. Well, you lose the first game, obviously by 7, and then you get thumped on the home floor. And you got 3 days to stew about it. And then the MVP crap comes out, the Shaq thing comes out. But I think the dominating effect of game number 3 and the just really hard-fought, professional, champion nature of game number 4, I think it stirred back that, yeah, this is who we are.
Yeah.
I think that's what it did, Vic.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that there was doubt creeping in whatsoever. I'm not saying that. But I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little bit, but it seemed to really kickstart something back to the team that we know that they are.
Well, don't let Minnesota off the mat. That's all I got to say. All right, coming up next, the NFL schedule is slowly leaking out.
This is the dumbest thing in America.
We'll talk about that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I get it, Rob. Yeah, I get it. Everything's big. You got to have a show devoted to every damn thing you do. I mean,
It's Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. I'm Rob Trujillo, filling in for Keener. He's just
the
got the day
National
off.
Football League is driving me absolutely batty with this stuff. And again, when it's playoff time, you're in the Stanley Cup playoffs, you're in the NBA playoffs, it's hard for me to have any mental capacity of anything else going on in the world. I mean,
get
hey,
it.
the Rockies have won 5 games in a row.
I was going to mention
They
that.
got 13 wins on the season. We got ourselves a little bit of a run going on.
They are literally the hottest team in baseball right
Yeah.
now. How sad is that?
That being said, hey, Vic,
Yeah.
if you're going to release a schedule, release a schedule. This whole trickle crap from the NFL drives me crazy. I almost want to boycott it. I almost don't even want the schedule because I don't want them to be rewarded by it.
So, what time tomorrow is the schedule release show?
Nighttime. I think
Okay.
6 o'clock.
Because, usually this whole schedule's released. Someone has it in the middle of the day. It's all
of
done.
course.
It's all ready
Yeah.
to go.
I'm sure it's already done right now.
Leaks, I'm sure it's done. Leaks come out, and there are people who try to sleuth and put together who's playing what week, figuring it all out, the puzzle pieces.
Well, for
putting
the
it all-
Chiefs, they've already released the first 2 games.
Yeah.
Number 1 is going to be against Baltimore.
Tough couple of games to start the season.
And the number 2 is going to be Cincinnati for Kansas City. So they're slow leaking the Chiefs.
I do, I take more joy on the schedule release than I do minicamp news, to be honest with you. At least the schedule release
You don't
affects you.
care that Bo Nix
I-
had a great day yesterday?
And maybe it's because we're in the throes of playoffs. And I agree with Moj on this. When you're so heavily invested in playoff basketball, playoff hockey, these are the biggest games of the year. These are the most intense moments of the season. This is what you play for. It's hard to take a step back and say, let's go watch practice.
Yeah.
I just...
It
There's
is
only
for
so
me
much
anyway.
I can't. I mean, and there will come a time for that. Obviously, when training camp comes around, when the seasons are over, there will be a time and a place for that. And I totally acknowledge that stuff matters. I'm not saying it doesn't matter. It matters. I just can't get invested now.
Only so much bandwidth.
I mean, are you with me? Are you invested in this?
I am invested in the schedule release.
Yes, that too.
See,
the schedule. The schedule's always going to be something that piques your interest.
Because for me personally,
Just put it out, bro. Put
I
it
don't
out.
care how Tony Franklin looks at practice among rookies. I just right now it's not topical to me.
but I think here's the only way I'll push back on you, Vic, is you do have a first round quarterback that you took
Sure.
who is going to be at all these rookie practices, who, if you are going to have any kind of success this year, has to look phenomenal. Like
Okay,
really
so-
take the reins
So what are we
from the
looking
beginning.
at? What? Let me ask you something very basic. Moj, I'll ask you these questions. So he goes to practice. He has mini camp 2 days. He looks great by all accounts, right? Sean Payton says he looks great. Everybody who watches him looks great. What do you think they're going to say?
Well,
If he struggled, would they say he
What
struggled
do
a
you
little
think
bit?
they're going to say?
the media would.
Well, yeah, the media would. Listen,
He's throwing the ball.
I mean, I get what you're saying, Vic.
But these aren't games.
I don't care
He's
how-
throwing out pattern. It's a combine.
He needs to assert himself as a leader from now. It was this time when Tim Tebow was in rookie mini camps. This is when you started seeing clips of him, spinning balls out of his hand, and you know what I mean. Like,
I
if
heard
it's going to
D-Mac-
work, you
I heard
need
D-Mac
it to
on the
start
show
looking
yesterday.
better.
Oh my God! Well, oh wow, he threw a 15-yard out with nobody playing defense.
yeah, dude, this hole in your underwear against air thing, it doesn't get my boat floated
All
whatsoever.
power to him. Listen, we're all rooting for him. We all want to make sure that he thrives, he succeeds. Hey, Nelly, don't erase my stuff in there. Tell Nelly not to erase my stuff in there. He's in that damn booth. He's always jumping in there trying to erase my stuff. Get on him.
All right,
Anyway.
we are doing a radio show here, Vic.
We stopped him.
But you know what I mean. You know what I mean by that, right?
Yeah, I get you.
Nothing drives me crazier than watching practice and coming to conclusions on how good a player is by watching these practices in May.
I'm going to credit the National Football League. Also, week 1, Aaron Rodgers and the Jets will visit the 49ers on Monday Night Football.
And it's important that's week 1 because that's the only week that he's going to be healthy for.
I will give the National Football League credit this way. Well, first of all, there is a market for it. There are people who are eager to consume it, and that's why you have all this stuff. But the National Football League has managed to work its way into seemingly every fabric of life. And I don't know how they did it, but it's how did the camel get in the tent? Well, the camel stuck his nose underneath the tent, right? Once the camel's nose is under the tent, the whole camel's in the tent. Once the National Football League started to go this and that, and I'm talking about, Vic, they've got a show for everything and this and that, blah, 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 blah. If you're going to release a schedule, just send the schedule out. You're slow leaking this thing, and they do it right because they know idiots like me will talk about it.
They do a very good job of staying in the 24-hour news cycle. That's for sure.
Vic, they permeate.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like tapeworms, man. The NFL's like a tapeworm. It just gets ingested in all your body parts.
I've told you this time and time again. And for those people that are new to the show, let me give you my philosophy when it comes to following and watching sports, okay? Time off is just as important as time with. It's like a marriage, Rob. Rob, you ever been married?
No, thank God.
Let me tell you the key to marriage. 30 years this year. You know what the key is?
Time apart?
Time away.
Yeah.
It's just as vital, just as necessary, just as cherished as time with. And if you spend your entire year absorbing one sport, it's going to get old after a while, and there's something wrong. You got to step away. There is an off season. Some people may tell you there's never an off season. There is an off season to every sport.
Everybody
there has
needs
to be
a little time away.
That makes you appreciate
I heard
it.
you say.
You know what? And I'll apply this to myself. I complain about the winter. I complain about the snow. But it makes me appreciate the summer. It really does. Having to live through that dredge, it makes me appreciate what we have now.
Very philosophical.
I'm just telling you what it is.
And for the rest of the day, you're going to have hard to say I'm sorry. Hard for me to say I'm sorry. What's the name of that song, Martin? Na, 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 na,
Please,
na, na, na,
please,
na.
please.
It's going to be stuck in your head all day.
Please don't say
You're very welcome, people.
Also-
Anyway, so that's the story. We'll get the schedule coming up tomorrow night. They have a big it's simulcast on the NFL Network at ESPN 2 tomorrow night. I just want to know what the Broncos are doing so that we can
Make plans. Make your fall plans.
do
You know
my
what I mean?
do my annual most prediction
Oh,
list.
jeez.
Big time win. That is a dub.
Loss. Hey, man. I've got hopes. But
Did you come close yet?
No, man, because I'm always more optimistic. I try to be optimistic,
Can you
Vic.
be practical tomorrow?
I'll be
when we do
very-
this? Or Thursday? I
Yeah,
guess?
with
Thursday,
a lack of overall talent and a rookie quarterback, yeah, you're damn right I'm going to be practical.
All right.
We don't even know if the rookie quarterback's going to start.
He's
We
going
gotta
to
go.
start.
We got to go watch practice. That's actually one of the things I
Oh,
want.
dude, he's
I want-
absolutely going to start.
I kind of want an early bye week because if you have an early bye week, maybe you let Zach Wilson play the first 4 games and then you put in Bo Nix.
Well, according to DMAC, he's already a Hall of Famer
yes.
and a Ring of Famer.
Yeah, we might as well start building it right now. I mean, come on, man.
We've got people texting in lyrics to that song.
Oh, are they really? All right, sorry about that. That's is that Chicago? I think it's Chicago, right?
You've ruined everybody's mornings.
Yeah,
now.
sorry about that. As we roll on here, let's get back a little bit to last night,
Yeah.
and let's get back to the huge news that broke before they dropped the Pocket Ball Arena. That honestly, I think collectively,
When did you hear it? When did you see it? You see it on Twitter?
yes,
When you saw it, did you just go, oh?
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. When I saw it, I was like, it was one of those moments where like, what?
I think Dater had it first.
I
and
was
it
like, what?
I couldn't believe it. I had so many emotions that run through my brain: shock, disbelief, disappointment, compassion. And for the human being, it sucks as well. We'll get into more of that coming up here, and also what we saw last night. I mean, that team's going to get on an airplane today. That team is going to fly to Dallas, Texas, and play another hockey game. It doesn't look good. Can they win? Yes, they can win. But man, a lot. They're going to have to change a lot, not only in their mental state. And again, Vic, it's understandable, I think, to some extent last night. But with the way they're playing the game itself, they're going to have more dudes pulling on the rope. There's no doubt about it. And this is a fact as old as the game itself. Your best players are going to have to be your best players.
Yep. And they're going to have to find another level. We'll talk about that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Memorial Day weekend is a huge kickoff to the summer, right? Well, of course it is, but it's also a huge kickoff to the summer at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield, Moshier, and right now they've got unbelievable deals. When was the last time you heard of 0% financing and 0% interest for 72 months plus $2,000 back? Well, they got that right now on new Ford Escapes. Any pre-owned vehicle, a 3-month, 3,000-mile powertrain warranty. Yeah, you heard it. And the Moshier special still in full effect. $1,000 in free accessories or free 3-year maintenance, or $1,000 in extra trade allowance. And you're not going to find a better dealership. You're not going to find better deals. So do yourself a favor. Summer is going to be upon us. You want to get going in that brand new ride. Get to Highway 36 and Wadsworth and Broomfield, or go online at sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Mojo Lombardi and Kane. Kaner with the day off.
Vic raises a very good question. Hey, Rob, when you graduated high school, what time was the ceremony?
Mine was at like 10 in the morning, but it was because it was at Red Rocks.
All right.
And they have like they schedule like 3 a day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, all right, well, whatever.
Big deal. Red Rocks.
You know where mine was? Mine was in the quad of my high school, and it was like 5 o'clock at night.
Mine was in our high school gym, like normal.
Yeah,
students.
like normal people do.
Most-
now
I
they're
think-
they're at they're at football stadiums and Red Rocks, and it's like way more big of a deal nowadays. He's got a kid graduating Friday, right? The ceremony.
Congratulations.
My kids are my
Congratulated me for.
Because they made it.
Yeah, my kids is next week, right?
Congratulations.
Well, his is at 9 in the morning. Yeah, mine's like at 10 in the morning.
I mean, what time do you want it to be? You want it 7 o'clock at night?
Well, I don't know.
Could
man,
you
but-
imagine if you had to miss a playoff game for your daughter's graduation?
Well,
It almost happened.
Like, could you imagine how angry that would make you?
Oh.
So yeah, 10 o'clock, fine, do it.
I mean, I see the kid every day. Just go get your piece of paper, call it a day, baby. Anyway, Rob, we started off early this morning talking about what happened last night.
Yeah.
Not only on the ice, but certainly the information that we got before the team hit the ice. And the complications in a situation like this are significant. Because I'm sure for a lot of Avalanche fans, just pure fans, there's probably a lot of anger. Just anger toward the situation, perhaps toward the player himself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But at the same time, I guess if you're more in it, the compassion that I have for him as a human being is significant because I really like the guy. And I think his story is an amazing story. But something is drastically wrong that needs to be fixed. And it obviously hasn't been fixed. You have the human element of this whole thing, and you have the business element of this whole thing. And like I said before, the business is going to go on. When I'm long gone, hopefully many, many years from now, when you're long gone, when all these players and coaches are long gone from this org, the business is going to continue on. The business will go and go and go. And that's what has to happen. And that's why when you're in this situation, while you have compassion for the player himself, man, you got to think about everybody else in that room and everybody else associated with that organization and the letdown that they've been dealt yet again, too. It's a very complicated thing.
Well, again, this is a very sensitive topic because people assume if you lay down the law and you go tough love that you lack compassion. And I don't think anything could be further from the truth. You can be a compassionate person and lay down some tough love. And the tough love is pretty simple here. He cannot play for your organization again. Because I also want to show compassion to the players who have been busting their butts to put themselves in this situation. Team members, team coaches, everybody else involved with the organization who suddenly, hours before a critical game, are you kidding me? I feel
2 years in a row.
I feel compassion for them as well.
2 years in a row.
I mean, so I want to play that card and use that card the right way. You can be compassionate toward a person. I get it. I want nothing but the best for that man. It just can't be here. It can't be here. It's got to be somewhere else.
it's going to be tough to do.
Yeah, down the road, we'll get into the implications on what it means for the team going forward. Not only missing a very good player, and when I say is Val unique, in many ways he is. Not a lot of teams have a guy that can do the package. And they have guys who can do what Val does, everything that he does, but not in the package. You know what I mean? It's more of a rare commodity, which is why a guy like that commands an 8-year contract over $6 million per, right? So we'll talk about it in the future, but this will have implications not only on the roster going forward, but on the cap, right? I mean, the makeup of the roster and trying to fill need of a type of player or players, but what kind of relief do you get, if any?
Well, you don't have to pay him while he's suspended, but that's all.
Right, but you juxtapose that then with wanting the best for this guy who's now let you down again. It's everything about it is not good from a personal standpoint for him as a human being, all the way through the future of the organization, the immediate future anyway. It's very difficult.
Let's talk about that. So first off, yes, of course, we feel for him as a human, and we understand addiction's a tough disease to fight. But I want to set that aside for a moment. And
I mean, assuming that's what it is. I mean, because we don't know the substance, we don't know what it is that's been violated. That's all HIPAA, right? But the league has deemed it significant enough for the third time to suspend him for 6 months without pay.
And we don't know what the substance is, but we know it's a substance based on it being the stage 3 of the program.
We can all use our brains and try to figure it out, but we don't know.
Here's my final thoughts on Val Nichushkin, and the player is phenomenal when he's playing. The gentleman is a good dude. Met him a couple times on a golf course during the charity tournament. I don't need to go into detail on that, but if he wants a true recovery here, I think it benefits him to do so somewhere else.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. All right, so let's talk about the immediate future here. You got to go play a game on Wednesday.
Got to go play a game tomorrow night in Dallas.
And so let's talk about what kinds of things. First of all, who takes over those top line minutes? If you put Leckie up there, you really have unbalanced lines.
It was Jonathan Drouin, and I mean,
is he 100% healthy?
Yeah, but theoretically, he's. Look, I don't know. That's a Coach Bednar thing. We'll figure it out tomorrow. Obviously, morning skate. They're making those decisions right now.
What would you do?
I would probably put Drouin back up where he was when he got injured, and that was with the guys up top.
Get those guys going, because if you get those guys going, there's always that sense of hope on the ice, right? Like,
yes.
Oh, here it comes. And last night you never got that.
And
right?
I don't necessarily want to split up Leckie and Middlestat. They've been really
which is
good
totally
for the
fine.
playoffs.
Absolutely, leave them together. And Zach Parise, obviously, it's his last kick at the can. He's going to give it all he can, and he'll get in there and grind away. But your best guys have to lead the way. I think that's fair to say, Vic, and it's an easy thing to see. Your best players have to have games. They just have to fight through. I know it's not easy. I know it feels like all the chips are down. Everything that you're facing the adversity that you're facing right now is significant. Your best players have to come through.
Well, so then let's talk about it from just a surface level X's and O's standpoint. Do you do anything different? Do you have a different game plan going in? Because the one that you've had clearly hasn't worked, and so
you're not a dump and chase team.
You're not. You're just not.
You're a puck possession team,
and now you're without another one of your top 6 forwards. I mean, do you change the way you play at all,
Rob? I don't think. No, I think, yeah, because you're not playing well, but you're not playing your brand of hockey either. I thought, again, Jared Bednar from last night, Martin, if you can find that, when he talks about the first period with his team and what he saw right away, I think he saw what everybody saw. To me, I was still in a state of shock. You're trying to talk yourself into believing that this is real, right? That this is the second year in a row that he's, gone from the postseason and he's clearly fighting something, but you're not pinching yourself, but you're like, golly, is this really, really happening? And I thought for sure that Coach Bednar, with what he saw, summed it up perfectly. And he said, essentially, Martin's looking for it right there.
And the second one is, like, I've gotten to know Val as a person, and I've gotten to know him as one of our teammates and a player, and
My bad. Sorry, Martin. I completely messed Martin up.
Yeah,
I threw him sideways.
What are we doing here?
He said we looked frozen.
Right.
Is what he said. Yep. Vic, they looked frozen on the ice.
Frozen in the first period.
Yeah, completely frozen. And I think that, again, Vic, is that a collective mindset? Is that a group of human beings are experiencing something that is a shock to them?
They were affected by their teammates' issue.
Yeah.
End of story.
And to me, they looked in a state of shock.
These are like brothers.
It looked like a state of shock.
These are brothers to these guys. They're more than teammates. You rely on them. You care for them. You know about them. Human nature took over. I don't. Everybody who says, well, they should have played better. Easier said than done, man. Things happen in your life that affect you. That affect you mentally, affect your performance, affect you physically. Look at shots on goal in the first period. That wasn't Avalanche hockey.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Last time you saw that at home.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. Rob, even in the best of times, when you have healthy players or seemingly healthy players, so much has to go right to win a Stanley Cup. It's when you're in it and you see it, it's mind-boggling what has to go right. And I know that sometimes it looks easy, but it's not. And because of that, you throw in a situation like this, it is such a disturber to everything that you do at this time of the year. It's almost incomprehensible.
Well,
I know I'm talking in generalizations here,
Yeah.
but it's the damn truth.
Well, and in the NHL, I feel like your main objective is to control variables. You try to control as many variables as you can because, as you said, there's just a lot of luck in winning the Stanley Cup. And that, to me, goes back to Vic's point of you can't have that guy on your team if you're trying to control variables. Because even if you feel like he's in a good place mentally or whatever, I mean, it's one bad night, it's one bad decision, and he's in stage 4.
Yeah.
You know, like you can't risk having that kind of effect, like Vic is saying, on your team.
I agree with that. I mean, and again, that's where the business side of things will continue to roll on.
Yeah.
The business side of things it has to. And whether it's with him, without him, without other things, other people, I don't know clearly because we're still in this dang series, but it will roll. It will continue.
I want to ask you this. We're getting this.
And that's the obligation that the coach has to the players inside that room and the organization has to the fan base itself.
I think Bednar handled last night
very well.
Very well.
Yeah.
The post-game press conference was excellent. But we're getting a lot of questions, and I just want to ask you, Moj and Vic, we're getting a lot of questions as to if he's getting out-coached right now. And I don't know that I would say that because of the situation that he got put in. But Vic, would you say he's getting out-coached right now?
I don't know if he has the style of players to do what he needs to do to move his chess piece here. So getting out-coached is a tough use of words. Like, what do you suggest the Avs do? If DeBoer plays the way he does, what's the Avs counter move? What is it, Moj? What is it? What is it?
Again, it's going to sound simplistic. Vic, Coach Bednar uses this word a lot, compete.
Okay. Let's say whatever strategy you wish to employ, does he have the players to employ that strategy?
Yes, he does.
Okay. Well, then do it.
Agreed. Do it.
So do you think he's getting
Rob,
out-coached then?
there's got to be, hold on a second, though. A coach can only do so much. Like for Michael Malone, do you think Michael Malone was coaching his ass off in games 1 and 2?
I think he made a couple adjustments that really made a difference in 3 and 4.
Absolutely he did. But do you think he was still coaching his butt off before game 1 and before game 2 in the blowout? Of course he was.
Yeah.
But there's got to be some there's got to be some X's and O's strategy involved in it. Yes, I completely agree with that. But there's got to be a self-motivation inside of players themselves that no other human being in the world can tap into.
Well, and I did say earlier, and I do believe, like, you needed more from McKinnon. You needed more from Rantanen. And Makar, I mean, he had some unfortunate things happen to him, but you need more from your big guns. And I feel like that's kind of what you're saying.
The deflation aspect of that first goal, the shorthanded goal, was so huge because it's a 0-0 game. You're getting a power play, man. You're ready to go. And if you score on it, you're going to take a 1-0 lead probably to the room and have the lead for the first time in this series, carry it into a dressing room. And the best defenseman in the world gets his pocket picked.
Yeah.
You're like, oh my God. I mean, and I'm going to credit the kid too, because Cale's got these hidden deeks and he can get around guys and skate away from them, right? The kid guessed correctly on the forecheck. He did. He was waiting him out, and he guessed outside and made a great play. And that kid's a great player. Mm-hmm. The best defenseman in the world got his pocket picked.
You know, back to your question.
That's not on Jared Bednar, okay?
If you're going to bring up coaching, okay. I could apply coaching to game 3. Last night, moments before a game, you get 2 shots to the head, one in Val, the other one in Taves. That's not coaching.
Yeah.
That's not coaching. You were done before the game started.
I get what you're saying. Tough night for the Avalanche, one that I feel like we're going to remember for a really long time. But big night for the Nuggets tonight. They can take a stranglehold in the series. We'll talk about that game coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's a Kylie kind of morning. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane.
Got some
Keener is out.
strategery.
Rob filling in for him. Moj,
Strategery tonight, baby.
You are smoking Marty in your little
Well,
game
yeah,
out there.
I'm channeling my
embarrassing.
inner Denver Nuggets with
embarrassing.
a big comeback. I've got him down 4-1 right now.
Marty, you got anything to say for
the
yourself?
one time he's beating me, that's when you bring it up.
It's embarrassing, dude.
One game he's getting me.
The plump fisherman is having his way with Martin. It is sad to watch.
It
is
is
great.
smoked in the
The
commercial.
saddest part is I'm trying and I'm losing.
Yeah, that's
Sucks.
true.
You
He
look
really
pretty.
is.
You look pretty upset out there. All right.
So
Nuggets.
what about the strategery tonight, boys? Vic,
It's
again?
simple.
What can the Minnesota Timberwolves try to do in this game? Because I don't think they can replicate Game 2. I don't think they're going to let them play the game that way. What do you think?
Well, it's simple. I think Anthony Edwards, he's already picked it up 8 notches in this series, right? He's scored 43 points, 44 points. I think Anthony Edwards is going to take matters into his own hands when things get tight tonight, so be prepared for that. But here's one simple number to look at if you want to know whether or not the Nuggets win this game. If the Nuggets bench, and I mean the bench of 3 players essentially, it's been 3 guys in this series, Christian Brown, Justin Holiday, and Reggie Jackson. If they can outscore or get close to scoring as many points as the Minnesota bench, that vaunted deep Minnesota bench that has so many guys, the Nuggets win. That's simple. They outscored them. They outplayed them thoroughly in Game 4. If the Nuggets bench can hold its own, the Nuggets win. Everything else takes care of itself. The end.
Nuggets. I don't do the betting thing, but I'm looking right here on the ESPN. They're -4.5, so favorite. The matchup predictor, 56-44.
Don't care about any of that.
I understand you don't. I'm just saying that people are erring on the side of the Denver Nuggets here for game number 5. And Vic, you're right. I've been sort of opposite as well. When I think the Nuggets are surprising me. When I think, oh, they're going to have a great game, it's a letdown. When I think, oh, man, I don't feel so good about this when they smoke them. I don't know what to think going into this game. It's hard for me as a rational human, and I'm calling myself that, it's hard for me to believe that they're going to lose 3 games in a row on the home floor. Martin, did you ever find we couldn't even find that, right?
I did. Did you check your text messages?
No,
I'm
I did
sure
not.
you did not.
No, I
Great.
didn't.
Again,
November 2021, they were in the midst of a 6-game losing streak where they lost 3 in a row at home.
You have to eliminate that mindset that, it's hard to believe or this. These are the playoffs. Crazy things
Understood.
happen.
You're completely correct.
Yeah, you can't think that way. Anything can happen. And if you're walking into this game with the notion that, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to be honest. The Nuggets are more confident than they were, obviously, after Game 2. They're a confident team now after what they did in Minnesota. I could sense it in the room. They're confident. That doesn't mean anything when the ball goes up tonight. Now, it means a lot now. But when the ball goes up tonight, that confidence will be seen on the court. What can they do on the court?
Well, and to me, credit to Aaron Gordon, but I think it all comes down to rebounding, Vic.
They got out-rebounded thoroughly in Game 4 and won.
I understand, but
I used to think that way. I used to have like these benchmarks that affected games. But this series is so freaking crazy and so upside down. I can't figure it out.
if the Wolves don't get second chance points, their offense is essentially Anthony Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's it. I mean, Cat can get hot maybe, but other than that, if they can't get rebounds, if they don't get second chance points, and then if you get to run out and run your offense, before they set their defense, it helps you too.
I
really do think rebounding matters.
You've had some things go your way. Minnesota got to the line an awful lot in game number 4 compared to the Nuggets, almost twice as many times.
And they missed a bunch of throws.
They only shot 67% from the free throw line. That was a gift to the Denver Nuggets. But Vic, when I look around the other percentages, almost 48% from the floor for Minnesota, we'll call it 39% from three-point range. Those aren't really bad. Mm-hmm. Those are actually pretty decent. This is what scares me. I cannot envision the Nuggets continuing to shoot more than 50% from the floor and 45% from three-point range. Can you, Vic? Can you envision that scenario tonight? Or, like you said before, you have no idea what could possibly happen?
There's something to be said when they went into those hostile surroundings in Minnesota, and the crowd was just rabid. And I mean rabid. They were ready. I could see the spittle coming off people's faces, just and they hushed him up by making shots, shot after shot, shot after shot. There's something to that. How will they be impacted tonight with a friendly crowd? And I never thought I'd see this, but I don't know. I don't know. Will those shots be as easy to make? Will they feed off the energy of the crowd? Will they? I hope they do. I really do. I want to add one more thing because I thought this was a factor. Coach Malone mentioned after Game 3, he had made a tape. He put together a tape, one of his video guys, of all of the talking heads, national talking heads, saying the series was over. And he wanted his players to know what everybody else thought. And did it impact the players? I don't know. I don't know if it did. They won 2 in a row. I do know that. But it made those talking heads very angry to know that they were put on blast. Charles Barkley, who I've reached out to, though, and he hasn't called me back yet. Here's what he said. I didn't hear this. I didn't know when did this take place. But here's what Charles Barkley had to say about it.
Because, I hate when coaches try to act like, dude, we get paid to give an opinion. If you watch those first 2 games, you didn't think Denver was going to win. They act like we just pulled it out our ass or something and just made it up. When you watch those first 2 games, you're like, man, the Minnesota Wolves look better than the Denver Nuggets. Now, Denver's playing great. And he want to act like he played a tape. Man, I don't care. I've always liked Mike Malone. I really liked his dad. But he annoys me because he think like, hey, he won a championship. He ain't the greatest thing since sliced bread. But to act like guys, first of all, because I think Stephen A. and Mike Wilbon, all of us was all apparently on this tape. But we only can go by what we saw. And if you watch those first 2 games, you said, damn, I think that, because I've never been a Minnesota fan. I told you that. So I said, but maybe I got to change my opinion. But give the Denver Nuggets credit, but don't act like that tape spurred the Nuggets. I think
Yeah, but can't both of them be right?
Yeah, they can both be correct. Yes,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Chuck is acting like it's one thing or the other, but it's both can be correct.
yeah, you're allowed to say that, Charles. That was a fair assessment of what went on through the first 2 games.
And a coach has a right for his opinion on you too,
and has the right to try to motivate his team by showing.
You know what? And there's one thing we've known about the Nuggets, and I'm going to live and die by this. They are a better team when they have some motivation.
Yeah.
They have to have some motivation. Last year was the motivation of winning their first championship. And that's easy. What's the motivation this year? They were down 0-2 in this series. How motivating is that? Nobody believed him. How motivating is that?
I think the motivation was they were calling him a fraud.
Yeah.
Saying last year
all right,
was
so I'm going to ask you, Rob,
question.
what's the motivation tonight? Everybody thinks that, oh, my God, the series is tied. They've regained home court. What's the motivation?
I think the motivation is not to let Minnesota back into it.
Is that enough motivation?
I think so.
Well, we'll see. I mean, we'll see if it is. But Michael Malone, Chuck, here's where Chuck is wrong. If you don't think that tape that they put together helped to motivate that basketball team, you're wrong. It was everything involved in all that, Vic. The motivation was coming from everywhere. Number one, everybody's calling sweep's going to happen. And you know what? It damn near, I mean, a lot of people around these parts might have agreed with Chuck at that point because they got blown out in game number 2.
Yeah.
That's number 1. Number 2, the whole Joker thing with Shaq. Highly motivating when you disrespect the best player in the world, getting his 3-time MVP announcement right there to his face.
Yeah.
First thing you say is, you shouldn't have won. That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
And then number 3, you show up in that building and everybody's got their stuff on and everybody's going insane. And Jamal Murray is getting booed and booed and booed. And 4, hey man, you're the defending champions.
How many do you have?
When does this stop?
Well, no, I'm just saying all the motivation is there. Have some pride with who you are and the defending champs that you are. And they did, Vic. All that came into effect for games 3 and 4. You tell me what the motivation is tonight, Vic. You tell me what it is.
Well, I think there's a personal pride that the Nuggets possess that I think a lot of people, a lot of champions possess it. It's in that locker room the other night, they weren't celebrating as if they won the series. They were basically saying to themselves, that's who we are. Again, that's what we do. This is what we do. Like, is Aaron Gordon going to go 11 for 12 again tonight? Is he going to make his first 10 shots? I mean, come on, that's unlikely. Yeah. But we know that Aaron Gordon is capable of playing that way. We know Nikola Jokic is capable, and we know Jamal. They're playing to their capabilities.
We know that MPJ, who had a very quiet night scoring the basketball.
KCP only had one bucket.
Yeah, he only had one. We know that Aaron Gordon can go off at any moment. Any moment.
But we also know that the Minnesota Timberwolves are saying the same thing. They got guys that they know that can go off. They haven't. What happens this time of year, man, when these games become more crucial and people can see the finish line, how do you react? Those shots look easy. Now what?
Yeah, and I think you were right in saying the moment felt a little bit too big for the Timberwolves.
It did.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes going into hostile territory makes it easier for you to deal with that. Yeah. It really does.
I want to ask you a couple like crunchy questions here, Vic, with the couple minutes that we have before we got to get to break here. So MPJ in game 4, I think he was 2 for 4. I think he had 4 points.
Wasn't shooting the ball.
Yeah. And I think part of that is you give Aaron Gordon the ball while he's coming down the court to make it easier on Jamal Murray. Now Jamal Murray's off the ball and kind of in that MPJ, he's taking up MPJ shots, right? Because either the ball's going to Jokic to start the offense or it's going with some sort of pick or dribble handoff to Jamal. And it's kind of taking MPJ out of the offense a little bit, I feel like.
It's give and take because they're not running their normal offense because it's starting so high on the court now.
Right.
Because, and I think Minnesota, to be honest, I think they're starting to languish a bit. They've been covering full court the entire series. That wears on you.
Yeah.
Those guards, McDaniel and Walker, they know those picks are coming. Those screens, those hard screens, that wears on you.
Oh, sure it does.
So maybe they're getting worn down a little bit.
So, I mean, is there a way that you can get MPJ going tonight? Or do you just have to accept that he's going to be
I think it's
the fourth player of the offense?
I don't care. As long as you win the game, I don't care who gets going. I'm not one of those guys that you got to get this guy going or that guy going. You win the game. Whatever it takes to win the game.
No doubt.
Like even in game 4, Christian Brown played some major minutes down the stretch. You had to.
Well, and that was going to be
defending
my
a lead.
You know, it's so amazing. When you make shots, everything seems to be easier, doesn't it? Hey, let me tell you, man, the Nuggets had some wide open looks in games 1 and 2, and they flat out missed them. And by the way, nobody was engaged in that game number 2. It was a total disaster. Well, what do you know? In games 3 and 4, you get some wide open looks, bang, you knock them down. That Christian Brown, I mean, the way the Nuggets moved the basketball around that perimeter, the kick out, bang. Dude, that was pure clinic is what it was. I don't know whether you're going to get those kind of looks again, time and time again against Minnesota because we know how good their defense can be. But it feels like the Nuggets have figured things out. Whatever Minnesota wants to throw at them, I don't know how many bullets they have left in their old sidearm
chamber.
There. Yeah, I don't know how many they do in terms of the defensive philosophy of Finch. We'll find out tonight, but it feels like the Nuggets have figured it out.
Well, back to Charles Barkley's comments, and again, I hope to get Charles on the show here soon because I will say this straight to him. And what he's misinterpreting here is pretty simple, and I can't believe he doesn't see it. Michael Malone wasn't trying to embarrass these talking heads. In fact, he said it during that press conference. Those guys were all right. We were playing like crap.
Yeah.
He did it to motivate his team.
Sure.
Had nothing to do with the people saying those things. It had everything to do with this team. Look. Everybody thinks we're done. How are you going to react? Hell, Michael Malone questioned the belief in his own team after game 2. I don't know if they believe.
Well, that's exactly what he said. He said, he was asked, where's the belief? He's like,
I don't know.
We'll find out when the ball goes up in the air for game 3 how much we believe as a team. Well, they believed a lot.
The last thing, and
which is why I had my 4-point presentation, Vic, that I thought was very effective.
Woody here said it best, and this happens every series, and it happens during the course of a season. The supercomputer has crunched all the numbers, processed everything, and he's figuring everything out. First 2 games, the supercomputer's like, all right, feed me the information. All right, this is okay. Game 2, the game. Okay, all right.
Spit it back out a little bit. The old school, Rob, where you put the stuff in the computer and it spits it back out. And I don't want that.
And now the supercomputer, Nikola Jokic, has figured out the Minnesota Timberwolves. Good luck.
They don't give him an MVP for nothing.
Good luck.
Yeah, and
Because those shots, listen, I know Ant had more points, but you tell me, who had the bigger buckets in the fourth quarters of those games?
You're going to be there tonight, obviously. Rob, you're going to be there. You bought tickets. I'm so proud of you, man. You put off your...
Way to use your own money, man.
Yeah, you put off your DiGiorno.
They're expensive, too.
Mine were, too.
You put off your DiGiorno fix for the rest of the month to be able to go to this game. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, what are you giving up for that?
Yeah, I don't know. Taco Bell, sure.
Okay.
Right.
All right, look, Taco Bell's good, too. And where are your tickets going? Who's going? What family members going?
My nephew's birthday, I got him tickets.
Oh, it's your nephew.
Yeah.
Did you get him 300 level or did you get him 100 level?
Oh, I ain't going downstairs. They're going to stick upstairs.
Yeah, dude. You know what my nephews get for their birthday?
Yeah.
Here's $50. Late. That's what they get. Anyway, I don't want to pretend like the crowd is not going to be great tonight. And this home floor doesn't mean anything.
Coffee should be served.
Well, yeah, for sure. It's going to be late game. But what I'm talking about, hey, man, flip this whole thing around. Let's get this crowd
Just
crazy. Let's get this crowd insane.
There
man.
were
Let's get back to what it was like last year when you're hooping like crazy and the crowd's going crazy and you're burying teams. Let's get some of that going because we haven't seen that on either home floor yet this series.
You know what's crazy, and this is making me uneasy because I'm usually the cynical guy. Even if the Nuggets lose tonight, I think they'll go back to Minnesota and win.
Yeah, thank you.
Dude, stop.
I mean,
here's what I don't eat out of your mouth.
I bad and followed it with a good, though.
Yeah, okay, but here's the thing. Don't let the bad out of your mouth.
But I gave
eat
you
it.
a good.
Eat it and then pull it out and then eat it again.
If I was betting on it, I'd bet them to win these next two games. But to your point, Moshe, there were so many moments that I was watching when they were in Minnesota, just thinking about what that would have been like if that happened at home. The Jokic slam. Where he goes right down
Broadway.
Oh my God! And maybe the most athletic play we've ever seen him make.
Maybe.
I mean, it was incredible. Think about what Ballerina would have done in that moment.
Just to show you what Nicola's mentality is during the game, and why the crowd never rattles him. He was asked after Game 3, "Did you hear all the boos for Jamal?" He goes, "No, he was getting booed," and it was but he is so zoned in. He is so locked in. That doesn't affect him. It's amazing. What a skill to possess.
Hey, Rob, I expect early on tonight that Minnesota is going to come out with a counterpunch. I expect it. And Ant is going to be flying. The question is how long it lasts and how effective it truly is. Because they're going to count. It's a dang fine team. Mm-hmm. What I don't want to do in either of these series is get away from them. It's, yes, what we're not doing, what we didn't do, what we can't do, all this. You've got an opponent on the other side that's very good. Minnesota is a very good basketball team. Maybe not good enough to win this series. We'll find out. We'll see. But they're a very good team. I expect them to counterpunch heavily.
I think they're a great team. I think the Nuggets win the next two games.
Let's see how the whistle goes tonight. Bill Kennedy, John Goebel. Let's see how the whistle goes.
And who's
tonight.
third? That's a pretty veteran crew, is it not?
I think it's Ed Malloy.
Ed Malloy.
That impacts these games. It really does. It impacts these games. It's so funny because Nuggets fans were frustrated Game 2 with all the freaking physicality. Remember that? Mm-hmm. Minnesota fans were frustrated by the knick-knack calls in Games 3. So fan bases are always going to be frustrated by the whistle.
How many nephews and nieces do you have?
A lot.
He's Italian.
What,
I mean, come on.
A lot. Yeah. In fact, so many, I don't know all their names.
Do you hook?
Wow.
Well, you're talking about cousins and cousins' kids and all that kind of crap, right? I'm talking about.
What's your point, Moshe?
Well,
we got to get to break.
How much bread would he have to dole out for every kid's birthday?
I'm their favorite uncle. Put it that way.
Yeah.
I reckon you are.
All right.
You're my uncle.
Coming up next, Caitlin Clark's going to make her debut tonight, and you have no idea why Vic cares about it. It's amazing. We'll talk about it next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane. Kane are off for the day. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in. And
Gabriel writes in, tell Vic and his teeth to stop spreading bad juju on tonight's game. I'm not spreading bad juju.
You did a little bit.
What juju? This isn't witchcraft hour, people. Grow up. If they win, they win. If they lose, I expect them to go to Minnesota and win.
People thought I was putting the witchcraft
Jesus.
on the other night, too, with a minute and a
The
half to
hell's
go in the
going on?
game.
You did, kind of.
I feel good about this team, man.
I feel good about him, too.
Vic, I'm not counting any chickens, though, man.
You
all right?
you
They don't
literally
count any
counted chickens before they hatched.
Well, no, what he said was, even if they lose, I think they can still, okay. When we get there, we'll get there. They're not going to win for the rest of this just every game the rest of this postseason.
They might. They might.
Well, they could.
Yeah, they did last year.
All I know about the Nuggets is the most amazing stat. They've won 9 of their last 10 road playoff games. Chew on that.
That's amazing.
Put that in your mouth right now and chew on it.
It's absolutely
I want you to chew on that
amazing.
right now.
Try to think where they lost. Was it Phoenix?
L.A.?
No. L.A.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
this year.
This year.
They've won 9 of the last 10
I'm going
playoff
back
games.
I'm trying to go back into backwoods.
They won both in Miami.
Yep.
Miami.
Yeah.
They won both in Miami. They won a sweep in L.A. the previous year.
All right, we got to talk about this, Vic, because you are maybe the biggest advocate for her on this station. Huge fan of Caitlin Clark.
Love it. Love her game.
We
Love
talk-
everything she's done.
Talked about it while she was in the tournament. Talked about it when she got drafted. I happened to be in here both those days. Huge fan of Caitlin Clark.
Mhm.
And you're pissed about her debut tonight?
Oh, I'm not pissed whatsoever. I'm pissed at the NBA for moving time slots around, for acquiescing to the New York Pacers game.
Okay, what is this tinfoil hat that you have on?
Well, it's not tinfoil. Indiana Fever's playing tonight, and they're going opposite the Pacers and the Knicks, and they're moving the Pacers-Knicks game. Well, I don't know if they're moving it, but they're starting that game at 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock Denver time. Okay?
So 7 o'clock in Indiana.
8 o'clock in New York. Why not play the game at 7 o'clock in New York so that we have a normal start time to a game here?
It's amazing.
Why not?
It's amazing to me that
Why
the
not?
NBA. It's amazing to me that they want the game to tip off at almost 11 p.m. Eastern time. Why would you want that?
Black
I mean, they don't care.
Black says you're chasing ratings. Vic is upset. Chasing ratings, you're ruining ratings. The better game, the Western Conference, the series of the Western Conference is this series, and you're cannibalizing your ratings. You think the ratings are going? You think they're going to improve by starting a Nuggets game at 8:50 Mountain Time?
Doesn't make any. First of all, I hate it. I'm under the impression, and it's not the NBA anymore. It's the networks. They think that Denver and San Francisco are like a 2-hour drive. Seriously, they think that it's just out there west someplace. It started late. No big damn down.
Again, it's a slap in the face to those of us in Denver, and especially those in Minnesota. Their biggest playoff series ever. Their biggest playoff game ever. And this thing's going to start somewhere near 10?
Well, and that's true for like all your Western Conference teams except for the Nuggets are Central Time Zone.
Yeah, they
teams.
are. They're
Dallas,
all Central Time Zone.
OKC, and Minnesota. So I mean, the league's in a tough spot because you're gonna piss those people off no matter what.
I just gave you the easy solution. Start the Knicks and Pacers at 7. Why is that so hard? Why is that so hard to
And
start
you
a game in
think-
New York City at 7 p.m.?
You think that's because
the
they don't?
traffic in New York and
But you've
Well,
said
now
it's
you're-
because what time's the Caitlin Clark debut?
That's at 7:30 in New York time. Connecticut, Indiana, 7:30. New York
They're
time.
going to overlap at some point anyway. Want to just start them first?
Yeah. It doesn't
Unless
make sense.
the league is trying to do all it can. They want the Caitlin Clark game to start first so that they can get a lot of viewership and that. Vic, I don't know. There's got to be some strategy behind it, okay?
I'll tell you what the strategy is. They're catering to the Pacers-Knicks game. It's pretty simple.
Okay.
I mean, what do you get? What do you guys don't see there?
I mean, I'm surprised, but she's a big deal, and if ESPN wants to make a big deal about her debut, I guess I don't not believe that. It just feels a little tinfoil hat to me. A little tinfoil hatty.
Okay.
Rocks won their 5th straight last night, fellas.
Certainly did.
How many of those have you watched, Moj?
Very few. Again, I got the capacity. Right now, my capacity.
No, I haven't watched any either. Don't.
Yeah, my capacity is it's difficult because I'm so wrapped up in what's going on with the Avalanche. I'm so wrapped up in what's going on with the Denver Nuggets that I don't have the time, nor do I have the bandwidth to be all over the Rockies right now. Because partly too because I don't believe, right? I don't believe. But listen, you squeak one out against the Giants, you sweep the home series against the Rangers, and you win the first one in San Diego. That's pretty good.
Yeah, those are good teams.
I mean, far be it for me to tell you this, though. The Dodgers are already running away with the division by a mile. It's just, I don't know, man. Baseball overall torques me off, but you know what I mean. There'll come a time when I'm having a coldie, I'm sitting at Coors, I'm enjoying myself. It's going to be great.
Yeah, late July.
This ain't that time. Right now is not that time.
And then the other news from last night is LeBron sitting courtside at the Celtics-Cavaliers game. He's going to opt out of his contract with the Lakers.
Well, is he really? I find that hard to believe because he's full on LA now.
That's already a thing, isn't it, Vic? Didn't that already happen?
LeBron didn't opt out yet, did he? There's no way.
Didn't Windhorst already say he's opting out of his deal?
He hasn't made it official yet.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he did.
Made it official. He says he intends to.
Oh, okay.
So he's going to go, but he's going to re-sign with them.
Vic,
I'm sure he will.
Vic,
They'll draft his kid and he'll get his wish and everything will be fine.
Do you feel any kind of way about him sitting courtside for Celtics Cavs?
No, Cavs fan. He's from Cleveland. From Akron. Doesn't bother me. Last night, did you guys watch the OKC Dallas game? Tyrese Maxey was sitting courtside for that game. It's a big deal.
I just don't know if it makes you feel any kind of way.
I don't feel anything.
My face right now doesn't look very good, and it's going to get better.
I love your face, Mark.
Thanks, buddy. It will get better. Got my stitches out. Thanks, Martin. Appreciate that. Got my stitches out yesterday. That being said, I saw Mark Cuban last night. That guy looks haggard. Mark Cuban, Vic, what's his deal? Is it just father time? What is it with Cuban? Because he looks pretty haggard right now.
Yeah, I have nothing for that.
I don't know.
Okay.
He's aging like we all are. I mean, if he's haggard, what are you?
Jesus. I just damn it, I just said it.
Jesus.
I just said that I'm a mess. I fully admit that I'm a mess. I'm an absolute gargoyle at this point. You want to hear something? The healing was going so well that actually the middle part of my thing here,
I don't know that we need this.
the new skin healed over the sutures. They had to go get them. Go get them.
So are they going to do anything else to your face now that you have that?
Of course they're going to, Vic.
Right,
Moj?
Well, I've got this bunched up skin in the corner of my eye now. It's really weird.
Yeah.
It's bizarre. What I should have done is
What about a new face?
That's what I'm saying. I should have taken out a loan.
Just get some more.
When I was getting this done, I should have had him do this, get this done, get maybe some of up here. You know, I should have just gone full on like Pat Sajak and just gotten it all done. Probably.
Yeah, I mean, he could have.
I could have.
But, you know, we
Who am I trying to impress? Vic? No.
I mean, you are pretty I want to impress my wife guy.
For some reason, dude, if she stuck with me through all this,
Yeah.
I'm already a gargoyle, so there you go.
All right, real quick predictions for tonight. Moj, what do you got?
I got. Well, thanks, Martin. Yeah. I've got, you ready for this? I think the home crowd is going to be awesome. I think it's going to start when they hit the floor. It's going to continue as Joker gets his third MVP, grabs the Jordan Trophy by the leg, throws it to the bench, and gets ready to rock. I'm going to say 117-105. Nuggets.
Nuggets with the
How's
dub?
that feel, Vic?
Well, I hope the Nuggets win, and I hope they win with relative ease. I
Me
hope they
too.
blow them out. But if I gave you this scenario, and I'll present this again because I presented it before Game 4. If I gave you a tie game with 5 minutes to play, would you take it?
100%.
Rob, would you take it?
Tie game with 5 minutes to
Or
play?
is that too intense?
No, I mean, I think the Nuggets and the Clutch are the best team in the NBA.
So you take it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think they pull that out. Anthony Edwards has been fantastic. You even mentioned earlier that he has been the only Timberwolf to Timberwolf. how do I say that? Timberwolf. Timberwolf.
The singular.
To elevate above the pressure.
Yeah.
And in that situation, maybe he pulls a game out, but I trust the Nuggets so much in the clutch, Vic.
They're a smarter team, and they displayed that in games 3 and 4. They're the smarter team. They're the more poised team. What we saw in game 2 was unlike anything we've seen and Coach Malone has seen in 3 years here. I haven't seen that in 3 years. That was an aberration, an outlier. I don't think we'll see that again in this playoff run.
I feel like we need a night for an energy guy, too. I feel like we need like a Christian Brown game like we had in Miami last year, where he just makes a couple of steals, a couple plays, and like really gets ball arena, just absolutely rocking.
Well, you had your Justin Holiday game in game 4.
Yeah.
He was tremendous.
Yeah.
What a fantastic revelation he's been in this series.
You think he can keep that up?
I don't know.
35
Hope
years
so.
of age. Playing, I wouldn't say crucial, but a key role for this Denver Nuggets team.
Again, another
I like
slow,
it's pretty cool, man.
NBA just released Rudy Gobert has been fined $75,000 for doing the money gesture.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he got $100,000 the first time, so this one's actually less.
Oh, well, maybe he's a little bit, it's a little bit more tepid, but he did do it coming back up the floor. Why is he doing that, Vic?
He did it.
What don't I know?
He did it when he got called for the offensive foul going over the back of Jamal Murray, and you know what he's trying to insinuate there.
The refs are getting paid.
Yeah. So they hit him with 75 gur.
Wow.
Got it. Can you imagine if you hit me with 75 G's, dude? Bankruptcy.
So there's been $175,000 of fines in this series.
Well, I knew this series would be crazy. I knew something crazy would happen. We already saw it in game 2. We saw the something we never expected to see, right? So the craziness is already here. Now it's survival.
Yeah. Well, take control of the series tonight. Put your hand around their throat and just finish this thing.
Let's do it. Thanks, Robbie, for sitting in.
I appreciate you guys having me as always. Dempsey and Company up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Lindell will sit at his own goal line with the puck. As game 4 goes the way of the Dallas Stars by a final score of 5-1, they will have a chance to close out the series Wednesday night deep in the heart of Texas.
Avs fall 5-1 in game number 4 of the Western Conference semifinals to the Dallas Stars. They now trail 3-1 in that series on the brink of elimination tomorrow night as they'll contest game number 5 in Dallas. And while we will get into that game and we'll break down some of the things that happened, and none of them good things on the ice last night at Ball Arena as they lost both games at home, the league's best home team in the regular season, scoring just 2 goals in 6 total periods at home in these 2 games against Dallas. We will get into what happened on the ice here on Dempsey and Company. I'm Alex Ryanemi alongside Chris Dempsey, Steve Nelson behind the glass today on a 2K Tuesday. We'll get into the Nuggets and the T-Wolves and their massive matchup tonight, an 8:40 tip, super late one at Ball Arena. We'll get you ready for all of that. We'll go through the biggest stories in the NFL coming up at 11:20, but there is no other place to start than what happened just about 90 minutes to 2 hours prior to puck drop yesterday in Denver. And that is 387 days since the Seattle incident last year in round 1 of the playoffs with the Avs and the Kraken. 387 days. 2 voluntary admittances to the NHL's player assistance program by Valeri Nichushkin, and 90 minutes before puck drop, his teammates were let known by the front office and Jared Bednar that Val Nichushkin would be immediately serving a 6-month suspension for violating the NHL's drug abuse policies and assumedly failing a drug test. Out for 6 months, will not play not only last night, but for the remainder of the postseason, and now 2 years in a row. A shocking revelation for a team that desperately relies on Val Nichushkin, maybe their 3rd most important player. Some people could put him in the top 2. To be on the ice, to be the stick that stirs the drink, now 2 postseasons in a row, in the middle of the prime of Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar and Mikko Rantanen, screwed his teammates. And addiction's a scary thing, man. Addiction is a sad thing. And I said this last night on one of the hardest post-game shows that I've had to do in 6 years of doing the Avs post-game show with Mark Springer. Addiction is scary. It's sad. It destroys lives and families and businesses, and it deserves every ounce of your empathy. Every ounce of your empathy. And I feel for Val Nichushkin, and I hope that man gets better for his sake, for the sake of his baby, for the sake of his wife. But when I look at that situation, man, Demps, it does not call for me to absolve him of wrongdoings to his brothers in that locker room. And you can directly put these 2 postseasons, assuming the Avs don't pull out a miracle and win the next 3 games and then go on to win the subsequent 2 series, and that would be a miracle at this point in time. I will not absolve him of his transgressions to his teammates and his brothers.
Yeah, that was tough, man. I don't know. I have so many thoughts about that situation kind of floating through my head. Look, first and foremost is, and I think you just said this best. Val Nichushkin, from a let's get him the proper help and the time that he needs to help. Because I always thought this actively as he was going through the NHL Players Assistance program. And there was just kind of a lot of speculation as to when he was coming back. It was only a month for another player, and maybe he can be back sooner than later. Well, I just think that in some of these situations, all these situations are not created equal. And, you know, he needed more time is what he needed. And without knowing every single in and out of the process that they go through to get a player back to the ice, I remember actively thinking, but what if he probably actually needs 3 or 4 months? What if he needed the balance of the regular season? What if he needed the balance of the season, period? And then we'll see you next season. I think that maybe isn't on the table as much as it probably should be. But for now, if you're the Avs, I just don't know. He has become an unreliable player in your dressing room. And I don't know that they can go forward with him as an active player. You cannot. Yeah, I don't think so. But they can still obviously support him on the outside as he goes through the help that he needs.
Without a doubt. You can support that guy, support that player, support that individual, and Bednar said as much in his post-game presser. You know, he wants Val the person to get better if this is an addiction thing, and it has all the hallmarks of it, right? And we can make those assumptions and connect those dots as closely as possible. The post-game comments from Jack Johnson, I believe it was Corey Maziak who tweeted it out, where Jack's comments were, he made his decisions. That's all I can say about it. He made his decisions. He has shattered all sense of trust in that room. And for all of these people coming at me yesterday, and listen, they played a horrible hockey game, a terrible hockey game. And everyone's saying, you know, it's not just Val's fault. Sure, like I can throw this on Mikko and Mac and Kale. Like all those guys had bad games. Mm-hmm. They had bad games. But as much as I call these guys human mutants, because they are, like being a professional athlete, you are a different breed of human, but you are a human being at the core. And hockey is a very emotional game, and those locker rooms are so tight-knit. And what I opened the show with saying is that addiction, if addiction can shatter families, marriages, relationships between fathers and mothers and their kids, if it can shatter those institutions, imagine what it can do to a locker room of 25-plus men 90 minutes before they play. So for people to say, stop making excuses, it's not an excuse. And I know Bednar, he said the right thing as a head coach last night. You know, like, we're not going to use that as an excuse. We could have played better. We should have played better. McKinnon said it. Makar said it. Cogliano said it. That's all you can do as a professional athlete in that situation is say, listen, I'm not going to take the easy way out. It's not an excuse. At this point, it's an explanation. There was a reason why they were, and I will quote Bednar, frozen last night in the first period. Because had this been an injury, had this been bereavement, had this been a birth of a child, and they had come out with that same energy and come out with that same, well, I hope our opponent feels bad for us type of thing, I would be singing a different tune today. I would be ripping into this team. But for this to happen a second year in a row, when you gave that player another chance, and he is so integral to how this team works, he is so good. Guys, he's leading the National Hockey League in playoff goals. Like that, he is an amazing hockey player. When on the ice, you can argue that $6.125 is a $3 million underpay for Val Nichushkin. That's how good he is. And unfortunately, what he's done off the ice, and whether that has been self-inflicted or now paired with a disease of addiction, at some point it was self-inflicted, he has now become worthless to this team, unfortunately. And he has burned every relationship in that room. You can't bring him back in and look at those guys and say, well, give him another chance because, well, he might be here and then he might not. Because playing without that money in the room, right? You also had Devon Taves out of the game, so you're looking at, if you put Taves' $7.25 million extension that kicks in next year, you're playing without $13.5 million. And I hate to say it, guys. I know you have big and lofty expectations for the Avs. Any team playing without $13.5 million on their roster against the number one seed in the Western Conference likely isn't going to win that game and likely isn't going to win the series. So it's a long way for me to say that news put the nail in the coffin of the Avs this year.
Well, yeah, look, it's the Avs were actively not playing well in this series in the first place coming into that game. And so when you get that news prior to the contest, there was no other real impact that it could have. I mean, you could say that the players should have, circled the wagons, rallied together, use it as huge motivation and gone out there and really played the game of their lives. And maybe there's a universe in which you could reason that away that way. But they did not. And it's totally understandable that they came out in the way they came out. And look, in Devon Taves, he obviously not playing as well. And so you just got hit with those two kind of gut punches right off the top. And one of them plays in your mind more than the other. Devon Taves is just ill. The Val Nichushkin situation goes to a deeper place, and maybe it did, and maybe it didn't. But it certainly didn't help a team that was actively being stifled in the previous two games by the Dallas Stars in the first place. I don't know how they see their way out of this.
Listen, miracles can happen. You can steal a game or two. You could even steal the series, right? Like you've won games without Val Nichushkin. You're essentially a 500 team without him. And you've beaten Dallas handily without Val this season. You won a 5-1 hockey game without him. And
yeah, but they were getting beat with him.
Right, you were getting beat with him as well. So can it happen? Yes. Is it likely to happen? No, it's not. And is it likely that if you were to get past Dallas by winning the next 3 games, would you get out of the West? I can't guarantee that without Nichushkin. He is so integral to this team. And unfortunately, you have to look at it. And this guy, he let his teammates down and he let the city down. And it's unfortunate because he is a sensational hockey player. He really is. And I see a lot of texts coming in and, legit question. The money that we gave Val could have gone to Nazem Kadri. Yes. But listen, unless you have perfect foresight, and we all know hindsight now is 2020, right? Like if you had known this was coming down the pike, you give the money to Naz Kadri. That's exactly what happens. But objectively, when you look at both of those players on the ice, Val Nichushkin is a far and away better hockey player than Nazem Kadri is. So you would have given that contract to Val every single time, unless you had a Rico Sting operation in his life for the 5 years previous and every minute. Like you didn't know this was a demon.
No, you didn't. But the other thing is that you actively thought that you already had other answers at 2C. So like you can say that now in hindsight. But at the time, you thought you might have some individuals that would rise to be able to fill that spot. So your money was best spent on Val Nichushkin. I mean, like that to me, it's not a thing given where you were as a franchise and who you had within your organization and what you thought you might have at the time.
Avs fall 5-1. They're down 3-1, facing elimination tomorrow night. A really, really tough situation for the Avs to deal with, and they did play terribly. I will help break this game down on the other side of this, but I do want to go into what are the Avs' next steps with Val Nichushkin. What can they do? What can't they do moving forward? We'll break down the loss. I have issue with Mikko Rantanen. I have issue with Nathan MacKinnon. I have issue with Cale Makar. I'll get into all of that. But on the other side, I'll tell you the Avs' options with one Val Nichushkin coming up this offseason. 2K Tuesday, Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Christopher Dempsey. It's Dempsey and Company on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Been talking pretty heavily about the Val Nichushkin stuff. We'll continue to get into that throughout the day. Nuggets and T-Wolves tonight, like an 8:40 tip. It says 8:30, but it's closer to an 8:40 tip tonight at Ball Arena. So a very late night for you, Christopher Dempsey.
Too old for this.
Coming up, we'll have Nelly's NFL notes at 11:20. I'll bring you through the NHL. We're going to move back the hot lap to about 11:30 today, since we're talking a lot of hockey early on. Before we get into Nuggets and T-Wolves and what I think is this core's defining day, right? Like, they won a championship last year. Today defines who they are in the eyes of the national basketball viewing audience. We'll get into that in a second. Val Nichushkin. Looking forward, let's just say, for sake of argument, the Avs don't get out of round 2. That's not a stretch to say at this point in time. It could happen. You can have some faith. I'm going to tell you on Wednesday before the game to have some faith, right? Because you have 3 players that if they play their game, McKinnon, Makar, Rantanen, you can beat anyone on any given night. So there is hope. Just like Connor said after the Middlestat goal last night, there is always hope. And I will tell you that tomorrow. But for the sake of argument, let's say that the Avs lose. Hey, you know what? Let's make it fun. They lose in 7.
Okay,
and now we have to
7.
And now we have to go into off-season mode. Nichushkin is on a 6-month absence starting yesterday, which means he's not back until sometime at the earliest in the middle of November next year. Until that point, his $6.125 million comes off the books for the Avs. But as soon as he's reinstated, that money goes back onto the active books for you as a team, goes back against the cap. So you can't treat this like a year-long Landeskog injury where you know that $6.125 million is off your books for the entire year. So if the Avs keep Val Nichushkin
in November
and don't do anything in November, if he comes back, they will have to have gone into this season $6.125 million under the NHL's salary cap, unless that they were to bring in a player or use long-term injury reserve for a guy like Landeskog or a player to be named later. You would have to go into the season 6 and change under the cap in order to be cap compliant if and when he gets reinstated by the league after the minimum of 6 months at stage 3 of the player's assistance program. That's what you would have to do if you keep him on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
You could, there's 4 options you can go here. That's option number 1. Option number 2 is you could trade him. Now, I don't know what team would want to trade for him right now.
Right.
I don't know if you would have to give up picks or players in addition to Val, because maybe that's how toxic he is around the league. He's an amazing player, but what GM would say, yeah, I want to take that gamble, unless you have to get to the salary cap floor. Like maybe you can find a team like San Jose. Like San Jose's picking 1, but like, do you want to put that type of influence in there with young players like Will Smith and Macklin Celebrini? I don't know if I would do that if I was Greer, the GM over there in San Jose. So you could try and trade him, but I think that is something that is damn near impossible at this point in time. That's option 2. Option number 3 is you can hopefully find a way to get the National Hockey League on your side in terms of a contract termination. And if I'm in the front office, while that is ruthless to do to a player, and you never want to be the organization that looks as though that you don't have your players back, but the player has not had your back. Now, 3 separate times within a calendar year, or 387 days, so a calendar year plus a little bit of change.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a bigger slap in the face to the rest of the league and the player to go to the NHL and the NHLPA and say, we have grounds for contract termination, which I don't know if they really do. There's not really precedent for doing it in this situation. It would be a miracle if they were able to get out from this scot-free. Is it a bigger slap in the face of the player and then prospective free agents or draft picks that you have, right? Saying like, hey, if you do something wrong, we're not going to have your back. Or is it a bigger slap in the face by the front office to look at the core right now? McKinnon, Taves, Makar. Hell, look at the veterans. Look at Cogliano, Parisi, their last runs at a cup most likely this season. To look at those guys and say, well, he's coming back.
Yeah,
Good luck.
Yeah, no, I don't think that if you're a player in the locker room, I just don't see how you could arrive at the conclusion that an organization doesn't have your back. Like I don't think that if you went hit the red button route, that you could come to that conclusion as a player, because in that locker room what has been going on from the Kraken series to the middle of the regular season to now. And it would be different if it was, I don't know if they, maybe it was incident number one. We were kind of murky about what the incident might have even been in the first place, and then the organization just chops that player off. Then the players in the locker room, the remainders, and anybody, league wide, looking at the situation, go, ooh, man, I'm not so sure that the Avalanche is the kind of organization I want. I don't know if they have your back. But they, in fact, had this guy's back. They had his back over and over and over. They actively walked into the season. Everybody just basically said, whatever happened in the Kraken series is whatever happened in the Kraken series.
In the past.
He is, he's one of us, where we believe in him. All the right things. They said all the things. And then he got let down again, and now you let down again. So there's no way you could say, I don't think an organization has my back, because they have actively had his back
in multiple situations. And I think Bednar had his back last night. Like, the only player last night in the locker room who really said anything damning. And although, like, what Kale didn't say and what Cogliano didn't say did speak volumes in terms of, hey, listen, it's not great. It is, we didn't play well enough, but like, it was very clear that the room didn't feel great about it. And Jack Johnson was the only one to say he made his decision, and that's all I'll say about it. He made his decision. And I think that probably speaks for the entirety of the room. That is a respected player in there, an entrenched veteran, a Stanley Cup champion who knows how that room works. I would say that sentiment, even though not verbalized by other players, is probably shared throughout that room. Is like, we gave you a chance, man, and unfortunately your decisions or your shortcomings or your illness at this point has unfortunately led us down to a road where we simply can't win, and we can't trust you in that room. So those are your three options. And then you could,
and Roush, it doesn't mean they don't love him.
No, that's true. That's not what I'm saying. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying.
It doesn't mean that, but it does mean that it's hard they realize that they can't have you also in the locker room because they can't rely on you.
And I see the text coming in. It's like, if one player testing positive for something or failing a test breaks you, this team was too weak and too mentally fragile to win a cup. Maybe, but I don't know if I agree with that. Like, it's not the same thing as a guy going out with a freak injury or an illness at the end of the game. It's not the same thing as someone having a passing in the family, or having a kid get born that day and you don't have that player available to you. It's not the same thing. It's a breach of trust. In guys, hockey locker rooms, and I'm sure it is in every sport, the locker room is so special. And it's damn near impossible to win with a broken room. It is damn near impossible to win with a toxic room. Mm-hmm. And this room isn't toxic. This room is pulling all the same direction. They were rowing the same way. They bounced Winnipeg. And despite being down 2-1 and not really being able to play your game, you were right there. You give me Nichushkin on the ice, and you give me Taves on the ice in Game 4, I think it's a vastly different situation. Vastly different. You could feel the energy change in the arena. You knew the energy was different from the team on the ice. So, like, while they weren't playing great, they were still right in this series. They were pulling in the right direction. And then for them to walk in 90 minutes before game time and realize that the guy that they had so many of their hopes and dreams invested into, it's not like he was a fourth-line player. This guy, he's so integral in what makes this team so tough to play against. Pierre LeBrun of The Athletic put out an article late last night, and he had asked two separate Western Conference head coaches about the situation. And they go, when he's playing, he might be their most important player. Mm-hmm. And they have a generational defenseman and a guy who might win the MVP this year. And that's what two Western Conference opposing head coaches had to say. They stayed anonymous because of the situation.
Right.
They told LeBrun, He's that good. His size, his speed, his skill, his ability to hound the puck and be one of the best neutral zone defenders in the league, his ability on the power play. It's not like he was a scrub. People look at the superstars on this team, Rantanen, Makar, McKinnon. Nichushkin's right in that conversation. You want to talk about the core four in Toronto? Talk about the core four here in Colorado. He was part of that, man. And you remove him from the lineup and you become a team that while you were 4 seed this year, do you get rid of Nichushkin the entire season? Or what are they, a 7 seed? An 8 seed? Now what does that look like when you go up against Dallas? Does that change your expectations? It should. Goalposts do move. I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm trying to give you explanations here as to what happened. And it was devastating to that team last night. It really was, and you got to find a way to move forward. You might be able to wait him.
Some question I have for you then is do they have enough players in the locker room to win the series anyway? Got Jonathan Drouin back yesterday.
Drouin helps.
Hopefully Devon Taves comes back next game. Do you have enough to beat a Stars team that is quite clearly playing really, really great hockey right now?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think you might be able, if you get amazing hockey from McKinnon, Makar, and Rantanen, and they haven't been good. They looked checked out last night, and Makar has a really bad turnover that turns into the shorthanded goal, and the game felt like it was over at that point in time. I don't know if this team has enough right now to overcome that. Drouin coming back is big time. Could they win the series? Sure. Are they good enough to steal a game in Dallas? Yeah. Miracles can happen. The Avs won a cup without Peter Forsberg in 2001. And I see Steven texting in. This is the equivalent of Peter Forsberg quitting on his team back in the day. Are you referencing the 2001 Stanley Cup playoff run when he literally exploded his own spleen? Because if that's what you're referencing, Pete didn't quit on his team. His spleen exploded and then could not play hockey and actively tried to get back into the dressed lineup. And the team wouldn't let him come back in because, well, the guy could have died. So miss me with that if that's what you're trying to do. I don't know, man. It's amazing. It's amazing that we're talking about this because we went into the series wondering what the goaltending was doing. And Alexander Georgiev's been awesome this series.
Mm-hmm.
He's been amazing. He kept you in that game. It was 1-0 after 1. And you got boat raced in the first period.
Yeah.
And he kept you right in it.
Shot differential was striking.
24-2. It was their fewest shots on goal since 2021 in the second round against Vegas. The fewest that they've ever had was 1999. They had 1 shot on goal against the Dallas Stars in 99 in a playoff series.
Yeah.
I look at this situation. You have 4 options. You might be able to waive him and maybe someone picks him up, but then the $6 million are on that team's books, man. It's the grounds for contract termination with Val Nichushkin don't really exist. They don't really exist, unfortunately. There's been a few times where it has happened. Adam Ruzicka this past year had a video surface of him in February of him inserting a vial into his mouth hovering over a table with white lines on it, and that video was public. Mm-hmm. So the Coyotes moved for contract termination because they had video evidence of him doing something that puts the team in a bad light, and that was granted by the league. There's been other situations where teams have gone out of their way and tried to get rid of contracts, like the Corey Perry situation, which was a mutual contract termination with Perry and the Chicago Blackhawks after what happened off ice earlier this season. You can go back to the mid-2010s with Mike Richard, who had an opioid addiction. And while that is similar to what's happening with Nichushkin, what Mike Richards tried to do is he tried to essentially smuggle drugs across international borders, and then they had grounds for contract termination. And even then, the NHL's player association was able to win back money, and the LA Kings actually had a couple of cap buyouts that they had to deal with over the course of a few seasons. This doesn't happen. Slava Voinov's contract was voided because of a domestic violence issue. He'll never play hockey in the NHL ever again. That's not the same situation. It's what's going on with Val right now. You don't really have grounds for it. I would assume they're going to try. I don't know if they'll win. And what you're going to have to hope is that Gary Bettman looks at this team and looks at Nate, Cale, Mikko, and goes, we can't afford this team, these stars, to have this type of hindrance on winning championships, competing for championships, because they are the faces of our league or part of the faces of our league. You have to hope that the NHL's in your corner. It's going to be tough.
Raj, he does have one incident where there were active people in a room. And I don't know if it's the totality of everything that has happened, but the Avalanche were well aware of what happened in the hotel room in Seattle last year. They were. None of that ever came to light.
Yeah.
But if you're trying to make a case for what you're saying here, that would be your incident. That would be the, hey, we actively saw this and went through this in real time incident that you would take to the league. And then you would just say, well, and then on top of that, now we have these other situations as well. So, maybe a case could be made a little bit more clearly than it appears to be.
We'll get back into it a little bit later. Again, Val Nichushkin suspended 6 months. Avs fall 5-1. They're now one game from elimination. They'll take on Dallas at 6:30 p.m. Yeah, 6:30 p.m. Tomorrow night. We're going to be up there at Hofbrau with our friends from Templeton
That's
Distillery.
actually like 10 minutes away from where I live.
Templeton Fortitude Bourbon. So come on out there. Myself, Birdo, Mark Springer. Maybe we can get Chris Dempsey out there for a watch party. I will tell you to have hope and tell you to have faith up there. We're going to have a great time giving away signed Avs memorabilia, jerseys, sticks, pucks, pictures, all of those things and more. That's Hofbrau in Westminster, thanks to Templeton Fortitude Bourbon. I'm Alex Ryanemi. He's Chris Dempsey. Nuggets take on the T-Wolves tonight on 92.5, 8:40 p.m. tip. I'll tell you why on the other side, why it's the most important game for this core's legacy. 8:40 tip tonight, 7:30 p.m. extended pregame show with Mark Bertinoli live at Ball Point. You'll have pregame and postgame on Altitude TV with Christopher Dempsey. A late night coming up for you.
Yeah, I'm going to get a nap.
In Game 5, yeah, I think I'm running like 2 hours of sleep at this point. Super late night between the Nuggets and the T-Wolves this evening. Game 5, 2 games go to Minnesota here in Denver. 2 games go to Denver out in Minnesota. And now we are back to a 3-game series in which the Nuggets have home court advantage. Hopefully it turns on its head from what we saw in the first 4 games of this series. I look at this game for the national narrative of the Denver Nuggets because of how exciting Anthony Edwards is, because of how forward-facing he is in the league, because of how the league probably wants him to be the new face. He's great. Yeah. He's energetic. He's awesome. He's fun to watch. He's a competitor.
Yeah.
After going down 2-0 and having the biggest names in the sport tell you that they're going to get swept, they're toast, going on TNT and giving Nikola Jokic his 3rd MVP, just the 9th player in NBA history to receive 3 or more MVP awards, and actively telling him the first thing, I don't think you deserve this award. After doing all of that, it felt as though we were going back into, that was nice what the Nuggets did in 2023. You got yours. Congratulations, little brother. You'll always be in that little corner. Go back with the Raptors, go back with the Milwaukee Bucks, take your 1 championship and go away, because we don't want to deal with you because you are not the normal high-powered, high-flying version of the NBA that we like to promote and we like to see. You were on that route, and then you come back and you show why champions don't truly ever die when they're at full strength. I look at this Game 5, and if you can win this game at home and put your stamp on the series as a legacy-defining game for Jokic, AG, Jamal, MPJ, and company. If you can go in and win this game and shut everyone up and go, we had a bad game. We lost game 1. The final score ended up being larger than what it actually was.
Mm-hmm.
Game 2, we were terrible, but you've now shown what we can do. I think if you come out and you win this game in Game 5 and you put your stranglehold on the series, it's going to go a long way into winning back the national narrative, because I think you almost lost it last week.
Yeah, you were in the middle of losing it. Here's what I think. I think the Nuggets are going to win the next 2 games. They're going to win this series in 6. That's what I think. Because, yeah, this game it's a big game, but like I have never viewed this series through the lens of anything other than when the Nuggets were losing games. Like it was, they just weren't bringing the right stuff to the basketball court, and by right stuff, I'm just saying your attitude wasn't where it should be. You're a little nonchalant. Maybe you just thought it's okay. We can still just turn it up. But that's hard to do the further you advance in the playoffs and still be successful. Yeah, you can do that in the first round, for sure. Second round, against a team that's finished with the same record as you did, probably not. And they needed a wake-up call. The Nuggets needed a wake-up call. Did they need some adjustments too, especially after Game 2 kind of exposed a couple of things? Yeah. They needed adjustments too. But the biggest adjustment they have made in this series has been their approach to the game. Game 3 in this series was the most serious I think I've seen this team at least since last year in the Western Conference Finals and the Finals. Like, you could see it on their faces. They had been embarrassed in 2 games at home, and they were not about to let that happen in Minnesota. You could see it on their faces. And so I just think that this team, the one thing that has shown you the entirety of the season is that it's just not going to take every situation super seriously. It's just not. They're not doing that. But if you embarrass them, make them mad, make them frustrated, give them a chip on the shoulder, oh, now you have our attention. And because Minnesota has their attention, I just think that we're in a situation where they match energy and they win games.
If you lose this game, you fall right back into the situation of they're not serious contenders. They went through an easy path last year. Jokic isn't a deserving MVP. If you
and they're
lose
not
this
taking
game,
it
you
seriously,
go back into
right?
it.
Yes, because Raj, if they lose this game today, and it's anything other than like Anthony Edwards hits a buzzer beater to
Right.
beat them, right? Okay, that is an acceptable loss to take. But if it's Minnesota comes in and beats you by 10, well, then you could question whether they really want to win. And like, how bad do you really want to go back to back? Like, how bad do you really want to be a dynasty? Like, how bad do you want these things? Because you have now gotten back control of a series that was wildly out of your control when you lost 2 home games. And you seem to be like the bear has been poked. The bear is growling and doing whatever it needs to do. And now do you keep that same energy or do you not? And like Raj, I just think that they will. I don't think that this is they did need a wake-up call, quite clearly. But now they've gotten that. And that coupled with a couple of adjustments that Minnesota, I have no idea what they're actually going to do to be able to, like, I say this about series all the time. You get to game 4 in a series, in a 7-game series, and I don't know that there's many more adjustments any of the teams can make. Now it's just about executing what you know has worked for you in the past and being consistent with those things. So what's the card that Minnesota plays now? Because Jaden McDaniels can't guard everybody. Because now Aaron Gordon has been the most important player in the series. That is what he has been. Because he has allowed the Nuggets to be able to operate their offense the way they want to operate their offense. And because the Nuggets are arguably the most versatile, especially in their starting 5, the most versatile starting 5 in the NBA, you cannot box any one of those players into any space on the court, into any kind of a corner, without them being able to have an answer to how they get out of that. And I don't know how the Minnesota Timberwolves combat that, because you don't have a team that it's a good upstart team, but it still has its limitations. And what the Nuggets are putting on display right now is what those limitations are.
Rudy Gobert fined $75,000 by the NBA. You said this early on in the series when they were down 2-0, and Gobert misses game number 2.
Yep.
That when he came back in game 3, that's a good thing for Denver.
Yeah.
Why is that the case, and why has it been the case in games 3 and 4?
Yeah, because he can't guard in space. And, and it's game 2. This is it's funny because I had a conversation with somebody here on Friday when we were all kind of freaking out about what was happening and hoping and crossing our fingers that they could win a couple of games, at least one of the games in Minnesota. And what I said to him was, game 2 was an anomaly. It was an anomaly because a thing happened that pulled a player off the court that then allowed this team to adjust in a way that the Nuggets were not expecting. And the issue is that player was going to come back on the court, and then you couldn't. They're not going to bench Rudy Gobert. He's going to win the Defensive Player of the Year. He's going to win it for rightfully so. But what the Nuggets can do when he's out there on the court is put him in screen action that he cannot get. If you're going to play Rudy Gobert to the level of the screen, he's probably going to foul. If you're going to ask him to guard Aaron Gordon bringing the ball up the court, they want a full court press or at least 3/4 court press. He's probably going to foul. You cannot have him do that the entire, or you're going to get a situation where you're going to get a drive-by. And so the reason why I was very bullish still on the Nuggets is because game 1 would have been the clearer example of, all right, they have to adjust to that. And in that game, he missed 14 shots. When does he ever miss 14 shots? I mean, he had like the 2-game spell in the middle of the season.
I mean, he was jacking things up from 3 at the end of that game just because what else can you do?
But also, he was missing shots that he actively makes all the time. And when you just rolled that back and you're just like, wait, okay, that was a hook shot. Oh, hold on. That was a left-handed, just kind of a floater. This was a missed layup. And then what they did, I thought Minnesota did really well in game one, which I know they're going to try to get back to here. Sometimes you have these, you have multiple instances in a game where Nikola will miss a shot, tip it up, misses it again, tip it in his own. Like, his ability to get right back, his second jump ability, and to get to the basketball again on the offensive glass was something they did really well. I think he might have had one offensive rebound in that game total. Well, that flipped, and he is starting to get whatever he wants, wherever he wants. It's these weird circumstances where sometimes the personnel puts you in a situation where it's more difficult for you to overcome some of these issues. And I think that's where Minnesota is right now, but you're not going to bench Rudy Gobert. You're going to try to make it so that he is the most effective defensive player that he possibly can be. But that is going to involve him having to guard somebody on the perimeter at some point, and that is a non-starter.
There's another thing about Rudy Gobert I want to ask you on the other side about how he affects the energy of this Timberwolves team. We'll get to that on the other side. I will also walk you through the buyout calculator for Val Nichushkin, who has 6 years remaining on his contract with the Avs, if that's the way that they either want to go or are forced to go when moving into the future. He's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ryanemi. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're live from the Backus and Schenker studios. Their passion is justice. Hour 2 is next.
Murray throws it back over to Joker. Jump pass right side, now it's Porter. Porter has it against Gobert. Throws it off over to Joker, guarded by Naz Reid. Gobert doesn't want any of that smoke, that Jokic smoke. Jokic in the paint, jump shot, good! 50-35, Denver leads it by 15.
17th point for Nikola Jokic here in the first half.
2K Tuesday rolling along. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Schomp Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. Raj Demp, Steve Nelson behind the glass. We'll have shout-outs tomorrow. Nelly's NFL Notes coming up in about 15 minutes. I'll take you on a hot lap throughout the NHL. Things that don't have to do with Val Nichushkin and the Avs at about 11:35 today. And then we'll hand things off to Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC Nuggets and T-Wolves tonight. 8:30 tip at Ball Arena. 7:38 p.m. extended pregame show live at Ball Point. So go on out there and hang out with Berto. Demps been talking about how the Nuggets flipped the script on the T-Wolves. And it all starts with Rudy Gobert coming back into the lineup, which you would think, adding arguably the best defensive player in the NBA to the best defensive team in the NBA would be a positive. It turns out that it's not necessarily that from an on-court perspective that you detailed to us about 10 minutes ago. When I look at it, and I look at the makeup of the T-Wolves, this up-and-coming team, they're fun, they're tenacious, they almost bring like a 90s style of defense without the villainous concept to it, right? Like they're still fun to watch because they are so youthful. When I look at Rudy Gobert on the court, it changes them from young, upcoming, exciting, for lack of a better term, almost like, oh, that's cute, to villains. And it's all because of what Rudy Gobert does on the court, his energy that he brings to the court. There is a villainous energy to him. And I do think it kind of poisons the T-Wolves. Not necessarily from the inside out.
Just on the court.
Just on the court.
Yeah.
Because it changes how I feel about them. And I wonder if it changes how not only other people feel about them, but it moves them from like this tenacious defense, this plucky, young, skinny dudes just like all up in your face, picking you up the entire length of the court, to a guy throwing up money signs and complaining. I know Jamal did that too, but like there's a big difference in the energy change from me when he's on the court with the Timberwolves than to when he's not. Because honestly, if they weren't playing the Nuggets, like, that's a team that I would kind of root for.
Yeah. So when Rudy and Kat are on the court, there are these instances in games, especially like very pressurized games, where they are kind of complainy, kind of cheap shotty, kind of bad play. Like they have that in them. And
there's a whiny aspect to it when he's on the court, and they don't feel like they whine when he's not. They just feel like they work their butts off.
Yeah, right. Because Rudy is basically actively complaining almost every call. And Kat's pretty close in that respect as well. So it gives them you roll your eyes at them more than you want to roll your eyes at a team that should be fun and all those things. And honestly, I think that it's that a little bit of that aspect kind of gets them in trouble in games, just period. Now you're putting your team in a bad position to be able to have its best chance to win.
And I think that him being on the court, it takes away from what Minnesota's able to do when Anthony Edwards takes over as the leader, as the guy. When Gobert's off the court, I think they get a better version of Karl Anthony Towns. Because even though we saw the turmoil that happened in the regular season when he went off for, what do you have, a 60-point game, 70-point game this year? He had a 60-point game.
That Chris Finch hated.
And hated it, and Anthony Edwards wasn't too thrilled about it as well. Outside of that, I think you get a better version of Kat when Gobert isn't on the court, because you have your field marshal is running the show in Anthony Edwards. When you have those twin towers out there and it is complain, almost this like, for lack of a better term, like douchey feel to the Minnesota Timberwolves, I feel as though that they get diminishing returns on their best big in Cat.
Yeah, if those two guys just kept the main thing, if they stopped worrying about all the extracurricular things and just worry about making plays, Minnesota would be even more dangerous than they are. But it's, and I think, honestly, I would skew this a little bit more toward Cat than even I would with Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert,
really?
Yeah, because Rudy Gobert, he's going to complain calls. That's what he's going to do. He's done that. All the way back to Utah. Like that's kind of his personality. I saw an interview with him one time, and he has always felt like somebody's been picking on him through his entirety of his life, and he's always trying to fight to prove that he is something more than what you think he is. And so he plays like that all the time, and it gets him into situations during games where it's, now I'm jawing at the refs, now I threw an elbow at an opponent. Now I'm just all the little antics that are just annoying antics. But when he is not doing those things and screening, he's the best screening big in the NBA. It's why you can free up any of their ball handlers. He hits you hard, and then you're immediately trailing the play. And then defensively, when it's not Nikola Jokic, he is very impactful, and you're not just going to just waltz down the lane and take it straight to the rim, because he'll probably swat that bad boy back out of there. So I think when he is just not worried about the referees and all that kind of stuff, he actually puts good stuff on the court. Whereas I think Karl-Anthony Towns is too worried about making pretty 3-point shots and being super extra physical on his drives, and just stop with all that business and get down to the business of making winning plays. Because if you just do that, now you have the skill set that will lead you everywhere you want to go. But if you're worried about what it looks like versus how you should be playing, then you're going to get into circumstances where you're 5 of 18, like he was in Game 4, and committing offensive fouls, and Karl-Anthony Towns is he's weird to me, because he's a good dude, but he just is weird on the basketball court. And so when I look at those two guys, I was very skeptical about how that would work out when Tim Connelly traded for Rudy Gobert in the first place. I understood that maybe the way that it might work is because if you're a Minnesota Timberwolves fan, you were probably pulling your hair out prior to the Rudy Gobert era, because Karl-Anthony Towns just did not want to be a back to the basket player at all. And if it's one of the number one annoyances of Timberwolves fans was come on, man, you're 7 feet tall, you're a big dude, and all you want to do is shoot threes. That's all you want to do. And so you alleviate that problem in total by just adding the player who will be in the paint and do those things. And so they're never really in each other's way, because they're on opposite spaces in the court. So from that aspect, it could definitely work. And, it did, but now you're running up against, one of the best offensive teams in the league. And there is no team that will exploit what you do better than the Nuggets will. And the minute that you make a mistake, they will capitalize on it. And if you think you cracked the code to just how you're going to stop them, then they give Aaron Gordon the ball, and he unlocks the offense and now allows them to play. So it's just, what do you want to do? So then Raj, here's what I saw in Game 4. This is what I saw in Game 4. The Nuggets had the adjustment that they had in Game 3, which was, all right, let's get Jamal Murray off the ball more often than not, and let's let him work as a 2 guard, which obviously he can, because he comes from that space basically the entirety of his basketball life. So he wasn't doing anything that was out of character for him at all. So now you have to deal with Aaron Gordon. And then what we saw was Jaden McDaniels go from sometimes being on Jamal Murray to now he is now guarding Aaron Gordon. Well, that's a non-starter, because Aaron Gordon's much bigger than he is. So that is just a physical body up situation straight to the rim. If you bring help, then it's a dump down to Christian Brown, which he had one time. It's a kick out to Justin Holiday, which he had 2 of those instances where Justin Holiday knocked in 3-point shots. Okay, so now you're going to overreact to Aaron Gordon. And then you get right back to Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic. And in the waning moments of that game, when it was unimpeded, that dance they do, flip action, boom, boom, you get that screen, you get the rescreen, and now you're downhill. And now what are you going to do? Defense? You're going to close out on, you're going to devote more defenders to Jamal Murray? Great, because that is a quick hook pass over to Nikola Jokic and an easy floater. Are you going to press up on Jamal Murray? Are you going to drop coverage and give Jamal Murray that space? Great, because then he's going to take the jump shot or he's going to beat you to the rim anyway. And now Minnesota is in a situation where what do you do? And that's why I asked the question. Because if Aaron Gordon is going to be this effective, if he's going to make 3-point shots, come on, man. So he's making 3-pointers. He's bringing the ball up. You can't turn him over. He's making plays. He's got like 6 or 7 assists in the game. He's doing all of those things, and it's making it so that now there is not a weakness on the court. There's not a place that they can't attack you. There's not a player that you can hide on the defense because they will find you and they will exploit that matchup and they will win the game. And that's how I see the Nuggets right now. And that's why I say, unless they're going to just say, we don't care about playing this game today, we're not going to bring the energy, then they will win 2 straight games because there are no more chess moves to be made for the Minnesota Timberwolves, not defensively. Offensively, can you get Jaden McDaniels going? Maybe. But defensively, they are cooked. They're cooked.
Nuggets T-Wolves tonight, 8:30, actually an 8:40 p.m. tip. Again, pregame show, 7:30 p.m. right here on Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. T-Wolves cooked, apparently, on the defensive side. I love to hear that, Demps, after the panic that we had just 2 games into this series. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Before we hit a break and go to Nelly's NFL notes, and we will get back into the Nuggets, and I will get your preview in the final segment of this show. I want to run you through the Val Nichushkin buyout calculator before we go to break here. If the Avs were to buy out Val Nichushkin on June 15th when the league year starts, this year, you would be given $180,000 back toward the cap. So you would gain money this coming season. The following year in 25-26, you would have a dead cap hit of $519,000. And then the next 4 seasons would be really tough to swallow. Starting in 26-27, it would be 2 straight years of $3 million cap hits, followed by 2 straight years of $5 million cap hits, and then every single year from 2030-31 through 2035-2036, you would be on the hook for $1.694 million per year against the cap. It would be a 12-year buyout that would eventually save you $10.166 million against the cap. But during the prime years of McKinnon, Makar, Rantanen, you're paying $3,355 between the years of 2026 and 2029. That's how much it would cost to buy that player out.
I don't love that, Raj.
It's a bleak situation. The best situation for the Avs right now is to somehow have the contract terminated, but they don't necessarily have grounds for termination. There's a possibility that you could put him on waivers and he gets picked up by a team. There's also a possibility that there's a mutual contract termination or a mutual buyout, which then would allow Nichushkin, if he wanted to return back to the KHL in Russia, to go play there. That's a possibility as well. But the straight buyout is a
sounds like the
12-year process.
Most, yeah, that sounds like the most. A mutual buyout sounds like a route.
It's a possibility.
A real route.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens this offseason on the other side. Nelly's NFL notes also take you through a hot lap of the NHL, tell you what's going on around the NHL playoffs. And at 11:45, Dempsey will give you his preview, our predictions for Game 5 tonight between the Nuggets and the T-Wolves. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ryanemi alongside Christopher Dempsey. The voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They are in your corner. All you got to do, go over to the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app and hit the little microphone button on the bottom. And you can tell us how you feel, and we'll play on air, and we'll play in little spot busters throughout the breaks. You can have your voice be heard on the Voice of the People by the Fricky Law Firm. Nelly, it's time for your NFL notes. Let's hear it.
This is rare. I have a follow-up on a previous story we talked about. So early last month, I brought a story to you, gentlemen. I believe it was when you were broadcasting live from the penalty box. And I told you that the Chiefsaholic, the Chiefs superfan who went on a crime spree, was ordered to pay $10.8 million to a bank teller that he harassed in Tulsa, Oklahoma, $3.6 million for inflicting physical harm and emotional distress, and $7.2 million in punitive damages. Now, the bank teller's lawyer said, obviously, this guy doesn't have that much money. But the point is, quote, he'll never be able to profit from this. Say he writes a book in prison. Say he does the Lifetime or Hallmark movie. Anything he obtains from that will be paid to his creditors. Well, let's fast forward to today. Ari Meirov tweeted out earlier that, you guessed it, Amazon Prime is developing a documentary about the Chiefsaholic, and he will be interviewed in the documentary itself. Another thing we said in that discussion, I said what was going to sell it for me was the name, right? When you're mindlessly scrolling through Netflix, the name is what pops out and gets you to watch something. It will be called Chiefsaholic, a wolf in Chiefs clothing.
That's pretty good. I will be watching this 100%. Is it a true documentary or is it like a dramatized retelling?
No, it's going to be a true crime documentary. And I agree with you. A wolf in Chiefs clothing, that's a 10 out of 10 name.
10 out
that's
of 10
incredible.
name.
Yeah.
But what I need to see is an overly dramatized retelling of these bank robberies of a dude in a wolf costume with Chiefs gear on going in and robbing places at gunpoint. That's what I need to see.
Yeah, because you could do more with that.
Am I going to finish it? I don't know.
No, you're not going to finish it.
I don't know.
No way.
Now, here's the question. Would Mark Wahlberg play the cop that catches him, like the heroic cop? Hey, Chiefsaholic.
Was that movie in Patriots Day?
Exactly. Or the one where he stops the big oil spill in New Orleans. Why is he always the guy?
Deepwater Horizon.
My man, what a pull. Thank you.
I love Marky Mark, man. Hey, you give me
Chiefsaholic.
You give me some Italian Job? Marky Mark in the Italian Job with Jason Statham and who is the rocket blonde in that one? Charlize Theron.
Oh, yeah.
What a movie. They're zipping around in Mini Coopers. Do you know? I wanted a souped up Mini Cooper. This is how much of a loser I am. I wanted a Mini Cooper because the Italian Job had to come out in like the mid 2000s. So I was like just getting to driving age-ish. We're thinking about it. And I wanted a Mini Cooper for years because I wanted to zip around those things like Handsome Rob in the Italian Job.
Yeah, I just always thought, 2003 for that. Yeah, I just always.
2003?
Yeah, 2003.
I wasn't even thinking about getting a license. I was 10.
You were 10.
I was old enough to know that Charlize Theron was something special. Did I know then? Maybe.
I just watched that movie and thought, I actively can't sit in that car.
Maybe that's why I want it. I'm 5'8". It's perfect for me.
But
the first time I went to London when I was a kid, I saw a smart car.
Yeah.
I wanted one of those things too. It's made for me.
But the
you
movie was
couldn't
cool.
fit half of your right arm in a smart car.
Right. So I just had to watch that movie and imagine a shorter version of me getting into that car and zipping around town.
Well, Raj, you may be in luck because technically Chiefsaholic hasn't even been sentenced yet. He's pleaded guilty and is awaiting his sentencing. So what they'd have to do is they'd have to film the documentary now before he's behind bars. Mm-hmm. Then he could get locked up for as many as 50 years.
Whoa.
Then at that point, while he's rotting in a prison cell, then you make the dramatic movie about his life starring other people. So you still have a shot.
You do both.
The 961, I always use a Mini Cooper when I rob a bank. Brett says, underrated Wahlberg movie, 2001 Planet of the Apes. Give me that. Actually, on the Shop Mazda text line, I want to know your favorite Mark Wahlberg movies. 303-504-0925. Mine is The Italian Job, very clearly. Nelly, what's next?
I personally I was more a fan of the Departed version. I'm the guy who does his job. You must be the other guy. Like that version of Mark Wahlberg. That's my guy right there. Okay, this segment, which is somehow about football, is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. The full NFL schedule release is tomorrow, but for the past, week or two, the NFL has annoyingly been dangling all these carrots of what about this game? What about this game? And one of those carrots they just gave us is the first Monday Night Football matchup, week 1, will be the New York Football Jets visiting the 49ers. Now, why is that an interesting matchup? Bills defensive end Leonard Floyd signed a 2-year deal with the Niners in the offseason. Do you know why that's interesting for this matchup?
Why?
He's the guy that sacked Aaron Rodgers and tore his Achilles.
Oh.
Now he plays for the Niners, and he's facing Aaron Rodgers in week 1. The NFL absolutely knows what they're doing.
I can't with the NFL. They are the best at this with the scheduling and putting like revenge matchups or weird matchups or like just they're the best at this.
Is there something about the Jets that makes you want to root for them somehow?
No.
There's something about, I don't know
No.
if it's because it feels like it, right? It's the tortured fan base, right? Like the Mets are to the Yankees in New York, as are the Jets to the Giants. They are that tortured fan base, which at any given time can be miserable to listen to. But there's something in my heart that wants them to see just like a modicum of success. So if I need to find a team to root for this year in the AFC, while it was the Bills and now the Bills are dead to me, and I also think that their championship window is closed. I'm sorry, Rob Trujillo, I apologize. They're dead to me. I think the Jets are my team that I want to root for this year outside the Broncos. I feel like Aaron Rodgers being good again and a young Jets team with Robert Saleh at the helm could be really exciting.
Do you love Robert Saleh?
Kind of.
Okay. And you love Aaron Rodgers?
I don't love Aaron Rodgers. He is intriguing to me. He has always been intriguing. While he is insufferable at some times, which I can be as well, he's intriguing.
Yeah, like 90% of the time he's insufferable. 90.
Robert Saleh just has that meathead mentality. Like he
Yeah,
feels
that's
who's the guy in Detroit?
Dan Campbell.
He feels like Dan Campbell to me. And I love Dan Campbell.
A lot more F-bombs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess Robert Saleh did. Yeah, exactly.
Give me another AFC team that like it'd be really fun to root for that like no one else in your region is rooting for. Like I'd throw Cincinnati out there, but Cincinnati feels too close.
Yeah, I would go Cincinnati first.
I like Joe Burrow.
Yeah, I think he's cool.
Like the rest of that team isn't super exciting to me.
Jamar
Joe
Chase
Burrow
is
cool.
amazing. Jamar Chase?
And that's it, right? Right? No more Joe Mixon. Is T. Higgins still there?
I don't know.
Name me a player on the defense. You can't.
That I can't do. Plus, I just like their uniforms, man. I just like I like tiger stripes.
Did you get caught like when they switched over to that, like the Boomer Esiason days? You loved that, didn't
loved
you?
Loved it. That was the Boomer Esiason Bengals were my first like exposure to the Cincinnati Bengals. And then I actually, I guess I have a kind of a history of rooting for them because I definitely wanted them to beat Joe Montana and the 49ers, and they almost did it. Right. Okay, Nelly. You were minus 12.
Minus 12. Steve Nelson, what's next?
Well, Mead head coach Dan Campbell is going to have Jared Goff for 4 more years because Goff just signed a contract extension. 4 years, $212 million, $170 million guaranteed. So in addition to being the first overall pick many moons ago, he now gets to add to his resume the highest paid Lions player in franchise history.
Man. And for a franchise that had Barry Sanders and Megatron, that should not be a thing. But, contracts being what they are now, it is a thing. Now, so the question I really do have is, I mean, he's being paid as not just a franchise quarterback. Like, this guy's going to get you to the Super Bowl and win it. And I don't know if he's quite that guy, but he's been really, really good for him.
So if you're looking at the highest paid quarterbacks in the league. You've got Joe Burrow making $63 million this year. Justin Herbert makes 53.3. Goff now makes 53. So he's essentially the second highest paid quarterback in the league if you take out that third of a million there.
Grow up and be a quarterback.
The rest, grow up and be a quarterback is right. It's a lot easier said than done. Out of those QBs, Burrow probably has the highest ceiling, but none of those guys have really done anything outside of just like getting to a Super Bowl, which is it's an accomplishment in and of itself. The top 5, Burrow got to a Super Bowl and lost it, has a season-ending ACL injury in his past. Herbert hasn't done a damn thing other than just look good.
Yep.
Jared Goff has made a Super Bowl.
Right.
And has brought the Lions back to prominence. Lamar Jackson has won 2 MVPs, but hasn't done jack squat in the playoffs. Jalen Hurts has gotten to a Super Bowl, but it looks like that's more of a flash in the pan than something of sustainable value.
Yeah. We'll know more this year.
You have to get to number 10 to get to a Super Bowl winner, and that's Patrick Mahomes.
It's because quarterback salaries are the worst, man. It's just like whoever's next up gets the most money, and then the next up guy gets the most money. It's like you just end up with players who are okay, but they shouldn't be making this much money. They're all making money because they're quarterbacks. I don't know when the quarterback like financial market will just even itself back out or just rein itself in somehow. Because it seems like it's just going to go out of control forever, and it can't do that. It can't possibly do that. Like 4 years from now, what will Bo Nix's contract be?
I mean, it'll be 5 years from now after the option. You'll be sniffing into the 50s. Yeah, he'll be in the 50s. If everything goes right, he's a $50 million quarterback, or you let him walk and then you have to go with another rookie. That's the cycle in the NFL right now. You either have to pay a guy $50 million or you're drafting a guy that will eventually be worth $50 million, right? Like that is the cycle.
Wait. Oh, okay. What's the list again? Who's making, what's the annual?
The top 5?
Yeah.
Top 5 right now is Burrow.
At what?
63.
63 million.
On an average per year.
So then I asked
Herbert 53, Goff 53, Lamar 52, Hurts 51.
So I'm going to ask you a question one more time. 5 years from now, what will Bo Nix be making per year? 60?
It might be in the 60s. If everything works, he'll be in the 60s. So either he's your quarterback at $60 million and you hope that you are the exception to the rule and that you can win a championship with the guy making that much money, or you look at it and you go, that's awesome, thanks for your 5 years, go play for someone else, and then you have to start the retread again.
You don't want to do that.
Right.
You don't. So you're at some point going to...
I can't coin the term. That's a DMAC thing, man. Like, I got to give him his flowers when they're due. You either have a guy who's worth $50 to $60 million actively on the roster, or you are trying to find the next guy who will make that on his second contract. That's a DMAC thing, and I think he's right.
Quarterback salaries are mind-boggling to me. They're just mind-boggling. You don't even have to be that great. You just have to be next.
Your average salaries... Yeah, like Kyler Murray's 46.1. Derek Carr, 37.5, is tied for 12 with Aaron Rodgers.
Gosh.
Daniel Jones is making $40 million this year, and he might not be the quarterback next season in New York.
I want to vomit. Right. I want to vomit.
Dak Prescott's a $40 million quarterback, and hasn't made an NFC championship game, correct?
Right. He's only won two playoff games total, I think.
Woof. Nelly?
Raj, I have some good news for you. You've said before on this show that you do not want to buy Peacock to watch these Peacock exclusive games.
No, I'll pirate it off of my friends.
Well, Comcast has just announced that they will launch a bundle that includes Peacock and Netflix and Apple TV at a vastly reduced price. The price and the date of release have not been announced yet, but this is supposedly coming down the pipeline. So you know what that means? That means that time is a flat circle. We're just going back to cable.
Bundling is back and cable is yeah. Vic told us all this was going to happen like 4 or 5 years ago. So,
but he also is like wishing it and willing it to happen. because he doesn't want to go through
Vic is
all the different apps to do it.
He's the old guy that doesn't like having to look down at his remote and going to another app. And it takes, 15 seconds to do so. But the fact that he doesn't have the callback button, or honestly, can't talk to his remote. And I loved talking to my remote. That was very fast. It's really not that big of a hassle.
It's really not.
Just deal with it.
And nobody, like, Vic is so well versed in a lot of this
He
stuff.
really
He
is.
just is. And
He
it's
picks and chooses things to be old about.
right,
And this is one
right,
of them.
Right. Because you just hit the button and then it pops up on your screen. It's fine.
Nuggets and T-Wolves are coming up tonight. 8:40 tip, 7:30 p.m. extended pregame show with Mark Bertinoli out there at Ball Point. You guys can watch us on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream. Join in there on the chat room. We've got our Marky Marks, Boogie Nights, Deepwater Horizon,
Transformers,
the Perfect Storm. The other guys is almost, it's one of the most unbeatable comedies in the Will Ferrell quiver is The Other Guys.
Yeah.
That's an all-timer, so congratulations for getting that one. On the other side, I'll bring you through an NHL hot lap. We'll close up the Val Nichushkin situation, and then we'll get Dempsey's predictions for Game 5 tonight.
finally, for the first time, the Lakers are actually... Oh, we got a breakaway for KCP. Dog, 2 hands. I'm a peacock, coach. You got to let me fly.
It's a 2K Tuesday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. From the other guys, where maybe I was mistaken in saying my favorite was The Italian Job in terms of my Mark Wahlberg movies. The other guys is just, it's fantastic. Before we get into an NHL hot lap, you guys can go over to altitudesportsradio.com and go compete in the Major Championship Pick'em. Valhalla tournament is starting on Thursday morning, the second major of the year. All you have to do is hop on there, sign in, and you have to choose 4 different golfers from 4 different pools. They're split up into groups of essentially 40, from the best 40 to the next 40 in terms of odds. You choose 1 golfer from each pool, and at the end of it, the contestant with the most compiled earnings from those 4 golfers will win tickets to the BMW Championship coming up this summer at Castle Pines.
That's pretty cool.
It's a FedEx playoff event finally coming back to Colorado. The last time that we had that was, I believe it was back in 2014 when it was held at Cherry Hills Country Club. The Castle Pines Golf Club used to hold the International Golf Tournament for years. Right. Now it's gone.
With a modified Stableford scoring.
Yes, the bizarre Stableford. This will be a normal tournament, a playoff tournament down at Castle Pines. Should be an amazing event to go to. And if you want tickets, just hop in, play the major pick'em. We're going to play it for this major, the next one, and the final one of the year. So you'll have 3 different chances to go and win tickets. Hop on over to altitudesportsradio.com. Let's take a lap through the NHL. All right, we'll put a bow on the Val Nichushkin thing in just a couple of minutes here, but a series that was 3-0 last night should give the Avs a little bit of hope. The Carolina Hurricanes, down 3-0 in the series, have now forced a Game 6 back at home in Carolina. And come back after trailing 1-0 going into the third period last night. They score 4 unanswered, including an empty net goal, and they've got some life. And this is a team that isn't necessarily completely healthy. They're missing a middle 6 forward in Jesper Fast. They're missing a middle defensive pairing in Brett Pesce. They're not fully healthy. They're coming back against the league's #1 seed, the President's Trophy winning New York Rangers, who look damn near unbeatable to start the playoffs. They're making a series out of this thing.
But can they win it?
Likely not. But there's not many teams that have come back from 3-0 in any of the major 4 sports. It's happened more in hockey than it has in any of the other sports.
They're getting the next game at home, right?
Yes, next game's at home, and then Game 7 would be at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, see, that's like if you're the Rangers, see, like you are messing with, you're playing with fire a little bit here.
Yeah, you need to put it out.
Yeah, because if you're the team coming back like this, 3-2, yeah, that Game 6 on your home ice, ooh, it's big. It's big because even if you're not, your crowd is going to buoy you. So now it can take you, even if you're emotionally spent, physically spent, you're trying to come back in this series. You get this Game 6 at home, you win that, and then we'll see what happens. It's a Game 7. Anything can happen. That's crazy.
2 separate 3-1 leads right now in series. Dallas over Colorado, Florida over Boston. Those 2 teams play this evening. Boston surrendered a 3-1 series lead to Florida last year in the first round. Doesn't seem as though that Florida is going to do so in the second round this year. I expect them to be in the Eastern Conference Final. Vancouver holds a 2-1 lead over Edmonton. This game being played in Edmonton tonight. However, Vancouver dealing with a suspension on their back end. Carson Soucy cross-checked Connor McDavid in the face. He will not play this evening. Again, another possibility of a 3-1 series lead. Did you know, Dems? I'm trying to give some excitement for Avs fans here. And I don't think that the Avs can win this series. I don't. But more so than any other of the 4 major sports, has a team come back from 3-1 in hockey than any of the other 4.
Yeah.
It's happened 32 successful times. And on another 33 occasions, a team has come back from down 3-1 to force a Game 7. The Avs last did that in the bubble against the Dallas Stars. And then Joel Kiviranta, now an Av, had a hat trick in that game to send the Avs home.
I mean, I like it.
And the Avs did it without a full complement of players. Right. Gabe Landeskog was not available to them in that game. If I'm correct, they were playing with a backup netminder, if not a third-string netminder, in that Game 7 as well.
Mm-hmm.
So they've done this facing similar circumstances.
Yeah, and now they have, and like Cale Makar, Nathan MacKinnon, Mikko Rantanen, Jonathan Drouin, Casey Middlestat, Devon Taves, crossing our fingers. They're all going to be on the ice. Arturi Lehkonen, they're going to be on the ice. These are really good players, man. And I don't know specifically what Dallas has been able to do to really take the Stars out of, no pun intended, to take the Avs Stars out of this series. But these are still major, major talented players, major. And if there's any team that could do that, it would be this one. All they got to do is figure out whatever it is that they need to figure out.
They sit back in what's a 1-2-2 in the neutral zone is what Dallas is doing to perfection. And it's something that Peter DeBoer does better against Jared Bednar than any other opposing coach in Bednar's head coaching history. He just has a bugaboo with DeBoer. He can't necessarily beat him. I don't think DeBoer can win a championship, but he can stifle high-flying offenses. He's done it in New Jersey, he did it in Vegas, and he did it here in Dallas over the first 4 games. He's done a really good job of that. Sitting back in a 1-2-2 is essentially giving the underneath in football. And it's funny, the underneath in hockey is going over the top and chipping pucks behind defense. I don't think the Avs have been fast enough on their forecheck. I don't think that they've done well enough. They've been on a 1-2-2 on the forecheck. You need to put 2 bodies in on that puck and try and force turnovers below the goal line. That's what I hope that they end up doing in Game 5 in Dallas. They obviously need to win this one with their backs against the wall. You need to chip pucks deep and stop forcing the low to high play. Stop forcing the play across the offensive zone. Dallas, they do a really good job of taking that away. They take away the low to high play, the forward down the corner, up to the D to D, where the Avs generate a lot of their shots, right? You have to generate your offense against Dallas from the corners. And that starts with chipping pucks in the corners, being first on the puck, and then outmanning the puck in like 2-on-2 battles. You got to get a third guy in there and hope that a 3-on-2 doesn't go back into your net the other way. That's how you do it.
I hope they can. I hope they can. They're talented enough.
Yeah, it's tough. Again, I don't have much faith in them. Just because of the situation with Val, but you said it. One thing I really haven't talked about last night is Nate and Mikko and Cale, they haven't played well. They have not been themselves. And if you get elite versions of Makar, MacKinnon, Rantanen, you can win a game.
Yeah.
You can win 2 games. You might be able to win a series. I just think the confluence of events last night was just simply too much to overcome. Now, unfortunately, your back is against the wall. If you get MVP level performances from your MVP level players, you can beat Dallas, but you must get that. Anything short of it left in this series, you're going home.
Yeah, just one period at a time, right? So it's, go to Dallas, get a game. And then do it, and then face a situation that Carolina has right now, which is, all right, now you're coming back home for Game 6, and can you put something that your crowd can help you with the energy and then propel you to a Game 7, then anything can happen.
All right, so you look around the National Hockey League. Avs will take on the Stars coming up on Wednesday. We'll be up there at Hofbrau in Westminster, courtesy of our friends at Templeton Distillery with Templeton Fortitude Bourbon. It's fantastic. We'll have samples up there. We're giving away signed gear, sticks, pucks, jerseys, all of the above. Cannot wait to see you guys up there again. Hofbrau in Westminster on Wednesday evening. We'll be up there at 5 all the way through the postgame show. Myself, Mark Springer, Mark Bertinoli. Tonight, we've got an 8:40 tip, Chris Dempsey. Nuggets, last I saw, with 3.5-point favorites in this game in Game 5.
Yeah,
they looked like they turned it around, man.
Yeah, they did. And I expect it to continue today. I really do. It did. I think the lion's share of this was just their approach and attitude and energy and want to in this series. I mean, I think the thing that stood out to me, especially watching the film back in the first 2 games, it just looked like Minnesota just wanted the games more than the Nuggets wanted them. And so once that kind of flipped, and then obviously they had to make a couple of X's and O's adjustments as well. I think we're seeing what it really is between these two basketball teams. These are good games. Well, like game 3 wasn't good for Minnesota in any way, shape, or form. But I expect this to be a little bit more of a hotly contested game tonight. But I expect the Nuggets to win it. I just, they are the better basketball team, and now that they're in a much better headspace, I think that they can just. Now they're just free to play their game, and now that they're not trying to sort out what Minnesota is trying to do to them defensively, they can get that figured out too. I mean, as quiet as it's kept, the Timberwolves had 107 in the last game. That was their highest point total in any game this series. I mean, the Nuggets have been pretty good defensively themselves, and so can they just continue to repeat that? I think you'll see something similar to what they did in Game 4, which was do their best against Anthony Edwards, but don't let anybody else go off. Like that's the formula.
He's Chris Dempsey. Watch him on Altitude TV tonight. For him, for Josh Grismer, for Steve Nelson behind the glass, I love and appreciate you, fellas.
I'm a peacock, coach. You gotta let me fly.
My name's Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next. Again, go to altitudesportsradio.com/major. Altitudesportsradio.com/major to participate in our Pick'em contest. You'll have to get your picks in before the first tee time on Thursday from Valhalla. Choose 4 golfers, and the contestant with the most prize money at the end of those 4 rounds is going to walk away with some tickets to the BMW Championship coming up this summer at Castle Pines. It's the PGA Tour's FedEx Cup. Secure your place to watch the top 50 players in the world take on Castle Pines Golf Club for the BMW Championship August 20th through the 25th. Visit bmwchampionship.com for tickets. For Chris, for Nelly, I'm Raj. PhD's next.
What? Oh my God. Are you kidding me? That is so tight. Oh my God. Look at that. Get out of here. Oh, thanks to AAA Home Improvements, AAAHomeImprovements.com. They are the absolute best. Scotty's coming in like a house on fire with the shirt. Look at that. Look at that. You want to describe it? It looks sharp as hell.
The warden.
Yep.
Yeah.
She goes, "Hey, you want to make you a tap shirt?" I go, she's got whatever these devices.
Yeah.
Whatever. I said, yeah, you got shirts? She goes, oh, yeah. Because she's one of those ones like it sees deals.
Yeah.
So I guess there was a bunch of long sleeve shirts for like $9, so she went and just grabbed a
I'll wear one in a second.
No question about it. I mean, I didn't want to
Well, I didn't want to have her make it with the XL.
Depends on the shirt,
Large.
But it could, large is safe. Medium may work.
This is a 2XLT.
Yeah,
she's got the T's.
She got the
Solid.
T. That's why she got them.
All right.
I think there might be an XLT.
Yeah, I'll take that XLT.
It's not bad, right?
Yeah, that thing's solid. Heck yeah.
Is that
I mean, this is what we talked about yesterday. We could be selling these things. The warden should start this business. If nobody else is going to sell them, she should.
Is that running tight or a little loose? Where is that running?
Well, getting in the gym and everything.
Yeah, I got you.
I like it. It feels good.
I may go with medium then, frankly.
Well, I don't know if she actually,
Oh, I thought we were making orders right now. No.
Our family don't have a lot of mediums.
Large would be fine. Large would be
I'll
fine.
see what she has.
Large would be fine.
If she's listening, then I'll tell her. Maybe we can,
You know who else would want a large?
That's seizing the moment right there. Seize the moment.
It's good.
Well done, Warden.
I want to wear this because I'll only wear it for the show, and I'll take it off when I get home. I may wear it on the plane tomorrow.
That's good.
Or maybe get another one made.
It's kind of like if you know,
you
you
can
know.
go casual on the plane?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's the NBA.
Yeah.
This ain't hockey.
Yeah.
They wear the $10,000 sweatpants. I mean, everything's casual, but it's expensive. I'm sure.
Oh yeah, they're not the $9.99 Target.
No. It's either you're a hobo and you got that at Goodwill, or it costs you a house payment.
Yeah. That's why when I did that game with Connor, so I said, hey, I'll go down to motor skate. And I hang out, and I'm excited. I'm about ready to put some sweats on. And he calls back, hey, don't forget you have to wear a sports coat. And I went to skate. I went skating
on the bus.
On
the bus.
Gotcha.
If you just got your own transportation there, you wouldn't have to.
But we're from the hotel to the bus. No one sees you. From
the
bus
whole thing's
into
stupid.
the arena.
I get it.
And you're wearing
to be on the bus.
But keep things classy over there.
Because if you just took an Uber over there, you could
just ask Val.
They kept it pretty classy last night. That's a segue.
Do you want me to start off with something positive or negative?
You got to start off with the news. That's what you got to start off with. You got to start off with reality.
I got a little pinch of news.
All right.
That's more positive than negative.
Nuggets play tonight. Have a chance to take advantage.
No, it's with the Avalanche. We'll get to the Nuggets. We'll spend plenty of time with the Nuggets today for sure. Well, the first positive thing is Dan Tanner's back.
Good to see you, Dan. Still alive.
Missed you, my friends.
He made some risky decisions, but he's alive.
When was he gone?
Yeah.
When was he gone?
He's been gone, seriously?
I didn't even know the Rockies were playing.
5 in a row.
Yeah.
Oh, the hottest team in baseball. Welcome back, Dan. I knew you'd get that sort of reception.
I appreciate it. Missed you too, Scott.
Yeah, I've never in my life, being from a kid in Kansas and Oklahoma and that kind of area, never have I in my life sat and prayed for a tornado. Except
You're
yesterday.
something else. You're a trip.
He said 2 tornadoes.
I went over to the Avs voluntary skate today. Voluntary. It's over at Family Sports on the way here. Yeah. Trust me, I didn't do anything extraordinary. If it wasn't on the way, I wouldn't have gone.
Listen, we know that anyway. It's just those guys you got fooled. But go ahead.
Right. Woo! Guess what's out on the ice? Voluntary skate. Gabe was there, yeah. Guess who else was out the ice?
Nichushkin.
That would be, no, Val was not out on the ice. Nathan McKinnon was out on the ice.
Oh, good. He should have.
He is. Gerard was out there too, but it was Nate in particular that I saw. And it was just, listen, man, I the odds are stacked against the Avalanche as big as you can get. But it was just a moment of just watching Nate working on his skills, and he was working on receiving the puck, passing the puck, shooting, just from a spot, just working on a few things with Gerard and a couple of other guys. Gabe was out there just sort of whatever. And Georgiev was out there too.
Yeah, that's not why they were out there. That's not why they were out there to set a precedent. We're here. I'm still out here. The big dog's still here. I'm out here working. Voluntary skate. I'm out here right now.
You know, that's not typical. Nate doesn't.
But I mean, it's absolutely coordinated to Val. It's absolutely because of what's going on.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
He's not out there working on his skills right now because he's trying to work on his skills. No, he's out there setting a precedent for the hockey team. This ain't over. We're still in this thing, and I'm out here working, and you guys got to get your butts out here.
I think it's
also.
both. Yeah, I think he's trying to send a message that I'm going to be out there. That if we got something going on, it starts with me. So I can appreciate that too. But I'm not sure. And I did a thing with Andy last night. And he put in and said, "Listen, your 3 highest paid guys. Where were you? Where have you been the last couple of games?
Missing in action.
And listen, I thought Nikola Jokic those first 2 games, especially the first one, played fine. Played really good. The second one, probably could have scored more, but he only took 13 shots. And I'm like, but everybody criticized him. He's got to do well. He's one of the top paid guys.
I was so disappointed by everything yesterday. So bummed out. And it's a glimmer. It's just something. I was happy to go over there and see it. I'm happy to report it. I'm not making something up. You can see it on the old Twitter machine there if you want. And I put it out there. And it's just a moment of like, okay, if we're going to go down, I'm going to set an example.
Yeah.
I got something I got to work on too. And if I think there's just something about that, listen, I'm not expecting anything. Okay. I'm not, but to see the best player in the world trying to set that example and working on something to his last practice perhaps of the year before just the skate tomorrow where everybody's required to be at. To see the best player putting in something just a little bit extra to send a message to basically everybody. And by the way, this is like a mushroom in the dark. This is not like there's not a million people over there. He's not doing this to show off.
No, but the guys will know. They'll find out in a heartbeat who was out there, who was not. I'm sure Nate is not happy with his own performance. I'm sure he's not happy with what's going on. So I'm not saying that he's not out there with the intent that he's trying to get better at his craft or working through some things. But I really do think it's pretty dang simple. Like, hey, boys, we got the worst news you could possibly ever get. Like the news was so crazy. Like when it came out, it was just like, huh? This cannot be. It cannot, again in the middle of the playoffs. And so Nate's waking up in the morning saying, look, well, I'm not shutting down. I'm not everybody's telling us we're done. Everybody's telling us we can't win. And you know what? The reality is mentally that team is going to be feeling defeated before they even get on the ice again.
It's funny, as I show the video real quick, I didn't realize it was Nate. So I'm kind of panning around a little bit and I'm like, wait a second, that's Nate. I was like, oh, I probably should focus on Nate. So, just as you're watching it, he's just, working, receiving, passing, shooting.
Doing something with the puck to avoid traffic.
Basic skills.
Send it to one-timers.
Kind of faking something on the power play and dishing it. Repeating the skill over and over and over again. Using Gerard as, somebody he's working with. That's the best player on earth. That's about a half hour ago over at Family Sports on a day that he didn't have to be doing it.
And I'll say this also. For where they are, because and with the Nichushkin news, and we'll get into that and everything also, down 3-1, if not for a spectacular third period in game 1, let's be honest, they could have got swept.
Yep.
They're down 3-0 going into that game 1 into the third period. Fabulous third period. That might be a clear your mind moment too. I don't want to read anything.
Absolutely.
I don't want to listen to anything. Hello, Gabe, because I know he likes to listen to our show. Let me just get out there where my safe spot, my safe space, in big safe space over the last 4 or 5 years. This is my safe space.
Well,
right
I think it just, that's something positive I saw on the way in. That's the absolute latest. But the negative thing is all the Val stuff. So why don't I just hit me? What'd you think? Overall, what are your thoughts?
Just could not believe in our group thread. A couple hours before the game comes out, I think Josh was the first one that sent it, or someone. I think it was Josh sent out the text saying that Val's been suspended, and you're just like your mouth just drops. Like this cannot be this is deja vu. What same almost identical timing, second round instead of first, whatever. I mean, it you just could not believe it, and I think everybody out there is okay to feel however the hell you feel about this situation. If you're angry at Val, I think you're okay. If you want to live if you want to err on the side of empathy for the human being that is battling a deadly disease that its only goal is to kill you, that is the disease goal. That's what it is. It wants to kill you. I think you're good to live on the air of compassion and empathy for the human being. But the organization, they're flat out, man, at some point, enough's enough. And now Chris McFarland got out there. He said all the right things. But, he actually said, I think Val's in a good place right now, which I was like, really? Like, I don't think he's in a good place right now. I mean, he's
Columbia
about to be, well.
Scott, my bad.
Scott. I don't think he's in a good place, but he's saying the right things from the organizational point of view. But who was it? Was it Jack? Somebody after the game, I think they said, look, he made his decision.
Jack Johnson.
It was Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, he said he made his decision. And that's that. He made his decision. And, yeah, I mean, he made no secrets about it, that he's let down by it.
I think you can go both ways also, like you said, but I think you can go both ways in the same mind. I would hope that every single person has empathy for the addiction. And I'm going to call it that, and no one else has called it that from their side or Val's side or anything like that. But if you're getting popped to where you're getting into their program, and it's the next level, like the big level out of the program, where you're gone automatically 6 months without pay, there's an issue. There's probably an addiction. Probably that's my assumption. So, from as you said, the empathy standpoint, as a human being, he's going to be a human being in this world. Hopefully, a lot longer than he'll ever be a hockey player. So you want him to get right, because this is ancestral. This is something that will carry over forever and ever and ever through family lines if he's not able to get a hold of this and get right. This because I've seen it. I've seen my grandpa. I saw my dad. I see my brothers. It goes down the line until someone stops and gets the help. There's tons of help out there and all that stuff. So from a human standpoint, my heart breaks for him as a man, as a husband, as a father. That being said, as now the athlete, because he's still that, and he's still responsible to the other 24 guys that are skating with him, you left them down. You let them down. You've done it twice in a row. That is a selfish motivation. I feel sorry for the addiction. Maybe it's too strong for that. I think the Avs got to say, hey, get healthy, get happy, and we need to find a way for you to hit the trail. You cannot. I was all for him coming back after that first time. I mean, he came back. Remember, he had to go back into rehab this year and came back with a month left in the season. And you're like, I'm all for that. Boom, boom, boom. 9 goals. I mean, this guy, you win games because of Val Nichushkin. But as a team, I'd be done. I don't know if I could ever trust you again. And that may seem cold and hard.
I see a lot of people out there that are like, okay, I work a normal 9 to 5. That if this happened to me 3 times in a calendar year, because we're now at the 3rd time in a calendar year that this has happened, no chance I keep my job. And it's probably true. That's probably true. However, if you are the top earning salesman in your company, you probably get a little bit more grace than somebody else. Val Nichushkin has the most goals in the playoffs of anyone, right? And that's how good that dude is. Arguably the best player in the playoffs for the Colorado Avalanche this season. Does that mean he's going to get a 3rd chance? Probably not.
Well, this is his 3rd chance, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Will he be forgiven a 3rd time is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I guess that would be right.
Yeah, probably not. But you do understand why guys like that are given a little bit of grace and a little bit of leeway.
Well, what'd you say? It was Jack Johnson or Manson said, hey, he made his choice.
Yeah, it was Jack.
Johnson, yeah.
That is an echo from that locker room.
Well, I'll tell you what it was like in there last night. And the game itself.
Horrible.
To quote Jared Bednar, atrocious. So what are the options now? Are you buoyed a little bit that at least Nate's not giving up? I mean, is there something positive to be said on that? Meanwhile, we're on the heels of a dynamite Game 5 with the Nuggets and the Wolves, where Rudy Gobert is getting fined for gestures and nobody apparently can win at home. That's going to turn around, right? Tons to get to. Tap. PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you're dealing with low testosterone symptoms and erectile dysfunction, this is the place to go to get your life back on track. Come on, man. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. If you're feeling sluggish, tired, erectile dysfunction issues are killing your relationship, make an appointment today with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. It's 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple of minutes. And yeah, their results in the office are remarkable. So schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood and have your results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider is going to review your results, discuss your options, and make the right decision together with their medical team. In terms of low testosterone, the cost of the appointment is only $99. And listen, if you sign up for treatment, that just works right into your payment. So your visit is free. Give them a holler. 720-440-7900. With locations in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Do what I did. Get to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
it's weird for us. Unfortunately, we had to deal with stuff like this last year as playoffs as well. So as much as it is a little bit of a wake-up call, at the end of the day, it's we got to find ways to grind it out. And again, unfortunately, just didn't seem like we had the legs tonight. So you got to be able to take certain guys on the lineup and find a way, and it just wasn't that time.
They tried. They tried last night to just compare it to, well, guys get hurt, guys are missing. You got to overcome it.
It's not an injury. Hey, real quick before we move on, just quick correction for the first segment. I thought a piece of audio I heard from Chris McFarland was yesterday. That was old. So my fault. Got by that piece of audio. That was not relevant to today.
All right. No big deal.
Quit listening to bad radio shows.
I'll tell you.
You got to throw it out there like that.
The mood in the locker room, as they try to spin it like, well, this is no different than, and Taves was out, which I do wonder if he was sick, but I really wonder if it's a recurring.
From that hit from Ben in game 1 that wasn't called.
Correct. So, it wouldn't surprise me if you're okay that day, maybe the next day, and that stuff, that head stuff, I mean, it is, it's fickle. You never know what's what.
Well, sometimes it feels like literal physical illness.
Oh, right? I'm sure. And Cale said he found out when he was driving in. Bednar said that, some guys just get there early and they kind of found out. But I think most of the guys found out the same time like we found out as we were kind of just going into the game.
Oh, I think they were blindsided about it. And if you want to do a little deeper dive on it, Val has been flat out balling, like just being the dude. Like that's who he is, right? And, based off whatever drug or whatever it was that he popped for, I mean, some of these that happens to be pretty common in hockey is stuff that's out of your system in like 12 hours, 24 hours, right? And when you get into these various levels of drug testing, first, like you just got to pass it to whatever you want. And I would imagine that this test was probably within the last 48, 72 hours.
Well, the revelation was stage 3. Stage 3. When were you in stage 2?
Right.
Like when did that happen? Because last time I checked, I thought you just checked yourself into the program, like Sam Girard did.
Well, maybe that is stage 2 in hockey. Maybe stage 2 is you are mandatory. You have to go get some help.
Well, that means
maybe stage 1 was when you left the team last year
in
Seattle.
Yeah, I think there's.
And then stage 2 was 2 months ago.
Uh-huh.
And now all of a sudden, this is your third bite of the apple.
So is Sam Girard coming through stage 2 as well, or is that different when you check yourself in?
I don't think it has anything to do with who checks you in. I think Sam's probably in the first stage.
Okay. Here's the truth. Who knows what's been going on behind the scenes, right? So the details kind of don't matter. I don't think, but maybe the details do matter. Because now the next logical question is, what's next? The contract is tough. Speaking of good
6 years left.
There's all sorts of bad ramifications for this team in terms of cap hits and money expended and everything. And it does not look like there's an easy way to move on. So let me ask you guys something, all right? Let me ask you a tough, cold question here. You sure he's gone in 6 months? You positive he's gone? Because, frankly, guys, I know what you're saying. Hey, 3 times at my workplace, I'd never. Guys, let's keep it real. How many of us in our workplace would survive what happened to him in Seattle? Period. But he did, didn't he? And he was welcome back.
But like I said, you let's say you work for an organization that is netting $12 million a year, and you're responsible for 6 of that. You're responsible for 6 of that. You probably get another chance. You do because
sure, I agree with you. So why wouldn't you get another chance this time?
Because at some point you just say enough's enough. So he signed an 8-year, $49 million contract. As Scott just said, he's got 6 years left of that. I heard Raj breaking it down, how it's difficult to get out of this thing. I am no contract expert, especially in NHL stuff. You for real? You can't get out of this. Like you can't go conduct detrimental. You can't. there's certainly got to be ways you could be able to get out of this. I believe Raj because he's an expert at this. It's just shocking to me.
Hey, how was Val's game on the ice?
Pretty good.
Oh, so how's he going to be in 6 months?
Who knows?
He's going to be phenomenal as a hockey player.
Maybe.
What do you mean maybe?
He's not
injured.
This is his edge. Maybe he's got to now learn how to play. Obviously,
I don't know
without what he's doing.
I'll tell you this: he wasn't hurt. He wasn't injured.
He was phenomenal.
And he was playing great.
And to the point he was so phenomenal, we said they beat the Kraken last year in the first round if it doesn't happen last year.
No doubts about that.
Here's the thing that's interesting that I think everybody's skipping over. It's 6 months. He goes into phase 3, 6 months without pay. Boom, boom, boom. Comes back. No. He can
That's right.
He's eligible.
Ask
That's right.
for reinstatement.
At the earliest.
Doesn't mean the league will grant it.
Correct.
I'm sure the Avs will have something to say. When Andy and I did that pod thing last night after the game, people had a good point. You can put him on long-term IR, and that plays with the salary cap somehow.
That's right.
Which I think at the very least you probably would do. But I think in 6 months, I don't think it's guaranteed the league reinstates it.
So,
no.
Maybe not, but let me ask you this. Do you think, because the contract's tricky and he's still playing at a high level, right? It's the balance. How good are you? How much of a pain you are, right? That's it. Because if it wasn't that, he'd already be gone for what happened in Seattle. Let's be honest about that too. Here's my hot take on it. I think he'll be back with the Avalanche.
I don't think so, dude.
Now, if you don't personally want him back, okay, fine, let's hear it. But in terms of just like hockey, I couldn't believe he was welcomed back the way he was after what happened last year.
Well,
but he was.
You have two really kind of powerful forwards on this hockey team. Now let's talk X's and O's. Two really powerful, scary forwards on this team. One may never skate again in Gabe Landeskog, and now this one can't stay on the ice, it looks like, because of dependence problems. Like I said, he's got to reinstate. If he can still play, you got to do. But here's the problem.
Are the fans going to be outraged if he's back with the Avalanche in November or December?
I think the fans will be, let's wait and see. I think the team's got to have to be like that. Listen, I agreed and disagreed with Tyler. He talked about it. He said, Val's got to come back and do a mea culpa to every one of his teammates after that in Seattle. And I think you do. And I think they accepted him back. They're a better team with him. But when you do it again.
Yep.
If you think coming back from leaving the team in the playoffs last year was hard, and he had all of offseason to get that done and get ready to get started. But now to do it again?
Well,
who cares?
I think you're wrong about the
team
fans,
does.
honestly. I think the fans are done. I do. I don't think the fans want him back. I mean, and look, Twitter is not the greatest representation of reality. We all know that. But just following social media, what's going on out there, man, it's very few the fans that are defending them or even saying like hold your judgment. They're done. They're fed up. They feel violated by it.
I saw a lot of fans throwing their hats onto the ice when he scored a hat trick in the playoffs this year. Saw a lot of fans hucking their $40 caps onto the ice.
But
See
for
you later.
The second year in a row, you feel like one dude ended a cup run. Second year in a row, one dude ended a cup run.
He let his teammates down. Ain't no doubt about it. Ain't no doubt about it. Empathy for the human.
And I'm not telling the guys like Jack Johnson can't forgive, that they won't love him.
Jack Johnson's not going to be on the team next year, Tyler.
I said guys like Jack Johnson.
Well,
I didn't say Jack. I did say Jack, but guys like Jack Johnson. And there's others. Believe me, he's not the only one in that locker room that feels let down by him.
Who matters, though? Who matters?
Nate matters. Tail matters. Do you think Nate is okay with this? You think Nate is okay with
and
this?
That's a great point I brought up last night also.
No way is he okay.
You got a guy that physically may never be able to play the game of hockey again that he loves, and you could tell he loves. I mean, he's working his butt off. He's getting out there doing whatever he can. Imagine if you're Nate, not Nate McKinnon, but Landeskog. Imagine if you're Landeskog. What's he thinking right now? I'm doing everything I can
to
get on this ice to maybe help this team come back. whatever.
He's out skating around an hour ago.
And you, by choice, addiction or not, it's still a choice. Before you pick it up or put it in or put whatever.
It's absurd.
Still a choice. Might be a hard choice for you. I'm not diminishing that.
Mm-hmm.
Still a choice. And Gabe doesn't have a choice. I wondered, the first thing I thought last night, I wondered what was going through his mind.
Now, I saw Gabe after the game. I saw Logan O'Connor too. And I thought that same exact thing. Like these two dudes, just, man, injury is rough. Don't tell me this team couldn't use Logan O'Connor and Gabe, and they're in suits walking into the locker room after the game, a pathetic game, atrocious game is wrapping up. But it begs a bigger question. Does it matter what players think?
Yeah, the right guys, but I don't think this one's going to be up to the players.
But
this is going to be the people upstairs.
My argument, especially in the hockey culture, nobody gives a crap what the players think. We're going to put the best team out there that we can, and that's that. And you just got to roll with it. And the end. And for everything that was made about, listen, man, you don't think they were upset last year? Of course they were. He's back. It doesn't matter. I don't think it matters what the players think unless you have somebody like Nikola Jokic. Seriously.
Is that not what Nate is?
He is not like Nikola Jokic, no.
Ooh.
He is not.
In terms of power in the organization.
He is not.
Wow.
Nobody is like Nikola Jokic in terms of a player with power in the organization, except for maybe LeBron.
Okay.
Something like that. Nate ain't
and the
like
difference
that.
between him and LeBron is he doesn't take advantage of it.
Yeah.
If there's no other Nikola Jokic, fine. Nate's as close as it could ever possibly be.
Well, then he's not even close. So it doesn't matter then, because he is not that influential. Not like that. Not like that. I think they may talk to Nate, but it's a different sport though, Tyler. It's Scott. It's a different culture. It's a different way. They just they don't.
But I don't think. But I think I understand your point, and for the more or less, I actually agree with it. But I don't think it's going to come down to the players. I don't think they're going to ask their opinion, and that's fine. At some point, you're running the show. You're Chris. You're Joe. You're running the show. And 2 years in a row, this dude has ended your cup run. Ended it. One dude has ended your cup run 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
And I get it. I see the success out there. But at some point, you as the folks that are running the show are going to look at this and say, is this the best thing for my team or not? And I got so much sympathy for the addiction. I actually do think. I do think that he could walk back in that locker room. And I'm not telling you guys would trust him, but I think guys would love on him. I really do. I think his peers would love on him because there's a lot of guys in that locker room that just haven't been caught. That's it. They know that. They just haven't been caught, and they're dealing with the same old struggles. But upstairs, I don't think that they're going to give that option to him.
Okay, so it begs the bigger question. Because if they just dump him, and I'm sure there's a way to dump him, there's going to be a negative impact, salary cap, finances, whatever. Sean Payton just said, forget it.
Hold on. Are you sure you can't get out of this thing for conduct detrimental? You can't get out of this without owing a single dollar?
I'm not sure.
I can
have this argument both ways. There's you can get out of it, no big deal, should they move on. And then there's, it's going to cost you, just like it cost the Broncos with Russell Wilson. So we can look at it either way if you want. We can play I'll do it. It doesn't, they can figure it out, and it's not a big deal should they move on from Val.
Well, to be fair, either way, it does cost you. I mean, whether it's financially or whether you're losing the second or third best player on your team.
Okay, so how do you want to play it? Let's just say it's going to cost you, because I think it's going to cost you something. These contracts are tricky. They're more guaranteed than football. It's going to cost you. Let's just go down that. What it's going to cost you, I don't know. Is it worth it if it's going to cost you? It's going to cost you the player, and it's likely costing you some sort of money. Is it worth it?
And cost you salary cap hit, too.
Right. And don't forget, he's not injured.
I got it.
And
well,
he was the best player.
He's not injured, and it's not fair for me to assume, but he probably has a disease. Okay. Injury and disease, what's the difference?
Well, with his disease, he was the top player in the NHL in the playoffs this year in terms of scoring. With his disease.
Okay. Can you handle that disease to not pop again? Say you can handle that and perform,
Tyler,
because clearly he can.
You don't get trust anymore.
Exactly.
You don't get trust. You get one of the world's greatest players who's going to play out the contract theoretically, but you don't get trust. Trust ain't part of the deal anymore.
Well, you have to be able to trust him in order to continue to employ him.
So you'd move on, no matter the cost.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Well, and here's the other thing, the option that can get you out of it. Listen, we need to have this seriously discussion in October because I don't think November. I think November is when the 6 months is, when he can possibly be reinstated. The other option is you trade him. Well, two things can happen. Every other team knows that you're desperate to move him, so you ain't going to get the value that he's probably worth, the best player scoring-wise in the playoffs so far. He's not going to get that worth. And to be honest with you, a lot of teams are going to be afraid to take that chance also.
But you know what, Scott? That's actually, maybe that is the only out. Maybe a trade is the only out because Val would know, okay, I get to keep my money. At least I got a chance to keep my money as long as I don't mess this up. New team says, okay, we will take you on. We're only giving you a box of rocks for one of the best players in the world. We'll take you on, but you have to change your contract for us. You have to change this to give us some language that says you pop again, we don't know you.
But again, the language and the things you can do in the NFL to players, if you want to come back, we're going to have to redo this contract. I'm not sure you can do that with all the guaranteed money. It's $36 million still guaranteed. I'm not sure you can do that in the NBA or the NHL. Major League Baseball, I don't think so either.
So conduct detrimental is a card that very few teams ever want to play. It's like a last resort because you don't want to be known as the team that drops conduct, especially in a situation like this, when a disease does affect you. And I do think at a certain point, Val probably did stop making the decisions, and the disease made it for him. So you never want to drop that on a dude, but you got that in the back of your hand, and certainly suspensions. A 6-month suspension, I would think, qualifies as conduct detrimental.
You know, I ask questions sometimes just to be the devil's advocate, but my true opinion is it's clear as a bell. It doesn't matter the cost. You can't trust him. He's got to go. The end. And he probably should have gone beforehand. Okay? You gave him the chances. He's got to go. The end. How's that for being clear? Doesn't matter. It's PHC on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for Mike Maroney. And if you're in the market for a new car, truck, or SUV, check it out. Everything is on sale at the new Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. These are incredible deals. Depending on which model you select, qualified buyers will save in one of so many ways. First, we start with $10,000 on a new 2024 model. $10,000. That is great. Buy with 0 down, 0% APR financing. Get a $5,000 discount and make no payments for 90 days. Got a trade? Bring it on in, even if you owe more than it's worth. And every vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. It's Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC. Proud partner of CU Athletics. Conveniently located at 1415 Vista View Drive in Longmont with a beautiful showroom and a welcoming smile and a friendly nature. However, you can just go online too. That's Mike Maroney, Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. Get yourself an incredible deal. Mike Maroney, Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. All right, a little bit of a break from the Val stuff. We'll get to your text. Shot Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. We do have some playoff basketball. Oh, my God. I don't know, man. I'm having a hard time shaking this Avalanche stuff, but I'll try to move on a little bit. So a few days ago, we like Charles Barkley, right? We're Charles Barkley fans around here, correct? Tyler, you like Charles Barkley?
I like the whole show. I still like the whole show.
Scott?
Yeah, love him.
Okay. Here's first, let's hear from Chuck a few days ago.
This series is a wrap. Minnesota is better than the Nuggets. No disrespect. They don't have an advantage. The MVP is getting outplayed. They don't have an advantage anywhere. Jamal Murray, I think he's still hurt a little bit, but other than that, they don't have an advantage anywhere. This series is a wrap. The Minnesota Timberwolves, I said before the season, I didn't believe in them. They have changed my mind 100%. They are going to win this series. I don't know who they're going to play. The other series could be very entertaining. But, man, they are for real. They have that guy. If you have that guy and that boy for that Bulldog, he might as well be a damn wolf because he ain't messing around. The Joker can dominate tonight because Rudy's not here. You never thought the Denver was going to win that game tonight. The Minnesota Timberwolves are for real. They're going to sweep the Denver Nuggets. Period.
Guaranteed. Hey, man, when you get something so wrong when you're supposedly an expert, how do you think that feels? When you just really eat it.
I know. Actually, I really don't get the ego tied up in it. I really don't. Like Stephen A., the dude's most egotistical dude I've ever seen on TV. But even he didn't get caught up in it. So you haven't even played Chuck's response here. But I don't think it's that big of a deal when you get it wrong. Because guess what, Chuck? You are entitled in 100%, absolutely entitled to feel the way that you did when you said that, because almost everybody in America felt the exact same way. So is it that embarrassing to get it wrong?
I think it's really embarrassing, but I mean,
really,
you're so wrong.
Here's the key. He's made a career of that. I mean, and that's the beauty of him. He doesn't care if he gets it wrong. I mean, he's done it. Now they're making fun of his guarantees because they put up on poster notes and basically you're wrong about that one, you're wrong about that one. So it's kind of become a funny bit. It's different to me for Stephen A. because he can hammer on guys or crush guys, and he does that too. Love on guys. But he got 16 years in, he's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so we don't really care if we get it wrong.
But you know what's funny about it?
Stephen A. don't have that right to be blasting guys like he does.
I actually would have thought Stephen A. would have been the one that dug his heels in, and Chuck would have been the one that laughed at himself. But it went the other way around.
That's right. So here is, after getting it wrong, here is Chuck's response.
That really was interesting that he said that because, I hate when coaches try to act like, dude, we get paid to give an opinion.
You should set that up.
If you watch those first two games,
what's that?
You didn't think Denver was
going
to win.
What Chuck is talking about right now is he's referring to Mike Malone putting the highlight reel together of all the talking heads that he played to the team. And now Charles is responding to the fact that Michael Malone put this video together and how he feels about that video.
That really was interesting that he said that because, I hate when coaches try to act like, dude, we get paid to give an opinion. If you watch those first two games, you didn't think Denver was going to win. They act like we just pulled it out our ass or something and just made it up. When you watch those first two games, you're like, man, the Minnesota Wolves look better than the Denver Nuggets. Now, Denver's playing great. And he want to act like he played a tape. Man, I don't care. I've always liked Mike Malone. I really liked his dad. But he annoys me because he think like, hey, he won a championship. He ain't the greatest thing since sliced bread. But to act like guys, first of all, because I think Stephen A. and Mike Wilbon, all of us was not apparently on this tape. But we only can go by what we saw. And if you watch those first two games, you said, damn, I think that, because I've never been a Minnesota fan. I told you that. So I said, but maybe I got to change my opinion. But give the Denver Nuggets credit, but don't act like that tape spurred the Nuggets. I think
But see, this is where I laugh. Like, at this point, like, I honestly. All right, never mind.
Poor Chuck. He's just, man, he's crying.
But
he is crying.
And he comes back and attack where everybody else is just wrong and just move
yeah.
on.
Just laugh at yourself.
Kendrick Perkins has been saying this for 3 years. So, I mean, whatever.
Chuck, wait, Chuck, you're offended that you were wrong and Michael Malone used a delivery item that was supported by DeAndre Jordan to show to the team. And guess what, Chuck? It actually did help. I mean, a little bit.
Didn't hurt.
It didn't hurt.
That's what surprises me, that he takes it that personally. Like, dude, first off, yeah, you're entitled to. You're a talking head. We're gonna get it wrong. We get it wrong all the time.
And then he goes with
guess what? Like, you're entitled to have that opinion because it was probably very fair of you to have that opinion. It's also very fair of Michael Malone to use whatever the hell he wants to use as motivation for his team.
Then he goes with the mic. He goes with the mic, not Michael. And I liked your dad better. I mean, what are you doing, Chuck?
Well, maybe, hey, listen, he picked Denver to repeat, so maybe he's trying to inspire even more to go ahead and get him fired up for Game 5.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, before the season started. He said Denver Nuggets, they're going to win it again.
Can I tell you something that's nuts with all these experts? How in the world did they think Game 2 was Denver Nuggets basketball? How in the world did they logically think, oh, that's who the Nuggets are?
No, but stop, man. I mean, they were more than justified to think that Denver was going to lose that series.
I think that was
justified.
That was stupid, lazy analysis to think the Denver Nuggets, the defending champions, were an 80-point team at home rather than just a weird, strange blip on the radar. But they didn't. They all sunk their teeth into this is the team. And that first game could have gone either way, man. It could have gone either way.
Yeah, everybody trying to say that was a horrible game. Listen, they didn't score points. Their offense wasn't efficient. Give Minnesota a little bit of credit. But that game was there to take.
Can I tell you who's what? 106 in the first game, 106 in the second game, 90 in the third game, 107 in the fourth game. That's Minnesota. That's exactly who they are. So if you can score 109, 112, 113, and you mean to tell me the Denver Nuggets are an 80-point team at home? Shut up.
I didn't think that's who they were, but I also didn't think they were going to win the series. So I don't think anybody was an idiot for thinking they weren't going to win the series at that point.
Well, I guess I'm proud to stand on this hill and say I thought they were going to win Game 3, and I said they win Game 3, they win the series. Or I guess they lose, but I didn't think they had played like themselves. And I really am amazed at the disrespect given to this team based on what they've accomplished and who Jokic is. That really does kind of tick me off.
But again, and you've heard me say it before, that I think that a lot of the national media guys have agendas. And one of the agendas, they don't like Joker. They don't like what he's doing to the league. They don't like, because he plays different. He's not a video film highlight with his dunks and like Edwards is. He's not a come look at me guy after he makes a shot like 90% of the stars are. He's a guy, I'm going to make a pass, baby, bimp on my bad dunk. I'm just going to walk down the floor.
All right, let's reset right now.
He's not flashy enough, I think, for the national media.
It's best 2 out of 3, Tyler. Who's going to win this series?
Now I definitely think the Nuggets are going to win the series.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't feel that way after Game 2, though.
Okay, why were your doubts so strong about him after Game 2?
I didn't think that's who the Nuggets were, but they were down 0-2. They dropped 2 games at home. There's only been 5. I think there's only 5 teams in history that have come back from that.
4.
So to think
since 1984.
So to think that we were going to become the 5th team like just that easily when you got embarrassed and you lost both games at home, I'd call you a little bit delusional. I got the hope. I get what I totally got your take saying if they won Game 3, they're going to win the series.
Mm-hmm.
But if you went into Game 3 like confident that they were going to win the series, I'd call you delusional.
I thought they were going to win that game. I mean, maybe I was just trying to keep hope alive, and maybe it's a little bit of a homer take, but I just
the thing with
I think those 3 days off, I swear to God, with those 3 days off and the ability, everybody dumping on him, I actually think it did help. I think there were a lot of things that helped. I think Shaq's stupid interview with Jokic helped. I think the tape helped. I think Anthony Edwards being interviewed on ESPN about being Michael Jordan helped. I think a lot of it helped. And it just gave a little breathing room for a very, very talented team. And then Malone did the right thing a couple of different times. And the concept that he's not a good coach or whatever, give me a break. So I guess I am a little offended by all of that. And I think they're going to come in tonight. They're just going to score more than 112 points. And if the Minnesota Timberwolves can't figure out how to top that, they're going to lose.
Well, Denver's over when they score less than 100 this season. So that's the big key, right?
Buckle up, Buttercup. Get your drink on a Tuesday night because we're tipping that
late.
Can I just admit something? How prisoner of a moment I can be at times, though. They're down 0-2. I thought that they were probably going to not just lose the series, but they had a chance of getting swept. That's how that thing felt after those two. Now you win the next two, and now I feel like we're going to win the next two games. But it is prisoner of the moment, I admit it, but that's the way it feels right now.
Take a peek what's going on with Oklahoma City and Dallas, and you tell me Denver's not better than those two teams? Come on.
Well, the difference was, and here's what the 0-2 did, whatever you want to say, it woke them up. Whether it was the film, the tape, the players, the talking, the being, the bong, the boom, the bing, what it was, they were over 2. And I would say, and I've said before, the Lakers series, I didn't play good. In the first 2 games, they didn't play good.
Mm-hmm.
They scored, 99 and 90 or whatever, 80 or whatever it was. They didn't play good. They hadn't played good the entire series till game 3. And then all of a sudden something happened. You went, ooh.
I know what happened. You know what happened,
spark.
too. You know what happened?
What?
Tap. It's PAC on 92.5. If you've been thinking about remodeling your home or adding living space, you don't know where to start, it's AAA Home Improvements, DMAC for AAAHomeImprovements.com. They're the premier design and build contractor in the metro, and they've helped hundreds of families transform their homes from tired and dated to beautiful and modern. Dwight in Arvada, our experience with our master bathroom update was great. Our project lead guy was great on keeping us informed on times and arrival and keeping us updated. We thank you very much. You also ended up doing our neighbor's patio last fall. I mean, what Toby Hurdle and his team have put together is just phenomenal. 20 plus years of home renovation, custom home building, and remodeling experience, making the design and build service turnkey. From start to finish with close communications, it's AAA Home Improvements. You've got to see some of the before and afters at AAAHomeImprovements.com. And go there as their schedule does fill up quickly for a free, no-obligation estimate. AAAHomeImprovements.com. AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price. All right, just getting some people's opinion here is Jared Bednar initially about Val.
No, I don't think we're not using that as an excuse. Like, we lose a good player in Val today, we add a good player in Drouin. So and he played well tonight, Drew. I thought, like, for the amount of time he had off, I thought that he had good legs and played hard and played well. I think that's not an excuse for our team.
It's a nice try, but the question is, did he let you down?
We're not going to use that as an excuse. I mean, it's just we can't, and we won't, because again, we treat it just like OC, injured, done for the year. You get news like that all the time. You continue to play with the players that you have, and we have the ability to play a heck of a lot better than we did today, regardless of any news. Like, I can't think of news that you can't work through. You have to be mentally tough. I honestly don't think that. I mean, I don't think it's an excuse. I don't.
He's trying his best, but he also said they were in the first period like they were frozen. Called the performance atrocious, worst playoff performance they've had. Being there in person, you just could not believe how bad it was.
But here's another thing you got to remember too. He sounded like a coach and said the things he had to say. And two, he's an older gentleman, because coaches usually are. He's not old like me, but I mean he's matured, been through the battles, have seen bad times, good times, whatever. And it's easy to say when you're not right in the middle of it as a player going, oh, no, we're not going to use excuse. Well, players do. Yeah, and it's not right, and you hope they have that mindset. I just don't think when you're finding out at 6 o'clock that your teammate who's been your leading scorer through the first 1.5 rounds of the playoffs is now back on doing whatever and is suspended for 6 months. It doesn't affect you. When I watched that first period, I'm like, it has affected him. I mean,
there's no doubt.
There was no life or juice to it.
And you know what affected him too? Taves not being around. I mean, it was a double hammer blow. I mean, it was severe.
And you know what? And you know what piles on top of it? You're probably getting out of the first period, which Georgie was phenomenal in that first period. I mean, they
had to be.
Within the first 20 seconds, they had like almost a one-on-one with him that he just stoned. Did it 2 or 3 more times in that first period. And I think if you get out of that first period, maybe things look up a little bit. But then your guy that wants to win the Norris has the most unbelievably dumb turnover in the history of mankind. And now it's 1-0 with 3 minutes to go into the period, into the first break. And you're like, come on, man. I think if they can just get out of that, maybe things bounce back a little bit.
I don't know, man. Maybe.
And maybe not. But I think also you go in the press, say, okay, we're hanging in, we're doing all right, Georgie's on fire, we're doing good. And then one of your best players has a bad turnover. Turnover, and now it's 1-0, and I think everybody went.
Exactly.
That's what it felt like.
By the way, it was a shorthanded turnover.
It was.
It doesn't take much to feel affirmed of doubt. And that's what happened. They went into the game with doubt. Lots and lots of doubt and anger and frustration and probably every other emotion you could possibly have. And then one thing happens and it's like, oh, well, yeah, I already doubted, so it's over.
The only thing that's just helping me a little bit today, I'm actually glad seeing the optional skate and seeing Nate out there just a little bit. I mean, there is a glimmer of like, well, you do have the best hockey player in the world this year. You do. And Cale Makar I think you do. In my opinion, you do. And Cale Makar, if you don't think so?
I think Connor McDavid is. No knock. Hey, listen.
I'd take Nathan McKinnon over Connor McDavid this year. I sure would. They're both great. Listen, they're both really good. You know, it's another one of these. You don't want to pump a guy up to put a guy down who's also great.
Right.
That's the stupid Jokic SGA thing. They're both great. So is Luka, of course. So is Giannis with his 1 vote. And Luka with his 4, and Shea with his 15, and Jokic with his 79. Stupid thing. So now what? Is it done? Is it over? Is it over?
Are we not in the same position we were with the Nuggets 0-2.
We are not.
And we said we're gonna see and we're gonna feel what this team's really about. And we saw it in Game 3. We said, okay, the Nuggets finally showed up. If the Avalanche finally show up, can they beat Dallas tomorrow?
I don't feel the similarities.
I don't either.
Oh, I do 100%.
Okay, I get what you're saying, like sleeping giant type of similarities. Okay, I understand that. But the Nuggets had like the world's biggest rally cry go on, kind of that they had nothing to do with, that they just happened to benefit from. That's what awoke them from their slumber. The Avalanche just had something terrible happen to them as they're already struggling.
But you just heard the coach say there's no excuses and no. Okay, now you've had 48 hours.
It might not be an excuse
to digest this, and I'm not even talking wins and losses. I want to see a different team approach-wise come out to this game in tomorrow night, and I think if you do, who knows? A couple bounce, you get lucky, you get a win.
I don't know.
Now it's 3-2. Then you come home. Guess what? Hold court.
You know when I felt the worst last night? The whole night was terrible, but when I felt the worst is when the Stars scored their third goal to go up 3-0, and they didn't even celebrate. I was like, wow.
They know they're just got a dog in on people.
It was just like, bam, that's it. There you go. Okay. I think it was a power play goal, I believe. And it was just like, oh, okay. Like, no big deal. It's like, damn, man. Like, this is where we are with the Avalanche, that you score a goal in the playoffs just like it's a preseason game. It's just not that big of a deal.
Are you saying maybe the Stars looked at the Avalanche as kind of like a beaten puppy and they just were tired of pounding them?
It feels worse when Tom Brady in the playoffs punts on third down. That happened the game after they beat Pittsburgh. Everybody wants to talk about that Tebow-Pittsburgh game. Nobody wants to talk about the Tebow-New England game the next week.
Yeah.
It feels worse to be pitied, Tyler, than hated. I'd rather be hated than pitied.
See, and that's the biggest difference to me between where the Nuggets and Avalanche were/are. The Avalanche weren't feeling pity, or the Nuggets were not feeling pity. They were feeling anger. They were feeling exposed. They were feeling a little bit of all those things. But it was a rallying cry.
I think Game 2, in the middle of that game was a pity
party.
Okay,
no, I wouldn't disagree with that.
Was nothing but a pity party, and something changed.
I'm talking about
game
the 2 to 3 days after,
3.
though.
Well, by the time you got to Game 3, I think anger finally took over.
Yeah, but Scott, the Wolves weren't feeling pity for the Nuggets in the middle of the game, were they?
No, but I'll tell you this,
because I think the Stars were last night,
and I agree with that. But I thought the Avs played like in the first quarter. They were like, here we go again. You know, they were Eeyoreing the start of the game. I thought the Nuggets did that in Game 2. No, here's the difference between NBA and NHL. The other team ain't ever gonna feel sorry for you. Hey, you lost 2 of your best players. I don't care. We're gonna beat the snot. The NBA don't care.
I felt it from DeBoer after the game. I felt it from the players who spoke. I felt it from the body language on the ice. I think the Stars felt bad, sorry for the Avs during the game.
I don't think they felt bad for him. I don't think they felt bad for him. They just didn't feel threatened by him.
It was less physical.
It
was less
they
everything.
couldn't care less about what was going on in the Avalanche locker room. They don't. But they didn't feel threatened.
The interview with the sideline person, with the coach, which was assistant coach for Dallas, I mean, basically, it is what's going on there. We just got to worry about ourselves.
Yeah, they were focused on what they got to do, and they're playing well as well. So not only are the Avs going through this ridiculous period, but now the Stars have actually picked up their game for what they want to do. So not only are you in a bad spot and you didn't have Val and Taves, they also figured you out. I mean, they figured you out.
DeBoer figured him out when he was a coach of San Jose.
Figured him out everywhere.
He figured this team out when he was in Las Vegas. My thing is, how many games you got to play against this coach's style of defense to offense before you figure out something to challenge that?
You know, it's funny. I saw LeBron talking about MPJ, and he was like, he doesn't miss. He's a laser. And I go, yeah, against you?
Yeah, because you're not guarding.
So it's like it's just wherever your perspective is. I feel so I don't know, man. It was fun to see Nate out. Maybe I don't know, Tyler. I have a hopeless feeling with the Avalanche at this point. I don't think it's like the Nuggets at all, actually.
Because I'm just trying to figure out what's the rallying cry.
I don't know.
What's going on in the Avalanche?
Are you
locker room
serious
today?
with the rallying cries?
Yeah.
That
No
you look
idea.
like a bunch of chumps and you're professional athletes that were expected all year and the betting favorites to win the Stanley Cup, and you've played like broken puppies. That's the rallying cry.
Should be.
So you either won't show up,
Well, we'll see.
and maybe that's what you are, that's broken. And if you don't show up, and here's the scary part. Because of what Nichushkin just did, there's going to be a pass on this entire team through the offseason because it's Val's fault.
Yeah,
And yet there was some issues going. Because guess what? Val played in game 2. Val played in game 3.
You know what the reality is?
Come on now.
It wasn't Val's fault when he was out there.
So the rallying cry is: Do you want to go? Do you want to? And maybe this is old school stuff. Do you want to go down whimpering, or you want to go down fighting?
Well, it's good to
and
see.
that's to me where the difference is, or the similarities.
At least you saw some of the stars out at the optional skate today, so it does look like, hey, man, it's clicking with somebody that we got to figure this stuff out. I just think it's overwhelming at this point. I did not think it was overwhelming for the Nuggets. I feel like it's overwhelming for the Avalanche right now.
It was overwhelming that Monday night. I'm telling you, it was overwhelming.
Crazy what a couple days
can
do.
Malone said it, though. Maybe the best thing that happened to him was those 3 days. Because now you do get to see everybody dogging you, everybody giving up on you, and maybe those 3 days helped you. The Avs don't have that luxury. They're playing tomorrow. They got 1 day to feel sorry for, and you did yesterday. I just believe in this team. I believe in the talent on this
you going
team.
to predict a win against Dallas? Go for it.
I'm going to predict.
Go for it.
I'm going to say this. If you come out and play the way I think you can play, then I'm okay. Good. Tough luck, tough break. Here we go. Win or lose. If you come out and give up the ship, there needs to be a hard look at this franchise and this team, and maybe changes need to be made that are pretty big. How's that? Because this same coach is going to knock you out of the playoffs 3 times in a row if that happens.
How big of changes?
Who knows? Who knows? But my thing is, I think they should be just as PO'd going into Game 5 as the Nuggets were going into Game 3. That's my similarities. Do they need exterior motivation? What external validation? Maybe. But to me, as a former player, and listen, I ain't played in 30 years, but this stuff raises my hackles. I mean, tap. You want to talk about a team? You want to talk about a team that wants to get into some tap? Needs to be the Avs. Ben, did you guys see the play at the end of the first period? Georgie with a nice move, stones Ben, basically gets by the defender, stones him, and then what does Ben do? Kind of lower the shoulder and runs over your goalie.
Yeah.
What'd they do to Ben? I mean, that's like an unwritten rule. You don't run over our goalie. And it looked like if you watch the replay, he kind of sees, I'm going to lower that shoulder. Maybe I knock him out, but goalie interference, if it goes in, okay, I'm going to hit him. What'd the Avs do to that? So I'd be pissed off. That's what I'm sorry. And tap, if they don't come out, if they come out tap a little bit, let's see if things turn around.
It's PhD on 925.
All right, guys and gals, if you're out there just settling for not feeling as good as you want to, your workout's not going as far as you want them to, well, it's time to change that. Tyler Plumbus here. I want to tell you about my friends over at Revitalized Health because I've been working with them for 7 years because they've helped me feel better. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. When you go in there and they check your numbers, they get your numbers where they're supposed to be, you will be amazed at what kind of difference it can do for you in your own personal life. They have 3 locations. They're closer no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Plumbus sent you on over, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
No dumb questions. 303-504-0925. We'll get there in about 7 minutes. We should just throw in a congratulations to the Colorado Rockies while we're at it. I mean, they've won 5 in a row.
I thought we already did that yesterday.
Well, they didn't win yesterday. They won 4 in a row.
Oh, they won again?
Yeah, did you see how they won?
They won again?
Dude, and they won in a crazy way. They should not. The Rockies.
Wait. Ask me if I care.
Oh, all right. We don't care. I won't tell you.
Well, I'll ask you the question you asked me. I said, why did you even get in this business?
Well, I was joking, Scott. At least marginally.
Let me tell you the crazy way they won, and we'll keep it relatively brief. And I got a funny text here. They walked 11 batters and only gave up 4 runs.
That's pretty good.
It's ridiculous.
That's a Little League game.
If Little Leaguers could turn double plays, because the Rockies' defense was outstanding, and Manny Machado is up with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 9th, down 1. You follow me on this?
Yeah.
One of the best hitters in baseball is squaring off against your
How many
Rockies.
outs?
2 outs.
2
Oh,
outs.
1 out. 1 out. 1 out, bases loaded. 1 out. Hits a bullet to Ryan McMahon at third, over to Brendan Rodgers, over to first, double play to end the game. I mean, you just knew the Rockies were going to lose this game. 1 out, Machado up with the bases loaded on the road. You lose. And they won. But Black's after the game like, see, I am great.
See? Managers help decide a close game.
Are you going to dig in like Chuck? Or are you going to apologize to Bud Black?
I'm not going to apologize because what they're doing is they're winning some close games, which I said they should be doing. I told you, as bad as they've been, there have been a remarkable amount of close games. They got so lucky yesterday, but I give them props for playing great defense when they needed it. But 11 walks and you only give up 4 runs and win the game with the bases loaded, 1 out on the road, Machado up. That's enough about the Rockies. But I'm telling you, it was
Way to go,
it
boys.
was
So what
cool.
you're saying, Tanner, he did leave, right? He was gone for a while.
Somebody said that.
Yeah. And they go on a win streak when he's gone.
Oh my God, I didn't even think of that.
Happy to go back to Florida.
For the betterment of the Rockies. On the text line, I'm using Tap now as an ultra runner. My next 100-mile race, I'm going to use it for motivation to keep going. Thanks, Scott.
I mean,
there you go.
Forget
Tap,
that.
tap.
Take your opponents out. I mean, tap them on the way.
Hey, time out. We got somebody who runs 100-mile races just listening to our show?
Oh, dude, we are diversified.
I guess.
How long is a...
Might be Mike Dunlap.
He runs 100-mile races.
Yeah.
You got to be kidding me.
No, he's done that a couple times.
Well, good for him.
How long does it take to run a 100-mile race?
Like 8 hours if you're great. If you're great.
It's got to be more than that,
Yeah,
right?
I think it's an overnight thing. I think they start and then they go overnight and then they...
Well, I mean,
they're running
there's
in the
folks that
dark.
putz around on a century ride on a bicycle.
Actually,
it'll
you're
take
right.
7 hours.
What the hell am I talking about?
Well,
no,
I ask
you're right.
myself that 90%.
You're right about that.
It's got to be like 12 hours.
Well, the real guys, I mean, the studs could run it, a marathon in 3 hours. So, I mean, just keep on going, I suppose, right? It's 3 times 24, 12. So I guess the quickest they could do it is 12.
So, like I said, 12.
Yeah, that would make a lot more sense.
I'm hockey guy and running guy.
But I'm glad we got an ultra marathoner.
Dude, 100 miles.
A good 100-mile race time is 14 hours, 39 minutes.
Okay.
The fastest ever is 11 hours, 48 minutes.
I just want to tell this dude, if he needs a referral, I've got a good counselor. It's helped me out a lot. What's going on in your life that you got to run 100 miles?
There's been dudes, 65 ran it in 20 hours, 39 seconds. A dude 70 ran it 21 hours, 44 minutes.
One of the best ultra marathoners in the world is actually a woman from Colorado. What's her name?
Wouldn't her last name start with a B?
No, it's D. I'm forgetting her name. I can see her. She wears basketball shorts when she runs.
Good for her.
She's because it's just about women have a higher tolerance for pain. So it's one of the rare. Yeah. It's one of the rare sports where there's not an inherent advantage for men over women the longer the race gets.
Scott gives
Colleen oh man, what is her name?
Scott gives birth to poops every single day.
I go down these YouTube wormholes.
Wait, is 100 mile, that's an ultra marathon? That's what that's
Well,
called?
so have you never heard of the Leadville 100? They have a big one here in town.
Oh, it's huge.
In the state, yeah.
Humongous. Technically, Tyler, anything over 26.2 technically is classified as an ultra.
Okay.
Technically. So when I did the Blue Sky Marathon a few years ago, Fort Collins, 27.6. So I technically
did 1/3 of it.
Did an ultra marathon.
Courtney Dowalter?
That's exactly it. That's exactly who she is. That's it right there. She is awesome.
How old is she?
She ran a 128K race once.
Dude, she's run the Moab 250. 250 miles.
Well, how about this? She ran a 120K race in 14 hours, 40 minutes, 39 seconds, 2 hours ahead of her nearest competitor.
People are saying she was a skier at DU before all that.
She is one of the most awesome athletes, probably one of the most awesome, we don't know who she is, athletes in the state of Colorado.
Has to be.
Yeah, she's incredible. I've watched a ton of her videos on YouTube. It's just awesome.
Is jogging make you an athlete?
Oh, brother. Going 200 plus miles?
Or does that just make you dedicated?
Oh, man, I don't know how you do that if you're not
I think
an
it's
athlete.
a fight against. I think it's a fight against yourself, and can you handle that? I went down the wormhole once when I first got retired, when I was like Tyler's age or a little younger. I looked into it, and there's a guy that had a whole training regime, how to do the 100-mile, and then also, and the one was Leadville, places where you stop, rest, boom, boom, boom. He said, run through the creek, let your legs stay in it for a little bit to cold water, cool your thighs down, blah, 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 and all this different stuff. I mean, that was a goal for once. I'm going to do it. And then I started watching it. I'm like,
no.
When I did that ultra, 7 hours and 20 minutes because it was a trail race too, and you climbed. It was the craziest.
Well, that's what half these 100 things are.
Can I tell you, man? I went to some dark places in my mind doing that. Like, it was weird. It was.
I would have thought you'd get like a third eye, you'd figure life out.
You go back and forth, man. It is. All right, so this goes to the mental aspect of sports. How much does the mental side? And I'm not.
It's everything.
You realize I'm doing that. I'm competing literally by myself. There ain't nobody else that I'm doing this with.
This ain't about winning necessarily.
Winning.
This is about can you finish.
Like, everybody runs the boulder. Everybody's going to finish. I'm rolling my eyes. It's no big deal to run the boulder. Seriously, it's 6 miles.
I heard you just bragging about that on a soda weight loss ad.
I'm going to do it because it's fun to do. My son's doing it. So it's good family, cool thing to do. But there ain't nothing special about it. You get out somewhere and you're like 12 miles from the finish on a trail by yourself. You start questioning your life. Like, what am I doing as a human being? Like, why am I here?
That's why I said I've got a good referral. I've got a therapist that has helped me out a lot. Like what's really going on in your life that you're out there running 100 freaking miles?
Let me tell you, you start thinking about that, brother.
Yeah.
You start thinking about that.
And you're 12 miles from the finish. You go, I'm done. I can't. And you're like, well, I'm in the middle of nowhere.
That's right.
I can't. Right. Why quit now? Right.
I gotta save myself. I've got to
Did you run the whole time or did you walk?
Oh, God, no. I walked a ton. No. You walked. I stopped at the aid stations for a good chunk of time. I mean, it's a whole different thing than running these road races.
Now, obviously, a century ride is way easier than running, clearly.
Way easier.
But I'll tell you, the hardest part of the century ride for me is miles 25 to 50.
Yeah.
That's the hardest because, you get rolling miles of, first 25. You're like, man, that was a piece of cake. Then you're 25 to 50. You're like, wow, I got a long ways to go. Get past that halfway mark, and mentally it starts getting downhill. But 25 to 50, that's a serious mental block for me personally.
So I'll relate this to what's going on. We're the Avalanche. Where are they? How big is the mental part of what they got to face right now?
Giant.
Right?
Yeah.
So if mental is a huge part of being an athlete, wouldn't doing something that needs intense mental fortitude be an athletic skill?
I think that makes you dedicated. I don't think that makes you an athlete. I think that makes you dedicated.
You see a difference in that,
So
huh?
you don't think those ultra marathoners are athletes?
I think they're some of the most dedicated human beings on planet Earth.
But their mental strength must be unbelievable, though, right? They gotta be.
Yeah, they're probably the most mentally tough human beings on planet Earth. I think fighter pilots are mentally tough. Are they athletes?
I think if they're in a race, they would be. Fighter pilots, yes. I would say fighter pilots. To do that, you've got G-forces, you've got concentration, you've got you got pressure. Sure, why wouldn't they be athletes? Fighter pilots, yeah. I'm not sure about the guys that sit in the bunkers and just do it like a video game.
I think we defined athleticism different. It's an insane task. Like it's something like that I could never imagine trying to accomplish. I'm not taking that away.
The guys.
I mean, I refer to athleticism as like how you run and jump and how you compete.
The guys and gals I've met that are fighter pilots, that it may not be athletic in the thing until you're pulling 6 Gs and trying not to faint, but every one of them were in unbelievable condition.
Oh, I buy that.
Let's go to No Dumb Questions. Although I think we're there.
We just did it.
I know.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
No dumb question going on what we were just talking about and whether Tyler calls it a sport or not. But what other sport do you wish you would have excelled at in your life or still think maybe you can excel out in your life?
Doesn't everybody have the same answer for that one?
No.
Because, especially at this point in our life, like, don't we all wish that we excelled at golf? I mean, excelled at golf. Like, number one, first off, like, those dudes can make $5 million a year in their 60s financially. But it's something that you can actually, and you say, can you actually think that you could get better at, like, at this point
so
in your life?
So you're just saying it from the pure financial side. I mean,
no,
enjoyment and wish you could
I'm
really
saying at this point in my life, I think golf is the only thing that I could realistically put my mind to and say I could be better in 5 years than I was 5 years previously.
I wasn't so high on being better at golf until I went to the international senior event, and then I saw what the golf wives look like, who were these golfers who are in their 60s. And I was like,
how old were the
wives? I
always
assumed after meeting your wife for the first time this year that you were a professional golfer once in your life.
Look at that, Scott.
Wow.
Look at that.
Whoa. That is so sweet.
I'm not sure if that was creepy or nice.
That is amazing.
She listening.
She listens every day, damn. I hear about it, yeah. First time in like 30 years that she's listening to a show.
Well, there you go. Well, that's actually a good one.
Dangerous.
Mine, if I could have excelled in another sport, some sort of martial art. I wish I was sitting here at my age right now and I was a black belt in jiu-jitsu or...
You look goofy. You're too tall. You'd be like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar fighting BruceLee. There's just something gangly and weird about it.
They got him for a while.
Oh, God.
Don't let him sit on you, though.
Got him for a while.
Once he sits on you, it's all over.
It's the weirdest video.
Yeah, but how about Bruce Lee?
All right, but hold on. What other sport outside of golf at this point in your life?
Wait, are martial artist athletes?
Oh, of course. Definitely.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
What other sport outside of golf at this point in your life could you say I could be better in 2 years than I am right now?
Martial arts. Paddleball.
I don't think you'd say that about martial arts.
Oh, you don't think you could be better if you start right now than you in 2 years? You don't think you'd be better?
Okay, fine. But I mean like excel.
I think anybody can excel in pickleball. Pickleball's the stupidest sport. I really
Pickleball's
don't.
a very enjoyable sport.
No, I'm not saying it's not enjoyable, but it ain't hard. It's got to be everybody. I don't care who you are.
I will skunk you in pickleball.
You probably would, but give me 6 months and we're good. Because
I've only played it twice, by the way.
Well, you played it twice more than I have, but I played ping pong, and it ain't a stretch from ping pong, and I played tennis. So you can't tell me I'm not going to excel in pickleball because it's the easiest sport. I see people play pickleball at the highest level. They ain't that good. It's not that hard. It's the easiest sport in the world. Why do you think it's so popular?
So then why do you want to excel in pickleball?
I don't.
True.
You just said you want to excel in pickleball.
No, I'm just saying
Pickleball definitely is a sport you could get better at, though. I'll give you that. You could definitely get better at that.
I know what sport I want to get better at over the next couple years. I know I want to do it, and I'm going to work on it. I am working on it, and that's triathlon. I do want to do that. I find it incredibly rewarding, and I want to be better at the Olympic distance triathlon. And I don't want to do an Ironman, but I do want to do a half at some point.
Why don't you do an Ironman?
Why
are you limiting yourself?
It's too much to aspire to right now.
You a good swimmer?
No, I suck at swimming.
That was my fear on that too.
I just suck at it, and I got to work at it.
Don't you think biking be fine?
Biking, I kick ass. I'm fine on the bike.
Full marathon be tough for me. Biking be okay. Full marathon, but swimming?
I think I would have a literal anxiety attack in the middle of a lake.
It's so weird.
Panic attack.
I've done it. It's so weird.
Like, how do I get back? Like what happens if something goes? How do I get out of this water?
All right, I'll tell the story super quick. Cherry Creek Triathlon many years ago. It was a sprint, so it's only 850. It's not even a mile. I'm getting kicked in the face. It's the same thing. I'm confused as hell. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm wearing the suit. It doesn't fit. I really worked out in a pool. I never wore the suit. And I am struggling, but I'm doing all right. And I'm like, I'll be all right on the bike. I see a guy in front of me. He's like, help! In front of me. Help! I swim up to him. I'm like, hey, hang on there, buddy. And then somebody in a kayak came over and saved him. Really, he was like drowning. Then I swim away. I feel good about myself, and I realize I was losing to somebody who was drowning.
That's pretty good.
But he was swimming underwater.
So, really quick, Lake Havasu Triathlon a couple years ago, again, when I was in better shape. And I was working on the swimming. I was trying my damn best. I'm in the channel. Have you ever been to Lake Havasu at all?
No.
Near the London Bridge, there's a small channel of water before it gets to the big lake. And the triathlon more or less goes off a dock, goes through the channel and back for a mile, which is a long distance for me. Same thing, Tyler. I'm getting kicked in the face, struggling the whole thing, and I'm just like, I'm kind of having a hard time. And then I'm just like, and then I go just to paddle a little bit. I'm standing. Like, it's so shallow. It's only like 4 feet to the thing, so I could walk the swim.
Oh, so you still couldn't breathe.
But I could just stand up. To your point, like, what do? I just stood up.
There you go. Do you get
but
DQ'd
if
for
you,
that?
If you're doing
Hold
the
on, do you
Ironman,
get DQ'd?
No.
If you're doing
you can
Ironman
stand
in
up?
Hawaii, you ain't standing up.
Right. You got to swim out into real open. No, you don't get. They can't tell if you're standing up. So I started walking a little bit.
Hey, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. That's my MO.
Oh, I felt so guilty about it. I'm like, I better. Then my wife could just walk along the shore. She's like, come on, honey, keep going.
So were you proud of yourself when you finished? Were you proud of yourself?
I was proud of myself. You can look at Lake Havasu a couple years ago. I finished in under 3 hours. It was a mile swim, 25-mile bike, 10K. So, yes, I was proud of myself for doing that, but I want to be better at that. This is a long way to answer your question, but, that's the one thing.
That's no dumb question. Try to touch a vein once in a while.
I'm going to get better at golf and pickleball. Yep, that's it.
We're all going to be better at pickleball. Listen, I got to agree with Vic on something, man. The invasion of pickleball everywhere is annoying. Everywhere. Tennis courts, basketball courts. It's an annoying sounding sport. It's an annoying sport. Pickleball's stupid.
How come nobody plays tennis anymore?
Because it's hard.
I played tennis
is
growing
hard.
up. We all played tennis growing up. Like everybody in my school played tennis growing up.
No dumb question. No dumb question. To make golf more fun for more people, should they make the hole bigger?
No.
Okay, just throwing it out there. Because that's why.
Because you know what?
Because the enjoyment comes in getting better. That doesn't make you better.
But even if you make the hole bigger and I can make a putt, and it still took you 8 of them to get to that hole.
I played ping pong across the green 5 times with my chip shots.
Yeah.
More fun. Hour and a half at Topgolf doing whatever with your buddies or being on a golf course struggling.
Oh, golf course.
Golf course.
Okay. Being outside, like, just get me outside. Like, Topgolf doesn't even count as being outside.
No, they got heaters. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Mother's Day. My wife chose it.
That's what you did for Mother's Day.
She chose it.
What did
we had a great time.
You forgot to tell us. No dumb question. You told us that she gave you very good
Oh my
breadcrumbs
God.
about what she wanted.
I'll give you the details on the other side. Unbelievable story. I was completely right, but she was listening and it changed everything.
Okay.
Details next. Hey, it's T-Mac for Mike Maroney Automotive. Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. That is where I bought my pre-owned car, and it was fantastic. It's a buyer's market, and it means exceptional values at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics. How great are these deals? How about $20,000 off a new Ford F-150 Lightning Lariat? You heard right. You can go green and take $20,000 off MSRP on an F-150 with federal tax credits and rebates. And that's not all. At Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, you can save thousands in finance charges and buy a new Ford with 0% APR financing for 60 months. Want their lowest payment on a 2024 Bronco Sport Big Bend? Yeah, got it. Lease one today for just $249 a month. So what are you waiting for? Buy now and save big. And my great friends at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont on 3rd and Alpine. For all the details, visit them online. Mike Maroney, FordLongmont.com, and tell them D-Max sent you. All right, we got the Nuggets on tap. What can we expect? Rudy Gobert. We'll hear about him in a little bit. Hey, just to answer your question super quick. So
by the way, I'm on Rudy's side.
Okay, well, we'll get there in a second. On Friday for Mother's Day, I said my wife gave me huge breadcrumbs as to what to get her because she scheduled herself with my two adult sons, 24 and 21, to go to Topgolf. And we had to go up to Thornton.
Were you the fourth, or were you invited with her two sons?
Oh, I'm definitely the fourth. I mean, I'm the least important out of that crew. Are you kidding
Mother's
me?
Day.
Oh, hell yeah. Rightfully so. We had a wonderful time, the whole thing. But she says, I come home from work on Friday, and she goes, whatever you do, she heard the show, she goes, don't buy me golf clubs. And I go, she has old, ratty, terrible, and I might have just gotten her like a good driver, which could be, a couple bucks. I mean, you can go crazy with it, but you can, $300 to $400. I mean, something like that. But never mind a set of irons. But I was going to take her to like a store and get her fitted and, do a whole thing. But that'd be what? What are we talking about? Set of clubs like that?
Depends
You
on
can
how
spend
you
a
go.
few grand for
Yeah,
sure.
You can go anywhere from $600 to $1,300, $1,400.
I think it was going to be in that $600 to $800 range. I was sort of like, hey, that'd be, we'd be good there. She goes, don't do that. I'm going to go on Facebook Marketplace and get a set of clubs. And damn it, she did. $100. Barely used. Some brand never heard of. And she goes, huh?
Mizuno.
No, I've heard of Mizuno. It was like Pro Attica.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
She just goes and buys herself the club. $100.
Good for her.
That's what I said. She saved us money. She got the club she wanted, but it left me with nothing. Like I did not have a backup plan.
No,
She's not your mom.
No, hold on. This was easy
Well-
to figure out. If you knew she was going to get the clubs, now you go buy her some golf head covers, put her name on the golf head cover or something, buy her some golf balls, get her the accessories, get her a golf bag, whatever.
Damn, that's a good
there's
idea. I
a
didn't
million
think of
different
that.
things you could have done
There's
for
a
that.
company.
Oh, that's a good idea about the golf club.
There's a company, if you had for that day a picture of her and the two sons,
Yeah.
that you can send it in, they'll upload it, and they'll put that on the head cover.
Okay.
There you go. Next Mother's Day.
August birthday.
Well, there you go.
I should just keep accessorizing the clubs that she bought for like $100.
When you've got someone you love that's into golf, they're the easiest gift givers or the easiest people to give gifts to of all time.
Because now there's cute outfits.
Oh, she likes the personalized stuff too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
There's
I'm
always an
feeling better.
accessory for golf.
Thank you,
Always.
guys. That helps. I'll just
She
get
needs
her.
a new golf glove. There's always something.
The one of the gifts that
That's actually a really good idea.
speaking of accessories, my oldest daughter just had a baby, became first-time mom, in-law mom, mother-in-law, which I gave her a present. Says my son-in-law is my favorite child, which is kind of funny.
That's funny.
And the warden, so a gift from Ellie, and it's golf towel, but it says best mom by par instead of by far.
Got it.
Best
pun.
mom by par.
Get it.
With
It's
a little
pretty
heart
good.
on it. And guess what? They all loved it.
All right, I'm good. Probably for the rest of my life.
Yep.
Hell of a tip.
Yep.
Rudy Gobert.
Keep her playing.
Rudy Gobert fined $75,000 for making inappropriate and unprofessional gesture that questions the integrity of the league and its game officials.
Oh, the money thing?
The money thing.
I didn't realize at the time he was doing that to a referee. At first, I thought he was just doing some weird celebration. Now I get it.
He was asked about it earlier today. He said it was just an emotional sort of thing. It didn't really have any deeper intent or anything like that. I really don't care. It feels silly to me. Like,
That's a lot of money.
$75,000?
That's a lot of money.
I mean, Jamal got dinged for $100,000 for
throwing something on the floor.
I mean,
but this is like Rudy's 3rd or 4th time questioning referees.
Yeah, but
so he's been fined before. So I think it's
so. Wait, what do you
escalating
think
for
he's
him.
implying? That the referees are in the bag?
They must be in the bag. Yeah.
Well, that's not good.
Well, let me just say this. I almost responded to the who let that email out, NBA PR. Almost responded. I said, "This guy, you better not." But here's what I was going to say. I understand the gesture, and it's a bad look for the league and for Rudy and everything. I get that. But if anybody should want to be questioned and looked at and under a microscope, it should be the referees.
I was just
they should be critiqued. They should be looked at. They should be talked about. You got to do that stuff. Because the only guy so far, I guess, other than Porter's brother, but the one guy that got caught the worst before gambling was legal was your referee.
Exactly. It's actually the only professional league that has actually had like provable like reasons why games have been tanked.
Went to prison. So I and I understand you guys spend the good thing. Dude, be open. Say, hey, Rudy, that was an inappropriate thing. We watch and we critique, and each one of those referees are evaluated every game. By whom is another question. But I listen, I have no – the gesture looks bad, but you know what? No. Criticizing and critiquing and keep an eye on three people, men and women, who have game fairness, if you will, inside a little whistle, they need to be scrutinized. And if you don't think they need to be scrutinized, then there's something wrong with you, especially with all the gambling that's going on right now.
If I'm Rudy, I'm appealing that thing though for sure. First off, $70,000, 75. That's a lot of money. But prove it. Prove that that's what I meant. I was going like this because I was hungry. I wanted more baskets. I'm appealing it. I was doing this because I'm hungry for more points. Like, prove that I was saying you're on the take.
Listen, Rudy's played 14 years and hadn't committed a foul yet, and so I understand the frustration he feels when he gets
Where's
called.
their headspace tonight, do you think? From a Minnesota perspective.
We've done this before. Let's do it again. I don't think they're in the dumps. I think they go, okay, we screwed that up. Listen, they were on every national show. They were doing those 3 days for them. It was celebration for them.
It was.
The series was over. There's a chance to get reconnected.
I think they're dangerous in this game. Very dangerous. For the same reasons why the Nuggets were dangerous in Game 3. Nuggets got embarrassed. They had a little bit of time to sit there and think about it. They hated that they got embarrassed, and they responded. The Timberwolves just got embarrassed twice at home.
Here's the difference. I'll be interested to see how this plays out. Unlike when the Nuggets got hammered, you didn't hear. I mean, Malone was on the team. I mean, he was pretty critical of the team when we did this. Blah, 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 blah. Can't believe the whistle. You got to play above all that. I mean, he said stuff like that. Chris Finch has gone out 2 games in a row now. It's been nothing but whiny about officials. And I don't think that's good. I don't think that's good for the team. No. See, Mark Cuban, I go back to what was it? When Miami beat Dallas in the finals. Dallas, I think, probably was a better team. And it was right there, the series, a great series. And all of a sudden they got a game with really questionable, tough calls, blah, blah. And Mark Cuban went on about a 5-day tirade of how bad the NBA officials are. And I thought it gave the players an excuse. Hey, if my owner thinks it sucks, we know. And so anytime you got a close call win against you, they were both. That's all they cared about. And I think Chris Finch may have set his team up to say, "No, you guys are fine. It's the official." And maybe that's inexperience on his part. I thought he was way too whiny.
We'll dig deeper into it. Excited for the game. Of course, you can hear it when it starts at, I think, midnight, right? Here on 92.5. It's late. 8:30, but I mean, Dan, in the paint, when is that going to start? 1 a.m.? I mean,
1:30.
Yeah, it's smooth. Welcome back
really
for you.
8:50. They say it could go as late as 8:50.
Okay, but we're here for all of it. It'll be an exciting environment, no doubt about it, a Ball Arena. And I think there's some positives to take possibly with this Avalanche team, but yesterday was devastating. I mean, devastating. What it was like behind the scenes coming up next. Welcome to it. Appreciate you listening. You can win a pair of tickets to all 4 days of the BMW Championship in August by entering the Major Championship Pick'em. Just visit altitudesportsradio.com/major to enter the contest. Pick 4 golfers, 1 from each group, and if your golfers total the most prize money among all entries, you're the winner. It's the Major Championship Pick'em, brought to you by the 2024 BMW Championship in Castle Pines, August 20th through the 25th. Visit bmwchampionship.com for tickets. Best of luck. Saw Rory's getting splitting from his wife. Did you guys see that?
I did.
Didn't work.
She wanted him to go to live, and he said no.
You're not taking $1 billion? I'm out of here.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, last night with Val, what was fascinating is to find out the players and the fans essentially found out at the same time. How do you think the guys responded to that news? How much of an impact do you think finding out that news so close to game time, maybe an hour and a half, hour before the game, how do you think that impacted things?
I think majorly. Listen, I think Dallas and their scheme might going to beat you anyway, but that looked like an uninterested team starting that game, in my opinion. And the only other variable you can throw in there is here's Val news again. Here's them going, oh, here we go again. Remember last year, did the same thing to us in the playoffs. Here we go. I think it affected them.
Big time. Of course it did. I mean, there are certain things that happen. Sometimes a guy gets hurt. Even a key guy gets hurt. In a weird way, it can rally the troops. It can. I mean, in a weird way, a dude's gone, and you're like, you know what? Somehow we're going to end up playing better because we realize we got to pick it up.
Happened to the Nuggets against the Clippers this year.
There you go. Ain't nothing like that going on with this situation. This was one of the most deflating feelings I have felt. I can't imagine being inside that locker room. I mean, seriously, when that text came across our group thread, my jaw almost dropped. Like, you've got to be kidding me.
Did he let his teammates down?
Of course. Yes. Of course.
Okay.
But the human nature of that, he let himself down too.
Is it too easy to forgive him saying the whole human nature, people are fallible, there's bigger things than hockey? Is that kind of too easy of a scapegoat?
No, I don't. It's not too easy to do. You don't use it as a scapegoat. Because I think we are a forgiving race of people, and we should be, and we don't know his demons, right? No one knows other people's demons they fight, though. It looks like this guy's got a wonderful life, and you realize, as my buddy used to tell me, no one knows what's going on behind closed doors. Val's example. So as a human being, no, it's not easy to forgive and hope and pray that he gets this thing right. Now, to forgive as far as a player and what you've done to the team, I think he just built a wall that's going to be almost insurmountable for this team to get over.
You know what I realized when I'm there, and I think it's cool to be at the arena before and after the games because you see things other people don't see. You see the conversion crew, you see the cleaning people, you see the vendors, you see the fans. And you know what hit me? You see an organization, you see thousands of people. He let them all down.
Yep.
He let them all down. And yeah, with great power comes great responsibility. Well, okay, you signed up for it. You figured out how to skate and be wicked good at hockey. You signed a contract for millions and millions of dollars. You're accountable, bro.
You're accountable for your actions. An addict is responsible for what happens, but they didn't necessarily make the choice for what did happen. And those two things can be those two things can be true at the same time. You're responsible for the outcome, but at some point, you no longer were making the decisions. It was making it for you. Now, I think everybody is okay to feel however the hell you want to feel about this. If you're angry, if you're mad, if you want the dude off the team, if you want to sympathize, if you want to have empathy is maybe a better word because I'm sure it's going to be hard to sympathize with them, but to have empathy for a human being that is struggling, I think all those things are justified and all those things are true. But at the end of the day, yes, responsibility is still there, and he let his team down. Whether he made that choice on his own or whether he does have a disease or not, it doesn't matter. It happened.
All right, let's see if you agree with what Vic said here.
Great guy. All of us are going to say the same thing. Great guy. His teammates are going to say the same thing. Great guy. Great guy. This is a business. For the second consecutive year, he sabotaged his team and ruined the business. He cannot play for the Avalanche anymore. That's it. Cannot play for the Avalanche anymore. And I don't know how you get out of the contract.
Do you agree with Vic?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, I think he's built a wall, and I think it's going to be.
No matter what, he's got to move. You got to move on from him. No matter what the cost is.
No.
Look, trust is something that I think we all want to. We'd rather err on the side of trusting human beings, and I think this team did the best they could after the Seattle situation, which honestly, that was a messy deal, man. That was a real messy deal that was deeper than just addiction, deeper than just whatever.
Why was he given a second chance after Seattle?
Because human beings do want to err on the side of trust, and they want to trust you. They want to believe in you. Number one, because they love you. But number two, because they want to believe that you could figure it out, right? And at some point, the trust goes away. And you still love the dude, and you still care for the dude, and you still should check in on the dude, but you don't trust him anymore.
Key is now we're going to get into deeper things. And I said this earlier, human side, business side. And that's what Vic's talking about. That's great Vic can say that. I like how he makes these firm statements. He doesn't know the collective bargaining. He doesn't know the rules behind it. And if he comes back and gets A-okayed by doctors, gets A-okayed by his therapist, gets A-okayed, and when he requests reinstatement, and the league finally does, guess what? You owe him $36 million. Might be down to 34 1/3 after that.
Yeah, because let's keep it real. He's not hurt.
No. So everybody said, no, we're not good. I don't even know if you're allowed. No, I think you're probably allowed, but it'd be interesting. Here's the thing to look up. We're going to cut him. Here's your $34 million. Or we're going to buy you out like they can do in the NBA stuff. But guess what? That contract still goes towards your salary cap. And the NFL, NBA, and NHL has a horrible salary cap.
I heard Raj talking about that, and I believe him because I know he knows what he's talking about. But I got to admit, it's tough for me to understand. Believing is probably the wrong word. It's tough for me to understand how an organization cannot have an out in a situation like this. Conduct detrimental, whatever. I mean, you find a way to get out of a situation like this, and I don't think there would even be that much pushback from the league, probably from the PA, certainly.
Collective bargaining agreement.
Yeah, I got you, but you're telling me that there's not a loophole for this?
I'll be very curious when the Avs in, I don't know, September or so start skating again, whatever, we get into the, it's camp and it's the, burgundy and blue game, burgundy and white game, whatever it is, and hey, man, it's been like 4 months, I bet Val, he's doing okay. I'll see what everybody has to say. Everybody's upset about it right now. You put a little time on this, I'll tell you this, brother, Val was welcomed back by the fans big time this year, okay?
I don't think it's going to happen again, though.
You go out there saying 4-1 and Val did this. And once again, he played game 2s and game 3 and didn't win those games either. And they looked pathetic in game 3.
Scored goals in those games, though.
But now it's in game 4. You don't show up and the team just melted. And if they go into Dallas tomorrow night and melt again, it might be harder for the fans this time.
Can I tell you this, brother?
What are people saying in Texas?
Brother, if you are wearing an Avs sweater and you're on the ice, guess what the fans are doing for you?
Cheering for you.
Ain't no doubt about it. This isn't Garrett Bowles being booed by 80,000 people. It's different. I give Bowlesy a lot of credit, man, for surviving that thing. And to be booed as an offensive lineman by 80,000 people repeatedly.
So I don't think this is a fair statement to say that Val lost the series because they sucked even when he was out there. Okay, I mean, they were getting their butts whipped. He didn't suck. He didn't do that. So I'm not insinuating that they're going to lose this series because of Val. But if they do lose the series, I do think the fan base is going to be pointing their finger at one dude for 2 years in a row saying, you cost us 2 prime opportunities in the midst of the Avalanche prime, at their height. Like this window, this window is open. And this dude cost us 2 chances at a cup.
So what are the fans going to do about it?
Well, I don't think the fans do anything about it.
Nothing. They'll still show up the game.
It has nothing to
They
do
sold
with
out
the fans.
200 and some straight games or
They've
whatever.
sold out for years in a row. That's what I'm asking.
All right, but you're asking the wrong questions. It's not about the fans. Ask yourself, you're Joe Sakic, you're Chris McFarland.
Yeah.
What are you doing about it? Are you trusting him? Do you want him on your team?
Me, no. But if they keep him, I'll understand it. And frankly, that he survived last year in Seattle is a miracle. So I don't know why it couldn't happen again. His contract goes for years. It goes for years. And
6 more.
He's not playing because he isn't good at hockey. He was arguably the best player in hockey in the NHL in the playoffs this year.
Most goals, right?
He had 9 goals. He was playing incredible. I don't know, man. I think it's a tough choice. I think it's a tough choice for Joe and Chris.
Well,
I don't think it's easy.
You don't have to make the choice for a long time.
Well, here you go.
And as Scott pointed out earlier in the show, in 6 months, that doesn't mean he's back. That means he's eligible to apply to be back.
Time doesn't.
The NHL doesn't guarantee that he's going to be back in 6 months. So you got nothing but time on your hands before you have to make a decision. And then if you really want to buy some time, you do the easy thing. You put him on a long-term IR, you stash him away, and you figure it out at the end of the season if you get in the postseason if you want him or not.
This right here, and now we will see whether the Avalanche will go by that. Let me read you 2 notes. The NHL became the first of the major league. No, right here. This is one. Here's teams can terminate a player's contract for breach of contract at any time, and they can also use unconditional waivers to release a player from their contract. The NHL Player Association collective bargaining agreement allows teams to terminate a player's contract if they believe the player has violated the terms of their deal, such as failing to follow club rules about training and player conduct.
Well, club rules, does that involve drugs, alcohol?
Well, it's league rules, so maybe they do have an out.
On the text line, and I saw this earlier, I'm glad the texter, put your name on it, it'd be awesome, pointed it out. The Avalanche have an over 800 winning percentage with Val in the lineup, around 500 without him. He moves the needle.
Yes, he does.
He moves the needle. He is a top line forward. He's one of the top 20, maybe top 10 players in the NHL. You sure you don't want him in November? We'll see.
Wanting him and trusting him are 2 radically different things.
Well, you can never trust him. How could you ever trust him? But how could you have trusted him after what he did last year?
But here's the thing with trust. If you don't trust him, it's not just a matter of like, oh, we're going to roll the dice, like we'll see how it goes. No, if you don't trust him, that means you have to have a plan. That means I am planning actually on you failing again. So if you do fail, if something does pop up, I've made X, Y, and Z decisions on my roster to prepare for this moment. So you don't get to just roll the dice and say, okay, I don't trust you, but I'm going to keep you on the team. If you don't trust him, you have to prepare for the reality of the reason why you don't trust him.
It's one of the most confounding, perplexing stories in Colorado sports history. It was easy when Denny Nagel got a prostitute on the side of the road to let go of him because he wasn't pitching that well.
Yeah, but guess what? They still paid him.
They had to pay him. Does everybody know that Denny Nagel still got his money? They had to let him go, but it was easy.
Now, they don't have a salary cap, so it didn't matter.
That's right.
I actually don't remember. Was he let go right after that?
They just suspended him, and then they just bounced him, but he got all his money, and that ended his major league career, but he got paid.
Well, there's another article I read that they can any remaining salary over the lifetime of the deal due to the player's recoup when the player's released, but if there's any guaranteed money still to be accounted for, which there is, signing bonus is already paid out to be prorated over the length of the deal for accounting purposes, that would be accelerated into the cap. So it sounds like from that statement that if they did say, okay, we're done, we don't want to handle it anymore, boom, 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 got to pay him, they're going to have to do a Russell Wilson.
Okay, so maybe that's the part that, yeah, you can get out, but you can't get out of the consequence.
But here's the problem. He's good.
Yep.
It's not like Russell Wilson.
Then you know what? Let's stop all this. See you later. Hey, Val, get better.
Brother,
get better.
Welcome to the world of Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic, what they got to figure out. Not easy. Not easy. It would be easy if he sucked. If he was no good, this would be simple.
It'd be easy if he sucked, and it'd be easy if there was no contrition. Yeah, man, what I did, I just did. Come on, man, I'm okay. Listen, I've been skating all. Come on. If he has no contrition to it, then it's easy too. But that's a big financial hit.
All right, deep breaths. We'll see what happens tomorrow night. Early game, by the way. Did you guys know that? 6 o'clock.
Dang, that's like unbelievable early. I mean, for what the Nuggets and Avs have to go to, I mean, that's like what?
What would you rather? Watch the schedule release that comes out at 6 o'clock or the first period of the Avs Stars game?
Avs all day long.
Well, yeah.
Let's Football Goes coming up next. You know, being in better shape has led to, well, of course, you know, you get compliments. And what's happening now, this is interesting.
You look good, Darren.
Thank you, brother. Fewer compliments unless the ones I beg for. Because at this point, people are getting used to me being in better shape. And I think that's amazing. I'm on the maintenance program now after dropping 40 pounds with Soda weight loss. And it was easy. It's easy because Soda has an at-home program wherever you are, at home, work, on the go, with nutritionist coaching and support, the reviews. Just check it out for yourself. Thousands of amazing before and afters. And being on the maintenance program, satisfying for me. Fitting in the clothes better, way more active. Looking forward to the summer. Easy peasy. Check it out for yourself. SOTAweightloss.com. SOTA weightloss.com. Say it with me. Soda Weight Loss, state of the art. Yeah, we love you, man. We love you. MountainHighAppliance.com. Where is my stuff here? It's all over the place. Offering every major appliance line and brand. It's MountainHighAppliance.com. Look at who's back, guys.
Grizz.
It's not Grizz.
Where's Grizz?
It's Dan Bud Tan. Look
it's
at
a more
Tan.
tan version of Grizz.
I gotta tell you,
I
you
thought
got
he was there the whole time.
You got the appropriate amount of color, and
Didn't
it
get
makes
burned.
It makes you look skinnier because
I
you
appreciate
lost a bunch of weight. You
I
actually
appreciate
look
it. Yeah.
slimmer.
Thank you.
And fitter, and
I did gain about 10 pounds back, but
you cannot tell.
I appreciate that.
Although I see a lot of
Hey, how did that work out, by the way? You starved yourself for like 6 months for this vacation. Was it worth it?
I didn't starve myself. Just did cardio every day, almost every day.
All right. Was it worth it? Did you get the payoff?
Oh, yeah.
Oh!
Wait, what would the payoff be?
Getting oogled at the beach.
Being serious?
You got oogled?
Yeah.
Did you get oogled and ogled?
No.
You just got oogled.
I needed 1 more month of cardio
to get
ogled.
ogled. It was just
Yeah.
oogling.
Oh, so it was pointless.
Yeah. Okay. Did you meet any friends?
We'll talk about it.
Well, let's talk about it on the air. I don't want to socialize.
Let me just say it this way.
Yeah, say
Where
it.
I
say
went
it.
in Florida was great. Everyone there is married. It's a family town.
Oh.
I needed more of a singles destination.
Yeah, then maybe not go. Maybe go at spring break then as opposed to like 2 months after.
You're right.
Cheapo.
Yeah.
So you're into some swingers action. All right, Dan Montana, let's go. First story.
All right, fellas. Cortland Sutton news to get to. So Mike Klis wrote an article. Hasn't been at any of the Broncos offseason workouts. So I'll skip through what Klis writes. It's actually really good if you want to check it out on 9news.com. But here's the reasons Klis writes why Sutton believes he deserves more money from the Broncos, okay? Number one, his 10 touchdown catches last year were tied for 4th in the NFL last season. I did not realize that. It's a pretty good bargaining chip for Cortland. Number two, his stats may well have been better overall had he not been forced to adjust to 4 head coaches, 5 offensive coordinators, and 9 starting quarterbacks during his first 6 seasons. Number 3, the market has changed. Darnell Mooney, who didn't surpass 40 catches or 500 yards in any of the past 2 years, he's getting $17.5 million from the Falcons. Lastly, following the recent purge of several teammates like Justin Simmons, Kareem Jackson, Jewel, Judy, Klis writes Sutton is now arguably the alpha male in the Broncos locker room. When a leader is unhappy, it can affect the locker room. So here's my question for you guys.
Yes.
Is Cortland Sutton vital to the development of Bo Nix?
Good question.
Oh, man, when you put it like that, I actually do think he is. Yeah. Who else in that room is gonna help out a young quarterback? Who? Cortland Sutton gets it. He knows the game. He knows the nuances. I mean, does that mean he's got leverage in a contract negotiation? Well, that's pretty minimal. But I do think he's very, very important to Bo Nix's development.
I think he has zero leverage, and I'm fascinated to hear you explain why a receiver can help a quarterback in terms of development aside from just getting open and catching the football.
Well, obviously getting open and catching the football is important, but it's the nuances of the game. It's telling the quarterback when you're pressing, when you're not. This is when you got to have faith in a wide receiver. This is when you should not have faith in a wide receiver. It's just a veteran presence that you are working with cohesively day after day. And in that quarterback room right now, he's learning from Jarrett Stidham and Zach Wilson. And in that wide receiver room, if Cortland Sutton isn't there, he's learning from a bunch of rookies and Marvin Mims.
So you don't want a rookie quarterback learning from Stinky and Stumpy.
Hey, do you see Chris Sims put out his list of the of quarterbacks in the NFL, like ranking? How many teams are there?
32.
Guess where he had Jarrett Stidham?
32.
40.
30. Yeah, I was just 38.
He had a 40th.
Where do you have Bo Nix?
He only did starting quarterbacks or significant backups. Like, somehow out of 32 teams, our guy came in 40th. I don't know. I just saw the bottom 7 or so.
I mean, you'd assume he was higher than Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, maybe not.
I don't know.
Here's where Cortland Sutton can help you, though, also. And you know this, Tyler. It's one thing to draw something on the board and say this is where this spot's going to be open. Another thing to sit there even against practice in underwear and say this is where the spot's going to be open. a veteran wide receiver said, listen, know this, if this corner's pulled a little bit from the side, I may have to slide. I'm going to slide a little bit more inside. So that window may be about 2-3 yards. That's where you can help him out as far as in game and what's going on. And I think veteran receivers can do that for him.
I would say you described that better than I did. That's very well said. Yes. Where would you say Courtland Sutton is in the NFL in terms of top wide receivers? Top 15? Top 30?
Well, let's go just two per team. Let's don't go 3. Let's just go 2 teams. So there's 64 wide receivers.
Yeah.
I would say he's top 20, top 15.
No way.
I would agree with Scott, for sure.
I think he's in the first of all, I don't think he'd be a number 1 receiver on many teams.
That's not what I asked, though.
Well, that puts him, to me,
so
under
now you
32.
Now you got to compare him to other number 2 wide receivers. So if he's not number 1, that means there's at least 16 that are in front of him.
Yeah, so 33, 30.
And then you start comparing him to other number 2s, and maybe 20 is a little bit high, but it's going to be in that ballpark. The only reason I ask is I just looked up the highest paid wide receivers. Courtland Sutton is the 23rd highest paid wide receiver in the NFL.
Say that's about right. Maybe. I don't know what his angle is here. He has no leverage.
No, I don't think the angle's about money.
What's the angle?
He wants out.
Oh, okay. Well, he's doing the right thing then because he's showing that.
I don't know that. I mean, I'm just connecting dots.
I really don't see what the point is of Courtland Sutton on the team at all at this point.
I think Scott and I just broke it down.
He wouldn't listen.
Who the hell does Bo Nix have to teach him anything?
I'm surprised that you guys think a receiver has that much influence, period, aside from run down the field and get open, catch the ball.
What Scott said there, the influence comes on game day more than any other time.
Okay.
Because this is what I'm seeing. This is what I'm feeling. This is how I'm going to adjust on, you give me the choice route. This is what I'm doing against cover 2, whatever. It's game day comfort more than anything.
Why do I feel if we had Joel Klatten in the room, he would just be shaking his head saying, just get open?
Because he was a failed quarterback in the NFL.
I don't think Joel would say that.
You don't think he would just say, "Hey, just get open. I'm going to throw you the ball"?
No, I think he understands the value of a wide receiver for a quarterback.
Okay. Boy, now I'm tempted to get Joel on. And
good luck. I think he's got a deal.
Yeah, I know. Maybe
he's got a deal with the losers.
I'll just shoot him a text.
Yeah, he's got a deal.
He's got a deal. If I shoot him a text, what would the question be?
Hey, Tyler says that the wide receivers made you.
Made him get out of the league.
Wow. Next up, Dan.
All right, guys. Hey, we've got some matchups set in the NFL for week 1. It's going to open up with Ravens at the Chiefs on Thursday Night Football. Packers, Eagles, Friday in Brazil. That's going to be awesome. Cowboys at the Browns on Sunday, and the Jets at the 49ers to kick off Monday Night Football. Now, you'll notice no Sunday Night Football game has been announced.
Not yet, yeah.
The Steelers are coming to Denver this year.
They are.
Is that the premium matchup for Sunday Night Football week 1?
No.
Yes.
No way.
Yes.
It's not that big of a deal.
Yes, it is.
It is, but not nationally.
It's the best storyline because they're looking for storylines. That's what they're looking for in week 1. They're looking for anything that they can hype up. Russell Wilson returning to play against Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos.
You are assuming Russell Wilson beats out Justin Fields.
All right, well, I'll tell you this. If Russ is not the starter, it's got no value.
You don't think the TV executives understand?
And yes, I am assuming that Russell Wilson will be the day 1 starter.
Yeah, Tyler's right. Is that the premium storyline?
Of course it is.
In week 1.
I think the best it is the second half of a Monday Night Football if they do that deal again.
Well, okay. I think it's worthy of a primetime slot.
Okay, I do. Yeah, it's like when Rex Ryan and Beth Moen and Sergio Dip were doing games. He's having the time of his life. That sort of primetime game. Sunday night's like the spot.
Man, it's compelling. I don't care what you say about Russ. He still gets in the news. People still talk about him. And ESPN is drooling for opportunities for people that feel like they were wronged by somebody.
I saw a Bears coach banging on Justin Fields. Bad eyes, can't see the field, sucks, basically. Boy, when coaches want to protect their own jobs, man, they're quick to do whatever they can to protect themselves. Okay, so Russ wins that gig? Russ wins that gig.
I think Russ starts probably till the bye week, and then that's the logical time to make a switch.
Russ starts it, Steelers get to the playoffs, and Russ is comeback player of the year.
If the Steelers are, I don't know when their bye week's going to be because it hasn't even come out. If Russ has got a winning record by 2 games going into the break, he will start the rest of the season.
Well, they may need a spark.
It's true.
Sparky. Russ comes here. People want to see him
fail.
Next stand.
Didn't they already see that? All right. Kirk Cousins insists he isn't angry with the Falcons for drafting Michael Penix Jr. Cousins was asked on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast if there's beef between he and the Falcons over the draft. He said, quote, "No, I don't think there can be. I don't think it's helpful. We're trying to win the Super Bowl and it's hard enough. So let's all be on the same page and let's go and try and win a Super Bowl," close quote. What do you guys think? Should Kirk have beef with the Falcons, or do you guys think the Falcons front office made the right move with taking a quarterback 8th overall?
Of course he should have beef. I could try to justify the decision, although it's a challenge. I really do not hate the decision. But would Kirk have beef? Hell yeah. What do you think they were telling him when they gave Kirk another $100+ million guaranteed or whatever he got? Do you think they were telling him, hey, we're going to draft a quarterback when like 2 weeks after you sign here? Yeah, he's got beef. He's saying the right thing publicly. And he says we should all be on the same page. Well, I guess that means like starting now because you weren't on the same page previously.
It's the dumbest draft pick. It's so stupid. I don't feel bad for Kirk, but he's put in a terrible situation. I don't believe him either. What's he going to say? Seriously, what is he supposed to say?
I feel bad for him. I do. I mean, yeah, he's my friend, and I care about the human being, but I do feel bad for him. Kirk could have, I promise you that wasn't his only spot, or else he wouldn't have got that type of money. He had suitors that were out there, and he chose the Falcons. He chose the Falcons over other teams that he probably could have gone to, and immediately he's emasculated. Immediately, that's what happens when they draft
it's crazy.
Michael Penix.
It's crazy. But who cares? It's the Falcons. It's kind of like there's teams that I just don't. Detroit, whatever. Okay. The Falcons.
Ravens, Kansas City. Yeah.
I care about Kansas.
Hammer yesterday for saying that?
I like that.
So you cannot care about things, but I have to.
I don't know. You can care about whatever you want to care about. How about that schedule release for the Broncos tomorrow coming out at 6? You excited for that?
Whatever.
Scott didn't even know there was going to be an Avs game on. That's how dialed he is into the schedule release.
That is wrong. Yeah, I mean, I don't care because guess what? I'll know it by the time it starts.
Yeah, but we're going to do the incredibly thrilling what every talk show radio program does in America.
Yeah.
Predict the schedule the second the schedule
I hear
comes
they
out.
fired a lot of hosts that we used to do that all the time.
Did they really?
Yeah, that's what I was told.
I haven't heard
I
that.
heard they got new jobs.
Well, that's good. Happy to hear that. I'm a sucker for it. What can I tell you?
It's a schedule.
I love it. I love it. I love every
you've
part of
convinced
it.
yourself over the last few years.
Oh my God. I love watching.
It's a schedule. It comes in an email. Do you get excited when Kevin emails you?
A little bit.
I
Moist towel.
Well, you're asking the wrong dude that question because he probably does. And you know that. You know that.
I just look at it and like, oh man, here we go. This game, that game, the other game, this, that, the other thing.
Because it's like, well,
When's the bye week?
Raiders in week 2, like that's not good. But in week 6, that makes sense.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we got them in week 6, and
Yeah, we
that's
got
why
that.
this is gonna add it up.
Well, we'll play Kansas City. Let's see, the Kansas City Raiders or
what week you want Kansas City?
Or
come on,
like 8 or 9.
So you care.
Care a little bit. That's the right time to get them.
No, you know what? I want them early because I'm fearful by week 8 and 9 I won't care.
Okay, all right. We'll see.
They'll be 1 and 7, and who cares?
Well, last year, like Mahomes got the sniffles and everything, and it was good.
So play him in flu. So play him in flu season somewhere.
Yeah.
The problem is, but you're going to play either
That's right.
the Raiders, Kansas City, or the Chargers in the last one of those teams, if not 2 of those teams, in the last 3 weeks.
If you could beat any of those teams this year, you could only beat one of them out of the 3.
Like last year?
Well, that's a dumb question.
Kansas City. Like last year.
Still?
Who would say anything other than
that's
Kansas
bragging
City?
right for my boys.
Well, because you beat Kansas City, you've lost like 9 in a
all
row
right,
to the
all right,
Raiders.
all right.
Tyler, that's
Who do
old
you want to beat?
If I could only choose one,
Yeah.
I would want to beat the Raiders at this point.
Why?
Because you've lost
What
to them
threat
like
are the Raiders?
5 years in a row. I could only pick one.
So is our goal just to not be the worst team?
No, I mean, our goal is to beat them every single time. But if it was just one, I'm sick of losing to the Raiders. It pisses me off.
Nah,
We already beat the Chiefs.
I want to get back to relevancy.
Well, I do too, but the game was you could only beat one.
I'll meet you guys at the
Be in the middle at the Chargers.
I'll meet you at the schedule release party next year. if you want to be in the relevancy.
You know what I really want? It's fun. It's not that big of a deal. It's not. It's just kind of a fun thing to do. What matters, though, is this game tonight. So the Val stuff, the Avs, we'll get to it tomorrow, right? With the schedule release tomorrow, that whole thing. Tomorrow. Tonight is what matters.
But it's
the most.
after our show, isn't it?
It is.
It's like 6:00.
But we have the pregame party out out here. They're bringing snacks. We're gonna tailgate.
Well, tomorrow I'll be in Minnesota. Yeah.
Woo.
Escape that event.
Hey, are you still going to travel even when the season's over, just for the hell of it? Just like go away once every 10 days, for like 3 or 4 days?
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
Promise?
Yes.
Okay. PhD. Look at the Nuggets coming up next.
Gosh.
Hey, it is DMAC. It's a buyer's market, and that means exceptional values at the Mike Maroney Auto Group, proud partner of CU Athletics. There's discounting hundreds of new Chevrolets, Fords, and GMCs with discounts up to $20,000, $20,000 off. Get financing as low as 0.9% APR with zero down, and they've even got payments from only $249 a month and 2024 models with $7,500 cash back. And if you're looking for a great deal on a quality pre-owned vehicle, Mike Maroney has one for every budget. Every vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. Visit them today at Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. For all the details, go online to MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. All right, you can win a pair of tickets to all 4 days of the BMW Championship in August by entering the Major Championship Pick'em. Just visit. I'm going to sneeze. You know when you feel like you're going to sneeze, you just got to.
Yeah. Aim at Tyler. Well, you felt it coming, didn't you?
I got another one coming. I know. It comes in twos.
Are you a double?
Nailed it. I'm usually a double. I'll keep trying to read. Great promotion here. Major Championship Pick'em. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/major to enter the contest. You pick 4 golfers, 1 from each group. If your golfer totals the most prize money amongst all the entries, you are the winner. It's the Major Championship Pick'em, brought to you by the 2024 BMW Championship at Castle Pines, August 20th through the 25th. Visit bmwchampionship.com for tickets. Are you guys, speaking of tickets, excited for October 27th to watch Shaq's Bass All-Stars at Red Rocks, as Shaq, also known as DJ Diesel, has his first solo concert at Red Rocks? Would you pay money to go see Shaquille O'Neal DJ at Red Rocks?
Well, don't we have like a responsibility to boycott that show?
Yeah, it's probably EDM type stuff, right?
It is exactly that. You know, and then hold the drop. So that's
it's in October?
October 27th.
If he's got any swing, he gets Nicola to come to the event and bring him out on stage.
How amazing would that be?
Yeah, it'd be crazy.
I bet Nicola's into that music.
I think he's more into folk music, Serbian folk music.
I think if he gets enough of the shots of the
the shots of the what?
The Draka, something like that.
What is that?
I don't know. It's what they all drink there in Serbia. It's their shot. It's their thing. It's what they do.
I know, but is it like what type of alcohol? It's like its own type of alcohol.
I believe it's propane.
Oh,
I don't know.
I was going to say it was more of a liqueur, but I don't know.
I have no idea. I hear it's something else, though. I don't know. We got a lot of Jokic dancing videos in the offseason.
A lot of them were him clapping along to folk songs, like Scott said.
Yeah, but the folk songs are more or less the same.
Although
those are folk songs.
Him dancing in Vegas wasn't folk songs, right?
That's right. I think Jokic would get it. You know what? That would be a huge flex. October 27th, are the Nuggets in, what are they in San Diego? Because they got to be in training camp?
They'll be in camp. The season will be starting. Probably their first game is usually around the 30th, 31st.
So it's possible they would be back here.
Possible to be back
before
here.
the season has started.
Yeah.
The timing is actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad timing.
That would be.
He'll be in the country.
That would be fantastic. Give me the score, the scoreboard for Jokic tonight. What are you looking?
Rakja.
Okay.
Rakja.
That sounds like what it is.
National drink of Serbia.
Still didn't answer my question.
High alcohol content. It's a clear fruit brandy.
Okay.
That's usually made from plums, grapes, quinces, raspberries.
Best
and
out of Serbia.
You know what it goes great with?
EDM?
Victory.
Got it. Yeah.
Tap.
Horse races. Victory.
Tap.
Are they going to win the next two? Are we going to find it? Is somebody in Denver finally going to win a home game in this series? Is that going to happen tonight?
That'd be nice. You know what? Let's win tonight. Tap. Here we go.
Let's go.
Don't play around. Come out, same force, boom. Home crowd, don't give in. Let's go. I think Minnesota will play their best game. The key is if you beat Minnesota tonight, you might beat them game 6.
I would think they do. I'm a little bit worried about tonight's game. I think that Minnesota's got very similar vibes going on to what Nuggets had going into game 3. I mean, they just got embarrassed on their home court twice. And, you know, it may be a little bit different because they were getting hyped up, and now it's on the letdown. But if they've got any pride at all, they'll do what the Nuggets did, and they'll step up to the plate and be like, hey, boys, we don't want to be embarrassed like that. And that, in theory, should make them a pretty dangerous team.
Is the biggest storyline going into this game, a team in this series has not won a home game? Is that the biggest story?
That's the story right now.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah, that'd be pretty wild. Go all the way to game 7 for somebody who wins a home game.
I don't know if it's ever happened. It's pretty wild.
One time, I'll try to find the year, but it seemed like a Tracy McGrady Houston team.
did something like that?
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine. Tyler, you said it best. Vic referenced what you said this morning. You really going to beat the Nuggets 3 times on their home court?
Right.
Really?
Come on.
3 times in a row?
A team that has been just phenomenal at home for years now, for a couple of years.
It's almost unimaginable that could happen.
It really is. Although I'm worried about this game. I am. I'm worried about it. They got pride too, man.
Oh,
I mean,
no doubt.
They
They're
get
a
paid
good
a lot
team.
of money. They
They're a
got
good
good
team.
players. They
They're a
got
good team.
embarrassed. They're ashamed.
But they're good, but they're a 106-point a game team. That's who they are.
With 40-some coming from one dude.
That's right. That's right. But look at the rest of the scoring. Where's it coming from? Where are they going to get it from? But they'll put up 106, and he may have 40 again. He could do that. No doubt about it.
Yeah, the problem, and it's not, listen, this guy's fabulous. I think he's going to be the face of the league. He's going to have to mature and grow up just a little bit because to me, it felt like he was happy, and they just got beat 2 in a row. But he was happy, but he got 44, and I think that's what young players kind of dig. And he'll also get better is he making anybody around him better, or is he just so good the team's better because of him? But who's getting better around him?
How good is Scottie Pippen without Michael Jordan? How good is any of those guys?
Well,
he tried without Michael Jordan, didn't he?
You know, Pippen's line was also that Michael never won anything without him. And that's true, but what
did Pippen do when he was in Portland?
It's just okay.
Just okay. They didn't do anything, though, huh?
No.
Well, what did Michael do when he was in Washington?
Well, I guess my point is, like, at some point, I guess you could be that good that maybe you actually don't have to make people around you better. Do you think the MJ comparisons are fair with Ant?
Not yet. Body type, if you want to say body type, maybe.
I mean, the dunks, like the style of play is eerie. The dunks, the mid-range shots, all of it is eerie.
He shoots better than Michael early.
Does he?
In my opinion, earlier. Michael got it after about year 4, it seems like. But Jordan without Pippen.
Was Michael a pure shooter?
No.
No, he had to work at it. He worked at it, though. He worked that fadeaway like it was nobody's business for his mid-range.
And I can't remember the coach's name, but I was told this story by Kevin McHale. And gosh, I can't remember the name of the coach. But Jordan would always struggle when they played the Milwaukee Bucks, and he was defended in Milwaukee by Sidney Moncrief.
Okay.
Who, by the way, is in the Hall of Fame, so it went like he was a slouch, right? But it was always a great defensive player. And Bill Blair. And he asked him, why can't I do anything against Moncrief? He goes, because he knows you can't shoot. And so and Sidney had long arms, so he backs off of you, waits for you to pull up, and he just challenges you, but he won't let you get to the basket. And so they said after that, Jordan spent like hours after every practice after that just shooting 18-foot jump shots. And if you remember his last game before he retired, I guess the second time, was an 18-foot jump shot to beat Utah in the postseason championship. And so then he came back and whatever. But he could not he wasn't a great jump shooter. And Sidney Moncrief knew that. But Sidney was close, quick enough to guard him and long enough to contest.
I got taken so out of context yesterday on Twitter. The
Really?
Michael Porter Jr. stuff.
Oh, you did that to yourself.
I guess I did.
I didn't even light that fire on Twitter. Usually I light that fire.
I get it. But talk about just getting wildly taken out of context.
Oh,
Yikes.
Okay. Sell me how you got taken out of context.
Oh, because I love Michael Porter Jr. and I predicted that he'd make the Hall of Fame. And all of a sudden I was like the biggest Michael Porter Jr.
they
hater.
killed you.
I know, it's ridiculous.
Well, you did come out of left field with he's getting traded after a huge win.
Well, I think that probably is going to happen, but it's not like I'm sitting there all for it.
Is he still best friends with Josh?
Yeah. Well, listen, if they don't trade him, it's fine by me. I'm not looking to trade him. But you got some tough decisions to make about you cannot waste the time frame that you have with Jamal and Jokic, period. The end. That has to take priority over everything. And there's other people you can put around them to support them better.
I'm sorry you were the victim.
Maybe.
Well, that doesn't mean I don't like them.
Maybe after the playoffs have happened and right before the first minicamp, we could take a segment and talk about them.
Right.
What's the score going to be?
Might make sense.
When this song's playing. Is this song going to be playing?
Yeah, I think Denver wins tonight. I think it's going to be like 114-102.
Okay.
It's going to be close. I'm going to go 110-106. Nuggets pull it out.
I'll go 113-106. They score 106 points. So it'll be close. We'll come down the final 90 seconds or so, and I'll take the two-man game in the Mile High Death Zone because the Nuggets got you in that one. And then we're 3-2, and I think they'll lose heart. And they do not be surprised if they blow out the Wolves in Game 6 like they did to Phoenix last year. See you.
We'll see them
down there.
Yeah.
Take a nap before the game. Dan Tanner, seriously, what time do you think In the Paint's going to start tonight?
I'm guessing
11:30.
Yeah, 11:45.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Nate and Andy coming up next. Have a good day, y'all.
You know, I've always liked Mike Malone. I really liked his dad. But he annoys me because he think like, hey, he won a championship. He ain't the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Roped around by Jonathan Drouin. Steal the other way. Suter clearing attempt. Also unsuccessful. Puck will pop loose. Wyatt Johnston. He's got 2. Passes up on the hat trick to get it for Sam Steele, who puts it into an open net. And with 1:50 to go in the third period, the Stars have put up 5. And they're about to go up 3-1 in this best-of-7 series.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Yeah, welcome in. Happy Tuesday, everybody. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. We have got Game 5 tonight. We hope it's tonight. Tipping off shortly before midnight. The Nuggets and the Timberwolves this evening out at Ball Arena. Tip-off 8:30-ish. It'll be after 8:30. We have so much. 8:50-ish? Somewhere in there? Yeah. We have a lot to do with you today here on this fine radio program. As you heard in the open right there, Connor McGahey on the call last night. Not a lot of bells and whistles to add to that thing, is there? The Avalanche fall 5-1 in what was legitimately one of the just strangest nights probably in the history of the franchise. And it will go down as the weirdest, strangest night for this franchise to enter the game. I want to say the release was sent out, Andy, I don't know, what, 6:20, 6:25-ish?
I didn't even see it. I saw it on Twitter.
Roughly an hour before puck drop of the game, that Valeri Nichushkin would be suspended for 6 or more months, a minimum of 6 months without pay, violating the terms of Stage 2 of the NHLPA Player Assistance Program. According to reports, sources telling ESPN he failed a drug test. He participated in the morning skate yesterday. We had no inclination that this was going to happen. I don't think Jared Bednar had much inclination that this was going to happen, saying he found out sometime after pregame skate. Teammates saying they basically found out right before the game as they arrived at the arena to prepare that their leading goal scorer in the playoffs, Valeri Nichushkin, would not be available and will not be available going forward. And whether or not he ever plays another game in an Avalanche sweater certainly remains to be seen. You tack onto that the unexpected absence of Devon Taves due to illness, and the Avalanche looked like a team that, in the first period especially, Andy, they were like a cartoon that got beat over the head with a frying pan. It was just like Tweety birds were flying around their heads as they were outshot 16-2 in the first period. Never even bothered to get in that game last night. It truly was the strangest night imaginable. And I compare it to the way that we talked about that game yesterday on the show, the way that we walked out of the building yesterday. Hey, Avs are in great shape, still on home ice. We knew this was going to be a long series. We knew this was going to be a battle of a series, but they got a chance to be able to get right back in this thing. And then it turns out they really had no chance. They got their butts handed to them. They're down 3-1. Game 5 of this series comes up tomorrow night down in Dallas. It's not over, Andy, but the degree of difficulty for the Avalanche to even claw back into this series is extremely high right now. But let's just start with framing it that way. What a weird friggin' night.
Yeah, but it's the definition of disappointing on so many levels. I mean, look, you know, I'm extremely frustrated.
Of course.
I'm beyond frustrated.
Yeah.
And I think any fan out there has a right to be frustrated. Now, I will give you all the caveats that we all feel in this situation. I hope the best for Val the person. I really do. You don't root for anybody to lose at life unless you're a terrible person or they've somehow harmed you in some way. He's done neither to me. So I root for him to get right. I root for him to have a normal life. I root for him to kick whatever it is that has a terrible grip on him. As you said, ESPN and The Athletic. I read an article today from Pierre LeBrun that, again, it's a failed drug test. So clearly there's an addiction problem going on, and that sucks. And, I mean, again, I've been trying to think for 24 hours, 12 hours, wherever we're at, how I want to handle this, what opinion I want to spew to you on the air. Because for the Avs fan out there that spent their hard-earned money to go watch a team they thought had the best chance to get out and push for a trophy, I do feel bad for you, because this is the second year in a row this has happened. I hope Val gets his help and all that stuff. But you know what? I've actually worked with people with a problem like this, and I think it's all right if you're a fan to go, you know what, I'm kind of irritated about this here. Last year, it was a shock, I think, to everybody. You're hoping that it gets better.
Well,
now this is the third time. And listen, I'm taking some of my cue from Jack Johnson last night, who said he made the decision, and that's all I'm going to say about that. Okay? And you could hear, like, I heard 2 or 3 clips. Kale was frustrated, saw a couple different versions of Kale answers, because all he did was stand in his locker and apparently talk about it for 5 minutes. He goes, well, I mean, this isn't totally shocking because this is something we've had to deal with before. So here we are again.
Yep.
So that part of it's massively frustrating. But here's the other problem.
He's a pro hockey player. His job is to be available to be able to play professional hockey.
And not, look, if you're hurt or whatever, them's the breaks.
But also, when a guy can't stop going on the injured list, we talk about a guy as being injury prone, and thus the guy gets hit with the label of he's not dependable. Valeri Nichushkin is not dependable, okay? I wish him nothing but the best. I truly hope that he is able to recover and have a long and healthy life, and keep his family together and everything else. I very much hope that for him on a personal level. As a hockey player, though, he's not doing his job. He's not being there for his team, his organization. His job is to lace up the skates, play hockey, and score goals. And he couldn't do that last night and cannot do it for the foreseeable future.
And they are not the same team without him.
Nope.
But my again, I am also getting frustrated because you've got true superstars in McKinnon and Makar, and a true rising to superstar level. I don't know that he's played it this year, but he can be up there in Mikko Rantanen. Where were all they yesterday? And Kale, I love Kale. You know me, I love Kale. I don't know what you were doing on that first goal. I don't know why we were...
Terrible turnover.
We were lackadaisical with the puck. I don't know what... Like, Georgie saved your bacon to keep that thing nothing, and then you just go and... not take... Again, the sense of urgency that needed to exist. Because this team knows what happens when they go down 3-1. They don't fight back and force game sevens. They just don't. Okay? Especially against Pete DeBoer teams. For whatever reason, Pete DeBoer owns this Avalanche
The Stars
squad,
are
no matter
good.
who the hell he's coaching.
Yeah, the Stars are a really good team. You cannot be at anything less than close to your best to be able to win at this time of year against a team that you were this evenly matched with. The Stars are awesome.
So then why? But the guys that have the legacy with this club, why am I not seeing the same fire necessarily out of those guys that I saw out of Kiviranta? The lower lines are flying. They were throwing their bodies around. They were trying to hit guys. Where is that energy from the top guys? So, frankly, that was terribly disappointing to me. I thought Bednar was right after the game when he said it was atrocious. Just said it was, how are we not ready? And he's right. Val or not. Look, do I call you a cup contender without Val? No, I don't.
No.
It's that simple. And the numbers will bear it out. The whole year, they've been better with him there. But the bottom line is you've got 3 just elite players. Elite. And you get your butts kicked on home ice, looking disinterested for half the game. They didn't really look like they were fired up about anything until they finally got the goal from Middlestat. I don't understand what goes on. Look, I understand you're frustrated, all that other kind of stuff. But
there was clearly a mental fog they couldn't play through.
Yeah,
last
I guess, man. But it really is.
You got to put. And again, you're without Taves. Caleb Jones has to go out on the ice. He had a brutal night.
Yeah, he did.
Bad penalties. Just he struggled mightily. And again, it's last second. Hey, jump in right here in the middle of this series and go try and fill up a bunch of minutes. And you juggle everything around. They had to juggle lines last night. They had to juggle pairings last night. A lot of it happened very shortly before puck drop. That was a team that was not prepared to play a massive playoff hockey game last night, and it looked like it.
Yeah, and again, and here comes a text going right where I was about to say, Nate, at some point, you need a captain's presence again.
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, part of me feels these are pro athletes all making money to do this.
Yep.
So sometimes you and I have talked about it. I don't always buy the captain thing. You're all damn rich. So, you know what? Go ahead and take it on yourself. I don't know, but apparently somebody maybe Gabe must have done more holding feet to the fire than we ever realized. I don't really know. I don't know what to say about it. I don't know. It just is. It is massively frustrating to watch this go down. But what I'm more bothered by is the minute I heard the news, I literally got home from the drive home from us.
Yeah.
I get out of the car, and this is the first thing I'm smacked with.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself right away, they will not respond to this tonight. And I don't want it to be that predictable. I wish you'd have shocked the hell out of us. We were all shocked with how the Nuggets decided to come out and answer the bell against Minnesota when everybody was kicking dirt on them, when everybody was talking trash about them. I don't know. Maybe the Avs needed 3 days of everybody telling them they suck too. I don't know what it is, but I know Jamal showed up. I know Joker showed up. I know the guys that are the highest paid dudes on the team showed up. Aaron Gordon did his thing. I mean, I don't understand. I just don't understand how it looked like almost like you're mentally beat out there. I don't understand it. And this team has done this to us. It was a month ago. We were wondering at the end of the season what the hell's going on. Then it looked like I can't figure out how you go five straight games looking like you could be the Cup champs, and now we're back to like you got no mental fight in you. I don't understand what is going on. I really don't.
I mean, a lot of that though is okay. They found their stride in the Winnipeg series, right? Georgiev was, for a moment, about to be the guy that the team was going to drag down this entire postseason.
He was going to be blamed.
Let's be honest. If Juice would have been healthy in Game 2, he would have played. Okay?
Oh, yeah, you're right. There's no doubt about that.
But Georgie, he got in, he played well enough, and he found it, and he's become a non-topic for the rest of this postseason. He was great last night.
He was.
He kept them in that game.
Deserved a better fate.
He absolutely kept them in that game. He played really, really well in that game last night. But also, like, this team peaked out with Valerian Nichushkin, who's fourth most important player on this team.
Nate, some of the numbers, I was reading it today with Pierre LeBrun's article.
Maybe the third most important player on this team.
He talked to a couple of GMs in the league that said because of his size and skill, he may be the most important come playoff time. Because the hockey's different.
And he's got 9 goals in the postseason. He had scored in the first 7 games of these playoffs. He had the hat trick in Game 4 against Winnipeg. You subtract him out of that. You subtract it in the manner by which it was done, and a hockey team that had found its stride but suddenly finds itself in this just absolute slog of a series against the Dallas Stars. They had no chance last night.
I know, but
they never had a chance in that game last night. And that's absolutely brutal that this is the way that it went down. So we'll take a break. And when we come back, we'll continue to discuss this topic. What did the Avalanche do about Valerian Nichushkin?
What can they do? What I was reading from Pierre LeBrun, Nate, you're going to have to explain to me how it's so impossible to get out of a contract.
Can they find anything in this postseason, or is it completely a wash? We're talking about all of it. Plus, we got the Nuggets and the Timberwolves tonight on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. So you probably heard a lot about low T lately. It's something I know that's kind of a buzzword, especially on, I don't know, in the circles, maybe with your friends or male-driven content stations like we have here. Low T, what is it? If you're in your early to mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year. Here's how you know maybe you're getting it, or maybe the early signs of it. Of course, the obvious is decreased libido, or maybe even just a little less desire in the bedroom. For me, it was just feeling tired, even after a good night's sleep, just getting up, getting through a couple hours of the day, just feeling tired, not energetic. Sometimes your sleep isn't great. There's a lot of things that maybe your workouts aren't producing the way that you like. There's a lot of things that could be the problem. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take their low T quiz on the website. Takes 2 minutes, 10 simple yes or no answer questions, and then they'll draw your blood and give you results in 30 minutes. And then if you decide to go with a low T provider, or a low T, I should say, treatment, Your initial office visit is free. Otherwise, it's just $99. But go ahead and give them a call and see if it works for you. I would recommend talking to these guys. They're good people, and they know what they're talking about. 5 locations to serve you. Call them at 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's weird for us. Unfortunately, we had to deal with stuff like this last year as playoffs as well. So as much as it is a little bit of a wake-up call, at the end of the day, it's we got to find ways to grind it out. And again, unfortunately, just didn't seem like we had the legs tonight. So you got to be able to take certain guys on the lineup and find a way, and it just wasn't that night tonight.
That was Cale Makar last night. Cale Makar, rough evening for him as the Avalanche fall 5-1, although he did get an assist on that first goal for Dallas. They get the win. Wyatt Johnston.
He had quite the night.
Couple of goals for him.
You know the backstory with him? He can't even go get a beer legally, allegedly.
Well, now he can.
Yeah, I think tonight.
It was
today
at midnight.
Yeah.
It was midnight.
Boom.
I heard all about it last
Right.
night.
Yeah, who was it? The Hextall talked to him.
He
Leah
also gave up his hat trick last night. He gave the puck up to Steele on the empty netter at the end of the game. He could have taken it himself, but he gave it up.
That's good old hockey teammateism.
That's really what it is right there. But yeah, 2 goals for Wyatt Johnston last night. Miro Heiskanen scored the goal that was really the backbreaker. Didanov got one there in the third. Yeah, series is at 3-1. Stars have won the last 3. Game 5 tomorrow night, 6 o'clock in Dallas. So Jared Bednar, after the game, talked about the impact of the Valeri Nichushkin news. Again, the announcement shortly before the start of the game that Nichushkin not only would not play last night, he won't play again for the rest of this series and could be back mid-November should he follow all of the terms of Stage 3 I believe he goes into Stage 4 now. Stage 4.
Yeah, he's violated
of the player assistance program.
Earned him 6 months.
Yeah, so Stage 3 violated, which moves you up to Stage 4. Kind of going in the wrong direction there, Val. This was Bedsy after the game.
No, I don't think we're not using that as an excuse. Like, we lose a good player in Val today, we add a good player in Drouin. So. And he played well tonight, Drew. I thought, like, for the amount of time he had off, I thought that he had good legs and played hard and played well. I think that's not an excuse for our team, for us.
I agree with him.
I don't. It's an excuse. It is.
What, to not try to keep your season alive?
No, it's obviously you go and you play hard and all of that.
Nate, if they were to lose the series as the balance of this, I would agree with you.
But when you get that anvil dropped on you just a couple of hours before puck drop, there's no way that that's not going to affect you. There's no way that you're not going to enter that game in a place of frustration, anger,
how about anger?
Confusion,
right,
betrayal, whatever it is that you feel. And, we're not talking about Yakov Trenin here, who's a good player and having a good series. We're talking about Valeri Nichushkin, one of the highest paid players on the team, your leading goal scorer in the postseason, a guy that just is coming off a career season, living up to everything, guy you absolutely have to have, your net front presence, your physicality, all of those things. You go through what you went through. That's the other thing, Andy, is like this doesn't exist in a vacuum. This happened last year, and it crushed you in that Seattle series. And now you come out and have it happen again. The gut punch, the mental gut punch is very, very real. I don't put it on these guys to just say, well, flush it. The way Bednar was like, it's like an injured player. It's really not.
I look, I'm not all the way there with you, and I'm talking about last night's game by itself.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, to your point, yeah, I could see how it cost them the series.
Yeah.
But to me, you needed to come out desperate anyway. I didn't sense any desperation.
No.
That's my problem. This should have, the anger that you talked, see, for me, and look, all I can do is try to relate to this situation and tell you how I would react to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I look, man, I'll be honest with you. I've had a coworker that I've relied on that's had a problem. Long time ago. It was a bartending, not a radio. I don't want to even try to put a hint out there of people trying to figure out. It was someone I bartended with, and it made life an absolute bleep show at the end of every night when he would go to the bathroom and be gone for a few minutes and come out like the freaking Roadrunner trying to manage your drawer. We'd always be short money. I knew. I just got to the point where I knew what your little bathroom break was, and I don't want to be accountable for what's in this damn drawer at the end of the night or how much you've screwed up that now, so.
Didn't he clean up faster, though?
No. Yeah, there are a lot of nights.
Dang.
There are a lot of nights. Well, he also was doing some business on the side, it turns out. So there were other subsequent trips to make a little cash of his own.
Mm-hmm.
Look, he was doing coke, and he just was impossible to deal with.
We all figured that out.
I've been in a relationship with somebody early on. That was a nightmare. And I've had a childhood friend that near the very end. So I've dealt with this in many forms. And to the point, Nate, what's sad, and again, the reason why I put my protest up just about last night, not about the whole series, but just about last night, you almost expected at some point. This is the third time this has happened to this guy. And I hate to sound insensitive, but I just
a couple hours before puck drops.
But Nate, there's a part of you going, yeah, of course, but you got to just.
He's playing out of his mind.
Not the other night. They couldn't score. They scored one goal.
He's got 9 goals in the playoffs.
I get it, but I'm just
and
telling you.
And he put one off the post that damn near went in.
They played like crap the other night, and they frankly, other than the flurry, they played 2 periods of bad hockey in game 2. So you should have been in the mode of, we've really got to get some, whether it's Val or not, guys still needed to get to the front of the net. Guys still needed to play that desperate kind of hockey.
See, but that's just it.
And I still didn't see guys doing that last night.
That's just it, though, is like that desperation that they're trying to dig deep to summon that up, right?
Right.
They're playing a really tough opponent, okay? They're at the time of the year where everything is hard, everything is painful, and a challenge, and it's like this is the time of year where you need team, you need togetherness and chemistry and all of that more than anything else. What do you think those guys were talking about in the room before they went out there to take the ice to start the game?
Listen, according to some of the comments, look, and not everybody talked about it.
This bleeping sucks.
But also very annoyed.
Can you believe this crap? Can you believe this is what we're up against? We're reshuffling lines. We're redoing everything right before puck drop. I have a lot more sympathy for where they were as a team mentally. To have watched them go out and to have played that first period that they did was the least surprising thing I could have imagined.
For the first 10 minutes, I'll give you that. But at some point, you're, again, and I hate to say it, Kale said it last night. This is weird, but yeah, we've already dealt with this.
Yeah.
So in some ways, you ought to be a little bit used to it. And again,
that sucks.
It sucks. It does suck. But you know what? It sucks when someone you trust lets you down like that.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
And that's why I laid out all 3 ways that I dealt with it, because every time you just get to a point where I don't when it's constantly showing its and this clearly 3 times in a year, 3 times in a year, Nate.
Yeah. It's a killer.
And again, one was not that long ago. Look, I'm sorry. I'm just speaking honestly. I'm just being me. If it were me, and just frankly from what we do for a living, when he went into the program, February, whatever it was, got back out in late March, and they were waiting to clear him, you and I were saying it. This is clearly not something, he wasn't getting cleared because the Avs didn't want him.
Right.
He wasn't allowed to come back by the league. That's even more clear now. And I thought to myself right then, God, I hope he makes it through the playoffs. I'm sorry. And when he got off to the hot start a week ago after Winnipeg, I thought quietly to myself, God, I hope you control whatever demon to get through the playoffs. That's what I hope. So if this thing were to rear its ugly head, to be fair to your teammates, it wouldn't be in dead middle of a series that's about to be 3-1.
Brutal.
You're right. It sucks. But I still feel like, unfortunately, you should be a little conditioned for this because he's done it to you before.
I think you can also be conditioned for it, and let's just step back for a moment and realize the hockey implication of this. You just lost one of your best players against a team that is brutal to try and score goals against.
The guy...
That's a killer, man.
Dude, best player against... Listen,
like
Val...
The Avs could have gone out there and played a great game with a ton of jump without Taves and without Val Nichushkin. They still probably don't win that game.
Val, here's the problem. Here is we were going to talk about the Avs predicament.
Mm-hmm.
And look, man, this hurts my heart. Okay, it really does. You know how much I love this team. I love this freaking team. I was in an awful mood all last night. It just annoys the hell out of me. But look, man, I don't know what's going on with Gabe. And Gabe and Val are the only two of those guys that you've got. And now they're both not available to you.
Yeah.
Gabe is a big power forward that is a absolute, B to play in front of the net.
I mean,
and Val is the only other guy on the roster that's got that size and that skill that's very hard to move off the net. There's a reason why Hellebuck didn't see half the goals he let in. Val's big body was in front of him. Lehkonen tries to play that way, and I love Artturi Lehkonen. He ain't 6'3" or whatever Val is, man.
Right. I mean, we're talking about two of the absolute stars of this team winning. There's that stupid thing again. See, that name sucks. Two of the most key players in you winning a Stanley Cup 2 years ago, gone. Okay?
Not available.
Now, Landeskog,
He's trying.
You've had time to adjust to all of that.
Can't be mad that the guy got a bad luck, took a skate to the knee, and he's not been the same.
Okay?
He's killing himself to get back for you.
Nichushkin flaking out again on you. It's a killer. Okay? It absolutely crushes you. But we're also talking about a team that, they made good moves at the deadline, and they sort of taped this thing back together. But you get to this time of year, you're playing teams that are so friggin' good, and then you just start subtracting pieces. Look at the Nuggets. Now, they didn't lose anybody, but big part of the reason they got their ass kicked in the first two games of this series against Minnesota was Jamal Murray's not 100%,
right.
KCP is not 100%. The truth is, in these two sports at this time of year, if you are not damn near close to 100%, you just kind of stand no chance. No, it's just too damn hard.
Look, I agree with to echo what you're saying. Without Val, you're not the team that earned this position to be here against these guys. You're just not. And anybody that needs to have proof of that, go watch what happened when he was out on that suspension earlier. They weren't the same team.
Mm-hmm.
But that does not mean that you shouldn't still come out desperate as hell. Because to me, the thought, and you're right, Nate, it is a tough thing to get right. But you know what? They're pro athletes. I'm assuming you're mentally tough to have gotten here anyway.
Without a doubt.
You go through a lot of grueling things just to make it to this level.
Without a doubt.
More things than many. So you got to just know, all right, you know what? We'll deal with this a little bit later, but tonight has got to be tonight, and we've still got to be desperate, and we still got to play hockey a certain way. And instead, look, to your point, it was not only the first period, Nate, it was the whole first half of the damn game. Until Middlestat scored, I saw no desperateness to get back in that damn game.
So we've gotten a number of texts of, what do you do about the contract?
Nothing.
So that's...
You can't, right? I'm curious what you read. Let me tell you what I read real quickly. Because Pierre LeBrun is the one that wrote about
I'm
this.
looking at the very piece. So let me, just so
Go
we get
ahead.
this right.
You're better at reading than I am, Nate.
Val Nichushkin wrapping up the second season of an 8-year, $49 million contract. God, there's 6 more years left on that thing.
Yeah, it's pretty hefty.
Pierre LeBrun writes, in case people are wondering, league source said, what has transpired here does not constitute grounds for the Avalanche to consider a contract termination. This is a part of the player assistance program being there as a tool that was agreed upon collectively by the NHL and the NHLPA, and it is there also to not be something that can be weaponized by an organization to say, well, we'll terminate the contract of a guy that is in this thing. They want it there to be able to help players for mental health, substance abuse, whatever else guys are going through. A league source also confirmed that Nichushkin will not count on the Avalanche's salary cap while he's suspended over the next 6 months. That's one of those things where it's like, okay, great. They're not going to play hockey for the next 6 months.
Yeah.
If he's cleared from stage 3 in 6 months, his contract goes back on the cap.
So you can't, that's the big problem here.
And that could be around November. So no matter what.
You're not signing anybody with that money.
You can't do anything with it. Now,
and I don't think you can just throw them on you might be able to put them on LTIR, long-term injured reserve, as people have talked about, which is what Vegas did with Mark Stone.
Yeah.
But I don't know if the Players Association truly does its job. If there's nothing wrong with him, we're not going to let you just stash him on the LTIR. They'd probably file a grievance.
There's also this, and this is a completely fair question, and I won't speculate for 1 second that I can speak for the guys inside the dressing room, but can you put that guy back on this team? We're talking about 2 consecutive playoff runs that he became unavailable during the prime of arguably the best forward this organization has ever had. Arguably, I don't even know if it's arguable, the best defenseman that this organization has ever had.
That's a fair statement.
Okay.
Cale Makar right now is the best one they've had.
You're talking about the primes of two generational talents.
Who else is Nathan MacKinnon friends with that joined this team thinking everybody would keep their crap together?
Drouin?
Zach Parise.
Oh, yeah, Zach Parise,
Zach
too.
Parise had a number of offers from a number of teams.
Yeah.
He knew this was going to be it, and he chose this team to give his last go with.
Yeah.
You think he's real psyched? You think McKinnon and who else was it? Taze or whoever was that recruited him here? You think those guys are real psyched about all this?
So it's, look, is Val Nichushkin a great hockey player? Damn right he is, which makes this thing so much worse. This isn't some, fourth line ham and egger or something like that. Like, this dude is a legit. Did you see his numbers this year? 28 goals in 54 games. And again, why did he only play 54? Because he was in the program.
Well, and he was hurt, but again, Nate.
So you're talking about trying to put this guy back in the room when this has now occurred. He has done this 2 consecutive years during the postseason. I mean, it is addiction. It is a disease, and we all feel for Val Nichushkin, but his teammates have to be looking at him going, you are not dependable. You are not somebody. And these guys also know what it takes to win a Stanley Cup. You need everybody lifting, and he's not available to be able to do that. But then the other question becomes, how tradable is this guy? Because any organization that is going to acquire him, number one, they're gonna want some financial relief out of the contract. And number two, they're going to be looking at it and going, how do we know if we can depend on this guy?
Why?
We'll just let him be Colorado's problem.
Yeah, man, because again, this is like, it's a year. He's in stage 4 as you laid out. This is all laid out beautifully by Pierre LeBrun. And I read the policy. So now it's, if you get popped in stage 4, then it's a whole year.
Yep.
At least if it's a whole year, though, you're able to do the LTIR thing from a business point of view. Look, here's the problem, Nate. To your point, I think the guys in the locker room, the McKinnons, the Makars, whoever else, they all needed to say, and Jared Bednar himself, man, if I'm his coach, I'm terribly frustrated, dude, because, again, I don't have another one of you. Now, the problem is you got to have to try to go out and, I guess, and figure out how to have another one of him.
Yeah.
But we can't all just irresponsibly say, we'll get rid of him and just live with the $6 million dead cap hit. That's a huge cap hit in hockey. You can't have $6 million doing nothing.
Absolute killer.
Against the hockey cap, period.
Yep. Everything sucks about this. And everything goes back to my initial point. That was one of the weirdest sporting events I have ever seen in my life. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Nate Craigman and Andy Lindahl. Hey, you. Yes, you. You can win a pair of tickets to all 4 days of the BMW Championship in August by entering the Major Championship Pick'em. Just visit altitudesportsradio.com/major. That's altitudesportsradio.com/major to enter the contest. You pick 4 golfers, 1 from each group. And if your golfers total the most prize money among all entries, you are the winner. It's the Major Championship Pick'em, and it's brought to you by the 2024 BMW Championship at Castle Pines, August 20th through the 25th. Visit bmwchampionship.com to get your tickets today. Andy, amidst all of this ugliness with the Avalanche, the disappointment of the absence of Valeri Nichushkin and his situation, down 3-1, fighting for their lives tomorrow night down in the Big D. How did we overlook the biggest story in Denver sports?
The rally sausage? No, we covered it yesterday. I've got it right here.
Also, I just want it to be known, the rally sausage
It's Nuggets specific.
It did not have anything to do with what's going on with the Avalanche.
Or the team you're about to talk about.
No, we're talking about the hottest team in baseball. We're talking about your Colorado Rockies, Andy. Yeah! Your Rockies. Last night, a 5-4 victory at Petco over the Padres. And the Rocks, Andy, are back within 15 games of 500 in mid-May.
Well, there's something for you.
There's something.
Come on. I hadn't peeked at the standings yet.
Let's go, y'all.
A big Eleris Montero night last night. Dakota Hudson getting his first dub on the hill.
Again, a guy I did not know played for the Rockies. Every time you say it, I'm like surprised he's a Rocky.
And the Rockies come out after sweeping the mighty Rangers. They beat the Padres in San Diego. They have won 5 in a row. Cal Quantrill, Dylan Cease, your matchup this evening at Petco at 7:40. Hey, it's going to start like an hour before the Nuggets game, so you'll have plenty of time to get your Rockies on tonight.
Why do they own the Padres? I cannot figure it out.
I don't know.
Of all the teams in this division to own, and I realize the Padres have made some trades and not quite the team they were a year ago where they had the superstar lineup.
Split with the Pods earlier this year.
I don't get it. But for some reason, the old Deacons don't like playing the Rocks.
Watch out for the
Turns
Rocks.
out the Friars in their thinly, their little, what are they, their cloaks, their robes, they
if you
can't
will,
scale the Rockies.
Padres lineup is still awesome too.
You take it in a heartbeat.
Should be a hell of a lot better than they are at 22-22. If they lose again tonight, they'll be below 500 because the mighty Rocks are in San Diego right now.
I told you, and I'm sticking to it. I'm not rooting for wins. I want the chaos of the most losses ever, that under 40. And I want change. I just feel like if you find your way to 55 or 60 wins, as sad as that sounds, I don't think anything's changing.
Andy,
at some point, though, they're going to have a
mere 20-game win streak, and they'll be right back to 500.
Yeah, and we can all shut up.
They'll keep it going.
That's right.
All right.
Those good habits out of spring training, they'll pay off.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
It's insane that you can win 5 in a row and you're still 15 games under, and it's not even really mid-May yet. We're still a little bit south of mid-May.
Again, we're mid-May, and you're already bringing up names I didn't realize played for this team. That's normally like a July, late June, early July kind of deal.
Yeah.
You call some people up.
Oh, Justin Lawrence shutting the door last night.
How about that? The new Papa.
Walking the bases juiced, but then shutting the door when
Listen,
need be.
It's a strategy. Any base isn't out when you walk them juiced.
It's a way to play the game.
Don't maybe give up that home run as you have a few times.
Is more fun than talking about the Avalanche right now. We're talking about a red-hot ball club. Bud Black inspiring the fellas, lighting a fire.
How's Chris Bryant doing?
He's going to go to...
Not a part of it at all, right?
He's going to go to Albuquerque.
Oh, are we getting a spring training in again? Is that what we're doing?
Well, he's got
what are they calling, a rehab?
It's
or
a
just
rehab
assignment.
assignment. Yeah, it's a rehab assignment for KB. He's got to go.
We need a full season of KB.
You sure do.
Yeah,
you're
that
not
ain't happening this year.
Gonna get
already off the table.
You know what, though? 5-game win streak is happening without KB. Maybe you're wrong, Bud Black. Maybe they don't need a full season of KB.
Well, then do you shop KB?
Sure. Sure.
Hold on, did you guys see whose birthday it is today?
No. Who?
Kevin Freeland?
It is. Happy birthday, other guy that's not available right now. Where is Kyle Freeland right now? Do we know?
I don't have any
Is he in
idea.
Albuquerque too?
I don't know.
Stuck up the joint for the Rockies?
When that's supposed to be, how come we're always there? They got kind of a hockey thing going on there. I feel like they always say, quick trip to the IL. It's not being, the month is not quick.
It's never quick.
Not quick.
It's never quick. But yep, Maytober is upon us right now.
No good.
been
I'm
good.
so excited. You know what else we're gonna do? Are you all right?
I'm all right.
You don't know this person.
I know nothing about what's about to happen, but I'm excited about it.
Oh man! All right, I needed a palate cleanser of my own. I had a few people hit me up. Are you going to talk to the DU Pioneers, the Pios? My guys, the Pios,
not the national championship hockey team.
Yes, I love the hockey team
Yeah.
too, but I don't know anybody on the hockey team.
Not Jeff Wolburn in the basketball team.
This is strictly a selfish, but for me, a kind of cool moment.
Okay.
Because we're going to talk with Josh Carlson. He is a midfielder for the DU Pioneers.
Cool, Carlson.
They took it. See, he'll be happy you said
Cool,
that.
Carl.
Although technically, he's in practice right now. We recorded this, so he doesn't get in trouble. He was the son of literally my high school line teammate. We were both midfielders.
Okay.
We played 3 years together. And of course, when we stayed in touch, he used to come to Mammoth games all the time.
Okay.
He'd go get autographs, and now he's playing for the University of Denver. I'm extremely proud of him. So we're going to chat with him real quick about what they did last weekend against Michigan. And we start with, were they upset because all ESPN did was talk about Michigan and not DU leading up to the game?
A lot of times everyone kind of doubts Denver anyways, from just being from the West and whatnot and not having a ton of guys getting drafted or anything like that. So leading into it, we knew that we had a good team coming in, playing some of their best lacrosse of the year, obviously winning that Big Ten championship, beating Hopkins, and then obviously beating Penn State pretty good in the Big Ten championship. So we knew it was coming at us, and we were ready for it, and we were just excited to have a home game here at Peter Barton, and it was a ton of fun to play in that environment. It's the best stadium in the country to play in by far, and the fans that we get at every home game, it's the best environment you could play in.
What were your goals heading into Saturday? I texted you after the game. I thought you had a real well-rounded game. You know, I feel like you did a lot of things that maybe weren't even noticed by the broadcast crew. Now, obviously, I have a little favoritism towards you, but what was your favorite assist? Because you had a couple of times, I think you had the one to Molosky right on the mouth of the crease there where you drew about two, maybe a third guy coming, and he was all by himself. But you had a couple of times where you had some great draws and dumps. Which one do you remember the best?
I think the one towards the end, throwing it into JJ, because they came out of the goal with their goalie and trying to double the ball. And so he's yelling at me to shoot it. And so I dodged a little bit, and then he ended up getting open, so I just threw it at him, and I was like, hey, how about you shoot it? And just kind of gave him one at the end. So that one was pretty funny.
How special has the DU experience been for you? You were the player of the year. I was coaching at Mountain Vista when you were the player of the year at Arapahoe. You know, we've been proud of you. The group that's known you for a while, been proud of you for a long time. You and your brother grew up playing the game. I know your dad built a little arena or whatever you want to call it down in the basement because he thought you guys fell in love with box lacrosse so early. But how has this been special for you to be able to play at DU, especially this year?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up coming to DU games my whole life, right? I had some family play here, so it was kind of always my dream to show up and play for Denver, and especially in this year, getting a lot of playing time, and we're doing well, so it's been just pretty much a dream come true to play here.
Talk to me about this Syracuse team. They put a big number up against Towson. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a tough battle this weekend. What are you guys expecting? I know you're just getting started. You and I are talking earlier here in the week, but what are you expecting out of them? Are you familiar with them at all?
Yeah, it's a team we haven't played in a long time. So it's definitely going to be a fun one. Their offense is definitely very talented, and, you know, they did just put 20 goals in on Towson, who a lot of people thought might win that one. So they're definitely going to be a tough battle for us, and, you know, I'm really excited to get at them. We play them, I think, Sunday at noon is what just came out, so that'll be a fun game for us.
All right, man, before I let you go here, what's been the proudest moment in the career? Hey, hopefully we can connect it here in about 3 weeks, and it can be winning a national championship. But what's been your proudest moment so far?
I think making it this far in the tournament is something we haven't done, you know, in a long time, and this team definitely has what it takes, and it's been such a fun journey this past year, just, you know, with all this team's been through. I think just being part of this team and getting as far as we have has definitely been the proudest moment of my career.
There you go. Josh Carlson, member of the DU Pioneers. They got a big win against Michigan. They play Syracuse this weekend and hopefully going on to Memorial Day weekend to try to win another title. Also, the son of my teammate from high school. So very cool to talk to a kid that's actually doing something. It's the closest I'm going to get to seeing my son play lacrosse. So we're going to come back. We're going to get back into Nuggets. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Chris Dempsey ahead after this on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Oh, it's hour number 2. It's Nate and Andy. Craigman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are getting you set for Nuggets, Timberwolves, Game 5. Kind of a big one tonight. Kind of a swing game in the series with things knotted at 2. Road team 4-0 in this series. Will something give this evening? We certainly hope that that's the case. Kaz has the call. Tip-off tonight. I don't know. It's going to be late. We welcome into the program.
Literally, Scotty's saying 8:50.
Really late. That's all we know. We welcome into the program right now the excellent host of Dempsey and Company. No, it's not Company. It's Chris Dempsey, everybody. What up, Chris?
What's going on, guys? It will be late. I think it's going to be right around 8:45 for the tip today. So, yeah, still a long way away from, like 4.5 hours away from that tip, a little bit more than that.
You ever get worn out having all the company, by the way? That's a lot of company. You put out a cheese plate every morning. What are you doing?
Charcuterie board.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm kind of the more the merrier kind of guy. So yeah, just everybody come on in and let's have a 2-hour chat.
Chris is one of those hosting kind of guys. Yeah. All right, Demps. The Nuggets offense and their adjustment and, an offensive rating right near 125 over the last couple of games is something huge. Defensively, dive into that for us a little bit, because a large part of what the Nuggets have been able to do is get stops and get out in transition and not let Minnesota guard them for 94 feet. And look, I know Anthony Edwards scored 44 the other night. He had to work hard to get those 44 points. It wasn't necessarily a breezy 44 for him by any stretch. What have you seen out of the Nuggets defensively over the last couple of games?
Well, I think they've tried to take a little bit more of a tack of let's do as best as we can against Anthony Edwards, and then just not let anybody else go off. And so I think they've paid particular attention to Karl Anthony Towns and Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Mike Conley has been a player that has hurt them in the past. He did not hurt them pretty much at all in the game the other night. But I think we're seeing, and I think they made mention of this during the broadcast, but it's an adjustment that I really do like. So when you're trying to get the ball out of Anthony Edwards' hands, instead of just like a super hard double team, which kind of puts you in rotation on the back end of that, because he is pretty good at passing out of blitzes. You kind of corral him, so it's a kind of a slow roll double team. You kind of allow a pass maybe to Rudy Gobert, and then you start playing defense behind that. It just allows you to rotate to other players better and faster. So instead of just committing exactly to the basketball, and now it's 4 and 3 behind that. It's kind of 1.5 to the basketball just to get the ball out of his hands, and then you're easily able to rotate to everybody else, and that's where you start to get 1 for 7 for Alexander Walker, 5 for 12 for Mike Conley, 5 for 18 for Karl Anthony Towns, and so I think we'll see something similar to that. Now, I would wonder this. I think Minnesota, because they need to have a consistent second scorer, which they just really haven't had in this series. And I do know that Jaden McDaniels has it in him to be a high scorer at any given time. And maybe if the defensive assignments have been taking a lot out of him and he just can't do it offensively.
I completely agree with that. I think that that's affected both Alexander Walker and Jaden McDaniels. Is like, okay, but you can't defend like that for 48 minutes for a whole 7-game series.
And you can't defend everybody. You have McDaniels and they'll want him to be on Jamal Murray, and then they'll want him to be on Michael Porter Jr. because you don't want him to go off. And then Aaron Gordon made himself such an offensive threat that there were some possessions where Jaden McDaniels was on him too. And I thought, man, this guy, they are asking a lot, from him in terms of just shutting down or slowing down all of these Nuggets perimeter guys. And honestly, it really brings you back to this is why the Nuggets offense is so hard to handle, because it's not just 1 or 2 guys. I mean, it begins with Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, but it doesn't end there by a long stretch. Everybody can bring the ball up. Everybody can play make. You can put anybody into action, pick and roll, ball screen, get downhill, shoot threes. I mean, it is an offense that at any given time is now going to require your best defensive player to start to move around, and you can't just have that. But also it means that the Nuggets have answers on their offensive end for anything that you're throwing at them. And I think that's kind of the area and space we're existing in at this point in the series.
Chris, is the chip back on the Nuggets' shoulder thanks to what happened with Shaquille O'Neal and the like during the middle of the the 3-day break between the two games?
Yeah, for sure. That, and obviously Michael Malone made the tape, and it's been one of these things about this basketball team that we have seen pretty much the entirety of the regular season and then into the playoffs, which is if they don't really super respect you, or if they feel like they can go out and just win the game anyway, then they play like it. And in the first two games of this series, Minnesota just quite clearly wanted to win those games more than the Nuggets did. And, then it got to a point where, Shaq is telling Nikola to his face that he voted for somebody else. And then every national pundit is some of them are saying it's going to be a sweep, and which required Michael Malone to do that. And the reason why this is a part of their personality is because Coach Malone felt compelled to do it. Like, there is no other point in his entire tenure at which he would have put together the greatest hits of people talking smack about his basketball team. But what he knows about this group is, sometimes they might need that extra motivation. We got to get that chip back on their shoulders somehow, and that was the way to do it. And now I think that they went to Minnesota and really played exactly how they want to play, and they understand the level of energy that they got to bring against these guys, because these guys are bringing it intensity-wise every game. If they just settle into that space and match energy, they'll be fine. I think they understand what it's going to take from that standpoint. I think it's the biggest adjustment they made, honestly. It is their attitude in the series so far. And if it stays this way, I think they'll be fine in the series. And if it wanes again, then they'll start to find themselves in trouble.
Yeah, it's insane. But we talked about it all year with this team. It was just like there were nights where they knew, okay, if we play hard for 16 of 48 minutes, we'll win the game. And what was bizarre was that they carried that into the postseason. They cruise controlled their way to a 5-game gentleman sweep of the Lakers. The problem is the Timberwolves are just too good for this and play too hard. So now we're back in this spot, tied at 2 games apiece. We'll have tip-off tonight sometime after 8:30 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets and Timberwolves in a critical Game 5. Kyle's will be on the call right here on your home for the world champion Denver Nuggets. Let's dive into Jamal Murray and what we're seeing out of him in this series. And he had an all-time garbage game in Game 2. Just a night to forget for many, many different reasons. And he's been really good these last couple of games. They made the adjustment, a little bit of, sprinting him through the dribble handoff, which I think has been effective for him. But Dems, how much of it also for Jamal is he's getting comfortable with a, less than ideal situation with his leg?
I think that's part of it. I mean, the 3 days off helped immensely. You could just tell, when he stepped on the court, and all of a sudden, I think his first bucket of the game was right to the rim, and it was a layup, and I looked at that and I thought, okay, all right, he looks, as close to his normal self as we've seen in a minute, and so. I think the getting used to the calf is a big thing, and I don't know if the calf is getting better or worse or just staying the same,
right?
And he's just tolerating it, but whatever it is, he's working through it in a really real way. And then I think X's and O's wise, I mean, I know you guys have talked about this, obviously the putting the ball in Aaron Gordon's hands, but you can't do those things if the player that you're trying to get less attacked is uncomfortable in that role. And so Jamal Murray, when he got to Denver, I mean, he was basically a 2-guard at Kentucky. So, I mean, I know he was telling everybody he was the point guard, but I believe that was Tyler Lewis. So, he came in with a 2-guard background. He grew into a really nice point guard, but at any point in time that the Nuggets want to get him off the ball, they can do that. And he can operate exactly as if he was on the ball. And that is huge. It's huge. And so if he's originating from the corner and they're setting a wide pin down and he's coming off of that, and then into like some dribble, flip action or dribble handoff action, as you just mentioned, and then getting downhill, it's great. If he's on the ball now, because Minnesota is a little bit confused as to where they should devote their best defensive resources, we've seen him get on the ball again and not be as hounded as he was before. He's got a versatile skill set, and he's comfortable on and off the ball. And the Nuggets series of plays, I'm going to do this on Instagram at some point here soon, which is kind of like the Jamal Murray series, which, everything that they run for him. They can run it both sides of the court. He looks great. He looks great. But he could not be the primary ball handler all the time. Because of what Minnesota was doing. And it wasn't just getting the ball. It wasn't just causing the turnovers. It was getting the ball out of his hands. It was wearing him down and all those things. And you need him to be at his best. And I think, being on the road and hostile crowds, he loves that stuff. Now he's back at home, and hopefully he's just in a rhythm now where he can just pick up where he left off.
Do you worry that Chris Finch's comments about the illegal screens have any effect on the game tonight? Obviously, some gamesmanship. I thought it was hilarious, Chris. They start out wanting to try to play football. You get a little contact back, and now you're whining about it. Come on, man.
Right. All right. Well, lest we forget which one of these teams came out with all the hits. It was your team, bro. And so the Nuggets met them where they lived, and now it's illegal screen time. Well, the thing about that, though, is he's got two of the biggest illegal screen dudes in the league with Carl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert. So,
Rudy Gobert on an ant drive, literally blocked like a fullback. I think it was Aaron Gordon out of the lane last week, Chris. It was ridiculous.
Exactly. So, I mean, you can make that comment if you want, and then if it backfires and you got a couple of illegal screen calls against your own team, then what did you really accomplish? So I'll be interested to see how that goes. The whistle really hasn't. I mean, I think it's been kind of irritating to all of us over the course of the series, but I don't know that it's been a real focal point. The Nuggets need to be able to execute and play with that chip, and they'll be okay. If they pick up on an illegal screen because Chris Finch put it out into the universe, then they'll just have to live with that.
You gotta attempt some podium gamesmanship. I mean, one of the other things about this too, Demps, is Chris Finch, Mike Inori, two very good coaches. There's no doubt about that. But look, Chris Finch has never been here before at this point with this roster. This is a Nuggets team that has played a 2-2 game, a critical game 5 back on their home court in the postseason. We saw it a year ago. I think they showed us when they were up in Minnesota. If there was any question about the resiliency of this group, they answered that with absolutely flying colors. But also, we're getting to the point of the series where everyone is settled in. There's no more surprises. The Nuggets, had to settle into the series, and they're comfortable with it. There is such advantage Nuggets now going forward in this series. So then my question is, what punch does Minnesota still have left to throw?
Yeah, see, that's a good question. I asked that same question earlier this morning, which is, I think the answer is defensively they have 0 punches left. They have no more cards left to play. Defensively, they're just going to have to hope that they can execute to a level that they get if they get 5 more stops in a way that they didn't get in Game 4, maybe that just gets you over the top in a super close game. I mean, the margins are that thin. I mean, we're not talking about a wide swaths of now we're going to slow them down. They're going to shoot 37%. But I think defensively, look, they'll try to pop in a little bit more of that Game 2 blitzing and full court. I mean, they've shown it already, but I think they might try to do a little bit more of that, just 2 on the ball when Rudy Gobert is off the court, especially. I don't know what they'll do. I think they'll try to keep Gobert out of ball screen action on defense as much as possible, because the one thing that the Nuggets have done really well, this is another consequence of Aaron Gordon being more on ball, is Games 1 and 2, there's that play where Rudy basically was where Aaron was at the dunker spot and Rudy was basically guarding against the floater and then guarding against the lob pass to Aaron Gordon, and that was video that a lot of people ran because it was very like, okay, what are you going to do?
Symbolic
well, what you're going to do is you're going to yeah, exactly right. And what you're going to do is you're going to have now Aaron Gordon not just be hanging out at the dunker spot all the time. And you're going to put him as the ball handler in some of the action and then pull Rudy out and then see if he can guard you out in space. And we just saw him pick up a couple of fouls in those situations in the last game. And so my point here is I think they'll try to, as much as possible, recognize these things early on in the possession and keep Rudy down the court with whoever is down in the paint, and then Karl Anthony Towns up on whoever is whichever big is hanging out at the elbow at the three-point line as much as they can. But I just think offensively is probably where their biggest adjustments are going to be in terms of freeing up some of their other guys to really knock in some three-point shots and have impacts that way to help Anthony Edwards, who we know, it's just like you're not going to just stop him, but you can't stop everybody else. So how do you get Karl Anthony Towns going? How do you get Mike Conley going so that they can have an impact that is meaningful to supplement what Anthony Edwards is doing on the court?
All right, we need you to be a Church of the Rally sausage there, Chris. We've got it. Nate might bring it to you tonight. If we were to give you the Rally sausage, could it make a quick appearance on TV? It's not very big.
Yes, of course.
It's a good size, okay? It's a good size.
Hey, it's about what you do with it. And right now, what it's doing is a 2-0 lead, baby. 2-0 since we got the Rally sausage, Chris.
We're going to put that sausage right on the table.
It's old Wisconsin, baby. It's old Wisconsin. I'm going to warn you right now. Nate was like, you can't keep a Rally because, I think we got this all from the Minnesota Twins. And when the Nuggets went down 0-2, we acted. Nate, look, Kreckman and Lindahl is a show of action, just so you know. So we got this sausage, and Nate knows his meats well because this thing is sweating. Like, ain't nobody eating the Rally sausage.
It's a sweaty sausage.
It's not even open, but I'm already concerned about the condensation in the package. So it's for Rallies only, just so you know.
Okay. All right. Well,
here,
look,
I'm giving it to Nate now. Nate is going to bring it to you tonight.
I'll deliver this to the altitude desk. Absolutely. I'll go drop a sausage. I'll go throw a sausage on the desk. No problem.
Yeah.
I'm more than happy to do that.
What we need is more sausage on the desk up there.
That's what I'm saying.
136.
That's what I'm saying.
This is a big responsibility, Chris. If you lose the sausage and thus the series is lost, it's on you.
We just got to make sure this thing gets through the X-ray machine
you got to help
tonight.
us get it through the. We need security to be cool.
That's the biggest thing we need tonight. Chris Dempsey, everybody. Dempsey and Company, 10 to noon every day right here on Altitude Sports Radio. He'll be on Altitude TV, pre and post, and all that good stuff this evening. So make sure you watch him. Demps, beautiful work as always, man. Thank you.
Appreciate you guys. We'll talk to you soon.
I could listen to Chris Dempsey wax poetic about basketball all day long. I only get to do it between 10 and noon, but you should do the same here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Are you all put by the company? You're not a company guy. You just you don't like company.
I don't mind company. I'm not opposed to company.
Do you set out some Sanka and some pound cake? You put the Sara Lee out, maybe a little whipped cream.
More of an Entenmann's guy myself. You get it in an end cap, the end of the aisle.
Come on now. If you're not having, there is no thicker substance on earth than a Sara Lee pound cake.
I want the waxy chocolate donuts from Entenmann's.
Have you had a piece of pound cake lately? Like, I used to hammer that as a kid. I don't think I could make it through a piece now. Remember how thick that thing was?
Couldn't tell you the last time I had a pound cake.
You're not doing any strawberry shortcake with that deal?
I've had a Rally sausage. Normally go angel food, which it's a little bit of a lighter, a little fluffier cake.
A nice bunt cake?
303-504-0925. Power rank your favorite Entenmann's or Sara Lee treats right now. 303-504-0925. Do that on the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. 303-504-0925. Series is tied at 2 games apiece. But that's not the only thing. Andy, I'll tell you just how close this series has been when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, it's Andy Lindahl from Window Nation, and let me tell you about their semi-annual sale. Great deal here, 50% off all window styles plus 0% interest for 5 years and an additional bonus if you schedule an appointment this week. So, do you need windows? That's the first question. If your answer is no, then I'm not talking to you. If you do need windows, you know when you need windows, right? I mean, there's all sorts of signs. You'll know that, there's a condensation on the inside. Maybe you can feel the draft coming in. If you it's real easy to tell when you need windows if you're like me. I replaced my original house windows about 18 months ago. I will tell you it made a huge difference in both my heating and cooling bill and just overall comfort in especially the upper level of my home. I have a house that faces west and the sun comes in late in the day. Made it just really stuffy and not pleasant to go to bed at night because it would take forever to get that out of there. So if you want to get some windows now, Window Nation's your place. Again, semi-annual sale, 50% off all window styles plus 0% interest for 5 years and an additional bonus if you schedule an appointment this week. They carry windows by Milgard. They have experienced install teams that have over 10 years of experience in the business, and these windows are made for our climate. So it's easy. Just call 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com.
So, guys, we will bring you some highlights or lowlights as they were from Game 4, Avs and Stars from last night.
Why?
Coming up at
Why?
4:45.
All right.
Andy's doing the drops again. So we'll do that.
Yes, thank you.
There it is. There's
Nancy Kerrigan.
There she is. She got galoolied. Yeah. Avs got galoolied. Their lineup got galoolied right before the start of that game last night.
Yeah, you cannot tell me. I am not the only. I know you're not big hockey emotion guy.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell me you don't hate Jamie Benn. He did it again last night. Now, again, Josh Manson should not have pushed him towards the end of that period because he should have known Jamie would take all liberties he could. But Jamie went right into, he veered right into Georgie and put his shoulder down right into his
Manson
head.
jumped on his back.
Yeah, I'd have done a little bit more. I'd have been good with more.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't enough.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Jamie Benn, I detest that dude.
Now, that being said,
good player.
Would hate it if the Avs had a Jamie
I was
Benn.
going to say good player, but
yeah.
He lost me with the dumb face back in game 1 or game 2, whichever game that was. That was the moment where I was like, okay, I don't like this dude. Mm-hmm. Hey, you can win a pair of tickets to all 4 days of the BMW Championship this August by entering the Major Championship Pick'em. That's right, the Major Championship Pick'em. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/major to enter the contest. Pick 4 golfers, 1 from each group, and if your golfers total the most prize money among all entries, well, then you are the winner. That's it. It's just a nice pick 4. It is the Major Championship Pick'em. And it's brought to you by the 2024 BMW Championship at Castle Pines, August 20th through the 25th. Visit bmwchampionship.com.
You're a pick'em guy. You like a golfer? How do you pick a golfer?
I'll take Lee Trevino, Tom Kite,
Man, yeah.
Chai Rodriguez.
Oh, Rodriguez. Who said that as that? Chai Rodriguez.
That was Les Nessman, WKRP.
Is that what he said?
He did.
That's right. That was probably not as funny as you and I found it, but
we found it very funny.
It was hilarious.
See, kids, back in the day, there was a TV show about a radio station, and it was very funny.
God is my witness, I swear. I thought, turkeys could fly?
So I told you this is a close series, Andy. It's tied at 2 games apiece. And, you know, you get swayed by recency, and in recency bias, the Nuggets beat the snot out of Minnesota up there at the Target Center. But listen to this, okay? So through 4 games, total points in this series, 411 to 409. Nuggets are +2 in this series.
All right.
Field goal percentage, Denver 48%, Minnesota 49%. Total rebounds, Denver 155, Minnesota 158. Offensive rebounds tied at exactly 34. Assists, Denver 95, Minnesota 96. This is an insanely close series right now.
It is.
And the Nuggets, while having solved much of what Minnesota has done to them, there's also 4 games of sample size for Minnesota to be able to draw off of. Now, you know, back to Dempsey's point. Jaden McDaniels looks like a tired player at this point of the series. Kyle Anderson looks unplayable, and I'll be really curious to see what the bench adjustment is. Like, obviously, you know, Naz Reid and Alexander Walker are going to play, but who else maybe does Chris Finch try and tap tonight? Does Monte Morris get more minutes? That'll be interesting to see. Does somebody else show up offensively for Minnesota? That, to me, is the biggest adjustment that the Timberwolves have to make is, like, does somebody actually have a good offensive game? Because right now, Alexander Walker killed him back in Game 4. Rudy was 3 of 5 and scored in double figures, but he had 5 turnovers in that game. And Karl-Anthony Towns had a terrible shooting game. Like, who steps up? And also, like, is Anthony Edwards capable of going for 45 again tonight? He probably is.
Right.
But can you make him work hard for it? That's the thing about him going for 44 the other night is Nuggets made him work for it. It wasn't an easy 44.
Listen, it wasn't an easy 44. You need to get physical with him. I agree with you. you keep saying, what's their next punch? And we're not sure. But I'm sure one thing, they're probably going to figure out something, right? Because to your point, these two teams are evenly matched. They're exchanging blows. I'm still not positive I've sold myself this won't be a 7-game series because I could see both teams going home. I told you yesterday, I could see it where the home team wins out the rest of this series, and then that'd be good for us, and Nuggets advance to the Western Conference Final. But here's my big key that no matter what Minnesota, because I'd be curious what the stats tell you about the first 2 games on this. And I know that the percentage was terrible. Nate, the Nuggets could not hit shots. So you and I were asking a week ago, why can't this team shoot well anymore? Well, it feels like they found it in Minnesota. So if they truly have found it, we talked about it. Aaron Gordon was incredible. What was he, 10 for 11 the other night?
11
for 12.
27
first guy to
points.
do that.
Yep.
Hit his first 10 shots. Aaron's found his shot. All of a sudden, MPJ, at least in game 3, was still making his shot. Joker, I think, has finally found, again, how he wants to attack them. He's not forcing the issue at the rim. He started stopping and doing that little sweet lob over them with it's almost like a fadeaway that he shoots over their big guys. And it's finding net again. He's not missing the same shots. KCP had a big 3. Christian Braun, I think don't underestimate Christian Braun looking not afraid to take a 3 and then hitting them. Holiday's got his shot going. Reggie Jackson's got his shot going, right? So if they can shoot like this, then I don't know what else Minnesota can do. But if the shooting goes away, they're going to be in trouble again.
And what's the biggest difference as to why the shooting came back, Andy? I don't.
You tell me. I don't know.
I do not believe it is a case of just like hot or cold. It's are you getting good looks? I mean, some huge things happened. Okay, Jokic decided to pony up in games 3 and games 4. All right, in game 2 he was too passive. He was trying to get great looks and they weren't there, and he was giving the ball up. He only took 13 shots in game 2.
And they were stealing it when he gave it up.
Games 3 and 4, he was content to take that contested floater. In fact, I feel like I saw this more in game 4, but at least on 2 different occasions, I saw him rebound his own miss.
Right.
Which, that's huge. That means that he is fighting through the physicality that is in front of him of Rudy and Cat and Nas and all of that size, and he is making those corrections. He's not necessarily shooting the fall away. He's playing on his toes. Another huge part of it is the Nuggets just said, okay, we're going to lean back into our 2-man game. It's going to be Jamal Murray. It's going to be Nikola Jokic. We'll make adjustments. We'll run Jamal through an extra screen, put him on that long loop, get him sprinting out to the soft side of the floor, kind of moving east-west and opening things up out on the floor, which the Nuggets did beautifully, especially in game 4, but in game 3 and 4 is really what it is. And when they've got that going, then the pocket pass opens back up. Jamal back to Nikola Jokic. He catches at the nail. He's going downhill. Then he's got options. It's kick out for a corner 3. Is Aaron Gordon wide open, or does he want to shoot a floater? He has all of that. But the Nuggets, they had to basically get away from what they love to do before they found their way back to what they love to do. And when they do that, it opens up good looks for everybody else out on the floor.
You know what I do think it comes back to? Because, again, you talked about their bad shooting. Like, they had bad game 2 is their throwaway. Game 3 is the Minnesota throwaway. Each team's had a throwaway. The Nuggets still didn't shoot great and kept the game close in game 1, but weren't hitting key shots. We're used to seeing them heat up and hit down the stretch.
Game.
It really was.
Like, now that you have the context of the series to look back on, it just terrible start, terrible finish.
Which we're not used to the terrible finish.
Right.
We are used to the terrible start. I think you're laying it out, though. Who finds a way to make the other team work? Right? You talked about how the Nuggets figured out a way to get Jamal on the run, chase him around, tired out the guards, got to the point where McDaniels and Nickeil Alexander-Walker can't just try to pin Jamal down in that full court one-man press, if you will. But if they can get back to that, if Jamal's calf isn't to the, like, I think another key to what Jamal did to the guards of Minnesota on that one-man press was he was able to loop around and run past them and get quickly over midcourt, keep the shot clock from dwindling down. And again, like you kind of laid out, tiring them out. In game 2, he couldn't do that. He just didn't have any burst. The calf was clearly a bigger problem then. So hopefully, what I worry about is that there are no more 3-day breaks, right? Because Thursday is going to be game 6, right?
If there is a game 7, it's Sunday.
Okay, so that'll be the last 3-day break.
Well, it's a 2-day break. It's not the extreme between between games 2 and 3.
Yeah, it's not the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah.
But no, even a 2-day break might help, Jamal. The bottom line is that calf needs to hold up for the every other day thing, especially if they're going to end it in 6.
Other part about the Timberwolves now is it's like this is a quick turnaround to play this game, and they got to go back to altitude. This is going to be a tough one for them tonight.
Yeah, you know what's really blowing the altitude thing out? First off, Minnesota didn't seem affected by the altitude the last time that they're
Not
here,
early
although
on.
I'm not brushing off what you're saying. And then the Stars didn't look like they minded altitude at all.
No.
The hell? Where's our altitude? Is something going on? Did we lose some altitude? Something happened I don't know about?
I've still got altitude.
Is it all of a sudden 480? Is it 4280? Did we lose 1,000 feet? What happened?
It's those damn jerseys. Rudy Gobert was fined $75,000 for rubbing his fingers together in a money sign gesture directed at officials Game 4 of the second-round series against the Nuggets. Joe Dumars, an executive vice president and head of basketball operations for the NBA, deemed Gobert's actions an unprofessional gesture that questions the integrity of the league and its game officials, and also said in a statement that the fine, quote, takes into account Gobert's history of improper conduct toward game officials, close quote.
Interesting, because Jamal got 100,000. Now we understand he was throwing stuff on the court. You can't do that, but
don't do that.
But is this? Remember, didn't the NBA do something like it was an ejection for the slashing gesture over the throat? Remember
That's a taunting
They were
thing.
getting
They
rid-
don't
well,
like taunting.
I wonder if they don't ratchet up the money thing. It feels like they've had to do this to a few players.
This year in particular has been it's not that it's brand new,
right? But
this year in particular, the vitriol towards the officials, it's at an all-time high. It is something that I fully expect the NBA to look into and address hard this upcoming offseason.
But both sides have to kind of have responsibility for this, right? You guys aren't going to get every call, and the officials, like, again, it feels like there's some things, like you said, it's personal and there's vitriol more than I feel like there's ever been.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite sure why.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like, we're seeing it against all crews.
Yeah.
But guys, to your point, the players have been bold with their decision to just do that in the open viewing.
Now you got to collectively bargain these things, but this is one where I expect the league to take that pretty seriously. I have a feeling Adam Silver is starting to get over it, especially on the heels of the Jonte Porter thing and everything else and the tie-in to the betting world. It's just like, I think that that's something massive he has to address. He's got a big TV rights deal that he's got to deal with, and I think he has to deal with the coaches and the players going at the officials as hard as they do. And that's not to say that the refs don't suck. They absolutely do, but you reach a point where you've really started to damage the integrity of your own sport. You just start eating yourself at that point. We'll take a break. When we come back, we gotta relive a bit of Game 4 last night. The Avalanche falling, what went wrong on the ice, in addition to, everything that went wrong off the ice. That's next. All right, let's get after it. Game 4 last night. No Valeri Nichushkin. Not going to be around for a while. No Jonathan Taves. Although, Drouin. Jonathan Taves. Devon Taves.
Come on, Chicago guy.
Wow. Wow.
Here we go.
Yep.
Now it
let's
begins.
have it.
Come
let's
on.
have it. Go ahead.
Chicago jerk guy doesn't know who's playing in Colorado.
I know. What is Rick Sutcliffe starting for the Rockies tonight?
Is Eddie Fournette?
There's no way that's the first time I've done that. Devon Taves. Jonathan Drouin was back in that game last night. But the Avalanche fall 5-1. Opening period. Georgia had a big glove save on Robertson after a bad Sean Walker turnover in his own zone. Mason Marchment had a clean break. Another good save by Georgie. By the way, did you realize Mason Marchment, son of longtime NHL goon Brian Marchment?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, he was an ab for a minute, I think. Yeah,
for a minute, yeah. Too many Caleb Jones penalties. Georgie had a good save on Ben. And then, hey, it seemed like things were finally going the Avalanche's way.
Then they weren't.
They got a power play. Our highlights.
That's good, right, Nate? You want a power play, don't you?
You do. Our highlights. Brought to you by Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale is now on with 50% off all windows. No interest for 5 years, plus bonus savings. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. How'd that power play go, Connor?
The Avs looking for their first shot on goal the last 7 minutes. Last shot on goal came with 11:42 remaining in the period. Cale Makar turned it over to Wyatt Johnston. Near side circle, Steele lets it go. Save made, rebound, another big save, but he can't make 3 in a row. It's the second shorthanded goal of the series for the Dallas Stars, and Sam Steele gets his first goal of the series, and once again, Dallas leads 1-0.
Yeah, it was actually Wyatt Johnston that banged it in on a rebound from a Steele shot. Just a momentum killer in that moment. Like, for as bad as they played in that opening period, Andy, they killed off a couple of penalties. They got themselves a power play. There was the opportunity to take it back and
make it all just a bad memory. But instead, Cale Makar, still not quite sure what he was doing with the puck because he wasn't doing it with any urgency. Then he loses it. Then a shot gets fired, and somehow Dallas still beats you to the net on your power play.
Shots in the opening period, 16-2 in favor of Dallas. Georgie had 15 saves on those 16 shots. He was playing out of his mind. The period did end with Jamie Benn having a good chance, Manson hitting him from behind, and then jumping on his back. It was 1-0 after one period. We then go to the second, 5:46 of the second, and Dallas is back on the power play, and Arturi Lehkonen doesn't have the equipment that he is required.
Into the circle is Robertson up top for Heiskanen. Back for Robertson. Slap pass back door. They score. Wyatt Johnston has both goals in the hockey game. One shorthanded, one on the power play. And the Stars lead 2-0 with 14-14 to go in the second period.
Yeah, that power play, the Stars were just peppering Georgiev. Lehkonen didn't have a stick. But again, that was that.
Nate,
pretty good pass by Robertson too.
Look, it was. They got that backside wide open shot, the classic one you're usually going to score on. But I also felt like against Winnipeg, that was one where guys were sliding down. They were denying the pass at all costs. Like when they played Winnipeg, everything felt desperate. Nothing last night felt desperate.
11:24 of the second. This time we're in the 5-on-5 situation, and this goal was just kind of annoying. Miro Heiskanen from the blue line.
Sean Walker, Cale Makar leaves it and does a reverse hit on Robertson in the corner. Makar saw the contact coming and leaned back into Robertson at the hash marks. Now tossed to the point. Heiskanen lets it fly, and he scores. A seeing eye puck finds its way in. I don't know how, but it did. 3-0 Dallas.
Assist to Stankoven and Robertson on that goal. Sagan had a good screen. That hit Georgie in the face.
It did. Yes. He went like low. He completely didn't read it. That was the one I thought was, again, if you want to call a weak one, I guess that was the one.
He was screened.
But he didn't react to it well, and it went high, and it caught him and went in the net. And that's when you just knew. I was just like, all right, we're done here.
3-0 midway through the game. However, just over a minute later, a little signs of life out of the Avalanche. Unfortunately, it was the only bit of pulse they had all night.
Marchment at the hash marks. Mittelstadt steals it away. 3-on-2 here. The Avalanche hurry. Mittelstadt underneath for Zach Parise. Can't do anything with it. Now Mittelstadt out in front. He scores! The mighty Casey has struck for Colorado. And with 7:25 to go in the second period, as there always is, there is hope. Mittelstadt gets his second goal of the postseason, his 8th point, and the forecheck of that line for Colorado gets it done.
Oh, Connor McGahey doing everything he can to hold those listeners. 5-on-5. Parise chasing behind the net. Pretty good forecheck, and Drouin feeds Mittelstadt. Pretty sweet little drag in reverse and put it in. Nice goal for the Avalanche.
They showed the replay. Like, it looked pretty nice at the, live on the first look.
Yeah.
Boy, they had a very well-timed slow-mo going to break where he really did a good job, because as he was dragging it back, as you described, there was a Dallas stick following it, and then he fired it through 2 Dallas sticks and got it over the glove of Ottinger. Not an easy shot. He put it home. And then we finally saw a burst of energy, but it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, 3-1 heading to the third period. You know what they say about 2-goal leads in hockey, Andy. They're not as good as 3-goal leads. Jake Ottinger had a big-time pad save on a Cale Makar one-timer. The Avs really could have used that one. And then at 9:27 of the third, Evgeny Donatov, for all intents and purposes, shut the door.
Mittelstadt leaves it for Walker. Marchment got in the way of Sam Girard. Back up top, Heiskanen lets it go, blocked by Girard. And the only person who knows where it is Dadonov. Back for Heiskanen. He lets it fly. Tipped in front. Rebound is there. And a wide open net for Dadonov to shoot and score.
Yeah, puck just squirted right to Dadonov, who knocked it in. That was it. The Stars would add an empty netter. We're not going to play it. Those are your highlights, brought to you by Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale is now on with 50% off all windows, no interest for 5 years, plus bonus savings. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Wyatt Johnston, 2 goals ahead of his 21st birthday. Casey Mittelstadt scored the only goal for the Avalanche last night. Alexander Georgiev played well enough and certainly deserved a better result than what he got. Quite frankly, the Avalanche deserved better than what they got last night.
So does it help those highlights to not have the horn going off like a trucker angry trying to get you out of the way? Because Dallas really just I'm waiting for Connor to make comment on that at some point.
Dallas Stars. Yeah.
Oh,
hey,
all right.
I got it. Every great band has a stinker, Andy. Pantera, that's theirs.
What is that? Really Pantera?
It's Pantera.
That? Good
it
for them.
Sure is.
Good for them.
They were big Stars fans.
Oh,
Good for you.
They used to party with the Cup back in the day.
Good for them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I got a question for you for the next hour for you to ponder.
Ooh, I like pondering.
It's Nuggets and Avs related. We're going to put these two
Christian
things
Ponder?
together.
Or just Ponder?
It's Sam Ponder, I guess.
Okay.
I don't have much. Sam's done more work I'm familiar with lately than Christian.
Okay.
Is Christian in the league?
He was a Bronco for a moment in 2015.
2015. I well remember that.
Did he get a ring?
I think so.
Okay, cool.
Probably.
Did you know that both Christian Ponder and Bo Nix were the 12th overall pick, and they share the exact same birthday?
Wow! Look at you.
Yep.
Well,
that's research right there. Our research is better than yours. Take that, ESPN.
Da-na-na, da-na-na. Yeah, good. Not great. Yeah.
They share a birthday.
I hope things.
And I believe they're actually the same age.
I
so
hope
that all
Bo's
works out
career
well.
gets on a much different highway than Christian's did.
By the way, our show has been bereft of rookie minicamp talk. We have not addressed the rookie minicamp.
I don't know what to tell you. You know, I know D-Max got Bo Nix fitted for a gold jacket already.
He's got a Bo
off of
Nix.
the rookie mini camp.
He sure
so good
does.
for you.
He's got a Bo Nix.
I'm going to wait until I see some actual defense and guys that know what you're, you can make all the throws all you want against Derek. Can you make the throws into the tight window?
I
when
love a
there's defense out
rookie
there?
mini camp throw, man.
Do you? Good.
Oh man, I saw those
Listen,
highlights. Those were
we got
some
enough suck going on this spring.
some
I hope
crisp
it all works out come
spirals.
fall. I hope it all works out come fall. It'd be cool if it did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Woo! Cool, Carl.
I guess Kevin walked in and told us apparently the Broncos are opening against Seattle.
Yeah, that's the word on the street.
No Pete Carroll. Whoever thought 2 years later you would meet again? Pete, Russ, Hackett, they're all gone.
All
Ain't
gone.
Nobody left.
Nope. It'll be a
That all of a sudden is a big fat who cares. Drew's gone. Drew's not even there.
Geno
Smith. And did they draft a QB? What'd they do?
versus Zach Wilson.
Who's the backup QB in Seattle? You're going to
yeah,
ask me this in 4 months and I'm not going to know.
Noah Fant's still there.
He is still there. Drew Lock is not there anymore.
Shelby's gone. Drew's
Who is their
gone.
backup quarterback? Sam Howell.
Good old Sam Howell. Maybe
Manders-
he's the guy.
Manders legend Sam
Maybe
Howell.
Sam Howell's starting.
is there.
Sam Howell against Bo Nix. They weren't going to send Brady to start his career with that game. By the way, how about Brady starting with Browns Cowboys? Doesn't that sound like a weird matchup to start? It's probably going to be a good game, but isn't that kind of a weird matchup?
It's 2 playoff games from last year.
No, I know, but
Playoff teams.
doesn't
yeah.
that sound weird? Browns Cowboys? The traditional battle of the Browns and the Cowboys.
Somebody's got to play everybody every week, Andy.
Throw out the records when it's Dak Prescott against who knows playing quarterback for the Browns.
Broncos will play the Browns in Pittsburgh at home. Falcons and Panthers at home.
Okay.
Colts, Chiefs, Chargers, Raiders. That's your home schedule. Your away schedule, obviously the AFC West teams. They'll go to Baltimore and Cincy, Tampa and New Orleans for the AFC South. Ooh, I wonder if Sean Payton's going to be excited to go back to New Orleans.
Oh, boy.
I don't know if you've ever heard. He used to coach the New Orleans Saints. And
Does he go early?
I don't know if he's ever shared any
Do
of
they
those
go on a
anecdotes
Tuesday?
that you've ever heard.
What's the question?
Hit the French Quarter? Just hold shop
They're
wherever
gonna,
you
they're
used
gonna
to be.
fly out Sunday
Yeah.
afternoon immediately
Yeah.
after they follow.
Game's done.
Finish off.
We out, baby. He's hanging at an oyster shop that he used to call his hangout.
It's not his hump, okay? Seattle and the Jets. They'll play the Jets on the road this year.
Oh, good.
More
Can't
Nathaniel
wait. Oh, my
Hackett.
God. What if it's Zach Wilson?
QB and the Broncos
Huh?
against the Jets.
Huh?
Revenge game.
Zach Wilson
Revenge
going back
game.
to levy the tally against Nathaniel Hackett and Aaron Rodgers. Dun, 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 dun. Can we please, for the love of God, beat the damn Jets this year?
Probably
2
not.
years in a row. You kidding me?
Probably not. We have got all kinds of nuggets
There's
to do
your
with
rookie
you.
camp takes.
Next hour, it's Altitude Sports Radio. We are here, much to do this hour. Nuggets try and take a lead in this series for the first time, plus the Avalanche. What do they got left in the tank without Valeri Nichushkin the rest of the way against the Dallas Stars? That's all to come this hour here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. But right now, it is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NBA. And also, we'll tack in a little WNBA as it is the season opener this evening. Caitlin Clark in the Fever on the road at Connecticut to take on the Sun at Mohegan Sun Arena in Uncasville, Connecticut. Go ahead, Spring.
To the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Nuggets Wolves Game 5 tonight sometime after 8:30 at Ball Arena. Some Wolves players talking to the media today out at Ball Arena, one of them being Jaden McDaniels, very good perimeter defender, solid two-way player. He was asked about defending Jamal Murray. Here's what Jaden said.
I mean, he going to make those shots. I mean, them type of shots he makes. I mean, we're making it difficult for him. I mean, he still scores, but it's like a bunch of shots he shoots. So, I mean, I'm not really tripping about it, but it's just loud shots. There's nothing really that's hurting us, I don't think.
You know, all of the 94-foot defending that Jaden McDaniels and Nickeil Alexander-Walker had to do in the first couple of games of this series, and they tried to keep doing that ahead in Games 3 and Games 4. It's a lot to ask of dudes that are playing massive, massive minutes at this time of year. The Timberwolves, and they're a resilient team, but also, like, this is a quick turnaround. I think the Nuggets are starting to lean on those guys a little bit, coming back to play at elevation on a quick turnaround. Mike Conley got a little bit banged up at the end of that game. For me, one of the subplots of this game, like I'm not going to stop. I'm probably not going to stop monitoring the health of Jamal Murray and KCP for the rest of the playoffs. For me tonight is what does the third and fourth quarter energy look like for the Timberwolves? I think they'll be fine in the first half. What does their third and fourth quarter energy look like when the Nuggets start to really get into their rhythm?
Yeah, I would agree. Look, I think the Nuggets are remembering how they have to play these guys, which, I mean, kind of sounds silly, but, you know, the Wolves have had the better of it. It feels like, what was it, a 3-1 record? The Wolves won 3-1 the season series this year?
Yes.
And look, to your point, I think they are starting to tire him out. Josh had texted earlier, maybe brought up a good point along the lines of what you're talking about.
No, it was 2-2. It was 2-2.
2-2.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, because they won the last one.
Mm-hmm.
Josh had texted earlier, though, and said the Wolves have not played into the playoffs as deep yet. So maybe they're starting to feel that, too. Again, they had an easy first series.
Pressure of the moment, too, all that.
Right.
Yeah.
So, you know, there could be a lot of things getting them. But, you know, all it takes is one game, and we could be feeling, unfortunately, the way we did a week ago.
Goes that
Who
quickly.
knows? I mean,
it really does absolutely go that quickly. And we're getting deep into this series, and it has been very physical. Going into a Game 5, this is sort of you're out of adjustments by now. Everybody has seen what everybody is going to do. Okay, you can deploy adjustments possession by possession, but this is where the Nuggets, especially late in a series, have such an advantage. This is where Nikola Jokic is just, his mind kicks into overdrive, and any look you present to him on a given possession, he's just like, oh, okay, this is what you're doing right here. And the Nuggets are so damn good at knowing their spots on the floor in these moments.
Look, I believe Ant already said it. It's what LeBron was saying, and Durant was saying last year, and I guess whoever picked Jimmy Butler, whoever said it from the Heat, I guess it was Spoelstra. He's a coach on the floor. There's no fooling him. He knows what he's looking at, and he's the rare player that can get everybody coordinated to then adjust to it. So I do think there's that. The bottom line for me, it just comes down to, do the Nuggets hit the shots or not?
Yeah.
If they hit the shots like they did the last two games, you know what? They may go 4 in a row. If they don't, it's going to get a little hairy.
High five. Rudy Gobert was fined $75,000 for rubbing his fingers together in a money sign gesture directed at the officials during Game 4 of the Wolves' second-round series with the Nuggets. Rudy Gobert talked to the media today, and he was asked how the Wolves can win the mental battle against a team that has already won a championship, in fact, just last year, like the Nuggets.
I think just control what we can control. You know, I think our emotions got the best of us last game and probably the last 2 games. So it's let's control that and yeah, play, be ourselves. You know, we don't need to do anything different we've done all year. Just be ourselves, control our emotions, and embrace the moment.
Yeah, the composure swung back in the Nuggets' direction, okay? After Minnesota, ripped it out of the Nuggets' hands and smashed it to smithereens in Game 2, it has been rediscovered by the world champs. And Minnesota was the team that looked like they are on the ropes in Games 3 and 4. We talked about it yesterday. Possessions where, and there was the one where AG had the three-point play, Anthony Edwards didn't even get back in defense. He was back on the other side of the floor complaining to the officials, okay? That's not to say that the Nuggets don't complain too. They do, all right? But the difference is, what are you playing through right now? It's another part of being on this stage that Minnesota's never been up against.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because Rudy sounds way more French than I ever realized. So. But, no, you're right.
I will pay the fine.
He does have more of an accent than I expected. They were the ones that lost their composure the last couple of games.
Mm-hmm.
Now, not to the extent of what the Nuggets did in Game 2, but still, it got to them. And, there's a frustration playing the Nuggets. I just think because, again, they hit stupid shots, right? The Jamal one is kind of a one-timer deal, but Nikola, he hit a bunch of shots that most guys, that thing's not going down. Not only is he hitting it, it's like a pure swish.
The problem is that Minnesota can execute their game plan perfectly, and the Nuggets are still going to find good shots. And again, the other flip side of that is, and this is where the toughness comes in, the Nuggets are more than happy to take the tougher shots and make them. Jokic is back. They're hitting mid-range shots. Jokic is hitting floaters again. Again, they were bad in games 1 and 2. They flipped it on their head. Now back home, what has Minnesota got? Spring.
High five. All right, we have Cleveland Cavaliers and LeBron James speculation. But let's start with this. According to Jason Lloyd, who covers Cleveland sports for The Athletic, the Lakers are expected to be at the front of the line to acquire Donovan Mitchell this summer. He writes, quote, if Mitchell does not sign an extension with Cleveland this summer, the Cavs will have to explore trade options, and one of the teams standing at the front of the line will be the Lakers. It's possible, given Mitchell's current condition with his calf, that he has already played his final game in a Cavs jersey. LeBron James was in Cleveland for Game 4, Celtics Cavaliers. He sat courtside, and this morning on some show on ESPN2, Brian Windhorst, who has covered LeBron James for a very long time, gave his thoughts on that situation.
I'm going to ask you, I know we're going to have to interpret and translate because we don't know. What did that all mean last night?
I had several NBA executives send me back my own meme. What is going on in Cleveland is what they were going on. Because, I will say this, the first thing I thought of was this moment 10 years ago, where LeBron showed up to a game in Cleveland while he was a player for the Miami Heat to honor Zydrunas Ilgauskas' jersey retirement, his longtime teammate. And he got in a private plane, flew from Chicago over to Cleveland on an off night. Pat Riley was not happy. Mm-hmm. And a few months later, he signed with the Cavs. And when I wrote my book about LeBron coming back to Cleveland and winning the championship, that was the lead chapter because that was sort of the beginning. So I'm thinking about that now 10 years on when LeBron shows up today, and I'm saying, what's he doing? Because he's extremely strategic. And I wish I could tell you I knew exactly what he's doing. I don't pretend to know, but he's got to be up to something.
Dude, this is all ESPN could talk about. He's talking about on ESPN2, it was Get Up, it was First Take, it was NBA Today. They all said LeBron did, because apparently LeBron went back for some reason he went back to Cleveland, but he was in, I think someone got their jersey retired or something.
Yeah.
But he was in the owner's suite at that time. They were saying today the reason why this has got everyone's antenna up is because LeBron is he sat courtside. He made sure everybody knew he was there.
Oh, sure.
His side of the story was allegedly he had been in Cleveland for Mother's Day, which makes sense. Guess mom still lives there, and it was just Sunday, and then he was there last night, blah, blah, blah. But everybody on that NBA panel, it was Windhorst included, and Monica McNutt and everybody they talk to for NBA stories.
God, you love your ESPN.
Well, I make breakfast to it, dude. But no, they were saying that this is probably him letting the Lakers know that I got an opt-out, and that I don't understand why he'd leave. He runs that organization. He runs that franchise. I think, honestly, Sean Payton and LeBron James got a little of that same thing in them where they like to see everything. They love to see the social media world in particular just melt down off of whatever they choose to do.
You know what's funny is I had forgotten until this in the last 24 hours. I had forgotten about the part where, LeBron had been back in Cleveland before he re-signed with the team. But it did spur on a memory for me. So I got married on July 12th, 2014.
All right.
The day before that was when the SI.com essay went out. And then the next day, LeBron officially signed his contract with the Cleveland Cavaliers, which was my wedding day. My wife's grandfather is from Cleveland, okay? And it's after the ceremony, and we're doing the pictures, and when it's time, to do the pictures with Dale and Joyce, and Dale's just standing right in front of me he's like, LeBron's back in Cleveland. Can you believe LeBron's back in Cleveland? And he just wants to do sports talk with me, and he's getting ordered by all of his daughters and everybody else. Shut up! He's not at work right now. Just take the picture, okay? But he just wanted to talk LeBron, man. He's a good Clevelander.
Yeah, they love them some LeBron. They love Bron.
They love him. Plus, it's Cleveland sports. Nothing good ever happens for them until LeBron won them a title a year later than that. But that's what I remember.
Did the Indians never get... I'm sorry,
Guardians?
The old Cleveland baseball team, did they ever win a title? I know they went to the series against Florida. Was that it?
It was 97. They didn't get it done. Those great baseball team lineups.
Angry Albert Bell.
Kenny Lofton.
Yeah. Roberto Alomar?
Roberto Alomar and Sandy were on those
were they both?
clubs.
Okay.
I believe both the Alomars were on those clubs. Albert Bell in the middle of that lineup. David Justice.
Oh, yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, Jim Thome and Manny Ramirez hit like 7 and 8 in that lineup. That's how damn good that lineup was. Also, recently, not too long ago, it was like on ESPN Classic. There was some of that World Series on, and I was watching it. We really didn't ask any questions late in the 90s about what was going on with the baseball players, did we? We really didn't, huh?
You know what I remember that season,
They were all monsters, Andy.
Well, I also remember...
They were huge.
Do you remember Psycho?
They had no necks.
Do you remember Psycho Kevin Brown pitching for the Marlins?
Remember Psycho Steve Lyons.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, Kevin Brown, though, he was...
Just shooting daggers at his eyes every time.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't Leland managing that one, too? God, those were hideous Florida Marlin uniforms. Hideous.
They were very teal back in those days.
The big dumb fish on it.
Oh, man.
Come on, man.
Won 2 World Series, 97 and 03.
Yeah, they've done all right.
The Fish won a couple of World Series.
Of course they did.
Fire sailed both times.
What was worse, the Marlin unis or the Arizona the border tablecloth unis?
The problem with the Diamondbacks is like their original bad uniforms, the teal and the purple. Like, just go back to those.
Yeah, just own it.
Stop being red or whatever is going on with you guys right now. And can we, for the love of God, stop with the City Connect baseball uniforms? Who was it? Was it Detroit busted it out the other day? Again, like, they really all do look like bad softball uniforms. Let's just stop it, okay? And finally, Spring.
High five.
Today, it is opening night for the WNBA. In fact, right now, the defending Eastern Conference champion, Sabrina Ionescu, Breanna Stewart, and the New York Liberty lead at the end of the first quarter in Washington over the Mystics. And coming up here in about 10 minutes, it's a big day on ESPN2 as Caitlin Clark will make her regular season WNBA debut. In fact, this line was Fever +8 this morning. It's all the way down to 6.5.
I saw 6.5, yeah.
People are betting Caitlin Clark in the
man.
Fever.
Public is all over CC.
According to TickPick, They have sold twice the amount of tickets for tonight's home opener in Connecticut for the Sun versus the Fever than they sold for the Suns' home games all of last season. The current get-in price tonight is $103. For the Suns' next home game, you can get in for $17.
TickPick, Andy. It's a website where you can get Lyme disease.
Just be real clear with the C.
Yeah, public is all over Caitlin Clark.
Don't be the New York portal gal.
I think I'm loving the Sun laying the 6.5 tonight.
Spring, are you getting an itch?
Yeah, fade the
look
public.
at that app?
When it was 8 this morning, I teased it up to 10.5.
Okay, I like it. By the way, the Mercury will take on the WNBA champion Aces as well at 8 o'clock tonight. Asia Wilson and the Aces. She got her own signature shoe. But that's the second game of the ESPN2 doubleheader this evening. You also got the Lynx and the Storm. Let's get the WNBA to Denver, damn it. We got the Nuggets and the Timberwolves game 5 tonight, but we'll take a break when we come back. Do the Avalanche have any last life in them going back to Dallas tomorrow night? We'll talk about that next. All right, that Avalanche game sucked last night for all of the reasons. They fall 5-1. They find out, I don't know, what was that, like roughly an hour? We found out roughly an hour. I think his teammates had a couple hours notice that Val Nichushkin would be suspended for 6 months, violating the terms of Stage 2 of the collectively bargained player assistance program after reportedly failing a drug test. He participated in the morning skate. Jared Bednar found out sometime after pregame skate. Cale Makar said he basically found out before the game. Asked after the game if Nichushkin could reunite with the Avalanche, Bednar, quote, "I have no idea," close quote.
Yeah.
That's one of those questions that's just like, honestly, in that moment, Bednar's like, I can't even ponder that.
Yeah, yes. Not. Look, you got to ask the question, right? I'm not knocking anybody for asking the question, but there's not an answer there right now.
After the game, the team had reportedly already removed Nichushkin's nameplate from above his locker stall. His 8-year, $49 million deal still has 6 years remaining on it beyond this upcoming season. He's currently suspended 6 months without pay, but he is eligible to return at the earliest sometime in November.
Yeah, look, this is not going to be easy. It doesn't have easy answers. And here's part of the issue, too. I think if the Avs could get the cap space back, just me, they're probably done with this. But you're not going to get the cap space back. So, and again, we're talking about this from the utmost business standpoint of things, because I do think that's what concerns most of the fans. Everybody wants Val to find a way out of this. They do. But get to a point where it's now 2 playoff runs in a row. You got to wonder, will the locker room trust him, all that kind of stuff. But you can't just let the guy go. And let's say he does finally figure it out, and then you're stuck with this cap hit for the next 6 years while he does something elsewhere.
According to reports and league sources talking to Pierre LeBrun of The Athletic, basically, here's the gist of it, guys. The Avs can't just terminate the contract of Val Nichushkin.
Which is weird, because you would think conduct that gets the NHL and NHLPA to suspend you would be considered detrimental, but apparently, so that's not leveraged against players that they need to go into this rehab program.
Right.
You're not allowed to do it.
Because this is the player assistance program, which is designed to do what its name says, which is assist players. It is not supposed to be used basically as a weaponized way to beat guys off of your roster. Last night, Jared Bednar was asked if Val Nichushkin let the team down. Here's his answer.
Well, I'm not going to go there. I think, listen, Val obviously is struggling with something, right? I have 2 thoughts. Yeah, it sucks for our team. We got to turn the page. We got to go play way better than we did today. There's still 20-plus guys in that room that care and that want to win and that are here, and that's what we have to focus on. It hurts our team. There's no question. He's a great player.
I give Bednar a lot of credit for showing some grace, because I don't think I'd have been that patient with it. Now, I know he's got to think about the player possibly entering back into the fold.
Yep.
But I don't think anybody would have been too upset with Jared Bednar if he would have maybe had a little more terse response somewhere along the lines of basically, like Cogliano and Jack Johnson both spoke on it in the locker room, and neither blasted Val. But I mean, the most telling comment, I think, came from Jack Johnson, where he said he made his decisions, and that's all I'm going to say. He made his decisions.
Yep.
But everybody was using the "it is what it is," and the is what it is the modern no comment, is it not?
Right. Yeah, very, very much so. And Jared Bednar also, he had, in the very least, he had known most of the day. Already for a long time, he had time to sort of organize his thoughts. He knew all these questions were going to be coming after the game. I'm sure he wishes that he would have been talking about a victory. Here's more from Jared Bednar last night after the game about wanting the best for Val Nichushkin, but also, he's got a hockey team to worry about.
And the second one is, I've gotten to know Val as a person, and I've gotten to know him as one of our teammates and a player, and I want what's best for him. And I want him to be happy, and I want him to be content in his life, whether that's with our team or not with our team. I want the best for him and his family. I think all of our guys are the same, and we hope that he can find some peace and get help. And so that's the other side of it. It's not, hockey's not life and death, although we treat it like it is. And so Val's a big priority, and our team's like another one. Now it's separated. They're not together. He's done for 6 months plus, whatever that looks like. And so again, we treat it like an injured player that's not able to play for us, like OC or Landy. I mean, we got to worry about the guys that are on the ice and are able to play for us.
I get what Bednar is trying to say right there. I don't know what else could be said in that moment. The problem is and he knows this, it's not just like an injured player. That's an impossible correlation to make because of the emotional component of it all, because of the idea that Val Nichushkin is not available because he can't be depended on. And he has a disease, he has an addiction, he desperately needs help, but also he is a professional hockey player, and it is expected of him to be on the ice with his team where his presence is necessary for them to be able to win hockey games, and it's a situation where the room is going to be unbelievably frustrated with him. Andy, this goes back to the part where the Avalanche are stuck contractually, but this is the second postseason in a row after winning a Stanley Cup and having a parade and a rally and an unforgettable day in this city. This is in an unforgettable stretch in this city. This is now 2 years of prime contending windows, huge contracts paid out to superstar, MVP, Norris Trophy, all-star caliber players, moves made at the deadline to supplement this roster and get it to where it needed to be. And a part of why this thing was not able to reach expectations is because Val Nichushkin was not available.
Yeah, because they're not the same team without him. That's just all there is to it. They don't have a replacement for him in the lineup. The only guy that could possibly try to replace him is Gabe Landeskog, who is also not available, although trying as hard as he can to try to get back. But the reality is, to your point, but it is, I don't blame one guy. I would say this, the feelings Jared expressed, if that's how you choose to feel, I've got no problem with it.
Sure.
But if there's guys that are incredibly frustrated because, as you said, 2 years in a row, one of the key figures, and the winning percentage, I believe I heard earlier today, the winning percentage is like near 800%, 0.800 when he's there, and it's like around 500 when he isn't. Dude, that's a massive difference.
Guy scored in the first 7 playoff games this year.
And there's
there's
no one to replace him. And it's not just about putting big bodies in front of the net.
Right.
The guy is incredibly skilled at reacting to a quick puck at his feet and tapping it home. I mean, again, they couldn't get it done last night. Now, Lehkonen tried. He stretched all the way out and just couldn't sneak that thing around the skate. But again, he's not as big as Val. Val is an incredibly unique talent that you just don't find everywhere. And I don't blame any of the guys because this is now the third time dealing with it. If they're at a little bit of the end of their frustration, you certainly have to understand that too.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, there is a brotherhood. There is a chemistry. I get all that. That doesn't mean that some guys, not everybody is as tight as brothers in any sports locker room, no matter what we make it out to be. And I'm sure that there's plenty that I'm sure are frustrated. I think a couple of them spoke as much as they felt comfortable saying it last night.
Sure. And that it is a close rank situation, and the Avalanche did that last night. Jack Johnson, again, gave us like the most inflammatory remark, and it was simply he made his choice. That's about as harsh as it got towards Valeri Nichushkin last night. I promise you, those weren't the conversations that were going on when reporters weren't in the room. Hockey players are very good at saying nothing.
They are,
yes. It's kind of their specialty, but how do you look at that core and say we're going to roll the dice again and we're going to have a really shaky part of our foundation. That's going to be tough.
Well, the only way you do it, Nate, but see, again, the only thing we can do is talk about it from a business perspective right now. And the business perspective is he's eating up $6 million of your cap. And for a team that's tight against the cap, that's rough, man. That's not a small chunk. It doesn't sound like a lot when we talk about NBA and NFL contracts or major league contracts. But this Avs team, part of the reason why they couldn't go get all the trades done that everybody wanted to get done was they had to worry about the cap. They had to worry about the cap, period. They don't have a lot of money to spend because they're paying Gabe Landeskog and Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar and Devon Tays and Mikko Rantanen.
Andy, it looked like for hockey decisions, paying Val Nichushkin after the Cup run where he was brilliant in the finals against Tampa Bay made himself a strong case for the Conn Smythe by the time that was all said and done. I have heard at the Conn Smythe, but they made the right hockey call. Hindsight would say they didn't. They should have just paid Nazem Kadri.
Right.
And kept him around. But at the time, you and I both came on these airwaves and said, this is the right call.
Well, it was because Nas was older.
Yeah.
And then look, you had coached Val. Remember, they were talking about at the beginning of the series, game one. This guy it was a washout in Dallas for him. It's not like the Avs had to fight with a bunch of teams to sign him as a free agent.
Right.
He had not worked out at all.
He was a bust.
And for whatever reason, he got great coaching here, and it all came around. And now,
good situation,
the Pierre
good team.
LeBrun article we keep reading from, Pierre reached out to a couple of GMs, and both said, they said there's no replacing Val and what he means during a playoff run because of his size, skill, and speed.
Yeah.
And the other said, frankly, Val was the toughest player physically we had to deal with all year with them. So they were both anonymous GMs, but they were both Western Conference folks. And we saw this effect. Now, last year was a different deal. This is the first we've heard of it. So I think more empathy was naturally coming from everybody, where you're just hoping he can get past. But now, I think what's so striking for a lot of people today is he just got out of the phase 2 thing about 2 months ago.
Yeah. I think tomorrow night, what you saw last night to me was a stunned team. And they were on their heels from the moment that game started. I think you see a more angry team tomorrow night. Now,
will it be enough?
It might not matter. The Stars are awesome, and the Avs are down a couple of horses. Hopefully, Devon Taves will be back tomorrow.
Yeah, Bednar keeps making it very clear.
Missing Taves was a killer, too.
And it apparently is not related to the Ben hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Okay.
But he's got to be back. And look, the bottom line is you've got to play hockey. I think they got to shorten up their pass. All I'm asking is you do what you did against Winnipeg. That's what's crazy about this to me, Nate.
Mm-hmm.
In Winnipeg, they kept the guys in tight defensively. They made sure they didn't give up any breakouts. They didn't get their fast break game going, but they were passing short, quick passes. Keep it more control. Get in there with your speed. I just want to know what happened what has happened to that Avs team that was smothering Dallas in the first game? Even before they really got the goal streak going, they were controlling the puck and smothering that team. There were times in game 2 where you tweeted about it, where they were smothering them again, and then somehow they get here and DeBoer and his team have turned the faucet off. I don't understand how they don't look like themselves here. I thought they'd look like themselves here. So it's not just last night. The last 2 games, they can't score a goal. It's nuts.
Game 5, Avalanche facing elimination tomorrow night in Dallas. Game 5 tonight at Ball Arena. Nuggets and Timberwolves. Denver with a chance to go up 3-2. We're talking about that matchup when we return, including, obviously, Nikola Jokic, obviously, Jamal Murray. Who's going to be the third hero tonight for the Nuggets? We'll talk about that next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Well, it's camping season. What do you need? You need the tow hitch. Maybe you need some tie downs, anything you could use for camping season. If you like to go off-roading while camping, who doesn't love to do that? They've got plenty of great off-road accessories for you. Need to improve your suspension maybe, or just get a cool light bar or roll bar, whatever it is. Jerry Jones has it at his shop, Colorado Off-Road. These are Colorado folks, and they will get you set up. Jerry and Wendy Jones have been around Colorado their whole lives, and they're here to help you get the right equipment for you because they know the climate and the conditions and what holds up and what's best for you. I would tell you, if you need truck or 4x4 accessories, to also head to Colorado Off-Road. I've gotten a bed cover there, the step rails, the remote start, floor mats, whatever you could want, they've got it there. And Jerry's always happy to offer suggestions and walk you through his list of products to see what works best for you, especially if you're not even sure really maybe what you're looking for. Find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
Game 5 tonight. The Rally Sausage on its way to Ball Arena. The Old Wisconsin Premium Summer Sausage, established 1947. Old Wisconsin.
Oh, it is sweating like a fat guy in a sauna.
Old Wisconsin.
Oh, man.
The amount, 180 calories.
Not bad.
Per serving. Of course, the serving size is 2 ounces. This is an 8-ounce original here. So, I mean, who doesn't eat the entire sausage in one sitting? Let's be honest.
Not this guy. I'd have a couple slices of that sucker with a little sprayed cheese, and I'd be good. I don't need any more.
Wuss.
What are you doing?
30%.
You crying with a sweat? What do you got, a grease-stained white undershirt on as you cry your way through that while you eat it?
Once I crush this thing, I will have intaken 120% of my daily intake of sodium. Beef, pork, salt, dextrose, 2% or less of spices, lactic acid starter culture. Ooh, I love a starter culture. I love a starter jacket and starter culture. Yeast extract, natural flavored garlic powder, and sodium nitrate, Andy. This has got some good chemicals here in this gluten-free item directly out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Sheboygan!
The Nuggets Rally Sausage, Old Wisconsin Premium Summer Sausage. Take that, Minnesota Twins. Also, Texter points out, yes, since the Rally Sausage arrived, which was on Friday, the Rockies have not lost. So
that's pure coincidence.
This
was strictly purchased. And
it's working
of helping the Nuggets
for multiple teams right now.
This is a Nuggets Rally sausage.
That's the power of this sausage.
Had I known the Avs need one, I might have bought 2. At the time, it didn't feel like they needed the help.
By the way, how did the Twins do last night? I didn't.
The old Twinkies?
I fell asleep during quick pitch last night. Actually, they were off last night. They got the Yankees this evening. So there you go. Who steps up tonight, Andy? Who's it going to be? All right.
For the Nuggets?
Jokic,
we're talking good things now.
Jokic and Jamal are going to do big things. Okay? I fully expect that to continue. Though these dudes are in their bag right now. The two-man game is clicking and working beautifully. Jamal is figuring out ways to be able to get the ball to Nikola Jokic, and he's having his moments where he goes off. You know, obviously he hit the 55-footer at the end of the half, came out on fire in the third. He has found his game since it completely deserted him back in game 2. Jokic is comfortable in this series. AG went for 27 the other night. Does he have another one of those in him? MPJ only took 4 shots. KCP only made 1 shot the other night. Or is it somebody off the bench? Is this the night that Christian Brown goes for 18?
I don't need him to go for 18. You know what I mean? Just keep doing what you're doing. You get a wide open look at a 3, you go ahead and knock that down. You keep going to the hoop. You keep trying to get some fouls.
Yeah.
You keep bothering them defensively. I like where Jokic is. See, the great thing about Nikola Jokic, I feel like, is every game, give me the last game where you thought, well, there's no way he does that again.
Mm-hmm.
He just keeps doing stuff that's in his wheelhouse. I don't think AG will go, 11 for 12 and hit his first 10 shots. But if he can continue to hit that little floater around the basket, can a couple right-sized, right corner threes, as Chris Marlowe aptly pointed out to us. And look, just get rebounds. You know what? Rebound. I think MPJ is back home. I think maybe he gets a talking to about, son, we need you to shoot, and don't worry, just take the shots.
Get into your rhythm and find it quickly. Shoot, catch, and fire.
I think
Catch,
he's
go
the
up,
guy.
and shoot.
He's the dude that's due, wouldn't you say?
Real quick on AG. Yeah, Marlowe dropped that on us yesterday. Right corner threes this season, Aaron Gordon 48%. Left corner threes for AG 24%. He's a right corner guy.
Yeah.
And when Rudy Gobert is defending him, they like to put him out in the corner and force Rudy Gobert out. Now, the problem is that occasionally Nikola Jokic can then entice Rudy Gobert to not just roam on the baseline, and that opens up dunks for Aaron Gordon. I would assume a part of the film session for Minnesota after Game 4 was pointing out to Rudy, as tempting as it is, because you're giant, don't leave the baseline. don't let Aaron Gordon get dunks. I think is going to be a huge adjustment for them tonight. The whole key is, can AG make him pay with his jump shot?
Yeah.
God, he hit one that was like, it was like a turnaround fadeaway. It was sort of one of those where like AG hit that and you're like, okay, this.
We're feeling it.
Yeah, that's one of those shots where as you let it go, you're like, ooh, I don't know. Okay, yeah, no, that's good. That's good. Yeah, you'll take that every single time.
Listen, some of his threes, I was like, come on, baby, drive the baseline.
Right.
And then he hit it, and you're like, all right, yeah, there.
He's shooting confidently right now.
Well, that's good. They're all feeling themselves again, and that's what's important. I mean,
confident team.
This is okay. Real quickly, maybe we talk more about this tomorrow. I meant to ask you this earlier, but we just have things going on. Is it fun having two teams in the playoffs? Like, is it good? Because I keep thinking you can look at it one of two ways. If we just had the Avs, man, what a suck day today would have been.
That's true.
But if we just had the Nuggets, we're riding free. Everything's great. The land is great. Everything's just fun. I don't know if this is good or not. There's a lot of day-to-day roller coaster.
I'm gonna use a phrase that I hate. It's a good problem to have. It's good. We got two good teams in this town. Two good teams, 2 championships in the last couple of years. Dallas is in the same boat right now. They're on an every other night.
That's true. Good call.
Yeah, and
are the Knicks and the
they had OKC
Rangers.
get a big victory last night over Dallas. How about the Mavs missing? What they miss? 11 free throws in that game.
Well, how about Luka of all people missing the game tire?
Yeah,
changed the whole way that last minute gets or whatever gets played.
That dude is so injured right now.
Oh, he is.
He's battling, and what a freaking player that guy is. SGA was marvelous last night, and yeah. Right now, that series all evened up at 2. Yeah, that's kind of one of the more interesting things about this. A lot of overlap in the cities, but we're enjoying it. It's all good. Mark Bertinoli enjoys it especially. He likes working until 2 a.m. every single night.
Our man gets a 6 o'clocker tomorrow, baby.
Final score tonight, Andy. Let's have it.
Nuggets take the critical game 5, 110-105.
110-105. He's laying the 3.5, folks. I like the Nuggets. I like the Nuggets tonight. I like them 104-92.
Okay.
104-92. I think Minnesota's offensive issues rear their ugly heads again. Ant will have a good game. Nobody else will. Nuggets will win and win by double digits this evening before heading back to Minnesota to close it out in Game 6. That will do it for the Kreckman and Lindahl show here this afternoon. Thanks again to Chris Dempsey. He was on and he was great. Make sure you tune in to Dempsey and Company 10 to noon every day right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Our thanks again to the Avalanche. We're expecting bigger things out of you coming up here tomorrow night. Tough one last night, to be sure. We'll be talking about it all tomorrow on the program, plus reacting to everything that we see tonight in Game 5 between the Nuggets and the Timberwolves. Kaz has the call tonight. Berto's got your network pregame at 8 o'clock. Extended Blitz coming up next here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. For Andy and Mark, I'm Nate. Good night.